Chapter 631. Lon, right. Master Babu shuddered. No, ahem, I've already mentioned the ice cave people's weaknesses. They're afraid of water and fire. As for the ice cave white bear, it's afraid of fire but not water. It generally feeds on fish and shrimp, but also enjoys various exotic beast meats, fruits, nuts, and so on. However, I have a guess. They might really enjoy things that are extremely sweet. Lu Xingchen wrote them down one by one. Unexpectedly, the ice cave white bear is an omnivore, consuming both raw and cold food. They're quite easy to raise, Master Babu snorted. White bears are large and have huge appetites. Fish and shrimp alone are hard to fill them up, so even if they're starving, they eat exotic beast carcasses, tree bark, or grass roots. So that's it. Lu Xingchen pondered Master Babu's words carefully. A thought struck her. White bears really like super sweet foods. How much do they like them? Master Babu was stunned. Well, I just heard that. It might not be accurate. Lon rolled his eyes. Oh, so you're just talking nonsense? Master Babu was so angry that he pulled out a beard. Why is your little chicken so unlikable? Huh? Just like Lu Xingchen. Lon Lan's fury exploded. Who are you calling the chicken? I'm Qingwan. Qingwan. Buba quickly hugged it. Master Lei Jin paused for a moment, then said, I only saw the ice cave man once. He was selling insulation boards at the market with his white bear. There happened to be a man selling grapes nearby, and his white bear went straight for the grapes, and the ice cave man couldn't stop him. Master Babu immediately understood. See, I was right. Lon. Yes, I guessed right. Seeing the man and the bird about to fight, Bubu stopped watching and carried Lon away. Master Babu was still furious. However, to prove he wasn't just guessing, he racked his brains for a while and said, most ice cave people have low intelligence, but there are also some with high intelligence. Those with high intelligence are often cunning and difficult to deal with. You should be careful. Lu Xingchen nodded. That was all Master Babu knew. After draining Master Babu dry, Lu Xingchen waved and called Lon over, teleporting her back to the raft. The ice cave polar bears really like super sweet foods, especially grapes. That made sense. The grapes on her raft were incredibly sweet. It would be great if there was honey. Honey is a favorite of bears. I wonder if polar bears would like it. Honey has one advantage. It has a rich aroma and is even sweeter than grapes. By this time, it was almost dark, and Lu Xingchen decided to visit the ice cave people's temporary residence again. Now that she had the ice voice bell, she might be able to hear something different. Primarily, she wanted to know what the ice cave people were planning for tomorrow. After saying goodbye to Gao Dafu and the others, Lu Xingchen set off. The night was especially cold, perhaps due to the recent drop in temperature. Flying high in the sky, Lu Xingchen and Lon were nearly frozen to death by the icy wind. After finally reaching the ice cave people's temporary camp, Lu Xingchen dismounted from Lon Lan's back and glided silently over. Because it was night and the light was dim, lanterns that appeared to be made of glass were hung in front of the ice cave people's igloos, emitting a faint yellow glow. There were also several braziers on the ice, matches burning brightly in them. There were no ice cave people outside the igloos, but not far away, several ice cave white bears were bent over, their heads bent over something to eat. Lu Xingchen slid to the vicinity of the igloo and hid behind an ice mound. She looked around and dug a hole in the mound and hid inside. The spot was perfectly backlit, so anyone in the ice cave wouldn't notice the hole unless they looked carefully. It was quiet outside. Lu Xingchen listened carefully, but couldn't hear a single word. She was in a dilemma. The igloo was well insulated, so she couldn't hear the people talking inside. This wouldn't do. She had finally obtained the ice speech bell. She had to listen to a few words. Thinking for a moment, Lu Xingchen scooped up a large block of ice, crawled out of the hole, and threw it hard at a brazier. After throwing it, she crawled back into the ice cave. Bang! Many people from the ice cave rushed out, including the old priest. They were mumbling something, and this time, Lu Xingchen understood what they were saying. What's that sound? I don't know, an avalanche? You're stupid. There's no snow here, only ice. The ice cave dwellers chatted for a moment, then wandered around, finding nothing, and returned to the ice hut. The old priest also walked back. When he reached the entrance to the ice hut, he turned and said, Bing Shichi, Bing Shiba, cough, take the fish out of the fish cages and freeze them. Bing Shichi and Bing Shiba were two young ice cave dwellers. Bing Shichi asked curiously, Grandpa Priest, aren't the fish being fed to the polar bears? The ice cave priest replied, Ahem, no, freeze them. The two ice cave dwellers slowly walked to an ice hole and pulled up the fish cages. The others returned to the ice hut. Only 2 ice cave dwellers remained outside. They pulled up the 2 fish cages and dumped the fish into the large ice basin nearby with a clatter. As they worked, the 2 men chatted. "Why aren't you feeding Big Bear? He's starving." "Shuh, I heard from the priest that we take them to eat something delicious tomorrow." "Delicious? Humans? Oh, I see. Those meat men on that raft over there? They look quite interesting, especially that fat one, so plump and round. Slurp, my mouth is watering just thinking about it." Meat men? That's a rather novel term. To the ice cave people, humans are just food, right? And plump and round? Are they talking about Gao Dafu? Lu Xingchen immediately alerted. They were sure to besiege them tomorrow. The 2 ice cave dwellers lowered the fish trap into the ice hole again and continued chatting. "Are you really going there? Didn't you go scouting during the day? Is Bing 26 really there?" "Yes, I saw Bing 26. He was tied up, like a dog bah. But he can actually speak human language. What should we do? What do you say?" The 2 ice cave dwellers' voices suddenly dropped significantly, whispering to each other. The wind was so strong that Lu Xingchen strained to listen, but couldn't hear anything. She could faintly hear something like, "He can't come back. I talked to the others." Her eyes flickered. It seemed Bing Gulu had quite a few enemies. She didn't want Bing Gulu to come back either. Right now, Bing Gulu was a good hostage. The ice cave priest certainly didn't want him dead. Soon, the 2 ice cave dwellers lowered the fish trap, stood up, and separated, each entering a different ice house. Then, no one else came out. Lu Xingchen stretched her arms and legs, then glanced at the nearby ice cave polar bears. Lu Xingchen tapped a sprint card and quietly glided closer to the ice cave polar bears. She had to confirm something. To see if the ice cave polar bears were truly craving grapes, the ice cave polar bears lowered their heads, nibbling on something. As they got closer, Lu Xingchen saw that they were actually eating a piece of wood. They gnawed at the bark, biting and spitting out pieces, looking like they couldn't swallow. TSK, how aggrieved. Several ice cave polar bears looked up, spotted Lu Xingchen, and were about to roar. Lu Xingchen quickly threw a bunch of grapes near the ice cave polar bears. They froze for a moment, their noses twitching, and then, with a sudden roar, they all rushed towards the bunch. The first one to rush over slurped the grapes into his mouth and let out a satisfied cry. The other ice cave polar bears became agitated and shouted in unison. "What's going on?" The ice cave man rushed out. Chapter 632. Lu Xingchen had already slid away quickly, hiding in the ice cave she had just entered. The ice cave people gathered around the white bear, looking around but finding nothing. They were all very puzzled. After a brief discussion, they threw a few fish to the ice cave white bear. The ice cave priest's face darkened. There have been 2 unusual occurrences. There must be someone there. Search carefully. Oh, and keep an eye on the ice mounds. Search with torches. The ice cave people all agreed, each reaching for a torch. They began their search. Lu Xingchen couldn't stay any longer. In a few minutes, the ice cave people would arrive. With torches, they would surely find her. Their goal achieved, Lu Xingchen privately messaged Gao Dafu, "Come, gather." Swish. With a swish, Lu Xingchen returned to the raft. "How's it going?" Gao Dafu hurried over. He was afraid of the cold, so he dressed warmly, chubbier than a ball. His warmest leather jacket was white, and at this moment, he was a giant white ball. Clean and neat. Lu Xingchen looked at him carefully. No wonder they say you're delicious. In the eyes of the ice cave people, and the ice cave white bear, this must be the ultimate delicacy. Gao Dafu was stunned. Delicious? I'm delicious? Gu Yin glanced at him. Getting fatter again? Gao Dafu suddenly realized and immediately looked disconsolate. Xiao Lu, you said they're targeting me? Lu Xingchen chuckled. If you don't believe me, ask Bing Gulu. See if he's greedy for you? She wondered, did Bing Gulu like to eat people? Bing Gulu was right next to them, still bound, and grinned at Gao Dafu. Of course I am, little fool. Gao Dafu, who taught you that? Who taught you that? Lu Xingchen glanced at Bing Gulu, then turned to Gao Dafu and said, this guy's unpopular. Even though the priest wants to save him, his companions are always thinking of abandoning him. Gao Dafu, haha, he's so bad at talking, he deserves his unpopularity. Lu Xingchen pondered for a moment. How about breaking his legs first? Bing Gulu shuddered, and even Gao Dafu didn't react. Unpopularity means breaking legs? Lu Xingchen picked up the ice pick, patted it in his hand, and looked at Bing Gulu's heavily bandaged legs. Bingula shuddered again and dodged to the side. No, no. Lu Xingchen, haha, finally talking seriously? If you don't want your legs broken, just answer my questions and do what I say tomorrow. If you don't do anything right, I put you in a wheelchair. After repeated beatings and threats, Bingula finally became obedient. Lu Xingchen also confirmed from Bing Guru that the ice cave white bear had a sweet tooth, particularly honey, with grapes being a close second. It was said that the ice cave white bear could go crazy for honey. Alas, she had no honey. The trading hall had none, and neither did Qin Wuchuan. There was no honey to be found. Lu Xingchen had to settle for grapes. It was already late. Lu Xingchen, Gao Dafu, and the others reinforced the ice wall and formulated a plan, including a plan for how to deal with the consequences if the plan failed. Then, they went to rest. Lon Lon slept only a few hours before flying to the ice cave settlement to conduct reconnaissance. If anything unusual occurred, it would immediately notify Lu Xingchen. The next day, around 7 o'clock, Lon Lon reported back. Xiao Lu, they've set off. 8 ice cave people, 5 white bears, and the ice cave priest stay behind. Okay, got it. Lu Xingchen immediately got up. She entered the Peach Blossom Holy Land first. Peach Blossom Holy Land is blessed with good fortune today. Double happiness is coming. Today is a great day for unboxing. Lu Xingchen immediately washed up, had dinner with Gao Dafu and the others, and prepared for battle. In less than half an hour, 5 polar bears rushed over. They roared furiously, and quickly reached the ice wall. Boom, boom, boom. The fireball cannons and rocket launchers within range immediately opened fire, raining down fireballs. Bang, bang, bang. They struck the ice cave white bear's back. However, the ice cave white bear was only momentarily panicked, then roared loudly, and with a bang, it crashed into the ice wall. The arrow towers also fired arrows, but none of them could penetrate the ice cave white bear's defenses. Hong Shi-san, stop the arrow towers, Lu Xingchen said immediately. Until the ice cave white bears were injured, the arrows from the arrow tower were useless. Strange, she frowned every day. Although these white bears were still somewhat afraid of fire, the fireball cannons and rocket launchers hadn't harmed them. Could it be something the ice cave priest had done? She said, this old guy is no ordinary guy. The 5 ice cave white bears were powerful. They seemed to have received some kind of command and attacked the same spot on the ice wall. In just a few minutes, a large section of the ice wall had been broken. Lu Xingchen's expression was serious. They couldn't be allowed in. She had already put everything on her raft that could fit into the Peach Blossom Holy Land, but the raft still held many valuable items. What if they came in and destroyed the raft? She couldn't care less. She immediately took out a large basket of grapes, sat on Lon Lan's back, and flew out a little. Plop! With a jerk, he threw the basket down. Grapes shattered to the ground, their juices splattering everywhere, and a sweet aroma filled the air. The ice cave white bears, ramming into the wall, paused. One of them turned back, took a closer look, then with a howl, turned and rushed back toward the grapes. The ice cave white bears were enormous, their massive heads clashing together. Some grabbed, others missed, and they roared furiously. A fight was about to break out. A sound seemed to come from behind, and the white bears calmed down for a moment, seemingly calmer. Lu Xingchen frowned. That old priest was indeed formidable. She turned back to Gu Yan and said, "Come on, the great axe." Gu Yan nodded. Lu Xingchen unsheathed his Longhong sword and slashed it from the air, Longhong piercing the sun. Gu Yan unsheathed Babu's giant axe, shocking axe. A flash of rainbow light, and a giant axe smashed down on the 5 polar bears gathered to grab the grapes. Ouch! Ouch! The 5 polar bears screamed in agony. They were gathered together. One was struck on the buttocks by the Longhong sword, another on the back, and a third had a gaping gash in the neck from the shocking axe. Instantly, 3 of the ice cave polar bears were injured. 2 were seriously wounded, 1 was slightly injured, and only 2 were intact. Immediately, the ice cave polar bears roared in fury, their cries deafening. Lu Xingchen retrieved another basket of grapes and returned to the ice wall. The 5 ice cave polar bears charged back again. This time, the 3 injured polar bears were attacked by the fireball cannon and rocket launcher. They screamed in agony, and 1 turned and ran. Lu Xingchen discovered that the ice cave polar bears had different personalities. Some were more timid and cunning, fleeing when injured, while others were more aggressive. The more severe their injuries, the more ferocious they became. She heard some more noises. Soon, the 3 injured polar bears retreated, leaving only the 2 intact ones desperately ramming the ice wall. because they were uninjured, and perhaps with the Ice Cave Priest's power, they weren't afraid of the fireball cannon. The ice wall was about to break. Lu Xingchen, Grandma, 13, hurry! Bang! Grandma smashed an ice cube, splash. Hong 13 poured a basin of warm water. The ice wall was instantly patched. Gao Dafu shouted, haha, it's my turn. He took out a basket of grapes and swung it at the two polar bears. They immediately stopped attacking, howling loudly and drooling. The two giant polar bears stared at the grapes eagerly, slurping and drooling. Sizzle, sizzle. Another strange sound came from behind. The two polar bears' eyes struggled for a moment, then they stared at the grapes again, howling a few times. The sound wasn't a protest, but more like begging. Gao Dafu slapped his speed card and jumped off the ice wall. His foot slipped, sliding 20 or 30 meters. He weighed the basket of grapes and seemed to have accidentally dropped a bunch. Then he slipped again, sliding dozens of meters. Seeing the bunch of grapes on the ground, the two polar bears let out a cry and rushed over, fighting for it. After swallowing the grapes, they ran after Gao Dafu, oblivious to the sound behind them. Sizzle, sizzle. The sound was a bit exasperated. Lu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. Now, she could focus on killing the two severely injured Ice Cave polar bears. Before leaving, she grabbed Bingilu and said, Bingilu, you've eaten so much of our food and learned so many of our words. Now, it's time to repay us. Chapter 633. Bingilu let out a cry of awe. Lu Xingchen carried him to the severely injured polar bears. With a flick of her arm, she threw him onto the back of one of them and said, come, tame it. With that, she and Gu Yin rushed towards another injured polar bear. The two had fought together several times before, so they were familiar with the process. They were killing a savage white bear. Injured and beaten by their combined might, it was in a foul mood, howling loudly. Soon, Lu Xingchen drew it to the edge of the ice wall, where the fireball cannon thundered down. The white bear was injured, and any fireball cannon hitting its wounds would only worsen the damage. Lu Xingchen and Gu Yin, one shooting arrows and the other wielding a long sword, forced the white bear back repeatedly. Gurgle. The strange sound echoed again. Several white bears paused, then turned back and fled. The old priest must have struck again. How could Lu Xingchen miss this opportunity? The white bear was nearly dead, so how could she let it escape? She waved her hand and released a quicksand trap, blocking the bear's attack. The white bear was seriously injured, and the quicksand trap only held off for a few seconds. Lu Xingchen wrapped another spirit snake around it, trapping it for a few seconds. Gu Yin seized the opportunity and attacked repeatedly, leaving the ice cave white bear covered in wounds. It screamed in agony. Lu Xingchen raged, kill it, quickly. She turned to see Bingilu still riding on the ice cave white bear, huffing and puffing, mumbling something inaudible. Except for the one she had stopped and the one Bingilu was riding, the rest of the ice cave white bears had already escaped. Bingilu hadn't taken the opportunity to slip away. He was quite clever. Since Lu Xingchen had asked her to tame the bear, she naturally had a way to get him to stay. Lu Xingchen turned back, drew her Changhong sword, and joined the battle between Gu Yin and the white bear. Gao Dafu had also returned, occasionally smashing things and cheering outside the battlefield. Soon, Lu Xingchen and Gu Yin had slain the white bear. Killed one white bear. Do you want to disassemble it, Lu Xingchen? Yes. Disassembly successful. Obtained one large white bear fur, for small white bear fur, 60 ice cave white bear meat, and one treasure chest. Lu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. Just having a treasure chest was good. It was much better than just giving her a pair of ice skates. She opened the treasure chest with ease. Opening the treasure chest, she was blessed with double happiness today, obtaining 2 white bear vest recipes and 2 ice skate recipes. Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. This time, she found quite a lot of supplies. There were actually 2 blueprints. After the double happiness, that's 4. If only there were double happiness after decomposing it, I'd be rich. What a shame. However, now that they had 4 blueprints, Grandma and Zhong Chong would have ice skates. She gave the 2 blueprints to Grandma and Zhong Chong, letting them make their own. Then she opened the blueprint for the polar bear vest. Polar bear vest blueprint. This allows you to create a polar bear vest with excellent insulation, capable of withstanding temperatures as low as -50 or -60 degrees Celsius. Required supplies. 1 large polar bear fur. So good insulation? Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. She wouldn't be afraid of the cold anymore. Unfortunately, 1 blueprint only made 1 polar bear vest. Without time to think, she put the blueprint aside and looked at Bingilu. At this moment, The strange gurgling sound grew more and more urgent, and the polar bear Bingulu was riding became increasingly aggressive. He wanted to run, but couldn't control himself, and kept stomping his four hooves. That old priest. Guyen was eager to try. Shall we go meet that old fellow? He was referring to the ice cave priest. Lu Xingchen shook his head. Not yet. That fellow might cough like he was dying every day, but for a priest, how could he not have some skills? They were having such a hard time even killing the ice cave polar bear, let alone the priest hiding behind it. After all, her goal for the day was almost achieved. Lu Xingchen shouted to Bingulu. Bingulu, hurry up, or the poison in your stomach will take effect. Once it does, I won't be able to save you. Lon Lon flew in the air, shouting excitedly. Break my legs, break my legs. Lu Xingchen gave Bingulu a bowl of sweet porridge early this morning and told him it was poisonous. Bingulu needed to tame a polar bear for her, otherwise he would die from the poison. Frightened, Bingulu agreed to give it a try. At this moment, he was sitting awkwardly on the back of the ice cave white bear, sweat dripping, his face filled with fear. Ice cave white bears are not easy to tame. Grandma leaned over to Lu Xingchen and muttered, Can he do it? I don't think so. Gao Dafu nodded. Well, this little dwarf just picks up nonsense quickly. He doesn't seem to have that much skill. Lon Lon. That's right. This guy has those blank eyes, like a fool. How can he tame a white bear? Lu Xingchen said nothing, just staring at Bingulu. She didn't believe Bingulu was so stupid. She believed him just because she said the porridge was poisonous. Master Babu said that some ice cave people are cunning, and Bingulu is one of them, the kind who plays the pig to eat the tiger. The white bear hopped away, and Bingulu kept swaying on its back, looking out of control. Lon Lon panicked. Xiao Lu, he's trying to run. Lu Xingchen smiled faintly, slipped his feet, and chased after him, Gao Dafu and Gu Yin close behind. Soon, they caught up with Bingulu, and saw the ice cave priest sitting on a white bear not far away. The ice cave priest was anxious. 26, come back with me, Jaligulu, I. Cough cough cough. Bingulu looked puzzled. Jaligulu, go back? The ice cave priest was delighted. You really can talk now. Yes, cough cough cough, go quickly, from now on you will be my heir. Bingulu mumbled several words, before finally uttering a few complete words. Can't go back, poison, poison. Lu Xingchen chased after him, lashing out with his spirit snake whip at the ice cave priest. The ice cave priest flashed, and was dozens of meters away. Gu Yin rushed past. The ice cave priest flashed again and disappeared. Lu Xingchen did not chase. She couldn't catch up at all, and she knew the ice cave priest was no ordinary person. Look, at that speed, who could possibly catch up? Lu Xingchen looked up at Bingulu and asked, Is it tamed? Bingulu gave an awkward smile, very uncertain. It should be. Yeah, I think it is. Anyway, the ice cave polar bear had stopped attacking them. Lu Xingchen, okay, let's go back. The group headed back. This time, they had gained a lot. They had stopped the ice cave's attack, killed a polar bear, injured two, and tamed another. The ice cave polar bear was too large to be kept outside the ice wall. Afraid she escaped, Lu Xingchen chained her legs and threw a pile of exotic animal carcasses at her. The starving ice bear in the ice cave let out a roar before lowering its head and devouring its meal. Just as Lu Xingchen was about to return to the raft, she heard a notification. The ice season has arrived, the weather is cold, and the consumption of Misty Rain Village has increased. Please monitor your gold consumption. Lu Xingchen paused and opened the Misty Rain Village management interface. On the village income screen, she noticed a small amount of gold missing, seemingly vanishing. What happened? Misty Rain Village was a marketplace. While it earned gold, it also consumed it, for example, through village construction, tax payments, and inviting players or NPCs. Every time she invited someone, she spent gold. However, village construction and tax payments were the biggest expenses. She knew where the gold went. However, Misty Rain Village itself is known for its perpetual spring weather, and its climate doesn't consume gold coins. So what's going on now? She carefully examined Misty Rain Village and finally discovered an unusual expense in the expenses. The arrival of the ice season, abnormal temperature balance expenditure, 3,000 gold coins per day. What's going on? Lu Xingchen stared at it for a long time and decided to go check it out. After saying hello to Grandma and the others, Lu Xingchen headed to Misty Rain Village. She arrived too early. The masters hadn't even had breakfast yet. After hearing her story, Master Babu rolled his eyes. Only 3,000 gold coins per day, and you're so upset? Haha, Master G from Frost Snow Village has been practically losing everything these days, and he hasn't even made a fuss. Chapter 634. Lu Xingchen's interest peaked immediately. What's going on? Master Babu, a few times ago, there was a market in Frost Village. Because it was so cold, not many people went. However, with the ice season coinciding with Frost Village, many of those who went fell ill, and 2 even froze to death. Old G is being scolded bitterly. He's losing money and getting scolded, and he's practically going crazy. Do you know how many gold coins his Frost Village costs every day? 50,000 gold coins. Plus the medical care and the losses. These past few years have been for nothing. Alas, miserable. Lu Xingchen chuckled. Serves him right. Isn't old G in the mood to cause trouble now, Master Lei Jin? During the ice season, everyone's expenses increase. We just have to endure it. Lu Xingchen frowned. How long? She had enough to eat and drink, but the Ice Cave people were too brutal. This time she killed an Ice Cave polar bear and tamed another. The Ice Cave priests certainly wouldn't let this go. Who knows how many people are in the Ice Cave? What if they send more polar bears next time? She can't handle it. Master Jili, why did the ice season start earlier? Master Babu, yes, everyone's in trouble now. We don't know how long it will last. Master Lei Jin pondered for a moment. The last ice season ended suddenly because someone interfered. If no one interferes this time, it will probably last another 70 or 80 years. What? Lu Xingchen was shocked. 70 or 80 years? Will it be this cold forever? Will we never see the beautiful islands with green trees and red flowers again? This can't be right. After talking with the masters for a while, Lu Xingchen finally understood. The masters were all cooped up at home, many trying to craft ice carts. The pirates, unable to sail, were forced to live off their resources. In short, everyone was having a hard time. Everyone was trying to get used to life on the ice. Lu Xingchen returned to the raft, and just as he was back, the game suddenly issued an announcement. Dear adventurers, the ice season has arrived early, the weather is extremely cold, and there may be a severe cold snap. Please prepare your supplies and make preparations in advance. 1. During a cold snap, please stay indoors as much as possible. 2. At other times, please try to go out and forage for supplies. Killing ice cave polar bears, mutant grizzly bears, mutant snow rabbits, mutant snow foxes, ice eagles, and other animals may yield blueprints for various levels of ice skates, increases ice walking speed, various levels of equipment, increases cold resistance, and so on. 3. Occasionally, warmer weather will occur, and the temperature will rise briefly. During these times, you can go into the water and kill high-level marine creatures to obtain top-quality weapons, cards, and other items to increase your combat power. 4. If you encounter an ice island, explore it as much as possible. In addition to the above supplies, you might also receive an ice scooter blueprint. Happy gaming, everyone! As soon as the announcement was released, the chat channel was buzzing with discussion. Finally, a chance to survive? Actually, someone already teamed up to kill the Ice Cave White Bear and obtain the Ice Skate blueprint. Ice skates are so much fun to put on. They're incredibly fast. The game is probably giving you a hint now, because it sees how hard it's been for everyone. Come on, ice skates are just a legend now. Only members of larger gangs might have 1 or 2 pairs. It's hard for the rest of us to get them. Yes, I heard the Qinglong gang lost a significant number of people, and used countless cards to kill an Ice Cave White Bear and obtain a pair of ice skates. Looking at the chat channel, Gao Dafu was extremely proud and lifted his fat foot. Hey, their entire gang only has 1 or 2 pairs of ice skates, and the 5 of us each have a pair. So we're pretty awesome. Grandma pointed at Gu Yan and Lu Xingchen. That's right, we can fight. Right now, Lu Xingchen and Gu Yan are the main force in killing bears. Lu Xingchen, however, stared intently at the game announcement, Ice Scooter. She really wants one. As fast as ice skates are, they still require effort. It would be great to have an ice scooter. She could sit on it, wander around, and collect treasure chests. She had never seen an ice scooter before. Gao Dafu's eyes suddenly lit up. Xiao Lu, where's your hovercraft? I remember it can travel on land, so it can also travel on ice, right? Lu Xingchen took out the hovercraft and placed it on the ice. Of course, why don't you try it? Gao Dafu excitedly got on, gripped the steering wheel, and rushed out. In a moment, he returned trembling. His hands were stiff, his snot froze on his face, and he couldn't speak clearly. Cold. So cold. The hovercraft was leaky and moving fast, so it was fine for a minute or two, but after 5 or 6, everyone was frozen. Galdafu, or an ice sled. The ice sled here couldn't be the same toy ice sleds you usually play with, right? Or else would they need the blueprints? Lu Xingchen had heard from Master Lei Jin that the Master's ice sleds were very warm and sealed, not the kind you slide on ice in winter. An ice sled is essentially a means of transportation on ice. Because of the announcement, many people were eager to try it out. They left their rafts and set out to search for Iceland and its various strange ice beasts. Galdafu and Gu Yin didn't leave. You're kidding. The Ice Cave people and the Ice Cave priests are eyeing them covetously. Who knows how many people they send next? They dared not leave. Lu Xingchen went to see Bingulu. He was squatting on the ice, talking incoherently to the Ice Cave giant bear. Later, he took out a bunch of green herbs and placed them on the wound on the Ice Cave white bear's back. Lu Xingchen observed for a long time. Once the Ice Cave white bear's bleeding had stopped, she walked over and asked Bingulu, "Does it listen to you now?" Bingulu's eyes glazed over for a long time before he moved. "It can't." Lu Xingchen's face turned cold. "Don't pretend. Talk to me nicely. Don't think I don't know why you won't go back." His fighting skills were so poor. He was probably afraid he'd be killed by the people who bullied him in the past. Bingulu's eyes moved, becoming more alert. "Sir, I have no problem letting it walk, eat, and attack others now. However, I can't order it to attack its own kind or our own people." Lu Xingchen, "Oh? What's the point? Just kill it." Galdafu also came over. "That's right, it eats so much, we can't afford to feed it." Bingulu was anxious. "Don't." He grunted for a long time. "Sir, it must have other uses." Lu Xingchen, "What use?" Bingulu, "This. I once saw it pulling a huge ice cart across the ice fast and steady. This kind of ice cart pulled by a white bear is easy to control, energy efficient, and practical." Galdafu's eyes lit up. "Bear cart?" Bingulu nodded. "Yes, we call it a white bear ice cart. It's a tool used only by the high priest for travel." Lu Xingchen thought for a moment. "I haven't seen your priests use ice carts either." Bingulu quickly shook his head. "Ordinary priests don't have this authority." Lu Xingchen was stunned, his face slightly grim. That old-fashioned ice cave priest was already difficult to deal with, so how could he be just an ordinary priest? That's a bit tricky. Lu Xingchen turned around. "Lon Lon, go to the ice cave people's temporary base and keep an eye on them. Tell me immediately if anything happens." Chapter 635. Lon Lon was unhappy. "Is there another overtime job? Why is it always me? Where's the little lamb? Are you eating for free?" Me. "Okay, I go." It wasn't really very good at walking on ice. It was sometimes too slippery. It had been training on the ice for the past few days, trying to adapt to this kind of life as quickly as possible. Mimi was a very proud little lamb. It had been useless lately, and was more anxious than anyone else. Lu Xingchen looked at them. "Okay, you two go. Mimi will stay farther away." Just in time for me to hear what the ice cave priest said. Lon Lon and Mimi nodded and walked off together. Ice Gulu's eyes darted from Lon Lon to Mimi. Only after they left did he look away, returning to his dazed expression. Lu Xingchen glanced back at him. "Want some more porridge?" Bingulu's expression froze. "Why? Why porridge? I'm totally cooperating. Who knows if it's poisonous?" Even if Lu Xingchen was being scary, it wouldn't work. He saw that her arrow was poisoned. If the arrow was poisonous, she must be poisoned too. What if something really got into her stomach? Lu Xingchen chuckled. "Eat porridge for lunch." Galdafu couldn't help but say, "Hee, this little dwarf is so funny. He's so timid and scheming, so cowardly and deceitful." Lu Xingchen laughed. "Ignore him for now." At any rate, the ice cave white bear was tamed. She had to tell Master Babu and see what his plan was. Lu Xingchen was just about to head to Misty Rain Village when the game suddenly issued another announcement. A cold wave is approaching, expected to arrive in an hour and last for 8 hours. Everyone, please return home as soon as possible and prepare. As soon as the announcement went out, the chat channel was filled with wailing. "What's this? We just got told to go out and kill ice monsters, and now we're told to go home because of the cold wave. Where am I supposed to go?" "That's right. I've been out for 2 or 3 hours. How can I walk back in an hour? I'm dying." Since the game says it's a cold wave, it must be incredibly cold. Everyone, get back quickly. Don't kill any monsters. Your lives are at stake. It's already this cold, and a cold wave is coming? I might as well freeze to death. Everyone, stop complaining. Let's get back and build braziers. Lu Xingchen paused. How cold could it be? Will the Ice Cave people still come out in this cold? She decided to wait before heading to Misty Rain Village. If it got too cold here, and she couldn't hold out, she planned to take everyone there. Lon Lon and Mimi had already set off, so she had to order them back quickly. No one knew how cold the cold wave would be. Gu Yin, Gao Dafu, Zhong Chang, and the others moved onto Lu Xingchen's raft and found their own rooms. The chatterbox, the mute, the little dumpling, and the others also arrived in the living room and lay down on the white bear skin. Lu Xingchen returned to the raft to pack up, making sure everything outside was safe from freezing. Only then did he feel relieved. An hour passed in a flash. Outside, a sudden gust of wind blew, the sky turned gray, and then a blanket of snow fell. The flakes were so large that in just a few minutes, a thick layer covered the ground. Gao Dafu was stunned. Lu Xingchen hurriedly urged Lon Lon and Mamie to come, and finally, a minute later, the two little ones came running back. Mamie was covered in a thick layer of snow and shivered with cold. Lu Xingchen quickly held her in his arms to warm her. As soon as she warmed up, Mamie said, "Master, don't worry. During this cold snap, the Ice Cave people won't come. They stay in the igloo too." Lu Xingchen asked in surprise, "Did you hear that?" Mimi nodded. "Yes, the old priest said so. Because of the strong wind and snow, the light was poor, and they couldn't get out." Lu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. There was no way to fight in this kind of awful weather. It was too cold, so everyone had to shut their doors and windows and stay inside. Lu Xingchen lit a large stove in each room. Grandma and Gao Dafu began discussing making mutton soup. Leaving the stove burning was a waste, so they simply started cooking. So, every stove was put to use, roasting sweet potatoes, stewing mutton soup, grilling meat, or cooking. Everyone was busy and happy. Ice Gula had been outside at first, even staying in the ice house Gao Dafu and his friends had built for a while. Unable to bear it any longer, he knocked on the door of Lu Xingchen's two-story building. Bing Gula sniffed. "Sir, it's too cold outside. Can I come in?" Before Lu Xingchen could say anything, Lon Lon called out, "Come on, have some porridge." Bing Gula's eyes welled with tears. "Yes." Lu Xingchen let him in. Gao Dafu was surprised. "Why are you so squeamish? I see your people also live in igloos." Bing Gulu, "Our igloos are different. They have a layer of insulation inside, which makes them much warmer than the ones here." "Insulation?" Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. Isn't that what she was looking for? With the insulation, her thermostat would consume less power. TSK, if only I could snatch it. For now, Lu Xingchen was just thinking, it's so cold, it's hard to even go out, let alone steal from the Ice Cave people. Bing Gula finally got in, and he nestled in a corner, feeling very satisfied. No matter how warm the igloo was, it wasn't as hot as here. After dinner, the group got bored and decided to play mahjong. Grandma and Gao Dafu were veteran mahjong players. Zhong Chang knew a little, and Hong Shursen had just learned and was enjoying himself. Only Gu Yin quietly polished his knife. Bing Gula watched for a long time, and quickly mastered the game. He couldn't sit at the table, so he could only stand on a small stool and watch with envy. Lu Xingchen stared at the chat channel. The cold snap arrived rather suddenly, and many players were fed up. Why is the player count dropping so quickly? What's going on? It's only an 8-hour cold snap. It pass if we just bear with it. It's so cold. Can you bear it for me? Our gang sent out a team of over 30 people, over 30 of them. They went too far and didn't make it back in time, and they were wiped out. Alas, players have been dying one after another these past few days. Can we still hunt? As expected, the player count dropped rapidly. Lu Xingchen's heart sank. Judging by the current downward trend, he probably wouldn't be able to hunt anymore, and would have to merge servers. How cruel. Suddenly, a game announcement was released. All server mission released. Investigate the cause of the early ice season. Mission description. The cold wave has arrived, and the ice season has been brought forward, causing great suffering for everyone. If you wish to change this situation, please first investigate the cause of the early ice season, and then find a solution. Mission success reward. 1. Ice raft blueprint. This upgrades the raft to its second form, the ice raft. After upgrading, the raft can travel quickly on the ice, just like on the sea. Note, faster than the Ice Cave polar bear. Mission failure penalty. None. The mission has been released, and many people have seen it. In the chat group, everyone is discussing. Yin Xiaolin. Huh? The mission reward isn't that great. Xia Xiaoyu. Isn't this mission reward good? After upgrading, the raft can move freely and quickly. At least we won't be afraid of the Ice Cave people. Wei Lin, yes, our biggest enemy right now is the Ice Cave people. We're trapped on the raft, unable to escape, and can only passively fight them. If there are fewer Ice Cave people, it's fine. If there are more, we can't defeat them at all, and can only sit and wait for them to die. If there are Ice Cave people, a raft is different. If you can't defeat them, just run. At least your life isn't in danger. Wei Ying, what a great thing. Too bad it's not our turn. Qin Wuchuan, anyone can do this quest for the entire region. Let's work hard. Lu Xingchen stared at the reward. Ice Raft Blueprint? Upgrading it allows you to take on the Ice Raft mode. In this mode, the raft can glide across the ice at speeds faster than a polar bear. This is a great escape weapon. With this, you never be afraid of the Ice Cave people again. Run when you want, fight when you want, fight and then run again. Guerrilla warfare, completely in control. During the ice season, you be completely fearless. Unlike now, even during the cold snap, she's constantly worried the Ice Cave people will attack tomorrow. She wants this thing, but how does she complete the quest? Chapter 636. The reason for the early start of the ice season. Lu Xingchen pondered for a moment, then kicked Bing Gulu, who was perched on a stool, craning his neck to watch the group playing mahjong. Hey, come here. I want to ask you a few questions. Bing Gulu reluctantly jumped off the stool. Lu Xingchen, why is the ice season coming early? Bing Gulu's eyes widened. Sir, how should I know this? Not only do I not know, but even our priests don't know. Gao Dafu, rubbing his mahjong tiles, turned back and said, Xiao Lu, this is a district-wide mission. How can it be that simple? Lu Xingchen asked again, then why did you come here? Bing Gulu, whenever the ice season comes, we come out. We've been doing this for years. Maybe. Because we can't stand the heat? Lu Xingchen's eyes rolled. Where do you usually live? Bing Gulu thought hard. We live in an ice cave. When the ice season comes, we start traveling with the priests. We stop to hunt when we reach areas with abundant prey. Lu Xingchen, where is the ice cave? Bing Gulu was stumped. It's just an ice cave. We walked this way, then that way, and finally ended up here. Seeing he didn't seem to be lying, Lu Xingchen stopped questioning. This guy is just a small fry. It seems he doesn't know much. The snowstorm lasted for 8 hours, finally stopping in the middle of the night. By then, everyone had already fallen asleep. Early the next morning, Lu Xingchen entered the Peach Blossom Holy Land. Today, the Peach Blossom Holy Land's auspicious fortune is blessing me. Good luck. Lucky news today. Lu Xingchen opened the door, and sunlight streamed in. It's a beautiful sunny day today. Grandma and Gao Dafu were cooking on the raft. The cold snap had passed, the temperature had risen considerably, and everyone was outside. The players in the chat channel, having survived the disaster, were excitedly discussing plans to go out and kill exotic beasts. Even if they couldn't kill the Ice Cave White Bear, they could at least kill a snow rabbit, right? Lu Xingchen was still worried about the Ice Cave people coming. She ate a quick breakfast and headed for the Ice Cave people's quarters. From a distance, she saw a row of Ice Cave people, standing upright, listening to the Ice Cave priest's lecture. There were too many people for Lu Xingchen to get through. After some thought, she dug a hole in the ice, donned a breathing mask and a white bear wetsuit, jumped into the water, and swam all the way to the Ice Cave people. Because the ice was too thick, she still couldn't hear anything from above. Lu Xingchen began to dig the ice again. A small, deep blue fish swam over. It was the fish with exceptional hearing that Lu Xingchen had saved earlier. As Lu Xingchen chipped away at the ice, she asked, What have you heard lately? Deep blue fish, the Ice Cave priest is giving a speech. He's telling everyone to rest and recuperate, and to heal the injured polar bear. He's already called for help, and they be here the day after tomorrow. They attack you then. Lu Xingchen, did they say how many people they've called? Deep blue fish, no. Lu Xingchen pondered for a moment. Not bad. At least it gave her time to catch her breath. We can only deal with the situation as it comes. After finally getting here, Lu Xingchen planned to get more information. Deep blue fish could understand the old priest's words, but not the Ice Cave people's. Lu Xingchen decided to go up and listen for herself. After the ice hole was complete, she quietly jumped out. She chose the area behind the igloo, so no one noticed. She was standing behind the igloo when she overheard the Ice Cave priest talking. Ice Cave priest, ahem, Geely gurgle, next time, we attack together, ahem, we can't let that person go. Okay, let's disperse. Lu Xingchen, She just arrived, and the meeting was already over. Luckily, she was more eager to hear the Ice Cave people talk now. The Ice Cave priest coughed and went back to the igloo. The Ice Cave people dispersed. Some went fishing, some dug holes in the ice, and some fed the polar bears. Lu Xingchen huddled behind the igloo and piled the previously dug ice holes behind him, forming an ice mountain that would hide them from view. The people in the ice cave chatted as they worked, and Lu Xingchen listened intently. Is Bing 26 not planning on coming back? If not, then don't. It's better for him to die out there. Ah, the priests think highly of him. It's so strange. How can someone so dumb suddenly start talking? Lu Xingchen listened for a long time. Some were chatting, others were discussing Bing 26. There wasn't much useful information. This couldn't do. These people were talking for so long, and it was all just nonsense. Lu Xingchen jumped into the water in frustration, swam far away, chipped away at the ice, and jumped out again. This couldn't go on forever. She wanted to know more about the early start of the ice season. Those people always missed the point because they had no one to guide them. If only Bing Guru were here. Unfortunately, Bing Guru wasn't fully capable of her use yet, and she didn't want to let him go for nothing. Oh right, doesn't she have a directional disguise card? She can disguise herself as Ice Gulu. Since Ice Gulu can speak human language now, she can understand the Ice Cave people's language. Just be careful, and it should be fine. Lu Xingchen immediately took out the directional disguise card. Directional disguise card. After using, you can disguise yourself as a specific person, including body shape, voice, and so on. Number of uses. 1. Duration of each use. 1 to 24 hours, variable. Do you want to use it? Lu Xingchen hesitated for a moment. Directional disguise cards are valuable, extremely precious. Using them now would be a waste. After just a few seconds of hesitation, Lu Xingchen made her decision. Use it. Why would it be a waste? The Ice Cave people were not far from her raft, attacking non-stop. Every time she killed one, two came, and two brought a whole group, endlessly. She lived in danger every day. In this situation, why bother worrying about this card or that card? Use it. I used it today, and maybe I have it again tomorrow. Lu Xingchen, yes. Please enter the player or NPC you want to disguise. Lu Xingchen, Ice 26. Disguise successful. Lu Xingchen felt her body sink, and her gaze shifted downwards. She stretched out her hands and saw two large, thick hands, with thick, short, and rough fingers, covered with hand guards. Stubby. Lu Xingchen took out a small mirror, looked at it, and confirmed it. It was clearly Bing Guru. Exactly. Chapter 637. Lu Xingchen deliberately made herself look awful. With dirt and snow rolling down her face, she limped to the vicinity of the camp. Soon, someone spotted her and shouted, "It's Bing 26. Bing 26 is back. Go call the high priest." An ice cave dweller immediately covered the yelling figure, saying, "Shh. The high priest is tired and resting. Let's not disturb him. Bing 26 is back, so we won't let him go." Then, two ice cave dwellers surrounded her. Lu Xingchen took a quick look. Bing 17 and Bing 18? The two with a grudge against Bing 26. Oh no! These two have bad intentions. The snow near the camp had been cleared, and there were still tall snowdrifts nearby. Lu Xingchen glanced around, then at the old priest's house. Bing 17 stared at him, clicking his tongue. Look, 26's eyes are so daring. It turns out he was just playing dumb. Bing 18 said in a low, venomous voice, "You little bastard, how dare you come back? Come on, follow us." Two men, one on each side, carried Lu Xingchen, feigning laughter as they led her toward an ice hut. The hut was quite far from the old priest's house. Lu Xingchen struggled briefly. She paused, realizing she couldn't move. The ice cave dwellers were incredibly strong. She couldn't let these two take her away. What if they tried to kill her? Lu Xingchen screamed, "What are you doing? Let me go! Let me go! Ah, you're going to kill me! How dare you!" Her voice was so loud that the nearby ice cave dwellers looked over. Two of them quickly approached and asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Xingchen, "I want to see the high priest." Bing Shichi was anxious. "Why are you yelling? We told you to go to the ice house and rest and wait for the high priest." Lu Xingchen ignored him. "You just said you were going to drag me into the house and kill me." Bing Shichi gritted her teeth. "You're lying." Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. She didn't need to babble. The ice cave people understood. Come to think of it, when the ice cave priest spoke, the ice cave people understood. It was so chaotic here. The ice cave priest lifted the curtain and walked out. He looked at Lu Xingchen in surprise. "You're back?" Lu Xingqian quickly broke free from Bing Shiqi and Bing Shiba and ran towards the Ice Cave Priest. The Ice Cave Priest looked at her twice and nodded repeatedly. Well, not bad, much smarter than before. Good, good. He pointed at Lu Xingqian. 26, follow me. Lu Xingqian followed the Ice Cave Priest into the ice house. The Ice Cave Priest looked her up and down. Have you learned to speak completely? Lu Xingqian nodded. Yes, Master Priest. That bad guy scared me earlier, saying he poisoned me, so I didn't dare come back with you. Today, they were busy clearing the snow, and I finally managed to escape. The Ice Cave Priest had no doubts. Instead, he was delighted. Good, good, you're getting smarter and smarter. 26, ahem, I'm almost dying. From now on, I rely on you. I teach you some skills first. Lu Xingqian's eyes lit up, and she was about to answer. The Ice Cave Priest, ahem, some skills that only we Ice Cave people can learn. Lu Xingqian was stunned. Skills that only Ice Cave people can learn? So, she's not from the Ice Cave, so she can't learn them? The Ice Cave Priest chuckled. You've already mastered taming polar bears. Don't worry, you definitely learn it. The Ice Cave Priest said, first skill, fire and water invulnerability. This skill, when applied to an Ice Cave polar bear, will make it immune to water and fire attacks, increasing its defense for half an hour. Come, repeat after me. The Ice Cave Priest said, Jiligilujiligiligi. Lu Xingqian had no choice but to repeat the words. Luckily, she had a good memory. The Ice Cave Priest's eyes were filled with surprise. He led Lu Xingqian outside, walked over to the polar bears, grasped his staff, and chanted a series of words. The staff flashed white light, striking one of the polar bears. The polar bear trembled, its spirits rising. The Ice Cave Priest handed the staff to Lu Xingqian. Here, try it. Lu Xingqian took the staff and repeated the words. The staff flashed white light, striking another polar bear. The Ice Cave Priest coughed excitedly. Great, 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 26. I didn't expect you to be so talented. Ha ha, not bad, not bad. We're saved. Lu Xingqian, She was more confused than anyone else. Wasn't this skill only accessible to Ice Cave people? Why did she master it so quickly? Could it be because she was disguised as an Ice Cave person? The Ice Cave Priest coughed for a long time, feeling much weaker. He trembled and said, Ahem, 26, remember this twice more. Ahem, go back and rest. How could Lu Xingqian let him go? She hadn't gotten any information. Lu Xingqian followed the Ice Cave Priest into the house and asked, Priest, you don't look well. Do you want to go back and recuperate? The Ice Cave Priest sighed, there's no point in going back. Ahem, my health won't improve. Thank goodness you're so gifted. Ahem, we Ice Cave people are saved. Lu Xingqian, the ice season has come early. It's a good opportunity. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to get out. Ice Cave Priest, yes, thank goodness. Lu Xingqian, then Master Priest, why did the ice season come early? Ice Cave Priest, hee, no one knows why. But it's good for us Ice Cave people. Maybe it's just good luck. He didn't even know. Lu Xingqian took the opportunity to ask several questions. For example, when would they kill Lu Xingqian? Would there be many people coming this time? Where was their original base? But the Ice Cave Priest seemed senile and confused. After talking for a long time, he couldn't explain anything. Furthermore, he was extremely weak. After casting a spell, he seemed exhausted. He laid down on his bed and fell asleep after a few words. Lu Xingqian was worried. This disguise didn't seem to yield much. Don't waste this disguise card. That would be such a waste. After a moment's thought, Lu Xingqian turned and left the ice hut. As soon as she left, she ran into Bing Shiqi and Bing Shiba. They seemed to have been waiting outside, and when they saw Lu Xingqian emerge, they immediately surrounded her. Lu Xingqian, you still dare? These two were quite bold. She was about to become an Ice Cave Priest, and yet they dared to come and cause trouble. Bing Shiqi, why not? Do you think you're so powerful? Humph, have you forgotten our identities? Lu Xingqian was puzzled. What identities? They looked similar, both chubby and ugly. What kind of identities could they possibly have? Bing Shiba, stop talking nonsense, come with us. The two stepped forward and grabbed Lu Xingqian again. Lu Xingqian didn't struggle this time. She had already gathered all the information from the Ice Cave Priest. There was no point in going back to him. She wanted to have a chat with these two arrogant Ice Cave people. While these two men were strong, she had a few hidden weapons. If danger arose, she could still escape. The two men successfully carried Lu Xingqian to an ice hut. They threw her hard, folded their arms around her shoulders, and glared at her with ill intent. Bing Shichi, tell me, how did you learn to talk? Bing Shiba, it must have been because of that thing. I saw him eating it. It was black and smelled delicious. 26, right? Bing Shichi, that's right, 26, you dared eat it all by yourself? Aren't you afraid of getting beaten? Lu Xingchen blinked. Black? Bing Shichi, yes, it's black on the outside, and bright yellow on the inside. It smells delicious. Bing Shichi began to drool. Chapter 638. Lu Xingchen narrowed her eyes at the two people. She had chatted with Bing Gula several times, and had a general understanding that the Ice Cave people typically ate raw fish, and even raw animal meat. They generally avoided cooked food. In their eyes, cooked food destroyed their energy. So, after eating 2 meals on the raft, Bing Gula was hooked. He always looked forward to eating, even if it was just porridge. So Bing Gula had eaten cooked food before. Lu Xingchen sent a message to Grandma. Grandma, roast some sweet potatoes and send them to me. Grandma responded. Bing Shichi and Bing Shiba were staring at Lu Xingchen eagerly, their mouths watering. Bing 18, hold it out. You're asking for a beating. Bing 17, you want to die, huh? Don't think I won't hit you just because you can talk. If I kill you, I go back to my second uncle. What's there to be afraid of? Lu Xingchen spotted the key point. Your second uncle? Bing 17, yeah, have you forgotten who my second uncle is? Lu Xingchen, who is it? Bing 17 was furious. You're challenging me? You're asking for death. The two men rolled up their sleeves, and were about to fight. Lu Xingchen, wait. The black stuff you requested will be here soon. Grandma was quick. Because it was so cold, they were already roasting sweet potatoes on the stove, so they quickly set over 7 or 8 large ones. Grandma was roasting potatoes. Lu Xingchen held out a sweet potato. Look, isn't this it? The sweet potato was freshly roasted, the skin cracked, revealing the orange-yellow flesh, and the aroma filled the air. Gudong. Bing 17 swallowed hard. It doesn't look like it. Bing Shiba said doubtfully. Why not? Bing Shichi snatched the roasted sweet potato, and bit off half of it in one gulp. Then, huffing and puffing, he jumped up and down, wincing from the heat. But he refused to spit it out. He lingered in his mouth for a long time, before finally swallowing it. Delicious, so delicious. Bing Shichi explained repeatedly. I don't believe it. Bing Shiba grabbed a piece, and tossed it into his mouth. The two of them fought over it, dividing the roasted sweet potato. After finishing, they looked at Lu Xingchen with shining eyes. Are there any more? Any? 2 foodies, that's easy. Lu Xingchen took out another roasted sweet potato, shook it, and put it away. Yes, but you can't eat this for free. Bing Shichi, you dare to threaten us? Bing Shiba, give it to me, or I beat you up. The two men rushed over, and were about to attack. These two savages. Lu Xingchen dodged and engaged them. She wanted to take this opportunity to gauge the Ice Cave people's true combat prowess. The 3 of them fought inside the ice hut, which was too small to maneuver. Bing 17 and 18 couldn't use crossbows, relying solely on their fists. Lu Xingchen dodged a few times, gaining a general understanding. The Ice Cave people were incredibly powerful, and couldn't be confronted head-on, but their lack of agility limited their strength in the cramped space. After gaining a general understanding, she pulled out a roasted sweet potato, stepped aside, and shouted, Stop, or I eat it. Bing 17 and 18 paused immediately, uttering in unison, No. Their saliva began to flow again. Lu Xingchen, then sit down and answer a few questions, and I give it to you. Bing Shichi, just answer the questions? Lu Xingchen, yes, or I run out and find the high priest and tell him you beat me up and stole my things. Bing Shichi plopped down. Okay, ask quickly. I need to eat after you're done. His eyes never left the roasted sweet potatoes. The aroma of the roasted sweet potatoes lingered, and he was practically craving them. Lu Xingchen, okay, first question, where did we come from? Bing Shichi looked at him strangely. You even forgot that? Lu Xingchen replied confidently, What's wrong with forgetting? I've even learned to speak. Are you guys eating or not? Bing Shichi, yes. Didn't we come from the south? We walked for a long time. Lu Xingchen, how many of us are here? Bing Shichi, who's ever counted? Lu Xingchen, why did the ice season start early? She only got to the point now. Bing Shichi was stunned. Why are you asking that? Bing Shiba tugged at him. Shoo, you can't tell me. Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. Can't tell me? Does that mean you know? She glanced down. Grandma had already baked the potatoes and sent them over. She immediately took out 2 baked potatoes. Go ahead. Once you tell me, these are all yours. Bing Shichi screamed. Hey, you're talking about what we ate on the 26th. Bing Shiba, yes, yes, yes. Bing Shichi, what's there to hide? Well, they say we're the ones who started the Ice Age early, but I didn't hear which tribe was responsible. Lu Xingchen, are you sure? Bing Shichi was anxious. Yes, yes, yes. 18, and I overheard my second uncle talking. Bing 18, right, right, right. Most people don't know this. Lu Xingchen tossed each of them a roasted potato. How many tribes do you have? Bing 17, fully informed. 3 major tribes, each with numerous smaller ones. Hey 26, you don't know? Aren't you already stupid? The 2 of them munched on their potatoes. Lu Xingchen pondered for a moment. Suddenly he asked, what does your second uncle do? Bing 17, he's... Hey you. He suddenly pointed at Lu Xingchen, his eyes widening, unable to speak for a long time. Bing 18 hiccuped, choking, and pointed at Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen's heart trembled. She looked down and saw her shoes. It's broken. The disguise hadn't worn off. It hadn't been more than an hour. Too fast. Oh no, she's still being blocked by Bing Shichi and Bing Shiba. Lu Xingchen quickly messaged Gao Dafu. Gather, quick. Then, she took out 2 sweet potatoes and threw them into the innermost part of the igloo. Bing Shichi and Bing Shiba hesitated for a mere second before roaring and rushing inside to grab the sweet potatoes. Lu Xingchen seized the opportunity to sprint out of the igloo. He also put on his ice skates and slid a long way. Ambush. The people in the ice cave immediately panicked, drawing their crossbows and shooting at Lu Xingchen. Thankfully, a notification message appeared. Gu Yin wants to summon you to his side. Do you agree, Lu Xingchen? Agree. Swish. With a swish, she returned to the raft. Gao Dafu, Gu Yin, and the others were clearing snow, and had almost cleared the area around the raft. Lu Xingchen paused only briefly before heading to Misty Rain Village. In Misty Rain Village, the mahjong table was littered with tiles. Master Babu slammed the table, slamming his fist. You're cheating again. That's too much. No, I deny it. Master Lei Jin was very calm. Denial? That won't do. I lost all your treasures. Give them to me. Master Babu, no. Master Lei Jin, you're not keeping your word. Master Babu puffed out his belly. I'm not keeping my word. So what? Chapter 639. Lu Xingchen watched the show from the side. Master Babu has already lost his treasure? These masters are playing big. Master Lei Jin glanced at her and said, Lu Xingchen, why is your Misty Rain Village keeping a scoundrel who doesn't keep his word and always plays dirty? Throw him out. Bubu, that's right, throw him out. Let him freeze to death. Master Babu, you dare? Lu Xingchen placed the fruit and food she had brought on the table nearby. Master Lei Jin was quick, whoosh. Sat down at the table. With a wave of his hand, Lu Xingchen felt a gentle breeze. Master Ji and Bubu also sat down, and the others began to eat. Master Babu casually reached for the roast duck. Near the table, his hand suddenly stopped. Master Babu glared, then stretched out his hand vigorously, moving it up and down, left and right. Master Ji was puzzled. Little Babu, what are you doing? Eat. Master Babu clenched his fists angrily and began punching through the air. When he reached the table, his fists hovered in the air, moving back and forth several times. Each time, it was as if an invisible barrier stopped him. Lu Xingchen watched again and again in wonder. Lon, oh, a performance without physical objects. That old man is amazing. Master Babu shouted angrily, Lei Jin, you did it on purpose. Master Lei Jin ate his meal calmly, ignoring him. Master Babu jumped up in anger. This food isn't yours. Why are you taking it? Lei Jin, remove your barrier. Master Lei Jin, pay your debt. Lu Xingchen suddenly realized that Master Lei Jin was angry that Master Babu was cheating by putting up a barrier on the table to prevent Master Babu from eating. Awesome. Master Babu turned around twice, then turned to Lu Xingchen and said sternly, any food left? Bring it out. Master Lei Jin and Master Babu were battling, so how could Lu Xingchen possibly be a drag? He immediately shook his head. No, it's all on the table. Master Babu's face darkened. Why give it to them, and not to me? Lu Xingchen, do you have a problem with me? Lu Xingchen was puzzled. Master, didn't I put it on the table? Eat it. Master Babu raged. I'm not going to eat shit. Lon Lon replied quickly, you wish. I won't even give you shit. Master Babu yelled angrily and stormed off. After a few steps, feeling unwilling to give up, he sat down in a nearby pavilion, staring intently at the scene. He couldn't defeat Master Lei Jin, otherwise he wouldn't be so obedient. Master Lei Jin ate for a moment, wiped his fingers, and gently asked Lu Xingchen, what's going on? Yes. Lu Xingchen didn't mention the mission, only, I want to find out why the ice season started earlier. Oh! Master Lei Jin was stunned. Huh? Master Ji's mouth dropped open. Just you? Master Babu yelped. He was close enough to hear the conversation clearly. Lu Xingchen was surprised. What's wrong? Is it difficult? She knew it was difficult. Master Lei Jin nodded. Yes, it is. I advise you to give up and try something else. Master Lei Jin, you're not the only one who wants to find out. Many others also want to, but they find it too difficult and have given up. Master Babu said sarcastically, well, my 5-year-old grandson also boasted about finding out why the ice season started earlier. His father spanked him, and he never said anything nonsense again. Master Babu, angry at not having eaten, spoke even harsher. Master Lei Jin advised, the early start of the ice season is definitely man-made. It's too dangerous. Lu Xingchen, don't do it. He glanced at Lu Xingchen and said, your abilities aren't enough. Lu Xingchen, but I already have a direction to work on. She no longer concealed anything and shared the information she had learned. Master Lei Jin pondered for a moment. If my guess is correct, we must return to the Ice Cave people's original base to uncover the cause. The Ice Cave people who have emerged aren't very high-ranking, and they know very little. These Ice Cave people aren't high-ranking? Lu Xingchen's heart sank. Master Lei Jin shook his head repeatedly. The Ice Cave people haven't appeared in a while, and their strength is unpredictable. You can't handle them. Master Jili, yes, there are even more Ice Cave people in their original base, hidden dragons and crouching tigers. If you go there, you be like a lamb entering a tiger's mouth, and you may or may not even come back. Bubu, that's right, Xingchen, my father won't get involved in this, so why don't you just stay out of it? Several masters took turns to persuade him. Lu Xingchen knew this wasn't going to be easy. They wouldn't issue a zone-wide quest for something easy. This wasn't a quest specific to Zone 33, but for all of Yan Nation Zone 1, perhaps even the entire zone. Of course, it was difficult. But no matter how difficult, she had to try. Because she and the Ice Cave people had a grudge, as long as the ice season didn't end, the Ice Cave people would keep coming, and her raft would be trapped there. One day, she couldn't hold on, and the Ice Cave people would dismantle it. In the survival world, every day was a life-or-death struggle. It was better to take the initiative. Lu Xingchen insisted, Masters, no need to persuade me. I must investigate the reason for the early start of the ice season. I came here to inquire about the location of the Ice Cave people's original base. She had intended to go to the Ice Cave people's original base when she arrived, and now Master Lei Jin had given her this suggestion. She immediately set her sights on the original base. She could capture an Ice Cave people to lead the way, but someone like Bing Shichi wouldn't know their home, let alone the other clueless Ice Cave people. She could also seek out Bing Guru or another clever Ice Cave people priest, but these Ice Cave people were too cunning. She needed to learn more about them herself to avoid being deceived. Master Lei Jin shook his head. My knowledge of them is limited. Master Babu knows more. He glanced at Babu. Master Babu raised his head and snorted triumphantly, no comment. Master Lei Jin stood up and said, Lu Xingchen, send Master Babu out. He just lost his microcosm to me and wants to get it back. Lu Xingchen, okay. Master Babu panicked and jumped up, yelling, Lei Jin, you're so wicked. It's so cold outside, you're freezing me to death. Master Lei Jin, take the treasure and come back quickly. After a pause, he smiled, it's okay if you don't want to come back. You don't mind losing the chips, do you? Of course Master Babu did. Going back home, he'd have to turn on the thermostat again, and who knows how many chips that would cost. Those are gold coins, shiny gold coins, and he'd have to stay home. It's nothing like here, with beautiful scenery and pleasant weather, Lu Xingchen bringing delicious food, and Master to play mahjong with. He didn't want to leave, but he didn't want to send the microcosm away even more. Are you kidding? That's one of his favorite treasures. And last time, he was so happy that he even forgot where he buried it. Master Babu, no, I'm not going out. Master Lei Jin smiled. It's okay if you don't go out. Isn't Lu Xingchen going to investigate the early start of the ice season? I remember you went there once. If you go with her, I won't want your treasure anymore. Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. Master Lei Jin, how kind. She nodded repeatedly. Master Babu was unhappy. I'm the master. You want me to go with her? Impossible. Master Lei Jin. Okay, then go get the treasure for me, right now. He glanced at Lu Xingchen. Kick him out, take the treasure, and then invite him back. Lu Xingchen. Okay. She swiftly opened the Misty Rain Village management panel, found Master Babu under the personnel management section, and clicked the kick out button. Do you want to kick Master Babu out of Misty Rain Village? Lu Xingchen. Yes. The command has been sent. You can retract it within 3 seconds. Chapter 640. Master Babu's face turned pale. Lu Xingchen, you dare kick me out? How dare you? Master Babu. Lu Xingchen, you're courting death. I'm a master. How dare you offend me? Lu Xingchen chuckled. Master Babu, I'm sorry. I wouldn't dare offend Master Lei Jin. Master Babu's forehead was sweating. Stop. Lu Xingchen, stop. I go, isn't that okay? Lu Xingchen, you mean what you say? Master Babu, you mean what you say? Quick, stop. Lu Xingchen withdrew his order. Master Babu was furious. Why should I go? Bubu, who made you owe the money? Give it to the treasure, or make the trip. Your choice. Master Babu gritted his teeth. Okay, I go. But I have a condition. Lu Xingchen had never expected that he would actually be able to take Master Babu with him this time. Furthermore, according to Master Lei Jin, Master Babu had once visited the Ice Cave people's original settlement, so he must know some of the routes. That way, they wouldn't have to worry about being deceived. Besides, Master Babu's fighting prowess was incredibly high. He was a superb bodyguard. So Lu Xingchen immediately agreed. Master Babu, please state your conditions, and I do my best to meet them. Only if Master Babu was satisfied would he intervene if she was in danger. Master Babu snorted. First, I don't like to move. So, you need to build a high-end ice sled. I ride it. Master Lei Jin nodded. The journey is long, and we definitely need one. Lu Xingchen nodded. Okay, no problem. It's just an ice sled, right? She'd go find the blueprints in a minute. It's such a long journey. Even if she went alone, wouldn't she need an ice cart? It's a must. Master Babu continued. Second, the ice cart needs to be filled with delicious food. Roast duck, grapes, watermelon, and so on. Third, I'm afraid of the cold, so the ice cart needs to be warm, at least the same temperature as here. Lu Xingchen, second, no problem. I prepare delicious food every day. As for the third, she was in a dilemma. She didn't know what temperature the ice cart would be once built. In such cold weather, and even in the ice cart, the temperature had to be as warm as spring. Wouldn't it require a constant temperature system? Putting a constant temperature system in the car? What would happen to her raft? There had to be someone on the raft. Master Babu was smug. I don't care. The third requirement must be met. I won't go if it's too cold. Master Lei Jin pondered for a moment. Lu Xingchen, you can give it a try. Some high-end ice sleds can meet this requirement. Lu Xingchen replied without hesitation. Okay. Master Babu was so squeamish, so I had to do my best to satisfy him. Finally, Master Lei Jin looked at Bubu and said, when Lu Xingchen leaves, you go with her. Bubu was stunned. Master Babu suddenly realized, Oh, I was thinking, Lei Jin, you're so cunning. You let your daughter go, aren't you just trying to get some benefits? Humph, if Lu Xingchen really finds out the reason for the early ice season, Bubu will get a lot of benefits. Master Babu regretted it. Bah, no wonder you suddenly said you wanted to gamble your treasure while playing mahjong just now. You were trying to trick me. Master Babu was furious. You tricked me. Master Lei Jin rolled his eyes at him. I'm not a prophet. Master Babu got upset. What if you are? No matter how much Master Babu complained, it was useless. He had already lost his treasure, so he had no choice but to agree to Master Lei Jin's request. Lu Xingchen hadn't expected that her visit to Misty Rain Village would bring her two powerful teammates, Master Babu and Bubu. Now, her chances of completing the mission were much better. Lu Xingchen returned to the raft. Next, she had to find the ice sled blueprints. The previous announcement mentioned that going to the ice island and killing strange beasts might yield the ice sled blueprints. So, she should go to the island now. Luckily, she had the island landing order. Lu Xingchen called Gu Yin and Gao Dafu and explained the situation. She planned to take them on the mission together, so they might also receive the rewards. Gao Dafu clapped his hands. Okay, let's do this mission too. Seeing Xianyuan Feng go crazy and brag in the chat channel for so long is disgusting. Lu Xingchen was stunned. Xianyuan Feng? Gu Yin. Xianyuan Feng. Lu Xingchen was surprised. What's wrong with him? Is he from the Xianyuan family? Gao Dafu, that's right. He's been bragging about District 26 in our district. I didn't expect there to be someone from the Xianyuan family in District 33. They're really well hidden. Lu Xingchen opened the chat channel and, sure enough, it was bustling with activity. Xianyuan Feng, haha, our family is large, and we have even more capable people. Xianyuan Batian is just an average member of our family. However, he's almost completed the quest to investigate the cause of the early ice season. I heard the reward for this quest is more than just the ice raft blueprints. Xianyuan Feng, haha, the rewards are huge. Xiaoyu, sure you're bragging. We're almost done with the mission. Xianyuan Feng, what do you know? Xianyuan Batian has already built an ice cart. Ice carts, you know? That thing is incredibly fast, it can go wherever you want, and I don't know how many treasure chests you picked up along the way. Gao Dafu, what's the point of building an ice cart? It's just picking up trash along the way. What does it have to do with the mission? Xianyuan Feng, haha, I know you're helping Lu Xingchen find out about the mission, but I won't tell you. Lu Xingchen closed the chat channel. I didn't expect Xianyuan Batian to be so capable as to build an ice cart. Well, there are so many of them. If they all rush to the ice island, it will be faster. I wonder where the mission is? She needs to speed up. Lu Xingchen took out an island landing order. Now, everyone is stuck in one place. If they want to get to the island, they have to use an island landing order. She has both a standard and an advanced island landing order. After some thought, she decided to test the waters with a standard island landing order. Island landing order allows entry to a random island. Islands vary in size, resources vary, and the dangers are unknown. Players are advised to proceed with caution. Island landing time limit, 5 hours. Do you want to use it, Lu Xingchen? Yes. Use the island landing order and discover any anomalies. Your luck value will decrease. Good luck will take effect. Lock onto the island and begin teleporting. Huh? Lu Xingchen was stunned. How could using just an island landing order actually decrease your luck value? She had clearly used a standard island landing order. This had never happened before. Before she could figure out what was going on, whoosh. She was teleported to a small island. Lu Xingchen, still brooding over what had just happened, frowned and opened her profile. She remembered someone once using a bad luck card on her, which had negative effects visible on her profile. She looked for a long time, but nothing unusual was happening. Something had just gone wrong, and she had a vague suspicion that she wouldn't gain much on this island. Since they were already here, they had to see everything. Lu Xingchen quickly summoned Gao Dafu and Gu Yin. The small island was covered in ice and snow, a frost blanketing the landscape, a blanket of white. The occasional weeds and treetops that peeked through were withered. It was a bleak scene. Lu Xingchen released Lan Lan and Min to explore the area, while Gao Dafu, Gu Yin, and others followed behind. Since they were unfamiliar with the island, they decided not to separate. They walked a long way, trudging through the snow. The island was completely silent, like a dead island. Gao Dafu, tired, was anxious, strange. Weren't there some strange beasts there? Are they all dead? He pushed the snow nearby, revealing a large rock, and sat down on it, clutching his pet egg. Ah, help! Help! It hurts! Suddenly, a voice came over. Chapter 641. Huh? Gao Dafu jumped up. Who's yelling for help? Lu Xingchen and Gu Yin also looked around. Yes, someone just yelled for help. They sounded like they were nearby. The men hurried forward. After walking for a while, they heard no more cries for help. Then, a white shadow flashed in the distance. Instead, they spotted a rabbit. Snow Rabbit. Gao Dafu was excited. Finally, he saw a living creature. The notice had mentioned that killing these unusual beasts might yield blueprints. Kill! The three men rushed forward. The Snow Rabbit was small, similar to an ordinary rabbit, but its fur was even more beautiful, whiter, and its ears were long and soft, making it look adorable. It was also extremely fast. The three men chased and intercepted it, watching helplessly as the Snow Rabbit burrowed into a cave. Gao Dafu stamped his feet, beating his chest. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. We can't catch it now. Lu Xingchen's eyes flashed, and he took out an ice cube and slammed it against the hole. No problem. Let's block all the holes and see how they get out. The three continued walking, occasionally spotting a snow rabbit. With experience, they quickly blocked the hole and finally captured a snow rabbit. Snow rabbit, squeak squeak squeak. Gao Dafu drooled at the plump, tender rabbit. Wow, this rabbit is much fatter than the ones we raise, and so cute. Such a cute rabbit must be incredibly delicious when roasted. Gu Yan's knife swiftly struck, neatly dispatching the snow rabbit. Killed one snow rabbit. Do you want to disassemble it, Gu Yan? Yes. Disassembly successful, obtaining 1 snow rabbit fur and 6 snow rabbit meat. The others began killing rabbits on the island. After a long while, they only managed to kill a few. Gao Dafu, tired, pushed the snow away and sat down on a large rock again. "Aw, help, help, it hurts so bad, woo!" The same voice rang out again. This time, everyone heard it clearly. It was soft, like a child's. "There are children here?" Gao Dafu's eyes widened. This time, he didn't jump up, but sat firmly. It hurts, woo!" The sound continued. Gu Yan darted out, checked, and returned, shaking his head. During this time, the voice alternated between crying and crying, sounding very miserable. Who was crying? Lu Xingchen looked around. Strangely, the sound was strange. Sometimes it sounded like it was coming from that side, sometimes from this side. She and Gu Yan couldn't find anything. Only Gao Dafu, exhausted, sat still as steady as a rock while they searched. He even brought out his pet egg. Perhaps due to the dramatic drop in temperature, Gao Dafu's pet egg had suddenly become much quieter. Gao Dafu was worried, so he kept it with him every day, inseparable. Gao Dafu carefully placed the pet egg beside him. "Baby, why are you moving so much? Do you want to come out?" The pet egg moved, and with a pop, a burst of flames erupted. The voice suddenly became sharper. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Who's burning me?" "Woohoo!" Gao Dafu, startled, quickly picked up the pet egg. Lu Xingchen's gaze fixed on the rock beneath Gao Dafu's buttocks. "Dafu, get up for a moment." Gao Dafu stood up, a look of confusion on his face. Lu Xingchen took out his ice pick and smashed it against the boulder with a bang. "Ah, it hurts like hell." The sound grew louder. "It's that." The 3 men immediately surrounded the boulder. Lu Xingchen quickly cleared the snow nearby, revealing the boulder in its entirety. It indeed looked like a large stone, about the size of a millstone and only half a meter high, though it was bumpy and uneven. Gao Dafu's eyes widened. "Is the stone a spirit? A stone spirit?" Lu Xingchen reached out and touched it. Chuckles. The boulder let out a resounding laugh. "Itchy, ha, itchy, stop touching it." Lu Xingchen paused, and the 3 men surrounded the boulder, looking at each other in bewilderment. Lu Xingchen's mind raced. Was that the big rock just now also this? What kind of creature is this? Gao Dafu's eyes lit up. "Kill it, and see if it gives us a blueprint." "How can you kill a rock?" The 3 of them surrounded the rock, questioning it. Unexpectedly, the rock wouldn't talk at all. It only responded when someone touched or hit it, either crying for help, screaming in pain, or giggling. Gu Yan grew impatient and swung his long knife, slicing off a piece. The rock howled like a ghost. The others touched the piece, which looked like stone, yet also like some other substance. After examining it, they couldn't figure out what it was. Finally, Lu Xingchen said, "Let's continue exploring. Note this place, and then see if there's anything like it elsewhere. Killing a snow rabbit yields fur and delicious rabbit meat. There's no point in dwelling on this thing." The 3 continued on their way. There weren't many resources on this island. The only creatures found were snow rabbits. Disintegrating those snow rabbits yielded only fur and rabbit meat, with no blueprints ever dropping. Lu Xingchen was a little anxious. How about we return to the raft and explore another island? Her goal was the ice sled blueprints. This place didn't even yield ordinary blueprints, so how could there be ice sled blueprints? Besides, something unusual had happened when she used the landing order, and she had a feeling the current situation was related to that unusual landing. Gao Dafu and Gu Yan nodded. The 3 of them began to walk back. After a few steps, a snow rabbit darted out. Prey, of course, had to be killed, so the group began to chase it again. Unexpectedly, the snow rabbit was incredibly agile, dodging and chasing until they reached the foot of a mountain. The island had peaks, but they weren't very steep. This peak was probably the highest, only about 20 or 30 meters high, with a rounded peak. Atop the mountain, several small, straight peaks stood tall. They were long, thin, and looked a bit strange. Gao Dafu peered over and said, "Huh? I've never seen peaks this strange." Gu Yan frowned. "Where's the snow rabbit?" Gao Dafu said, "I just saw it going up the mountain." "Chase it." Lu Xingchen paused. Wait! She felt something was amiss. The area was covered in snow, and those small peaks were also covered in snow. From a distance, they looked like trees. The group waited for a while, and a gust of wind blew away some of the snow on the peaks, revealing brown rocks. Oh, not trees, probably rocks. Gao Dafu couldn't wait any longer. Let's go up and take a look. Several people began to climb the mountain. After only a dozen steps, less than 7 or 8 steps, Lu Xingqian's heart trembled. Swish! A brown object swept over. With a bang, it wrapped around her body and flung her upwards, sending Lu Xingqian flying into the air. At the same moment, Gu Yan and Gao Dafu experienced the same thing. Gao Dafu screamed, "Ah!" All three were thrown into the air. Lu Xingqian looked down and saw that something like brown rope had been wrapped around her waist. It was tied so tightly that it was almost impossible to breathe. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sounds echoed, and the three people were thrown to the ground. In a matter of seconds, they had reached the top from the bottom of the mountain. Gao Dafu was terrified. What the hell is this? Ah! Run! It's going to eat me. Chapter 642. The thing around Lu Xingqian's waist suddenly loosened, and she fell to the ground. Looking up, she finally saw clearly. The so-called slender peaks had suddenly sprouted long tentacles. They were about the thickness of a person, brown, with rough markings, and soft, like a monster's tongue. At that moment, the tentacle suddenly opened its black maw and swallowed Lu Xingqian. Monster! Lu Xingqian quickly tapped her speed card, climbed to her feet, and spun around, dodging. Gu Yan also quickly dodged. Only Gao Dafu, too heavy to dodge, could do nothing but scream and roll around, being chased terribly. Just as the tentacles were about to devour him, his pet egg suddenly erupted into a fire dragon. Ah, it hurts! It hurts! A scream rang out. The tentacle retracted. Lu Xingqian and Gu Yan exchanged a quick glance. They lifted Gao Dafu and, using the speed card, sprinted down the mountain. 3 tentacles danced, charging towards the 3. Lu Xingqian, with a sudden impulse, turned and threw a small bomb, landing squarely on one of the tentacles. Bang! The small bomb exploded. A scream rang out. Ah, it hurts so much, it hurts so much, help! Help! Seizing this opportunity, the 3 of them sprinted down the mountain, running a few hundred meters before stopping. Looking back, the peaks had returned to their original state, except for the one on the left, which trembled unsteadily, as if in great pain. Gao Dafu, still terrified, asked, "What the hell is that?" Lon Lon and Mime rushed over. They had been on patrol, and had just learned of the danger. Lu Xingqian calmed down, and looked at the mountain not far away, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This monster must be quite high. Kill it, and maybe we get the blueprint for the ice sled. Lon Lon swung her tail. Let me meet it. Lon Lon flew upwards. Just as she reached the top, one of the peaks suddenly moved, and long tentacles swung out, wrapping around Lon Lon. Everyone heard a clear, playful laugh. Hee hee yummy. Lon Lon dodged with a flick of her tail, but the tentacles followed her like a shadow, chasing after her. After dodging a few times, Lon Lon felt a bit embarrassed and immediately became furious. Hee hee hee, what the hell you old monster, I scratch you to death, ouch. Lon Lan's tail was entangled, and her body lurched, falling downwards. The tentacles were too fast. Lu Xingqian, watching closely, quickly drew his bow and drew his arrows. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 feathered arrows shot out. The tentacles paused, and Lon Lon struggled to break free, flying back staggeringly. This monster is powerful. After returning, Lon Lon felt embarrassed and couldn't help cursing. Lu Xingqian was preoccupied with other matters. The sounds from the rocks just now were very similar to those from the tentacles. Could they be of the same species? She immediately stood up. Let's go back and take a look. They returned to the rock. Lu Xingqian was unceremonious, wielding his Changhong sword and slashing at it. Gu Yan also swung his long sword. Soon, the rock was shattered into pieces. The screams continued. Ah, help, help. Someone's trying to kill me. Ouch, it hurts, it hurts. Help. The men, having nearly died, held their breath, uncaring for the cries. With a furious hack, they chipped away at the rock, leaving only a large chunk on the ground. Gao Dafu looked over. Now I realize. This looks a bit like a tree root emerging. There's more underneath. Lu Xingqian, dig. Taking out their ice picks and iron pickaxes, the 3 of them worked together, quickly digging a large hole. It was indeed a tree root, but its color and hardness resembled stone. The root was tangled and intertwined, and there were many more underneath. Lu Xingchen carefully unearthed the complete root. Mutated white asbestos root. This is a mutated white asbestos. This plant has undergone an unusual mutation and has lost its previous functions. It's completely useless to hold. What is this? White asbestos? Useless? Lu Xingchen looked around and finally tossed the root into the storage space. She stopped. So was that a tree? Gao Dafu nodded. Yes, and it's huge. I think the entire island is covered in its roots. Lon Lon flew back. Whoosh, whoosh. I just saw a snow rabbit come up that mountain. With a flick of its tentacles, it ate the snow rabbit. Is that a tree? A carnivore, right? Lu Xingchen, it eats snow rabbits? Lon Lon, yes, it loves them. It laughs as it eats them. Lu Xingchen turned and left. Let's go check it out. The group reached the foot of the mountain again. Lu Xingchen roughly estimated the attack range of the white asbestos. From the foot of the mountain, it couldn't reach it. As long as they went up, they would be within its range. Lu Xingchen took out a piece of snow rabbit meat and threw it up the mountain with all his might. A tentacle on the mountain peak suddenly extended, and with a powerful twist, it rolled the snow rabbit meat into its gaping maw. Then, a joyful voice rang out, delicious, delicious, hee hee. Gao Dafu examined it carefully and said, there are 3 peaks in total. So, it has 3 tentacles? If Lon Lon and Ming can attract the other 2, the 3 of us can attack one first. We should have a good chance of success. Lu Xingchen shook his head slightly. That would require Lon Lon to use a speed card, and we're running low. Speed cards are rare, and they've already used up quite a few these days fighting the Ice Cave White Bear. We don't have many speed cards left, so we have to use them sparingly. We need to think of another way. This white asbestos is incredibly powerful, with great speed and strength. If they get past it, they need speed cards to escape. We barely managed to escape death just now. The others pondered in silence. Lon Lon, impatient, saw everyone standing still and became anxious. He said to Guyen, I have an idea. Come on, give me a piece of snow rabbit meat, let me try. Guyen tossed a piece of snow rabbit meat, and Lon Lon grabbed it with his claws. He then flew high into the sky, landing not far from the white asbestos. As if it had a sense of smell, the white asbestos let out a light laugh, and its 3 tentacles suddenly extended, grabbing the snow rabbit meat. Lon Lon flashed and retreated a little. The tentacles, anxious, fluttered about. However, their range only reached the foot of the mountain. Lon Lon was just high above the ground, so no matter how anxious they were, they couldn't reach her. Lon Lon, triumphant, flew back and forth, calling out, ugly creature, come on, come on, come on. Lu Xingchen had an idea. Lon Lon, come down. Lon Lon rushed down, and Lu Xingchen leaped onto its back. Lon Lon flew back again, continuing to provoke the 3 tentacles. As the 3 tentacles retreated, Lon Lon flew closer. As the 3 tentacles rushed, it retreated a little. After several teasings, the 3 tentacles grew anxious and whimpered, woo choke, choke. One of the thinner tentacles spun around, and Lu Xingchen shouted, Lon Lon, fly up. Lon Lon soared into the sky and lunged inward. Lu Xingchen, seizing the perfect moment, leaped down and swung his long rainbow sword, unleashing the long rainbow piercing the sun move. This killer move hadn't been used today. With a crack, the thinner tentacle was severed in half. Ah, it hurts so much, woo, it hurts. The tentacle screamed so loudly that it nearly deafened Lu Xingchen. The remaining tentacle curled up, twitching and roaring, aggrieved. The other 2 seemed stunned for a moment, before curling towards Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen had already landed on the ground. She used a speed card and a defense card, speeding down the mountain. As she passed the mountainside, she suddenly saw a hole that looked like the snow rabbit's hole. She didn't have time to look and rushed straight down. Lon Lon saw 2 tentacles attacking Lu Xingchen and became anxious. In her panic, she even imitated the sound of the tentacles and screamed, it hurts, help, help. Ouch. The 2 tentacles were stunned. Chapter 643. The 2 tentacles froze, then simultaneously stopped and turned to look at Lon Lon. They seemed a little confused. Lon Lon paused, then immediately understood, continuing to scream, oh, it hurts. Help, help. Its imitation was quite convincing. Although it only took a few seconds, it was enough time for Lu Xingchen to rush down. After a pause, one tentacle turned towards Lon Lon, while the other turned back and continued to chase. It was incredibly fast, reaching Lon Lon in an instant, and one tentacle lashed out at Lu Xingchen's calf with a snap. Lu Xingchen stumbled, but luckily she used the defense card, otherwise, her leg would have been broken. Gao Dafu hopped at the foot of the mountain, frantic. Hurry, run! Xiao Lu, run faster! Oh, they're so fast! He was terrified, clutching his pet egg. Baby, what should I do? Xiao Lu can't run anymore. Suddenly, his pet egg gave a powerful thrust, bursting out of his arms and dashing forward at breakneck speed, leaving a trail of afterimages and flames. Gao Dafu jumped even higher. Hey, baby, don't be so impulsive. The pet egg rushed towards the tentacle, then crashed into its head with a thud, sending a shower of sparks flying. The tentacle screamed, ouch, it hurts. Help! His voice was a bit shrill. In the meantime, Lu Xingchen had already reached the foot of the mountain. The pet egg, like a cannonball, slammed back into Gao Dafu's arms. Gao Dafu hugged his pet egg, his beloved baby screaming in pain. Lan also flew back. The 3 tentacles slowly retracted, returning to their mountainous form. However, one of the peaks had been severed in half by Lu Xingchen. Gao Dafu looked up and exclaimed, Yeah, good. One's broken off. Before he finished his words, half the mountain trembled and slowly grew upwards. Within 2 minutes, it had returned to its original height. Gao Dafu's words abruptly stopped. Lu Xingchen sighed. She feared this might happen, so she tried to cut it herself. Sure enough, chopping it off was useless. She thought, if the roots of this white asbestos tree were spread all over the island, how could cutting off a small tip be so devastating? The 3 of them exchanged bewilderment. Lu Xingchen pondered for a moment. Let's look around a bit more. Time was running out. This strange white asbestos tree was too powerful. They were afraid they returned empty-handed this time. The men walked back with worried faces. In reality, they were anxious. This white asbestos tree was so powerful that if they killed it, there was a good chance of finding some valuable treasures, even the blueprint for the ice sled. But now, they could only watch, completely defeated. After walking for another half day, not even a snow rabbit could be seen. The entire island was completely silent. Gao Dafu, in poor health, grew tired from walking. He pushed the snow aside, found a large exposed rock, poked it hard, and sat on it. A scream echoed, Ah, it hurt so much. Woohoo! Help! Accustomed to this sound, Gao Dafu sat on it with a steady hand and kicked it hard. Shut up! The voice was much softer. Woohoo! It really hurts. Gao Dafu, serves you right. Suddenly, another, noticeably more childish voice rang out. Daddy. Gao Dafu shuddered. Is white asbestos so shameless? It calls me daddy? Daddy! A furry head poked out from under the rock, its eyes sparkling as it stared at Gao Dafu. Daddy. Lu Xingchen and the others were stunned. What was this thing? The furry head emerged and leaped into Gao Dafu's arms, happily continuing to call out, Daddy. Everyone finally saw clearly. It was actually a snow rabbit. This snow rabbit was much smaller than ordinary snow rabbits. Its fur was snow white, without a trace of impurities. Its ears were long and floppy, and its face was round and furry, with a pair of ruby-like eyes. Those eyes were big and round, incredibly adorable. This little snow rabbit was countless times cuter than any other snow rabbit. At this moment, it was clinging to Gao Dafu, calling him daddy non-stop. Lu Xingchen exclaimed, Dafu, you really have a knack for children. The baby in her arms hadn't even been born yet, and now another child had arrived. Gao Dafu was stunned. He touched the snow rabbit and couldn't help but exclaim, Hey? So soft. Really? I don't believe it. Lu Xingchen reached over and rubbed it. Sure enough, it was soft. Its fur was truly wonderful. The little snow rabbit nudged her hand with its head in pleasure, then turned back and called out sweetly, Daddy. Lu Xingchen was stunned. She grabbed the little snow rabbit by its long ears, pulled it up, and tugged it into her arms, cuddling and caressing it. It was quite comfortable and warm. The little snow rabbit's 3-petaled mouth opened, and it cried out crisply, Daddy. Lu Xingchen smiled. Hey, this little one is so interesting, calling Daddy everywhere. She turned to look at Gu Yan, who had a stern expression on his face, and with a malicious intent, she tucked the little snow rabbit into his arms. Gu Yan didn't move. He didn't even bother to hug her, but simply glanced down. The little snow rabbit clung to his sleeve, shouting in surprise, Daddy. Lu Xingchen understood. This little snow rabbit didn't just recognize Gao Dafu as its daddy. It considered everyone its daddy. Gao Dafu laughed heartily. Gu Yan didn't move. The little snow rabbit clung to his sleeve, climbed onto his shoulder, and cried out in grievance. Lan stared at it for a long time before her heart moved. Hey, why don't you give it to me? I need a son. With that, she flew over, grabbed the little snow rabbit's long ears with her 2 claws, and soared. The little snow rabbit was startled, thrashing its 4 little legs and screaming at Gao Dafu, "Daddy, Daddy." Gao Dafu felt distressed. "Hey, Lon Lon, don't scare it. Come on, get down." Gao Dafu rushed over and rescued the little snow rabbit. Lon Lon was upset. "Why are you calling you Daddy and not me? This little brat is no good. Throw it away." "Oh, what a shame. Roast it." The little snow rabbit shivered and hid in Gao Dafu's arms. Gao Dafu touched it. "Don't be afraid, sweetheart. No matter what, I'm your first dad. I won't abandon you. You're so little, how could I possibly roast you?" Gao Dafu murmured. "It's just a mouthful of meat. Who should I share it with?" "Gu Yin, raise it up first, then roast it." The little snow rabbit burrowed into Gao Dafu's arms, not daring to come out. Lu Xingchen poked the large rock under Gao Dafu's, but with his ice pick. The rock remained silent. "Huh, that's strange. Wasn't it crying and shouting for help just now? Why is it silent now?" Lu Xingchen poked and chiseled again, but the rock only trembled, still silent. How strange. Lu Xingchen couldn't help but look at the little snow rabbit. At this point, no one was discussing how to eat it. The little snow rabbit became much more lively, poking its head out of Gao Dafu's arms and grinning at Lu Xingchen. "Daddy." Lu Xingchen tugged at its long ears. "Little one, would you like some carrots?" She took out a carrot and offered it to the little snow rabbit, who sniffed it and decisively refused. Lu Xingchen offered vegetables, fruits, and other things, but the little snow rabbit shook its head and refused. So picky about food? Chapter 644. The little snow rabbit patted its bulging belly. Lu Xingchen realized it was full. But Lu Xingchen frowned. There was no greenery on this island. What did these snow rabbits eat to survive? An idea struck her. "Dafu, get out of the way." She wanted to see where the little snow rabbit had just emerged. Gao Dafu jumped off the rock. Lu Xingchen swept the snow around it, took out her Changhong sword, and with a series of crackling sounds, she whittled the rock flat. As she moved, the rock merely trembled, occasionally letting out a soft whimper, and stopped making any noises. Lu Xingchen sheathed her Changhong sword. Gao Dafu suddenly called out, "Xiao Lu, look." He pointed to a spot. Lu Xingchen took a closer look and saw a hole beneath the rock. The hole was tiny, just big enough for the little snow rabbit to pass through. Gao Dafu was excited. "Come on, let's dig. Maybe we can find my son's nest." Gu Yin suddenly said, "Daughter." Gao Dafu was stunned. He held the little snow rabbit and looked at it for a long time. His face was filled with surprise. "Oh, it really is a daughter. I have a daughter, haha." The little snow rabbit, "Daddy." Lu Xingchen rubbed his wrist. "Since we can't find anything, let's just dig the rabbit's nest. Maybe there's a surprise. The main thing is, this is the little snow rabbit's nest. This little snow rabbit looks different from ordinary snow rabbits, and even calls Daddy. It must be something special, right? It doesn't eat carrots or vegetables either. Maybe it has some food hidden in its nest." Gao Dafu put the little snow rabbit in his pocket. "Okay, dig, dig, dig. Take all my daughter's treasures." The 3 men immediately set to work, using ice picks, iron picks, and other tools. Soon, they had dug a large hole. After opening the small opening, they dug about 3 or 4 meters further, revealing a large passageway. The passageway was about 1 meter wide and 1.5 meters high, just wide enough for someone to stoop to enter. The little snow rabbit slithered out of Gao Dafu's pocket and rushed into the hole. Gao Dafu panicked. "Girl, oh my precious girl, don't run. Wait for me." He was already in the zone, like an elderly father. Several people took out their night pearls and torches and filed in. After walking about 20 meters, the passageway opened up. The width and height of the passageway had expanded to 2 meters, allowing them to walk without stooping. Lu Xingchen noticed that the passageway was surrounded by thick and thin tree roots, presumably made of white asbestos. They continued walking for an unknown distance before a wide space appeared in front of them. This space was approximately 500 to 600 square meters, and about 10 meters high. The space was also filled with thick and thin tree roots, but from these hung red fruits that glowed, allowing one to get a rough idea of the space. Gao Dafu stared at the red fruits in a daze. "Huh, what is this?" He was cautious and didn't touch them. Gu Yin suddenly said, "Look there." The group walked a few steps forward and looked over. They saw a huge tree root in front of them, its roots tangled and covered with the same red fruits they had seen earlier. The fruits were similar to cherries, glowing and shimmering. The cave was incredibly beautiful. Everyone was stunned. Lon Lon and Mimi also entered, and the two little ones were also very surprised. Lon Lon approached the red fruit, sniffed it, and decisively packed it one, swallowing it. Lu Xingchen was terrified. Lon Lon, don't eat anything. She hadn't figured out what it was yet. What if it was poisonous? Why was Lon Lon so greedy, wanting to try everything she saw? Lon Lon smacked her lips. It's delicious, isn't it? Sweet and fragrant. Mimi also sniffed it, then said, after a moment's silence, this fruit is good, but I feel like something's wrong. It didn't dare to eat it. Lu Xingchen walked over, gently picked a red fruit, and sniffed it. She smelled a sweet fragrance. It looked quite good. But why didn't they tell me what it was? Gao Dafu suddenly called out, my girl, hey my girl, don't eat anything you want. Everyone looked over, and saw the little snow rabbit appear at the base of a tree. It stood up, its front paws tucked in, and it was reaching up to reach for a fruit, munching away bit by bit. So delicate. Gao Dafu watched worriedly. Lu Xingchen pondered for a moment. This should be the little snow rabbit's home. So, it usually feeds on fruits like this? She glanced around again and asked, is this the root of a white asbestos tree? Yes, it dawned on everyone. The entire island was covered in white asbestos roots. These roots were the same as those outside. Couldn't this be white asbestos? Lu Xingchen, with an idea, drew out her Changhong sword and chopped off a long root, which was covered in red fruit. She examined the root for a long time. Finding no change, she placed it in her storage backpack. By this time, the little snow rabbit had already eaten 2 red fruits. It burped, jumped into Gao Dafu's arms, and called, Daddy. Suddenly, another voice rang out, Daddy. Huh? Lu Xingchen looked in the direction of the voice, and saw Lon Lon, who had stolen another red fruit. Lon Lon looked at Lu Xingchen in shock and cried out, Daddy. Lu Xingchen was also shocked. What did you call me? Lon Lon seemed unable to contain herself. Daddy. Mimi couldn't help but giggle. She walked over to Lon Lon and asked, what did you call me? Lon Lan's eyes were glazed over. Daddy? Mimi, hey my dear son. Lon Lon snapped back to his senses. You're taking advantage of me? Okay, little lamb, are you going to die? I scratch you to death. Mimi turned and ran. Lon Lon rushed after her, unable to help but yell, don't run. Daddy? Mimi, hey Daddy's here my dear son. Lon Lon was almost furious. She chased after Mimi, cursing as she went, punctuated by a few crisp daddy. Mimi was beside herself with joy. Lu Xingchen hugged Lon Lon tightly. You're not poisoned, are you? That was terrifying. Gao Dafu, amused by the amusement, rushed over to Lon Lon. Little Lon Lon, what did you call me? Lon Lon shook her head vigorously, seemingly unable to control herself, and said with difficulty, Daddy. Ha ha. Gao Dafu burst into laughter. Ah, my dear Lon Lon. Lon Lon wasn't popular, and had offended many people, so Gao Dafu was just taking advantage of her misfortune. Gu Yan couldn't help but come over. Seeing Lon Lan's shame and anger, her eyes nearly blazing, Lu Xingchen quickly put her into the pet bag. How terrifying. After the fun, Lu Xingchen looked at the cave full of red fruits and had an idea. How about we dig these fruits away? Gao Dafu nodded and said seriously, if my guess is correct, this should be the base of the 3 tentacles. Gu Yan, yes, I've been estimating the distance, and this is right below the mountain. Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. Then what are we waiting for? Dig. Dig up its roots and see how arrogant it is. Gao Dafu rolled up his sleeves. Dig, dig, dig. Chapter 645. Several people took out their tools, picks, axes, and so on, and attacked the tree roots. Lu Xingchen and Gao Dafu collected the roots, and the small red fruits growing on them, from the walls of the cave, while Gu Yan dug up the large root in the center. After a long period of work, they finally cleared the surroundings. In the end, only the large, spherical root in the center remained. Protected by a tangled web of roots, the sphere lacked any fruit, suspended by a root as thick as a man. Lu Xingchen waved Babu's massive axe. Come on, get out of the way. I chopped this thing down. Her axe was the most powerful, and she leaped up, slashing at the root as thick as a man. Crack! Plop! The sphere rolled to the ground. Ah, help! Help! I'm dying! Finally, a wailing cry was heard. Lu Xingchen collected the spherical root and looked up. There are still tree roots up there. If we dig, who knows how long it will take to dig them all out. Wow, I'm dying. A burst of painful wails could be heard. It was the white asbestos tree. You're still crying after you die? It seems you didn't die well. How about I give you a ride? Gao Dafu said. The crying continued. Lu Xingchen looked at it and had an idea. Why not go up there and take a look? There are so many tree roots, there's no way they all be dug out. Several people immediately left the corridor. Upon emerging, Gao Dafu exclaimed, Look, why are those peaks so thin? Everyone looked and saw that indeed, the 3 peaks that had stood there just now had become much thinner and more listless, unable to stand straight, like seriously ill patients. Go! Lu Xingchen rushed forward first. The others reached the foot of the mountain again. Those tentacles had been incredibly ferocious, so they didn't dare to attack without authorization. Lu Xingchen took out his spirit snake whip and, with a snap, swung it toward the peaks. The peaks remained motionless, unresponsive. A few, growing a little bolder, slowly made their way toward the mountainside, where the peak's tentacles remained motionless. As they approached, one of the peaks extended a tentacle, about 3 or 4 meters long, waving slightly, eager to attack, but it didn't attack them. It looked timid. Gu Yan couldn't wait any longer. With a flash of his long sword, he rushed forward, slicing directly at the rightmost peak. Crack! With a sharp snap, he sliced off a large piece. Ah, it hurts! He cried out in pain several times as the tentacle swayed and lashed at Gu Yan, looking limp and powerless. Gu Yan swung his long sword, and with a crack, he severed the 3 or 4 meter long tentacle in half. The tentacle screamed, less than 2 meters remaining, dangling pathetically on the mountain peak. It no longer possessed its former power. Don't be afraid. Come, attack! Lu Xingchen drew out the long rainbow sword and charged forward. They were going to flatten this mountain. Earlier, Lu Xingchen had already used long rainbow piercing the sun, but now she couldn't use her ultimate move. Finally, she pulled out Babu's great axe and unleashed shocking axe, severing one of the peaks directly. Destroyed 1 white asbestos tentacle, obtained 1,000 white asbestos fragments, and 1 bag of rotten and mutated white asbestos seeds, which she had already stored in her storage backpack. Lu Xingchen was stunned. This reward was a bit unexpected. What are white asbestos fragments? She couldn't help but take a look. White asbestos fragments, the main material for making insulation boards, usually found in special areas. Insulation boards? Lu Xingchen was delighted. Finally, she had found the material for insulation boards. Will insulation boards be used in the future? But why did she get rotten white asbestos seeds? Couldn't they be normal, rotten and mutated white asbestos seeds? 1 pack because of their unique experience, they've rotted and can't be planted. What the hell is this? After all this trouble, this is all she has? Lu Xingchen flipped through it and turned to see Gu Yan and Gao Dafu already attacking the right tentacle. Now, the white asbestos had no fighting power left and could only obediently be chopped down, crying incessantly, Woo, 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 help, someone save me. Several people had been chased by it and nearly died, so no matter how delicately it cried, they showed no mercy. Lu Xingchen turned around and joined the battle. The 3 of them worked together, finally whittling down the other tentacle. They killed 1 white asbestos tentacle, obtaining 1,000 white asbestos fragments, and 1 bag of rotten and mutated white asbestos seeds, which they had already stored in their storage backpack. This again? Lu Xingchen's face darkened. After all this hard work, risking everything, can't they just give me a blueprint? The white asbestos isn't low level. Gao Dafu was exhausted, and he was also anxious. Why is the white asbestos so useless? It doesn't even drop anything useful? Lu Xingchen glanced at the sky. Hurry, let's go back once we're done. It's almost dark. We've been on this island for quite some time. Although it was a bit disappointing not to find the ice sled blueprints, at least we had the main materials for the insulation board. She swung her long rainbow sword and looked at the tentacle in the middle. Aw, no, 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 I'm dying, help, help. Bai Shermian cried even more angrily, Woo-woo, it hurts, someone please save me. Lu Xingchen slashed at it. You don't even have the ice sled blueprints, no one will save you. Gao Dafu, that's right, who would save something worthless? Bai Shermian, Woo-woo, I'm a good thing, I'm full of treasures, help, help. Lu Xingchen, why don't you take it out? Show me the ice sled blueprints, and I spare you. Bai Shermian, Woo-woo, don't kill me, I don't have the ice sled blueprints, but I know where I can find them. Where can I find them? Lu Xingchen struck it again with his sword. Bai Shermian, ouch, it hurts. Leave my island, and go 5 kilometers southwest. There's an island with many strange beasts. Go kill them, they have everything. Lu Xingchen snorted coldly, you're kidding, right? Bai Shermian quickly said, it's true, or you can go and see for yourself. Lu Xingchen paused, pondering for a moment before releasing Lon Lon from the pet bag and letting her investigate. Then she swung the Chanhong sword again. Bai Shermian, woo woo, don't kill me. Help, help. It would cry for help. Gao Dafu stopped Lu Xingchen. This thing can provide white asbestos fragments. Why not keep it? Once it recovers and grows a few tentacles, we can harvest another batch? That's a good idea. Still, Lu Xingchen gestured. What kind of treasure would drop if I killed it? Bai Shermian was terrified. No, it's really gone. Don't chop me. You can dig me up and take me home, plant me nearby, and I definitely grow tentacles for you. Lu Xingchen scoffed. What's the use of these few arms? Bai Shermian, wow, then I grow more arms next time. I grow 5. No, I grow 10. Lu Xingchen looked at it. He frowned. This thing was too big to dig out. Lu Xingchen, it's hard to dig it out. Let's just kill it. What if there's a blueprint? Bai Shermian, no, I can shrink. Chapter 646. It twisted its body, and the mountain quickly shrank, shrinking to about a foot high. Then it said sweetly, Master, you can dig me out with just a pickaxe. Quick! Lu Xingchen took out her pickaxe and dug, finally unearthing the little creature. She put it directly into her storage backpack. Soon, Lon Lon returned, happily saying, there's indeed an island over there. It looks quite large, and there are many snow leopards there. Shall we go, Daddy? Lu Xingchen, It's been so long, and Lon Lon still hasn't healed? Lon Lon was injured, and she burrowed into Lu Xingchen's arms in frustration, unwilling to say a word. It was so embarrassing to have someone suddenly call her dad. Lu Xingchen waved Lon Lon into the pet bag, then looked at Gu Yin and Gao Dafu. Go! Gu Yin, go! Everyone was wearing ice skates, and they moved quickly. They soon spotted an island. The island was a blanket of white, covered in ice and snow. As soon as they reached the island, a snow leopard roared and charged. Several people immediately surrounded the snow leopard. Lu Xingchen noticed that the strength of the exotic beasts had increased since the start of the ice season. The 3 of them worked together, and after a long struggle, they finally killed the snow leopard. Killed 1 snow leopard. Do you want to disassemble it? Lu Xingchen casually said yes. The disassembly was successful, yielding 1 snow leopard fur, 10 snow leopard meat, and 1 snow leopard vest blueprint. Hey, there's a blueprint, a good start. It seems my luck has improved, Lu Xingchen excitedly said. Keep going. The group continued on, encountering several more snow leopards. After dispatching them one by one, they harvested snow leopard fur and meat, as well as a snow leopard cloak blueprint. The snow leopard vest and cloak are both practical and practical for keeping warm. Lu Xingchen felt relieved. As long as they had something to gain, they were content. The 3 of them hunted snow leopards all over the island for several hours, until it was very late, completely dark, and they finally stopped. They were exhausted after a busy day and decided to take a break. Midway, the landing order expired, and Lu Xingchen returned to the raft. Gu Yin and the others summoned him back, but due to a bug, they were finally able to stay on the island. Thankfully, it was now a frozen world, and the island couldn't sink, allowing them to stay for a long time. It was late, so the 3 of them built a simple hut, received the dinner Grandma sent over, and ate a hearty meal. Then, with Mimi and Lon Lon keeping watch, they slept. At 5 or 6 in the morning, they arose, ate a simple meal, and continued hunting snow leopards. After killing a few more snow leopards, they did obtain some blueprints, but not the ice sled blueprints. Lu Xingchen was getting anxious. This couldn't go on forever. Warm clothing was important, but the ice sled blueprints were even more important. Lu Xingchen pulled out the small white Asian and asked, "Didn't you say the ice sled blueprints were over there? Why can't I find them?" Lu Xingchen's face darkened. "Are you lying?" Bai Shermian became nervous. "Wow, there are so many snow leopards here. Isn't there anything the adults want?" "Oh right, there's a hibernating white snake in the cave in the center of the island. It must have something good." Lu Xingchen, "What if it doesn't?" Bai Shermian, I think so. That white snake is pretty powerful." It was obvious he was feeling guilty. "Come to think of it, it's just a lifeless plant. The most it knows is that there's an island over here, and that there are more animals on the island. It seems it was just guessing and guessing. But it did get something out of it. At least they each got a cloak blueprint and a vest blueprint." Lu Xingchen put the white asbestos away and said to Gu Yingao and Dafu, "Let's go and take a look." They could only take it one step at a time. The group quickly reached the center of the island and, as expected, discovered a cave next to a pool. Inside the cave, a large white mass could be seen, seemingly suspended in a night-shining pearl. The mass remained motionless. Lu Xingchen and the others held their breath and peered through the cave entrance. Sure enough, it was a motionless white snake, hibernating. Lu Xingchen saw the description: blue-eyed snow snake, level 12, currently hibernating, but awakens if attacked. The group peered through the cave entrance for a while before quietly retreating. Gao Dafu, what should we do? Lu Xingchen, we definitely can't force it. It would cost too many speed cards. According to Bai Shimian, this white snake is the most powerful creature on the island, and even the three of them working together might not be able to kill it. Besides, the snow snake is fast, so they each need to use a speed card. We still have to get to the ice cave settlement, so we have to use our speed cards sparingly. The only silver lining is that Lu Xingchen's rainbow piercing the sun is usable again. The three of them huddled together and discussed for a long time before finally agreeing on a plan. Lu Xingchen took out her fishing net, the best quality she had, with very strong threads. The three of them reached the cave entrance again. Each of them took out 3 or 4 small bombs, and Lu Xingchen quietly counted down. 3, 2, 1, throw. Bang, bang, bang. A dozen small bombs were dropped into the snow snake's cave, all landing on it. Then boom! A dozen loud explosions echoed. The snow snake's cave was filled with explosions, and smoke billowed. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The snow snake awoke, cried out in pain, and opened its emerald green eyes, immediately catching sight of Gao Dafu at the cave entrance. There was no way around it. Gao Dafu had the fattest face, pushing Lu Xingchen and Gu Yan aside. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The snow snake's emerald green eyes seemed to be on fire, and it stretched its body and lunged out. Swish! A white shadow darted out of the cave, spun around, and was about to bite Gao Dafu, who was standing next to it. The three men pulled the fishing net, and more than half of the snow snake's body was trapped. A small part of it was still hanging out. Lu Xingchen shouted, "Quick, attack!" She threw a defense break card at the snow snake. This kind of card is also very valuable, but there's nothing they can do. What if this snow snake proves too powerful? Wouldn't that be the end of them? Gu Yan swung the fishing net, rolled it up, and slashed down with his long sword. Lu Xingchen raised his long sword, a flash of rainbow light, and performed a long piercing the sun attack, just enough to slash through the remaining half of the snake's body. This half hadn't had time to escape yet. Crack! A huge wound appeared on the snow snake's body. It was almost severed. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The snow snake screamed. Alas! With the remaining half nearly severed, the larger part was still entangled in the fishing net, making it unable to move. Their dashing about was useless. Gao Dafu and Gu Yan attacked quickly. Lu Xingchen, Lan Lan, and Mimi also joined the fray. In a flash, the snow snake's body was covered in wounds. Hiss, hiss, hiss! It finally bit through the fishing net and, dragging its tattered body, rushed to the pond. Daddy! A clear cry echoed, and the little snow rabbit had somehow escaped from Gao Dafu's pocket. It kicked off with its hind legs, leaped onto the snow snake, and then, with a chuckle, took a bite. Gao Dafu was heartbroken. Hey girl, don't chew it carelessly. What if it's poisonous? Come to daddy. The little snow rabbit took a single bite, kicked off with its legs, and leaped onto Gao Dafu's shoulder. Lan Lan, eager to make her own move, rushed over and also pecked the tattered snake hard. Lu Xingchen was stunned. Lan Lan, you don't eat anything carelessly. Isn't this lesson enough? Even now, he's still dad, and he's tasting snake meat. What if it's poisonous? Lan Lan shook her head vigorously, gritting her teeth. I can't help it, Dad. Lu Xingchen, huh? Lan Lan was becoming increasingly perverse, and she was growing increasingly worried. The snow snake suddenly slowed down, and without a second to think, the others chased after it, swords and knives flying. In a short while, they had chopped the snake into pieces. The three of them stood by the pool for a long time. Killing this snow snake was too easy, wasn't it? Lu Xingchen had heard the prompt. Killed one green-eyed snow snake. Do you want to disassemble it, Lu Xingchen? Yes. The disassembly was successful, yielding 1 broken snow snake skin, 10 poisonous snow snake meat, and 1 advanced ice card blueprint, which were already placed in the storage backpack. Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. Advanced ice card blueprint. Finally got it. Oh no! The snow snake meat is poisonous. Chapter 647. Little Snow Rabbit and Blue Lawn both took a bite of snake meat just now. Lu Xingchen quickly grabbed Blue Lawn and asked nervously, "Are you feeling any discomfort?" Blue Lawn, No. Right? Little Snow Rabbit was quite clever and lively. Lu Xingchen felt a little relieved and quietly instructed Mimi to keep an eye on Blue Lawn and let her know immediately if anything unusual happened. She looked at the Advanced Ice Card Blueprint. Advanced Ice Card Blueprint. Using this blueprint, you can build a warm and comfortable ice car. Note, it's not automatic and requires a beast to drive. Required materials: 500 plastic, 80 high-grade marcasite, 500 nails, 100 high-grade yellow teak, 100 high-grade red muscovy, 20 crystal glass plates, 20 insulation boards. Okay, a warm ice car. Perfectly meets Master Babu's requirements. It needs a beast to drive it, so the Ice Cave White Bear can pull the cart. She has most of the necessary supplies, but she's missing crystal glass panels and insulation boards. White asbestos fragments can be used to make insulation boards, but she doesn't know how to make them yet. She's never even seen crystal glass before, but glass can be bought and sold in the trading hall. Never mind, let's go back and figure it out. Although there are many beasts here, and killing them can yield better blueprints, Lu Xingchen can't waste any time. Xian Yuan Batian has already built the ice cart, so they need to hurry. However, it would be a shame not to kill the beasts here. After a moment's thought, Lu Xingchen spoke in the chat group. Boss Qin, Wei Lin, there's an island here with lots of snow leopards. Killing a snow leopard has a chance of dropping a blueprint. Would you like to come? Wei Lin, come on, we're stuck on the raft and going crazy. Xiaoyu, haha, time to work, boss, come on. Yin Xiaolin, coming, boss, get us. Xiaoyu, Yin Xiaolin, are you itching to get your ass kicked? You're pretending to be boss again. Qin Wuchuan, Xingchen, gather them. Lu Xingchen summoned Wei Lin and Qin Wuchuan, then returned to the raft with Gu Yin and Gao Dafu. Wei Lin and Qin Wuchuan naturally gathered a group of people to explore the island. After returning, Lu Xingchen went back to wash up. As she emerged, Mimi whispered, Master, there's something wrong with that silly bird. Lu Xingchen hurried to see what was happening. She saw Lan Lan, hunched over a chair. It had shrunk to a tiny mass, crouching on the chair, its body tilted, its eyes half closed, its mouth slightly open, looking desperately ill. Poisoned? Experiencing a reaction? Lu Xingchen panicked and hurried over. Before she reached him, the little snow rabbit scurried over to the chair. Looking at Lan Lan, it lifted its front paws and handed her 2 red fruits. They were the same fruits they gathered from the roots of the white asbestos. Lan Lan hummed, swallowed one in a gulp, and smacked its lips. Sweet. Sweet. Lu Xingchen, Even in this state, it still eats everything. What a fool. She walked over, squatted down, and asked, Lan Lan, are you feeling unwell? Lan Lan fluttered and stood up. Huh? Who's feeling unwell? I'm fine, look. It flew up, paraded around, and said, full of life, I'm fine, Daddy. There it goes again. Lan Lan was quiet for a moment. It had been able to control itself from calling out for Daddy, but now it couldn't. It's obvious. It's that red fruit. Lu Xingchen looked at the little snow rabbit. Hey, where did you get the red fruit? They had already picked all the red fruits. Now she, Gu Yin, and Gao Dafu all had them, but the little snow rabbit didn't. Where did it just conjure up the red fruit? Lu Xingchen asked Gao Dafu and Gu Yin. Did you give it to it? They both shook their heads. Gao Dafu carefully picked up the little snow rabbit. My dear, did you steal my red fruit? The little snow rabbit, Daddy. It lifted its paws and produced 2 more red fruits. Gao Dafu took the red fruit, examined it, and turned to hand it to Lan Lan. The little snow rabbit lifted its paws again, and 2 more red fruits appeared in its hands. The 3 of them were stunned. Gao Dafu exclaimed, It doesn't have a space, does it? Lu Xingchen nodded. It's very likely. This little snow rabbit is definitely not simple, but they just don't know it well enough yet. Lu Xingchen was more interested in the red fruit. The blue-eyed snow snake is poisonous. Just now, Lan Lan looked clearly poisoned, but after eating 2 red fruits, it suddenly recovered. Also, the little snow rabbit showed no signs of poisoning. This red fruit must be something special. Lu Xingchen thought for a moment and said, Let's cook first. After cooking, I take the food to the masters. Soon, the meal was ready, and Lu Xingchen prepared to go to Misty Rain Village. Gu Yin and Gao Dafu wanted to follow, so Lu Xingchen waved his hand and took them in. The atmosphere in Misty Rain Village was lively and cheerful. Several masters had just finished playing mahjong and were chatting around the table. It was noon, and no one had eaten yet. Lu Xingchen set the table, and the masters went to eat. After eating and drinking their fill and clearing the table, Master Ji and Master Babu went for a walk. Lu Xingchen then recounted the events of the past 2 days. Finally, he took out a handful of red fruits and placed them on the table, saying, "I've never been able to figure out what this fruit does. Unable to understand, I didn't dare eat it." Master Lei Jin picked up a red fruit and examined it carefully. Lu Xingchen also released Lan Lan, saying, "It ate this." Bubu and Lan Lan were delighted to meet, both man and bird. Lan Lan was so overjoyed that she couldn't contain herself and called out to Bubu in a resounding, "Daddy." Bubu was stunned. Master Lei Jin's hand trembled, almost dropping the fruit. Lan Lan was also stuck, staring at Bubu with her eyes fixed. Bubu and Lan Lan met, hesitating for a moment. Do you want me to agree, or do you want me to say no?" Lan Lan cried out, howling, and flew away in a shaky manner. How embarrassing! Bubu hurried after him. Master Lei Jin stared at the fruit, then at the retreating Lan Lan. "Is that so?" Lu Xingchen nodded. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Master Ji Wang and Master Babu hurried back. Master Babu asked curiously, "Is Lanlan's dad here? I just heard him yelling." "Hey, delicious fruit?" Master Babu saw the pile of red fruit scattered on the table, and immediately turned his face up. "Great, Lu Xingchen, I'm about to go on an adventure with you, and you're secretly giving Lei Jin some special treats." Master Babu asked, "Are you being worthy of me?" With a wave of his hand, he cleared the red fruit from the table. He brought it up to his nose and sniffed, becoming even more furious. "These are sweet fruits, aren't you afraid they kill Lei Jin?" He tilted his head back and, with a swish, dumped the whole fruit into his mouth. He smacked a few times and said, "Not bad, not bad." Then he looked at Lu Xingchen provocatively, then at Master Lei Jin. "Lu Xingchen, you can't be so stingy, right? You're sure you still have some of this, right?" Lu Xingchen was stunned. She stammered, "Master Babu. I. Her face changed. "Oh no! Master Babu is so proud. If he calls her dad, he won't be able to help her at all. Not only will he not help her, he might even kill her to silence her. This is fatal. Run." Chapter 648. Lu Xingchen stood up decisively. "I remember, I have something else to do. Let's go find Qi Linyu first." With that, she turned and ran. Halfway through, she saw Gao Dafu and Gu Yan, who were taking a walk. She pulled them together and whispered, "Run." Gu Yan and Gao Dafu were confused. "Why?" "Lu Xingchen, don't ask. If you want to die, just follow me." The group quickly ran away. When the masters were out of sight, she stopped and said to Gao Dafu and Gu Yan, "Master Babu ate a handful of red fruits." Gao Dafu, "What?" His eyes widened, his mouth opened wide, and after a long moment, he closed his mouth. The three of them stared at each other. Gao Dafu's eyes rolled. "Xiao Lu, don't you want to see the effects of the red fruit? Let's sneak around and hide behind the house by the bridge to see how Master Babu is doing." Gu Yan, "Okay." Lu Xingchen couldn't help but glance at Gu Yan. She hadn't expected this guy to enjoy watching the action. She wanted to watch, too. The three of them stealthily made their way to the bridge and hid behind the house. Peeking out, they could just peek over and see the three masters at the table. Now, the three masters were frozen in place, as if frozen in time. Master Lei Jin sat, staring at Master Babu with an unsettled expression. Master Ji Wang stood nearby, his eyes wide. Master Babu, bewildered, said, "What did I say just now? What's wrong with you?" "Dad." Master Babu's face changed. "Dad?" His face changed again. "Dad?" Master Lei Jin finally moved, slipping the red fruit into his sleeve. "Well, Master Babu, are you sure you want to scream? You're making it difficult for me." Master Babu's face turned red, then dark, then blue. He yelled, "What's going on?" "Aw, Dad." Master Ji was terrified. "Little Babu, what's wrong with you? Are you missing your dad? But your dad's been dead for a long time, and he wasn't very kind to you." Master Babu looked at Master Lei Jin, gritting his teeth. "What's going on?" "Dad." Master Lei Jin frowned. "Babu, don't talk to me. It makes me suspicious." "Master Babu, go away, No, no, no." He covered his mouth in anger. Master Lei Jin stared at him for a few seconds. "Are there any other symptoms? Is he in pain? Is he dizzy?" Master Babu gritted his teeth and said, "No, no, no." Master Lei Jin sighed and said to Master Ji Wang, "Take him away first. If he has any unusual reactions, tell me." Master Lei Jin waved his hands. "Don't leave him here. I can't stand it. Master Ji Wang quickly took Master Babu's arm. Let's go! Don't do this. You're putting Master Lei Jin in a difficult position. Master Babu, PSSST Dad. Why would he be in a difficult position? No. Master Ji Wang, alright. Let's go over there, and I take a look. Lan Lan already knew what was going on. She had just returned with Bubu, and saw Master Babu with a gloating look on her face. Hey little Babu, what's wrong? Why are you running? Why is your face so blue? Bubu pinched her mouth just in time. Master Babu, get out. No. Lu Xingchen was surprised. Lan Lan was alright. Yes, Lan Lan didn't eat much fruit, and he kept calling for his daddy. He should be able to control himself a little. What would Master Babu do? He'd eaten a huge handful, and Lu Xingchen felt anxious just thinking about it. After Master Babu and Master Ji Wang had left, Lu Xingchen, Gu Yin, and the others came over. Master Lei Jin was examining the red fruit. Lu Xingchen quickly said, Master, this fruit grows at the root of the white asbestos plant. It's grown a lot, but I don't see what it's good for. Not only was Lu Xingchen at a loss, but the white asbestos plant itself couldn't explain the fruit. It just said it had mutated countless times, to the point of becoming a complete anomaly. Master Lei Jin pondered for a moment, then pulled out a card. With a flick of his finger, the card flashed and vanished. Master Lei Jin, I just used the item identification card. Gao Dafu, you still have an item identification card? Master Lei Jin nodded. Lu Xingchen hurriedly asked, what are the benefits of this fruit? Master Lei Jin touched the red fruit and said, this is the fruit of a special mutation of the white asbestos plant. White asbestos fruit usually grows at the top, but this one has undergone a unique mutation. Not only has its shape changed, its volume has changed, but its roots have also changed, causing strange fruit to grow there. Master Lei Jin smiled slightly. This fruit is incredibly sweet and addictive. It's toxic, but it can also be used as a detoxifier. Consuming it can cause uncontrollable syllables. The consequences are unpredictable. Please consume with caution. Gao Dafu looked puzzled. Special syllables? The little snow rabbit happily popped its head out of his pocket. Dad. Master Lei Jin. Haha. Lu Xingchen thought carefully. This fruit didn't seem to have much use, did it? Can it detoxify? Yes, Lan Lan seemed to have been poisoned by a snake before, and it was cured. Toxic? Addictive? No wonder the little snow rabbit keeps eating this, even when Lan Lan is embarrassed. Master Lei Jin added, the other benefits are hard to describe. Gao Dafu, are there any other benefits? Master Lei Jin handed the fruit to Lu Xingchen. That's hard to say. After all, this is white asbestos that has undergone a strange experience. Lu Xingchen put the fruit away. For the time being, Lan Lan had no other after effects, which reassured her. Then, Lu Xingchen took out the blueprints for the advanced ice sled and showed them to Master Lei Jin. He explained the situation and asked, Master, what is crystal glass? Where can I find it? Master Lei Jin, you can't find high-end materials. Lu Xingchen was stunned. Master Lei Jin, don't worry, I have it right here. Go find the insulation board. I have Bubu go back and get the crystal glass and bring it to you shortly. Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. Thank you, Master. I hadn't expected to find the hardest to get material. Master Lei Jin was truly kind. Next, she just needed to find the insulation board. She didn't have the schematics, so she couldn't make it yet. But the Ice Cave people had some in their igloo. She could find a way to get it there. After some thought, Lu Xingchen decided to take her leave. She was about to call out to Lan Lan when she heard a sound. Bang, bang, bang. It sounded like drums. Ba, ba. It sounded like Lan Lan's voice. Then, a series of sounds erupted. Bang, bang, bang. The rhythm was quite strong. Lu Xingchen followed the sound, and saw Lan Lan and Bubu sitting and standing in a small pavilion at the easternmost end of Misty Rain Village, facing the Misty Rain Creek. One was beating a drum, and the other was singing. Bubu, holding a drum, clapped it twice. Bang, bang. Lan Lan shouted happily, Ba, ba. Lu Xingchen, Chapter 649. Lan Lan and Bubu, one singing and the other playing drums, worked together seamlessly. The rhythm was pretty good. Gao Dafu understood. Oh, this way Lan Lan won't be embarrassed anymore, haha. That's right, the syllables are about the same anyway. Lan Lan turned around and saw Lan Lan, and said cheerfully, Want to join in? Bubu smiled at Lu Xingchen. Actually, after eating the fruit, as long as you can make enough syllables, You won't scream anymore? You can't hold it in all the time. Is that so? Lon Lon is actually fine now. She's just having fun. Lu Xingchen's heart skipped a beat. Do you mind if your band has one more person? Master Babu must be suffocating. Bubu blinked. Master will be here soon. Sure enough, Master Babu strode over, his face irritated. Who are you? Why are you chattering away for no reason? When will it ever stop? It's so noisy. Hey, chatter, chatter, chatter. Bubu and Lon Lon, bang, chatter, chatter. Lon Lon, come on, little Babu, join us, chatter. Bab's face flushed. Chatter, crap. Needless to say, he felt much better. Unlike Lon Lon, he could still endure it, but it was too painful. He had just called Master G Dad several times. Luckily, Master G had a bad memory and soon forgot. Now, singing with Bubu and Lon Lon, his heart suddenly filled with joy. I can't stand it. So the two of them, like a bird, sang together. It was like a concert. Lu Xingchen, Gu Yan, and the others suppressed their laughter and returned to Master Lei Jin. She decided to wait before leaving, at least to let Master Babu finish his performance. Master Babu sang for about an hour before his voice broke into a hoarse halt. His face darkened again. Now that he had a rough idea of what was going on, he returned to pick on Lu Xingchen. Master Babu, Lu Xingchen, did you leave the fruit there on purpose? Lu Xingchen looked stunned. Master, I'm wronged. I gave the fruit to Master Lei Jin for appraisal. I had no idea you suddenly return and snatch it all away. Master Babu, you're just appraising it, but why leave such a large handful? Lu Xingchen was speechless. I was planning to give the rest of the fruit to Master Lei Jin as a gift. Master Lei Jin held out his hand to Master Babu. Give it to me. Master Babu was furious. What are you taking? I ate it all. Master Lei Jin. Compensation. Master Babu. No. No compensation. Master Lei Jin. Then exchange it for crystal glass. Master Babu's eyes widened. Lei Jin, how could you be so shameless? Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. Master Babu also had crystal glass, but he didn't know where it was buried. Seeing Lu Xingchen's excited eyes, Master Babu shuddered. Lu Xingchen, I'm warning you, don't steal my treasure. Lu Xingchen chuckled. How could that be? We're friends, aren't we, Master Babu? TSK, what a shame. Master Babu returned to his normal state, and Lu Xingchen, relieved, quickly took Gu Yan and Gao Dafu back to the raft. They now had two important tasks. First, stop the Ice Cave people from attacking again. Second, steal the insulation from their igloos. The three of them barely rested before setting off again. Lu Xingchen entered the water first and sought out the deep blue fish, asking it if it had heard any useful information recently. Deep blue fish. Yes, the Ice Cave priests' reinforcements are coming from the west. They were almost there, but they clashed with a group along the way and are now stalled. Also, the Ice Cave priest's health is deteriorating. He coughs for a long time after speaking. Lu Xingchen, did something happen to the reinforcements? She immediately emerged from the water and shared the news with Gao Dafu and Gu Yan. She decided to resolve the reinforcement issue first. Otherwise, if they left on the ice cart, the Ice Cave reinforcements would arrive and attack the Ice Cave priest, and their raft would be in jeopardy. The three of them immediately set off, gliding westward. To avoid meeting, they separated by a distance, one heading towards the center of the west, one slightly south of the west, and one slightly north of the west. Lu Xingchen headed slightly south of the west. Moreover, she was riding Lon Lon, so she was going much faster. After flying for about half an hour, Lon Lon grew tired, and Lu Xingchen began gliding again. After gliding for an unknown amount of time, she suddenly stopped. She saw a shadowy figure not far away. Lu Xingchen tried her best to conceal her movements, but after gliding for a while longer, she finally made out a large, interconnected raft. All the people coming in and out were players. She had actually encountered a group of players, probably a gang. Lu Xingchen observed them closely, and noticed they all had blue bands tied around their sleeves and foreheads. On the bands were the words Xianyuan. Xianyuan? Xianyuan family? No way, they're in Area 33 too? Lu Xingchen frowned slightly. She looked around and spotted a group of people gathered, seemingly discussing something. Lu Xingchen ducked down and slid as close as possible, hiding beneath an ice hillock. At this point, the players had gathered in a group, about a dozen or so. In the middle stood a tall, burly figure. He was clearly the group's leader. He said in a deep voice, "We accidentally injured a white bear. Now the Ice Cave people have stopped and appear to be regrouping. If my guess is correct, They will attack us tomorrow. One of them was very worried. There are 5 ice cave white bears in total. We are no match for them. The leader nodded. Yes, so we can't fight them head on. One person was dissatisfied. There are over 100 of us here. We can beat the white bear to death by ganging up on them. Xianyuan Feng, aren't you from the Xianyuan family? Why are you so cowardly? Xianyuan Feng? Lu Xingchen was stunned. The one bragging on Xianyuan Beishan's behalf. At this point, Xianyuan Feng's face darkened. Although I'm the only one here with the surname Xianyuan, I've opened a branch in District 33 on behalf of the Xianyuan family, and taken you in. Naturally, I consider you part of the Xianyuan family. Soon, the next big hunt will begin. After the merger, we'll be able to join the real family. If you die, will you still have this opportunity? Xianyuan Feng, I don't want you to make a meaningless sacrifice. If you die, can you still seek revenge on Lu Xingchen? The group fell silent. Xianyuan Feng said proudly, I know you came to me so that our Xianyuan family can help you kill Lu Xingchen and avenge him. Lu Xingchen was stunned. There were over 100 people here, and they all had a grudge against her? She didn't remember having so many enemies. Xianyuan Feng's next words cleared her up. Xianyuan Feng, you once besieged Lu Xingchen. During the siege, your family, friends, and subordinates were killed by Lu Xingchen. You were angry and wanted revenge. But Lu Xingchen had a very good reputation in District 33, and her fighting power was too high. You simply couldn't kill her. So you came to me for help, right? Chapter 650. Xianyuan Feng, don't worry, our Xianyuan family will help you get revenge. So right now, we can't confront the Ice Cave people head-on. We can't die. The man cowered, muttering, we've already made enemies with the Ice Cave people. How can we run away without fighting? Xianyuan Feng, we can sue for peace. Take out all the exotic beast meat in your backpacks, and we go and give them gifts. The man was stunned. Gifts? Gifts to the Ice Cave people? Xianyuan Feng, yes, we only injured the white bear. Our grudge against them isn't serious. If we send them enough exotic beast meat, they let us go. After a pause, he added, this is the Xianyuan family's experience. They've come a long way, so they must have a destination. They probably don't want to waste time with us. Everyone nodded. The group discussed it, and finally, Xianyuan Feng selected a few people, and they all headed in one direction. They should be heading to the Ice Cave people's temporary camp nearby. Lu Xingchen suspected that this group of Ice Cave people might be the old priest's reinforcements. On the way, she had Meme eavesdrop, and they overheard quite a bit of information. It turned out that Xianyuan Feng was a member of the Xianyuan clan, secretly developing his own power, and establishing a branch of the Xianyuan clan in District 33. Because Lu Xingchen was so influential and later became enemies with Xianyuan Batian, he kept a low profile. The players he recruited either had grudges against Lu Xingchen or were dissatisfied with him. They desperately hoped for a merger, the arrival of the Xianyuan clan's main force, and then they would no longer have to hide. Xianyuan Feng gritted his teeth and said, rest assured, everyone. After the merger, there will be no Lu Xingchen in District 33. Lu Xingchen raised a brow. Is this Xianyuan Beishan's promise? How arrogant. However, the Xianyuan family is large and powerful, each one of them a distinguished figure. They can also communicate and share resources, giving them a significant advantage in each district. Otherwise, Xianyuan Batian wouldn't have been able to build the ice cart so quickly. She would have to be extra careful next time. Soon, Xianyuan Feng led the group to the Ice Cave people's settlement. Lu Xingchen saw several Ice Cave polar bears, and several ice houses. As Xianyuan Feng arrived, 7 or 8 Ice Cave people suddenly emerged from the ice houses, crossbows in hand, glaring at him. Xianyuan Feng quickly waved his hand, releasing a large pile of exotic beast meat, saying, Jili Gulu, we have offended you all before. This time, we have brought you a generous amount of food. We hope you will accept it. From now on, we will not offend each other, okay? Lu Xingchen understood the Ice Cave people's language, as Xianyuan Feng spoke. On the way, she heard that Xianyuan Feng had learned this phrase from the Xianyuan family, specifically to use when seeking peace with the Ice Cave people. Xianyuan Feng only knew this one phrase. For the rest, he could only gesture with his hands. Several Ice Cave people exchanged glances and mumbled something. Lu Xingchen understood. Ice Cave Person 1, they've given quite a bit, haven't they? Sure. Ice Cave Person 2, yes, we still need to reinforce the High Priest, so we can't linger here any longer. Ice Cave Person 1, you're being polite, you can accept it. The Ice Cave people also gestured. indicating to Xian Yuan Feng that he could leave without worrying about the exotic beast meat. They would let bygones be bygones. Xian Yuan Feng, overjoyed, bowed repeatedly, and quickly left with his men. Lu Xingchen narrowed her eyes. This wouldn't do. If they made peace, the ice cave reinforcements would be coming to attack her. She rolled her eyes, and whispered a few words to Gao Dafu and Gu Yin. Then, she waited behind the ice mound. A moment later, Gao Dafu sent a message, "Done." Lu Xingchen immediately retreating to a distance and reuniting with Gao Dafu and Gu Yin. By then, Gu Yin and Gao Dafu had already changed into their attire, similar to Xian Yuan Feng's group, with blue ribbons tied around their foreheads and cuffs. The ribbons clearly bore the word Xian Yuan. Gao Dafu handed the ribbon to Lu Xingchen and said, "TSK. Xian Yuan Family Branch 33? What an awesome name." He and Gu Yin had fought over it. Just now, Lu Xingchen had given them the coordinates of Xian Yuan Feng's group. They had gone there, taking advantage of the opportunity to attract 3 ordinary gang members, and then snatch the ribbon. Naturally, with Gu Yin around, the 3 were quickly dispatched. Lu Xingchen also tied a ribbon, haphazardly tied her hair, and covered her face. Then, the 3 of them swaggered to the ice cave settlement. Yes, they were the ones who were supposed to impersonate Xian Yuan Feng. Because the Xian Yuan family had just delivered something, the ice cave people weren't on their guard. At that moment, 2 ice cave people were surrounding the exotic beast meat, sleeves rolled up, preparing to move it to the warehouse. Gao Dafu approached, grinning. "Our boss asked us to help you move the stuff. Come on, move, move." He gestured as he spoke. "Ice cave people, Jaligulu?" Gu Yan's eyes flashed coldly, and he unsheathed his long sword, slashing at one of the ice cave people. The ice cave man was startled, then quickly dodged, shouting. Lu Xingchen thrust his Changhong sword forward, piercing his chest. "Killed ice cave man X1. Do you want to disassemble it?" Lu Xingchen was excited. This was her first time killing an ice cave man, and she hadn't expected it to go so smoothly. In fact, the most important reason was that this ice cave man mistook them for allies, and was caught off guard. Another ice cave man yelled, unleashed his crossbow, and whoosh! A burst of arrows blazed. Lu Xingchen and Gu Yin quickly dodged. Lu Xingchen, yes. Disassembly successful. Obtained 1 ice caveman crossbow arrow, 20 pieces of exotic beast meat, and 1 snow rabbit fur hat blueprint. Not bad, not bad. Lu Xingchen turned and dodged a crossbow arrow. By then, Gao Dafu had already put all the exotic beast meat on the ground into his storage backpack. Gao Dafu, the wind's strong, run. Lu Xingchen shouted. Boss Xian Yuan said, grab the meat and run. Run, run, run. The 3 men's skates slipped, and with a whoosh they slid a long way. One of the remaining ice cave men chased them for a few steps, then turned back and roared angrily, Jili Gulu, Jili Gulu. The rest of the ice cave men rushed out of the ice hut. The 3 men had already run away. Finally, they all hid behind an ice mound, panting. Lon Lon had already transformed into a small bird, heading ahead to gather information. A moment later, it returned happily. Haha, the ice cave men are taking the ice cave polar bear to Xian Yuan Chuanfeng's raft. It's going to be a good show, haha. Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. Great. Gao Dafu's eyes lit up. Want to watch the show for a while. Gu Yin, let's go! The 3 men stealthily returned to Xian Yuan Feng's base, where the 2 groups had already begun exchanging insults. Ice caveman, Jili Gulu, despicable villain, going back on one's word. Xian Yuan Feng, you're going too far. I've already given you something, and you're still making trouble. Are you being reasonable? Ice caveman, Jili Gulu, bah, rotten people. Xian Yuan Feng, what are you yelling at? What were you just saying? Don't think I don't understand. Even if I don't, I know you weren't saying anything nice. Xian Yuan Feng also has a bad temper. Just now, the ice cave man suddenly came over, angrily pointing his finger at him, and yelling at him. Although he didn't understand what he was saying, he knew it was bad. No matter how he explained, he wouldn't listen. He just kept on yelling and yelling, even attacking with a crossbow. So far, he's lost over a dozen of his men. If he endured any longer, his men would be annihilated. So, the 2 groups engaged in a brawl. Lu Xingchen and the other 2 watched the excitement from behind the ice mound. Unable to speak the same language and misunderstandings, the 2 sides were inseparable once the fight began. Satisfied, Lu Xingchen waved to Gu Yangao and Dafu, let's go. The ice cave people were no pushovers. Xian Yuan Feng had the Xian Yuan clan's experience, and with over 100 men, they certainly wouldn't be easy to deal with. It wouldn't be easy for them to determine the winner anytime soon. Now, there was no way to send reinforcements. Killing two birds with one stone, solving the reinforcement problem. Next, it was time to grab the insulation boards. Lu Xingchen stood up and said, "Let's go find the Ice Cave Priest." Chapter 651. Lu Xingchen and Gu Yangao Dafu returned to the raft. She needed to make a plan first. The Ice Cave people and the Ice Cave White Bears were both quite powerful, so it would be difficult to dig out the insulation board right under their noses. Lu Xingchen pointed at Binguru. "You come here." Binguru immediately came over. "Sir, please speak to me." His attitude was incredibly kind. "Lu Xingchen, what does your high priest like, dislike, and what are his weaknesses? Tell me in detail." She paused, then waved her hand and dispensed a bowl of porridge. "Don't lie, or this bowl of porridge is yours." Bingula shuddered slightly. "I dare not. Our high priest likes sweet fruit wine and smoking, but we have very little fruit wine, so he hardly ever gets any. Also, because he used to smoke so much, he coughed frequently, so the clan leader forbade him from smoking." Lu Xingchen, "Huh? Smoking and drinking, the old priest's lifestyle isn't great. No wonder he coughs like that." Bingula rolled his eyes. "The high priest is the most powerful of our group. If he really did secretly smoke, we wouldn't dare say anything. We could only pretend we didn't smell or see anything." Lu Xingchen nodded. "What else?" Bingula thought hard. "Nothing. Although the high priest is in poor health, he's still very powerful. Ordinary people can't defeat him." Lu Xingchen, "Powerful than the average ice cave dweller?" Bingula nodded repeatedly. "Of course." "Is that so?" Lu Xingchen pondered silently. If that was the case, there was no way she could just act recklessly. What should she do? She was lost in thought when suddenly, a notification sounded. "It's brewing time. Master Ling Wang invites you to her brewing hut. Do you agree?" "Agreed," transmitting immediately. 3, 2, 1. With a flash, Lu Xingchen appeared before Master Ling Wang. She didn't even have a chance to refuse. Come to think of it, she promised Master Ling Wang that she'd pick one day a week to come help with the brewing. It was almost time now. But she was very busy right now, and couldn't possibly stay with Master Ling Wang all day. Master Ling Wang was concentrating on a balanced scale, and casually asked Lu Xingchen, "Are you here?" Lu Xingchen, "Yes, Master, what do I need?" Master Ling Wang turned around and sighed, "My last batch of brewing failed again. I think it was due to inaccurate dosages. Come here today and help me weigh some cumin, chili peppers, and Sichuan peppercorns. You can decide the amounts yourself. The more accurate the better." Lu Xingchen, "Oh." With all these ingredients, Master Ling Wang's brewing was a lost cause. Master Ling Wang was stunned. "I've tried cherries and strawberries, but neither works. They must not be sweet enough." She turned to Lu Xingchen and asked, "Do you have any other fruit? Fresh, something I've never seen before." Lu Xingchen's mind struck him. "Master, I recently found a strange new fruit." She waved her hand, releasing a white asbestos fruit, and warned, "This fruit is very strange and poisonous. Don't eat it. Eating it will cause terrible things." Master Ling Wang picked up a red fruit, sniffed it, and his eyes lit up. "This fruit is definitely sweet enough, Lu Xingchen." "Not bad, we use this to make wine." Lu Xingchen presented the fruit, not to help the master brew wine, but to ask for leave. She quickly took the opportunity to explain her recent events, then said awkwardly, "So, Master, I can't stay long today." Master Ling Wang was delighted with the new ingredients and nodded, saying, "Okay, let's use this fruit to make wine. I have my own way to make the wine ferment quickly. It'd be ready in 2 hours, probably." With that, she took the fruit to wash and soak. 2 hours was still possible. Lu Xingchen followed Master Ling Wang's instructions, and weighed out the peppercorns, cumin seeds, and chili peppers. As for the quantities, she just randomly mixed them. It wouldn't be successful anyway. The two of them divided the work, and soon the white asbestos fruit wine was sealed in a jar. To speed up the brewing process, Master Ling Wang even used a fermentation acceleration card. When the 2 hours were up, she couldn't wait to open the jar. As soon as she did, a sweet aroma emanated. It was so fragrant and sweet, it was hard not to try it. Lu Xingchen was stunned. She added quite a bit of chili peppers today, yet how could there be no smell at all? Shouldn't it be? Smelling this, could it be that the winemaking was actually successful? Master Ling Wang was overjoyed. "Not bad, not bad. Just by smelling it, I know this is a rare fine wine." "Ha ha, I succeeded, I succeeded." Lu Xingchen, "Oh, Master, the white asbestos fruit is poisonous." Master Ling Wang waved his hand. That little bit of poison is nothing. Let me try it first. Master Ling Wang was delighted. After a moment's thought, he turned and fetched an exquisite, transparent cup, carefully pouring half a glass of fruit wine. Lu Xingqian quickly stopped him. Master, it's poisonous. It's really poisonous. She didn't want to see him embarrass himself. Master Ling Wang thought for a moment and handed Lu Xingqian a card. Here, help me see how our wine is this time. Lu Xingqian took it. Wine identification card. Wine identification card. This card can identify a wine's grade, efficacy, and effects. Lu Xingqian flicked it lightly, and the card flashed and sank into the jar. She saw the details of the newly brewed wine. Abnormal white asbestos fruit wine. Brewed from a strange fruit, it has a sweet, mellow aroma, and a unique flavor. It's a premium wine. However, after drinking it, strange changes may occur. 1. There is a 50% chance of emitting strange sounds. 2. There is a 20% chance of entering a state of suspended animation, lasting 3 to 15 days. The chance is doubled for the sick. 3. There is a 10% chance of eliminating all negative effects. 4. There is a 10% chance of entering a state of euphoria, resulting in singing and dancing, babbling, or erratic behavior. 5. Other 10% possibilities are not ruled out. Lu Xingqian couldn't help but read it again and again. Just an ordinary sweet wine, yet it possesses such complex and numerous benefits. It's simply unheard of. The problem is, there's a 10% chance of entering another uncontrollable state. This fruit is truly abnormal, truly abnormal. Besides, didn't she add a lot of cumin and chili peppers? How could there be no flavor at all? Could the fruit be so overbearing that it eliminated all other flavors? Lu Xingqian was silent for a moment, then asked Master Ling Wang to review the information. Ling Wang, overjoyed, took a closer look and chuckled. Not a big deal. She picked up the wine glass and emptied it in one gulp. Then, her eyes widened. This is the most successful fruit wine I've ever brewed, Lu Xingqian. I did it, haha. Lu Xingqian couldn't help but take a step back. Master, do you feel any discomfort? This perverted wine could cause so many reactions. Master Ling Wang shook his glass. Nothing? Very good, very good. Oh. She suddenly staggered, her legs gave way, and she fell to the ground with a thud. The glass in her hand fell to the ground and shattered with a crash. Chapter 652. Lu Xingqian was startled and quickly supported Master Ling Wang. Afraid the broken glass might cut the master, she quickly gathered up the shards. Seeing no trash can nearby, she simply tossed them into her storage backpack. Master Ling Wang shook his head, managed to sit down on a chair, and smiled brightly. Lu Xingqian, I'm so happy. Haha, I actually brewed a fine wine. Haha, I'm so happy. No, I need to sing. I need to go out and sing. Master Ling Wang pushed the door open and stood on the snow-covered roof, singing loudly. Lu Xingqian, Okay, she knew what the odds were. Thankfully, it wasn't serious. The master sang beautifully. Lu Xingqian took another closer look at the perverted white asbestos fruit wine, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. This wine is truly excellent. It's perfect for sneaking up on the enemy. Hey, doesn't the old priest love to drink? He's weak, and if he drinks this wine, whether he enters a state of euphoria or suspended animation, it give her an opportunity to exploit. Master Ling Wang's euphoria will completely deplete his fighting power. Lu Xingqian left, jumped onto the roof, and asked Master Ling Wang, Master, can I take some wine back with me? Master Ling Wang waved, no problem, you go back first. I need to enjoy myself. Lu Xingqian returned to the house, took out the wine gourds, and poured 3 gourds of wine. She used the small gourd Lu Haoyue had given her earlier, and each gourd didn't hold much wine, so she only poured a little. Then she cleaned up Master Ling Wang's cabin and returned to the raft. By then, it was already dark. By the time Lu Xingqian returned to the raft, she had already formulated a plan. Alcohol was already available, so cigarettes were easy to come by. Many players who enjoyed smoking had already learned how to make their own, though the smell was a bit stronger. Qin Wuchuan was a smoker, and he had a lot of cigarettes, so Lu Xingqian asked for one. Then, she went to find Bing Gulu. Lu Xingqian asked, do you miss home? Bing Gulu was stunned and shook his head repeatedly. No, I think it's nice here. Lu Xingqian said, but this isn't your home. You have to go back. Bing Gulu's face fell. I don't want to go back. Lu Xingqian stared at Bing Gulu. Did you just drink a glass of water? I forgot to tell you. The ingredients in that glass of water are the same as the porridge. In short, it was poisoned. Bing Gulu's face fell. Sir, what do you need from me? Not bad, quite clever. Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. I hope you go home. She couldn't disguise herself now. Only Bingulu, a member of the ice cave, could return to the base and complete her plan. Of course, she had already been exposed the last time she went back, so this time, Bingulu's return would be even more difficult. She believed that Bingulu could overcome the danger and complete the mission. Lu Xingchen explained the plan, and Bingulu dejectedly accepted the mission. He set out immediately. Lu Xingchen, Gu Yin, and Gao Dafu followed. Soon, Bingulu arrived near the ice cave settlement, and Lu Xingchen, Gao Dafu, and Gu Yin found a suitable hiding spot. They hid on the ice mound behind the ice cave priest's ice hut. Lon Lon was sent out, and Mimi was held in Lu Xingchen's arms, allowing him to eavesdrop. As soon as Bingulu arrived near the settlement, he was discovered by the ice cave people. Bing Shichi, okay, he dares to come again. Kill him. Bing Shichi and Bing Shiba rushed forward, ready to kill him. Bing Guru, Master Priest, I'm Bing 26. I'm back. Master, help me. Bing Guru yelled as he ran to the ice cave priest's ice hut. What's wrong? Who's making a noise? Cough, 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 cough. The ice cave priest lifted the curtain and walked out. Seeing Bing Guru, he was stunned for a moment. You're back? Bing Shichi shouted, Master, he's a fake. We were tricked last time. Bing Guru quickly said, No, I'm the real Bing 26. I finally escaped. Bing Shichi gritted his teeth in anger. You said the same thing last time. The ice cave priest looked at Bing Guru suspiciously. Bingulu was extremely confident. Sir, 17, 18, ask me any questions. Ask anything from childhood to adulthood, and I promise I can answer them all. I'm truly 26. It took Bingulu a long time to finally prove he wasn't a fake. The ice cave priest coughed for a long time and said, Okay, come in. I have something to ask you. Bingulu followed the ice cave priest into the ice house. The ice house was well soundproofed, and Lu Xingchen couldn't hear their conversation from behind. Fortunately, there was Meme, and Bingulu kept talking normally, so she had a general idea of what was going on inside. Bingulu was quite clever. In a few words, he explained the story of his escape in a coherent manner, quickly gaining the ice cave priest's trust. Finally, he took out a wine gourd and a bag of dry tobacco and handed them to the ice cave priest. Bingulu lied repeatedly, Sir, I remember you like this. I watched for several days, and finally stole these two things, so I hurried back. If I hadn't wanted to steal this, I would have come back long ago. The ice cave priest was touched. You have a conscience. Iskulu said sincerely, Your Excellency has always taken care of me, and I will always remember it. The ice cave priest was even more touched. Good, good. My love for you was not in vain, 26, you are indeed a good child. He opened the wine gourd and was pleasantly surprised. This wine is so fragrant. 26, good, good. Iskulu, sir, could you pour me some so I can taste it first? Lu Xingchen secretly admired him. Iskulu was smart. He took the initiative to taste the wine, fearing that the ice cave priest would suspect something was wrong with it. After seeing that Bingulu took a sip and found nothing unusual, the ice cave priest took out the wine gourd and began to drink. As he drank, he exclaimed, not bad, good wine. Haha, I haven't had wine this sweet in ages. Lu Xingchen was very nervous. This was just the first step in her plan. She would see which state the ice cave priest entered after drinking the wine. If he entered suspended animation or a frenzy, she had a plan for that. If it was just the strange pronunciation, she could only move on to the next step. However, the ice cave priest was in poor health, and if her guess was correct, there was a high chance he had entered suspended animation. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, the ice cave priest began coughing furiously. I cough, cough, cough. This wine is quite strong. 26 I'm a little sleepy. Iskulu, Dad. Lu Xingchen, She understood. Iskulu had drunk the abnormal wine and entered the first state. Luckily, it was just Dad. She was confident that Iskulu could cover it up. But then, the ice cave priest was stunned. What did you call me? Iskulu, Dad. He was stunned. Lu Xingchen had said that drinking too much of this wine would make you drunk. Just 1 or 2 sips would be fine. But what was wrong with him now? Why was he calling the ice cave priest Dad? He was an orphan, he had no parents, he never even heard that word. No, he had to find a way to smooth things over. He was about to speak when he opened his mouth again. Dad, let me explain. The ice cave priest burst into tears. 26, you already know, don't you? Iskulu was stunned. No, Dad. The Ice Cave priest hugged Bingulu. 26, I'm sorry. Dad didn't acknowledge you for all these years. What? Lu Xingchen straightened up involuntarily. There's a secret. Plop. A noise sounded from inside the room. After a while, Bingulu's voice rang out. Sir, are you there? The priest has fainted. You can come over and dig out the insulation board. Chapter 653. After saying this, Bingulu left the igloo door, looked around to see if anyone was paying attention, and whispered, Hurry, sir, you can come in. Lu Xingchen and the other two quickly emerged from their hiding place, crouching low, and quickly entered the igloo. Bingulu stood guard at the door. Lu Xingchen observed the igloo. The Ice Cave priest was now placed on the bed, lying flat and straight, motionless. From a closer look, he could hear soft breathing. Huh, not feigning death? Lu Xingchen was stunned for a moment. She moved closer and gently prodded the Ice Cave priest with her ice pick. He didn't move. She exerted pressure, but he still didn't move. He seemed to be asleep, a deep sleep. Lu Xingchen was relieved. After drinking the perverted asbestos fruit wine, the Ice Cave priest had entered his final state, a state of confusion. As long as it's out of the way, she took out a thick cigarette, lit it with a flame, and stuck it in a spot. This was Qin Wuchuan's homemade cigarette, quite thick. After it was lit, wisps of white smoke rose, and a smoky aroma slowly emanated. Then, the three of them took out their pickaxes and began to dig out the igloo. The outer layer of the igloo was made of thick ice blocks, and inside were insulation boards. The insulation boards were white, and slightly soft to the touch. Inside the igloo, a ding-dong-dong sound rang out. After a moment, with a crack, an insulation board fell down. The excavation was successful, and one insulation board was obtained. Done. Lu Xingchen was overjoyed and called out to Gao Dafu and Gu Yin, Hurry! There's ice outside. Let's see how long that thing can hold out. The clanging noises had already alerted the Ice Cave people. Bing 17 and 18 hurried over. Seeing Bingulu outside, their faces darkened. 26. What's wrong with the high priest? Bingulu squatted at the doorway. What do you think? No nose. The smell of smoke was already wafting in, so how could Bing 17 and 18 not smell it? They frowned. The high priest is smoking again? His lungs are not good. The clan leader told him not to smoke or drink when he came here. Bingulu, haha, then why don't you go and talk him out of it? Do you dare go in? Bing 17 and 18 were startled. Of course they didn't dare go in. Although the old priest was forbidden to smoke, he still occasionally smoked secretly. At these times, if anyone tried to dissuade him, they would usually be beaten by the high priest. The old priest's smoking meant he couldn't help it. When he couldn't help it, his temper was very bad. Whoever came to beat him would be beaten. The Ice Cave people here were of lower rank, and could not control him. So, everyone pretended to be oblivious. Bing Shichi and Bing Shiba paused. Bing Shichi rolled his eyes. 26, go in and persuade the adults. Bingulu, I'm not going. If you want to go, you go. Bing Shiba gritted his teeth and said, You're quite clever. Bingulu's face was wooden. I'm leaving now. If the adults come out and see someone outside, they might beat them up again. With that, he walked away slowly. Now, Bing Shichi and Bing Shiba were even more afraid to go in. The two looked at each other. Bing Shichi whispered, Strange. Why is there such a clanging noise inside? What kind of cigarette is the adult smoking this time? Bing Shiba, I don't know. Smoking is just smoking. Why is there a noise? Bing Shichi, want to go in and take a look? Bing Shiba, do you dare? The two whispered at the doorway, trying several times but not daring to go in. Bingulu returned silently and suddenly shouted, Shichi, Shiba, why are you standing at the high priest's door? Is something wrong? The clanging sound inside suddenly stopped. Bing Shichi's face changed drastically, and he quickly pulled Bing Shiba away and ran. They ran a long way before they stopped. Bing Shichi gritted his teeth and said, 26 is getting more and more cunning. He just spoke loudly just now, hoping the high priest would find us. How can he be so wicked? Bingulu and the Ice Cave people were battling wits and courage outside, while Lu Xingchen and the other two had already dug out every last piece of insulation board in the room. 30 pieces in total, more than enough. After removing the insulation boards, the temperature in the ice room immediately dropped significantly. The Ice Cave priest remained motionless on the bed. Lu Xingchen touched the Changhong sword. What a shame, she couldn't kill him. What if he was Bingulu's father? And she still needed Bingulu to lead the way to the Ice Cave tribe, so she couldn't harbor too much hatred against him. Never mind, then, Lu Xingchen put away her cigarette and gently tapped on the igloo, making a rhythmic sound. This was a secret signal to Bingulu, telling him they had finished digging out the insulation and were leaving, telling him to find a chance to escape. As for how Bingulu would leave, she didn't need to worry. He was quite a cunning fellow anyway. The three of them called their grandmother to gather them, and returned to the raft. It was already 1 in the morning when they returned. 2 more people were on the raft, Bubu and Master Babu. Bubu brought the crystal glass, and Lu Xingchen immediately went to the crafting table. Advanced ice cart, a warm and extremely fast ice car. Note, it's not automatic and requires an exotic beast to drive it. Required materials: Advanced ice sled blueprint X1, plastic X500, advanced marcasite X80, nails X500, advanced yellow teak X100, advanced red muscovy X100, crystal glass plate X20, insulation board X20. Craft it? Lu Xingchen, yes. Success. Lu Xingchen walked outside the ice wall and, with a wave of his hand, placed the high-end ice cart on the ice. The cart was enormous, only slightly shorter than the house, with 4 wheels, a white exterior, and a row of bright glass windows. Gao Dafu's eyes lit up. Isn't this a moving house? Several people eagerly boarded. The cart had 8 seats, 4 in a row, separated by an aisle. The 4 seats faced each other, with a large table in the middle. The seats were wide, with high backrests. There was a mechanism on the chairs. When you flipped it, the backrest slowly reclined, almost like a recliner. Gao Dafu was delighted. Not bad, sleeping here is no problem. Lu Xingchen nodded as he looked at it. The high-end ice cart was indeed high-end. There was a large space in the back of the cart, a row of cabinets, probably for storage. The interior was spacious and airy, just like a house. Several people were very satisfied. Master Babu came up with a sullen expression, ready to find fault, but he turned around and his expression gradually softened. This ice cart is truly remarkable. It's well insulated, so warm inside that you don't even need a fur coat or cloak. Bingulu had already returned, dusty, his fur coat gone, and tears welling up in his eyes. It was unclear what he'd been through. Gao Dafu couldn't help but ask, Bingulu, where's your dad? Bingulu paused. He hasn't woken up yet. 1718, and his men took him to another base. Lu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. Now the ice cave people wouldn't be watching their raft. Bingulu said nothing more. He simply pulled his tamed ice cave polar bear over, harnessed it to the ice cart, and soon had it ready. The ice cave polar bear was huge, perfect for pulling the ice cart. The group decided to set off. Lu Xingchen, Gu Yin, Gao Dafu, Bubu, and Master Babu were 5 people, plus 3 small animals, Lon Lon, Meme, and Little Snow Rabbit. And Gao Dafu's pet egg. 5 people, 3 pets, and 1 egg set off on their journey. Lu Xingchen was exhausted. After getting in the car, she put down her chair and fell asleep. Bubu and Master Babu, rested well and full of energy, played mahjong with Gao Dafu and Lon Lon. Lon Lon and Master Babu were both playful, and the whole place was in chaos. Lu Xingchen slept well again. The car pulled by the ice cave white bear was very stable, with only minor bumps and jolts, and she slept soundly. The next morning, Lu Xingchen woke up, ate a little, and asked her grandmother to gather the raft back. She had to check in at Taoyuan. Entering Taoyuan Holy Land, Lu Xingchen heard a voice prompt. Today, Taoyuan Holy Land's auspicious fortune is blessing you. Your luck has turned. Chapter 654. A change of fortune? Lu Xingchen was suddenly excited. A change of fortune, it always brings her a surprise. Now, what needs to be repaired? She had almost no broken pieces in her hands. Lu Xingchen opened her storage backpack and casually looked around. She found the broken glass she had collected yesterday. This was Master Lingguang's favorite wine glass, transparent and beautiful. However, Master Lingguang accidentally broke it yesterday, and she casually tossed the pieces into her storage backpack. Should we give it a try? But what good would a glass be, even if it were repaired? Lu Xingchen hesitated for a moment, then asked in the group chat, does anyone have any junk? Oh, by the way, Gu Yin, do you want to open a box? Gao Dafu shuddered. Stop. He gritted his teeth. Xiao Lu, you left your eyes on the sled? How did you know we just picked up 2 boxes? Lu Xingchen joked. Yeah, I left 2 pairs of eyes on the sled. Aren't they Lon Lon and Meme? However, she hadn't communicated with Lon Lon and Meme, so she had no idea they had just picked up 2 boxes. Lu Xingchen looked around the raft, but found no valuable junk. She opened her storage backpack again and examined it carefully. Huh? Rotten and mutated white asbestos seeds, that white asbestos plant is incredibly abnormal. A single fruit can be brewed into fine wine. It has an incredible variety of properties, and can even absorb all sorts of odors. So, isn't this seed also extraordinary? Lu Xingchen looked at the packet of seeds, eager to try. Rotten and mutated means it's broken beyond repair, meets the repair requirements. Lu Xingchen was a little excited. This was her first time repairing seeds. She took them to the crafting table. Rotten and mutated white asbestos seeds. One pack due to a special experience. They've rotted and can't be planted. They can be repaired using time. Do you want to repair them? It works. Lu Xingchen was thrilled. Yes. Repair successful. Obtaining strange white asbestos seeds. 1 pack. Strange white asbestos seeds. This is a pack of exotic seeds, unlike ordinary white asbestos seeds. They hold unexpected surprises. Give it a try. Lu Xingchen immediately ran to the Peach Blossom Holy Land, intending to plant the seeds. Meets the planting requirements. Can't be planted. Lu Xingchen was disappointed. Can't plant, however, the message indicated that it didn't meet the requirements, meaning it could still be planted, just not in Peach Blossom Land. Lu Xingchen placed the seeds in the black gold soil on the raft, but the message still said it didn't meet the planting requirements. She tried planting them on the ice, but still couldn't. She tried countless other locations, but the message remained the same. Lu Xingchen had no choice but to put the seeds away. She opened the group chat, which was now buzzing with activity. Gao Dafu, Xiao Lu, Gu Yan insisted on opening the box, and I couldn't stop him. Do you know what he got? Lu Xingchen was puzzled. What? Gao Dafu, an old, damaged contract. Lu Xingchen immediately became excited. Show it to me. Gao Dafu, what? That contract was rotten. As soon as we took it out, the ice cart stank to high heaven. Master Babu got mad and tore the paper to shreds, making the cart stink even worse. Now we're all out and vomiting outside. Lu Xingchen was disappointed. Huh? Where's the fragment? Gao Dafu, what fragment? The contract fragment? It was blown away by the wind. Gao Dafu, ugh, I can't stand it, it stinks. Lu Xingchen was unwilling to give up. Not a single fragment left? Even if there was only one fragment, she could repair it. Gao Dafu, no, not a single fragment. Lu Xingchen was even more disappointed. She felt that Gu Yan must have found something amazing again. What a pity. She sent the only 2 remaining boxes on her raft to Gu Yan, who secretly opened them, but both were empty. Lu Xingchen had let Gu Yan open boxes before. Unfortunately, Gu Yan didn't always find junk. Sometimes it was empty. Sometimes it was half a bottle of water. Lu Xingchen was eager to try. She still had the half bottle of water. Should she repair it? But what could she possibly find with half a bottle of water? It wasn't broken after all. Helplessly, Lu Xingchen produced a broken piece of glass. There's really no other choice but to repair this thing. Exquisite luminous cup fragment. This is a fragment of an exquisite wine glass. It can't hold wine or food. The edge is sharp, maybe enough to cut your wrist. Are you sure you still want it? I can use time to repair it. Do you want to repair it? It can indeed be repaired? Lu Xingchen, yes. Repair successful. Received an exquisite luminous wine flask set X1, which has been placed in the storage backpack. Lu Xingchen looked around and saw a transparent wine flask and 6 transparent wine glasses. Quite exquisite. One fragment actually turned into a set. Impressive. Exquisite luminous wine flask and wine glass set, the legendary Dwarf King's favorite cup. There's only one of this set. I heard it was lost many years ago. Lu Xingchen examined the wine flask and wine glass for a long time, but besides being pretty, he couldn't find any other advantages. Only this set? This set was repaired, so it won't be the only set anymore. But what good is it? Lu Xingchen decided to ask Master Babu later. She put away the cup and frowned. It seemed like she had bad luck today. 2 consecutive lucky breaks hadn't resulted in any useful repairs. This couldn't do. Lu Xingchen thought again and asked Gu Yan, is your long sword still working? Gu Yan, fair enough. Lu Xingchen, do you want it to be even better? Gu Yan, yes. Lu Xingchen, find a way to break it, the worse the better. Then give it to me. She refused to believe it. She had to repair something useful today. Now, with the legendary Changhong sword and Babu's giant axe, her weapons were already formidable. Gu Yan's long sword, however, was a bit lacking, unable to penetrate the ice cave white bear's defenses. Gu Yan's fighting power was high, and a useful weapon would be even more powerful. This trip to the ice cave tribe was bound to be a fierce battle, so we had to improve our team's combat power as quickly as possible. That's why she planned to upgrade Gu Yan's weapons. Gu Yan agreed. Wait a minute. Then, there was silence. Soon, Gao Dafu's private message came. Xiao Lu, Gu Yan's gone crazy. He's chopping rocks with his long knife. Gao Dafu. Hey, he's not chopping rocks anymore, he's fighting someone. Lu Xingchen was puzzled. Did you run into anyone? A player or an NPC? Gao Dafu. A player, Xian Yuan Feng. Lu Xingchen was stunned. How could we run into Xian Yuan Feng? Logically, Xian Yuan Feng's base wasn't here. Gao Dafu. Xian Yuan Feng and a group of men were on a nearby island killing exotic beasts. They just happened to run into us. Oh, they're trying to steal the ice cart. Lu Xingchen. Steal the ice cart? Who gave him the guts? Master Babu was on the cart. I heard Master Babu was upset because of the bad reputation. Lu Xingchen immediately said, call me. Xian Yuan Feng was about to be beaten, and she didn't want to miss the fun. Gao Dafu's voice rang out again. Oh no! Xian Yuan Feng is bringing the Ice Cave people with him. Chapter 655. Lu Xingchen swiftly returned to Gao Dafu's side. At this moment, Gao Dafu was crouching behind the ice cart with Bubu, holding his pet egg. Not far away, the flames of battle raged. Gu Yan, wielding a long sword, skated swiftly, his blade flashing with ferocity. In the center of the battlefield stood Xian Yuan Feng, a few other players, and 3 ice cave dwellers. The 3 ice cave dwellers, armed with crossbows, fired a series of arrows at Gu Yan. Lu Xingchen poked Gao Dafu. You won't help? Gao Dafu. TSK, we have a boss here. What's there for me to help? Lu Xingchen glanced at Bubu. Bubu touched Lan and smiled faintly. We have the boss here. No need for us to intervene. Lan nudged Bubu. We have the boss here. Let's just watch. Is this a collective slacking off, planning to rely on Master Babu? At this moment, Master Babu sat in the ice sled with his eyes closed. He had a face towel wrapped around his nose, revealing only half his face, and looked a little haggard. He had just vomited, and his mood and health were both poor. Crack! 2 crossbow bolts pierced the ice sled's crystal glass. Master Babu rubbed his forehead and couldn't help but exclaim, What are you doing? Is this going to stop? Ah! Master Babu angrily dismounted from the ice sled and, looking at the crowd outside, grew annoyed. Get out! Get out! Get out! He grabbed a player who was about to board the sled and swung him high into the air, sending him flying far away. Ah! The player screamed, then landed with a thud not far away, unable to get up for a long time. I don't know if he's fainted or dead. Xian Yuan Feng's eyes sparkled, and he gave orders arrogantly. Hurry, grab the ice cart. We're so lucky, ha. Several more players rushed over. Master Babu grabbed one in each hand, catching them like chicks, throwing them down and destroying them with incredible efficiency. At this point, he was wearing a snow leopard vest made by Lu Xingchen and a fur hat. His plump, round body looked almost the same size as the Ice Cave Man if you didn't look closely. A scarf was wrapped around his nose, obscuring his features. Xian Yuan Feng's eyes lit up from a distance. Another lone Ice Cave Man? Great, I'm in luck, ha. He waved his hand and released an object 3 people tall, resembling a tower and a machine. Xian Yuan Feng pressed the trigger on it and shouted, Focus! Focus on that Ice Cave Man! Quick, catch him! With a boom, the machine launched a puddle of water. As it shot out, the water ball grew larger and higher, reaching a diameter of more than 10 meters. When the water ball reached Master Babu's head, it poured down with a splash. Master Babu was in the middle of a furious scramble, grabbing and throwing people for fun, and suddenly, without noticing, he was drenched. The water ball was so large, it felt like a torrential downpour on Master Babu's head. The water instantly froze upon reaching Master Babu's head, freezing him inside. Gao Dafu, aho? Bubu, wow! Lan, TSK. Me. Everyone looked gloating. Lu Xingchen, however, stared wide-eyed. What a weapon! The water ball didn't freeze in midair. It first poured onto Master Babu's head, then froze, perfectly trapping him inside. The huge water ball transformed into an ice ball, with Master Babu dwarfed inside. Most people wouldn't be able to handle this. Xian Yuan Feng laughed heartily. Everyone, go seize the ice cart. We tame this Ice Cave Man later. Lu Xingchen drew out the Changhong sword, waited, and paused. Master Babu's martial prowess was formidable. She doubted this ice ball could hold him down. Sure enough, within 3 seconds, Master Babu roared, ah! His body suddenly expanded countless times, transforming into a giant over 10 meters tall. As his stature soared, the ice ball shattered into a pile of debris. Master Babu swayed and roared, which little piece of trash is plotting against me? Lon Lon flew up and pointed at Xian Yuan Feng. It's him, Master Babu, go kill him. Master Babu strode toward Xian Yuan Feng. Xian Yuan Feng stood there stunned. By this time, Master Babu's size had increased, and the mask on his nose had long since fallen off, revealing his true form. Xian Yuan Feng's face paled. Master Baba Babu? He shuddered. Master, I was wrong. I didn't know it was you. Master, please spare me. He turned and ran. Seeing the enormous Master Babu, the other players, and the Ice Cave people screamed and fled in all directions. Master Babu waved his hand, grabbed Xian Yuan Feng, and lifted him up, shouting, It's you. You plotted against me, you little piece of shit. Xian Yuan Feng shouted, his voice hoarse, Master, please spare me. Master, please spare me. Ah, I didn't mean to. Lu Xingchen rushed out like the wind, rushed to the machine that had just launched the water ball, and waved his hand. Obtain the giant water ball launcher. Do you want to pick it up? Anyone who doesn't pick it up is a fool. Lu Xingchen, yes. I've obtained the giant water ball launcher, and have already stored it in my storage backpack. Lu Xingchen hurriedly looked at the information. Giant water ball launcher. Fires a giant water ball that hits the target's head and quickly freezes it. Great stuff. A powerful weapon. In this icy and snowy weather, it's a truly exceptional weapon. Lu Xingchen couldn't let it go. She looked up at Xian Yuan Feng and shouted to Master Babu, Master, don't let him get away with it. Hand him over to me, and I promise to kill him. Gao Dafu rushed over. Yes. Crushing him to death is too easy. We take care of him for you. Master Babu paused, his body swaying, and he returned to his original size. He flung Xian Yuan Feng with a pop sound. Okay, you kill him for me. Lu Xingchen quickly stomped on Xian Yuan Feng. You're kidding. I'm too late. What if he gets called away? Xian Yuan Feng lay miserably on the ground. Just now, Master Babu had squeezed him so hard that one of his arms and legs was broken, leaving him unable to escape. He was barely breathing. He looked at Lu Xingchen, then at Gao Dafu, a look of fear on his face. You guys? The ice sled is yours? He had seen Lu Xingchen before. Lu Xingchen took out a rope and quickly tied him up. Then, with a slap, he slapped him across the face. From now on, don't talk nonsense. If you dare send a message to Xian Yuan Batian, I kill you immediately. At that moment, Xian Yuan Feng was left with only one breath. Lu Xingchen took out a few white asbestos fruits and stuffed them into Xian Yuan Feng's mouth. Here, you've been poisoned. I need the antidote. Otherwise, the poison will kick in 3 hours, and you be in excruciating pain. Xian Yuan Feng, oh ba. He already ate it. He smacked his lips. That was sweet. Lu Xingchen asked directly, why would the Ice Cave people help you? The group had just fled, and the Ice Cave people fled too. Only Gu Yan gave chase. Lu Xingchen was most puzzled by how Xian Yuan Feng had subdued the Ice Cave people. Xian Yuan Feng smacked his lips again. Dad. Lu Xingchen, Gao Dafu, and Lon Lon, hey. Xian Yuan Feng was shocked. Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. I told you, it's highly poisonous. Talk it over. Why would the Ice Cave people help you? Xian Yuan Feng, if I tell you, will you let me go, Dad? Chapter 656. Xian Yuan Feng bit his lip hard. Why on earth? Why did he utter those two notes? His face flushed crimson. At the same time, he was secretly horrified. This poison was so powerful. He had never seen anything like it before. Many people said Lu Xingchen was powerful, but this was the first time he realized how powerful Lu Xingchen really was. She could actually recruit Master Babu as her thug. Lu Xingchen, as long as you answer all my questions, I let you go. She looked at him with disdain. Your fighting skills are so poor, you're no threat to me. Speak. She drew her dagger and, without warning, stabbed it into Xian Yuan Feng's arm. Hurry. I'm impatient. If you don't speak, I kill you. Ah! Xian Yuan Feng screamed. He hadn't expected Lu Xingchen to strike him so unexpectedly while he was answering questions. He didn't resist. Blood flowed everywhere, and Xian Yuan Feng was terrified. He had long heard that Lu Xingchen was a murderer, incredibly ruthless. He immediately spoke frankly, Dad, the Ice Cave people are afraid of water. I attack them with giant water balloon cannons. The water freezes them, and they can't move. After I capture them, I poison them and make a deal with them. If they help me for a few days, I let them go. Lu Xingchen chuckled. You use poison too? What kind? Show me? Xian Yuan Feng moved his arms miserably. He was tied up, so of course he couldn't move. Lu Xingchen was unconcerned. Okay, then I won't watch. It would explode soon anyway. Lu Xingchen was puzzled. How did you make that giant water balloon cannon? Xian Yuan Feng endured it with difficulty. I got the blueprints from killing monsters, and then made it, Dad. Lu Xingchen, you're so lucky? Xian Yuan Feng dodged twice, then managed to say, just the right time. Lu Xingchen narrowed her eyes. Something's happening. She raised her hand, and the dagger flashed with a cold light. Puff! It stabbed into Xian Yuan Feng's thigh. Aw, Dad! Xian Yuan Feng screamed, trembling in pain. Lu Xingchen said softly, it seems you don't want to die. In that case, there's no need to keep you. Lon Lon, do you still have any other methods of forcing a confession? Lon Lon immediately came over. Yes, yes, yes. You finally need me again, haha. Bubu, I learned it too. Lon Lon, okay, you be my assistant. Bubu, I'm telling you, you must learn some torture techniques. Practice them when you encounter someone who's blind. Seeing Bubu, Xian Yuan Feng couldn't help but flinch. Bubu was a bit ugly, but he recognized him as an NPC. How could Lu Xingchen be so powerful? Lu Xingchen warned, Lon Lon, be careful. I don't want anyone killed. If you kill someone again this time, I'd be furious. Lon Lon immediately understood and muttered, how many people did I kill? This person was already dying. How could I control him? Xian Yuan Feng was terrified. An NPC, a little bird, what do they know? They only know how to use force. He shouted, Dad. I'm telling you, Lu Xingchen, I used the robbery card. This card can rob others of their good luck. Even though it's only 3 hours, it's enough time for me to get this blueprint. Lu Xingchen turned around. Luck card? Another card she'd never seen before. There's such a good thing? But her luck was already good, she didn't need a card like this. No, her expression grew serious. Whose luck did you rob? Xian Yuan Feng stammered. Your Dad's. Seeing Lu Xingchen's eyes turn cold, he quickly shouted, this was given to me by Xian Yuan Batian. He specifically asked me to rob your luck. He already has an ice card, and he was afraid you'd do the same mission as him, so he asked me to do it. Lu Xingchen's eyes were icy. Which day? Xian Yuan Feng. Just a few days ago. Lu Xingchen suddenly remembered a time when she had used the landing order and received an anomaly warning. She arrived on the island and found nothing. Even after killing the bizarre white asbestos, she only got a bag of rotten mutated seeds. So, that day, she was still wondering why her luck was so bad. It was him. Lu Xingchen stared coldly at Xian Yuan Feng. Xian Yuan Feng's scalp tingled, and he begged for mercy. Lu Xingchen, don't blame me. It's all Xian Yuan Batian. He told me to do this. I had to listen to him, Dad. Xian Yuan Feng's sweat dropped. It was so embarrassing. Why did he always call Lu Xingchen Dad? Why was this poison so overbearing? Lu Xingchen stared at him for a moment. How much do you know about Xian Yuan Batian's situation? Tell me everything. Xian Yuan Feng was already terrified, and he quickly told everything he knew. In reality, he didn't know much. He was a nobody in the Xian Yuan family. If he hadn't been in District 33, Xian Yuan Batian wouldn't have come to him. Xian Yuan Batian had also set off, and his current understanding of the situation was similar to Lu Xingchen's. Furthermore, Xian Yuan Batian also possessed a giant water balloon cannon and brought along NPCs, more than one. Xian Yuan Feng didn't know anything more. Finally, he pleaded, Dad. Lu Xingchen, I have a doomsday card here. Xian Yuan Batian gave it to me. He told me to use it on you once, at a critical moment. I give it to you, will you let me go? Lu Xingchen stepped on Xian Yuan Feng's leg, and with a flash of his dagger, he severed the ropes from his arms. Okay, show it to me. Xian Yuan Feng respectfully produced a card. Lu Xingchen held it in his hand. Doomsday card. Use this card to hijack the luck of any player for 3 to 15 hours. Note that there may be backlash, so use with caution. Lu Xingchen took the card and said, take out everything in your backpack. Xian Yuan Feng, okay. He was overjoyed. Lu Xingchen chose to take the items instead of killing him, which meant he still wanted to let him go. That was good. He quickly took out most of the things in his backpack, though of course, he still wanted to keep some of the good stuff. Lu Xingchen waved his hand. gathered everything together, and cut the ropes tying Xian Yuanfeng's legs and body. Okay, you can go. Xian Yuanfeng was overjoyed. With one leg broken, he quickly climbed to his feet, crawled a few steps, and was just about to contact his men when Nini came crashing down from nowhere, butting his head with a brutal charge. That single blow was enough to send the lingering Xian Yuanfeng to his death. Xian Yuanfeng barely had time to look back before he collapsed to the ground. Xian Yuanfeng, Dad, why? Oh! Kill Xian Yuanfeng. Should we collect his supplies? Lu Xingchen, yes. It wasn't her who killed him just now, it was Nini. Successful collection. Snow Leopard Cloak X1, Exotic Beast Meat X100, Fish Meat X100, Lucky Card X2, Speed Card X8, Dagger X1, Rare Long Sword, Damaged, X1. Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. Rare Long Sword? And damaged? Isn't that what she needs? She took out the damaged long sword. The sword was badly damaged. The tip was missing, the scabbard was broken, and the blade was dented and in disrepair. Not bad. Chapter 657. Not far away, a flash of light appeared, and Gu Yin slid back. He swung his long sword, striking the ice. With a crack, the thick layer of ice cracked. Gao Dafu was startled. Are you crazy, Gu Yin? This is a sword, not a hammer. Gu Yin frowned, looked at the blade, and muttered, It's still intact? He's already tried hard. Lu Xingchen waved his hand. No need, Gu Yin. Everyone cleaned up the battlefield and climbed back onto the ice cart. The door had been left open for so long, and the smell had dissipated, though the temperature inside had dropped a bit. Master Babu frowned, looking at Lu Xingchen, Gao Dafu, the carefree Bubu, and the carefree Lan Lan. Master Babu, why didn't you take action just now? Everyone, huh? Master Babu's face turned red with anger, roaring, You think I'm your thug, don't you? You little bastards. Lu Xingchen quickly excused himself. Master, I wasn't here. I just got back. Gao Dafu's eyes rolled. Huh? Master, I had diarrhea and wasn't paying attention. Bubu smiled faintly. My dad told me to just hang out for a while. Don't try to steal the spotlight while we're here. Lan Lan had already shrunk to the size of a sparrow. Ouch, my wing cramped up just now. I can't do it anymore. Bubu, hold me. It lurched, one wing drooping, and fell into Bubu's arms. Master Babu was infuriated and amused. So you're just a bunch of losers, right? He was soaked, his face still smeared with ice, and looked disheveled. Looking at the lively and well-dressed crowd, he gritted his teeth in anger. I don't care if you're away, have diarrhea, are just slacking off, or have cramps. The next time someone messes up, I won't take action. Master Babu roared. I won't attack again. Master Babu was furious, his face sullen and silent, no matter how the others tried to appease him. Next time, he definitely wouldn't attack. He was going to let these lazy losers go out and fight. Lu Xingchen placed some fruit and snacks for everyone and hurried back to the raft to continue repairing it. She still had one more chance to repair it with lucky fortune. Rare long blade. Damage. This is a severely damaged long blade, but it once had its glory days. You can use lucky fortune to repair it. Do you want to repair it, Lu Xingchen? Yes. Repair successful, obtaining the flaming long blade, legendary. Not bad. Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up, and he quickly checked the long blade's information. Flaming long blade, legendary level, with a fire energy chip attached, allowing it to unleash fire-based skills, and also add fire-based skills to the long blade. Current skills, none. A great sword. It's a shame it doesn't have any skills yet. However, this long sword is high level and fire-based, so it should be no problem against the Ice Cave White Bear. Lu Xingchen couldn't let it go, looking at it again and again. He had to go back and appease the master. Lu Xingchen fiddled with the raft for a while, then took the food prepared by Grandma, Hong Shersan, Zhong Chang, and the others, and returned to the ice cart. Master Babu was resting his eyes. They had been playing mahjong, and the three of them kept letting him win. They lost several times before they finally appeased Master Babu. Master Babu's anger subsided, but his principles remained unchanged. From now on, he would not attack if there were another enemy attack. It was almost evening again. Lu Xingchen prepared the food and gave everyone a delicious dinner. Then he gave the flaming long sword to Gu Yin. Gu Yin took the long sword, delighted. He immediately dismounted the ice cart and tested the sword. The long sword flashed, sending out bursts of flames, a truly impressive sight. That evening, everyone played for a while before retiring. The next day arrived in a flash. and everyone spent the day on the ice cart playing mahjong, having fun, and enjoying themselves. They were having a wonderful time. According to Bing Guru, if they moved quickly, they could reach their base before 10 o'clock tonight. Lu Xingchen calculated the time. She still remembered that Xiaobai's pet egg had told her to find it in time and wait for it to hatch. She had to solve the problem here quickly. The ice cart moved forward quickly, leaving behind only ice fields, a blanket of white between heaven and earth. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, the ice cart stopped. Bing Guru turned around and said, "Sir, our base is just ahead. We're in a valley. I'm afraid there might be patrolling soldiers ahead. Should we get off first?" On the way, Lu Xingchen learned a lot from Bing Guru. The Ice Cave people's base was located in a deep valley. To reach them, they needed to ascend the mountain, then descend and enter the valley. On the way, the group had discussed this. They looked completely different from the Ice Cave people and couldn't enter. To enter, they had to disguise themselves as Ice Cave people. Unfortunately, Lu Xingchen's top-level disguise card was gone, and even if he had, it wouldn't take long. A few hours wouldn't be enough to investigate the cause of the early start of the ice season. So, they decided to disguise themselves as a caravan. The Ice Cave people lived in seclusion and had a bad reputation, so caravans rarely came. This time, Bing Guru would lead their caravan. Entering the camp, Bing Gula felt heavy-hearted. Not only had he brought outsiders to the camp, he had also joined them in defeating the tribe. He feared he wouldn't be able to stay here any longer. No one else liked the Ice Cave people. What would he do if he wasn't accepted by the tribe? Lu Xingchen, knowing his concerns, promised, "If it really doesn't work out, just stay with me. I find a place for you." Bing Gula's heart moved. On Lu Xingchen's raft, not only would he have good food and drink, but no one would bully him. Besides, he could learn many words. Lon Lon loved watching TV dramas, so she learned many wonderful words, like little trash, big fool, old fool, waste, and so on. Every time Lon Lon used these words, it would infuriate people. At such times, he felt the importance of being able to speak, precisely because his escape route was already secured. Bing Gula wholeheartedly helped Lu Xingchen. It was Bing Gula who suggested the idea of disguising themselves as a caravan. He had learned many words, and had become a quasi-priest, greatly elevating his status within the tribe. It made sense that when they encountered the caravan, he had used his skills to persuade them to come to the tribe. Lu Xingchen immediately placed rows of boxes on the back of the ice cart, filled with supplies. All of them were what the Ice Cave people needed. There was exotic beast meat, fruit, vegetables, grain, ore, and so on. After walking a little further, Bing Gula got off the cart and headed back to the base. He had to notify Lu Xingchen and the others before they could enter. Bing Gula walked for about an hour and returned with a dozen or so Ice Cave people. The leader was a woman in her 40s. She also looked like an Ice Cave person, but with larger eyes, a less square face, and fair skin, making her look much more beautiful. Their slender, almond-shaped eyes, in particular, gave Lu Xingchen a vague sense of familiarity. She wore a white cape and leaned on a white staff. She glanced at Lu Xingchen and smiled faintly. "Hello, guest from afar, welcome to our abode." She spoke fluently, words Lu Xingchen could understand. Lu Xingchen instantly understood. This was a priestess. She looked like an important figure. Chapter 658. Bing Guru introduced. "Lu Xingchen, this is our East Fox High Priest." Lu Xingchen nodded slightly. "Hello, High Priest." The East Fox High Priest smiled. "Your guests have come from afar. Please rest first." She stared at the car. Lu Xingchen had installed curtains on the windows of the ice car. To maintain the sense of mystery, she drew them so that people outside could not see what was going on inside. Gao Dafu and Gu Yin jumped out one by one. Seeing Gu Yin, the East Fox High Priest's eyes lit up. Buba came down, holding Lon Lon. The East Fox High Priest glanced at them, and paid no more attention. Mimi had already been put into the pet bag by Lu Xingchen, leaving only Master Babu inside. Master Babu did not get out of the car for a long time. The East Fox Priest stared at the ice cart, and smiled faintly. "It seems there's still a guest who hasn't gotten off yet. What's up, sir? Are you shy?" "Hey, where's Master Babu?" Lu Xingchen's heart skipped a beat. "Oh no! Master Babu's been sleeping the whole time. We can't disturb him, or he get angry." When Bing Gula went to call for help, Master Babu remained silent, his brow furrowed. He's never liked people from the ice cave. "Is he okay?" Just as Lu Xingchen was about to return, the door to the ice cart opened and a man jumped out. Lu Xingchen's eyes widened. The man who got out was a young man in his 20s, about 1.9 meters tall, about the same height as Gu Yin. He had an exceptionally handsome face, even more handsome than Gu Yin. He had a cold expression, just like Gu Yin, and he had an air of arrogance and dominance. It was a stark contrast to Gu Yin's reserved demeanor. He said coldly, "Gu Yuji." Just now, everyone came down and introduced themselves. The East Fox priestess knew everyone's name. After listening to his introduction, she looked at him, then at Gu Yin, and asked, "Are you brothers?" The cold and handsome guy nodded. "Yes, I am your brother." Lu Xingchen, Gao Dafu, Gu Yin, and Bubu were all stunned. How did this Gu Yuji come here? When did Gu Yuji get in their car? Lu Xingchen's face changed, and he glanced inside. The car was empty. "He's Master Babu. He's Master Babu." Gu Yin, Gao Dafu, and Bubu immediately understood. After a moment of shock, they quickly hid their surprised expressions. The East Fox priestess's smile widened. "Okay, everyone go and rest. See you tomorrow." She glanced at Master Babu with joy and left with everyone. Bing Gula was also stunned. He woodenly led Lu Xingchen and the others to a nearby courtyard. Outside the courtyard was an ice wall, and inside was a two-story villa, all made of ice. There were more than a dozen rooms. Lu Xingchen and the others were allowed to choose their own rooms, and the ice cart was taken outside the courtyard. There were 2 ice cave dwellers outside, but Bing Gula dismissed them with a few words. Meanwhile, Lu Xingchen and the others sat in an ice house, staring at Master Babu in shock. "Gao Dafu, Master Babu, why do you look a bit like Gu Yin now?" Master Babu, "Humph, if not like him, then you? You're so ugly, I won't be your brother." He regained his normal voice. Gao Dafu's eyes lit up. "Oh, Master, you can also pinch faces?" Lu Xingchen was also surprised. Master Babu's disguise this time was quite impressive. It was as if he had used Gu Yin as a model, then tweaked it himself, creating an even more perfect look. He's even more handsome than Gu Yin now, but why did Master Babu disguise himself? Don't want to reveal his identity. Does the East Fox priest, or rather, someone at the ice cave station, recognize him? That's right, he's been here before. Lu Xingchen was gossiping. "Master Babu, you're disguising yourself like this. Are you hiding from someone?" Master Babu's face darkened. "Who could I be hiding from? The ice cave people are dirty, smelly, and inherently cruel. I want nothing to do with them. Lu Xingchen, I'm telling you, I've brought you to the ice cave station now. Your mission is accomplished. I don't care about anything else." Looking a little guilty, "Huh?" Lu Xingchen asked fearlessly. "Master Babu, haven't you been here before? You must have made some friends last time you were here, right?" Master Babu was furious. Lu Xingchen, "Hey, it's late, Master, get some rest." Looking disgusted with Master Babu's expression, it seemed he really had no friends left. Lu Xingchen coaxed Master Babu back and quietly called out Bing Gulu. She planned to visit the ice cave dwelling. Bing Gulu shook his head repeatedly. "Sir, walking from here requires climbing a very high mountain. Once at the top, we have to take the ice slide down. It would take too much time. Besides, the dwelling is heavily guarded." Not only was the dwelling guarded, but even the route up the mountain was guarded by ice cave dwellers. It would be impossible to sneak in at night. Lu Xingchen felt regretful and had to give up. The next day, before 8 o'clock, 2 ice cave dwellers arrived, offering to take Lu Xingchen and the others up the mountain. Lu Xingchen gathered the goods and led the group, following the ice cave dwellers to a set of stairs and began climbing. The stairs were all icy, making climbing difficult. After 2 or 3 hours, they finally reached the top. Once we reached the top, things were easy. There was a slide down the mountain, and everyone just sat on a small ice cart and slid down. Soon, they reached the valley. Lu Xingchen saw a large ice plaza, dotted with igloos. At the innermost plaza was a large square, and behind that was a large ice fortress. It was very tall. It was said that was where the clan leader, elders, and priests lived. Bing Guru, following Lu Xingchen, quietly pointed to the 3rd floor of the fortress and said, "That's where Elder Binghe lives." Elder Binghe was the second uncle of Bing Shiqi and Bing Shiba. Lu Xingchen had come here primarily to gather information from him. Bing Guru whispered, "Elder Binghe will definitely be out soon. We heard the clan leader is in a coma, and he's in charge now." They were a caravan, coming to sell goods, so the one in charge would definitely be there. Lu Xingchen and his companions arrived at the fortress and entered the main hall, where they lined up the boxes on the floor. A short while later, the East Fox priest and a man approached side by side. He was a middle-aged man, probably in his 40s, also with a square face and small eyes, but his face was beaming with a friendly expression that made one feel close to him. Perhaps because he loved to smile, his looks were significantly better than those of the average ice cave dweller. He and the East Fox priest were probably the most handsome of the ice cave people. Ice Gula had already hinted that this was Elder Bingha. Elder Bingha glanced at the crowd and grabbed Gao Dafu's hand. Jili Gulu, oh, how can there be such a plump person? You look like a mascot. I really want to dry you up and make a specimen of you. The East Fox priest smiled faintly. Never mind. Let me do it. They might not understand you. Lu Xingchen, She understood. Understanding nothing, Gao Dafu looked at the smiling Elder Bingha and said with a chuckle, oh, exactly the same. The East Fox priest, ahem, come, let's take a look at the goods first. Lu Xingchen opened the boxes one by one. Seeing the boxes of vegetables, fruits, exotic beast meat, minerals, and so on, the ice cave people's eyes lit up. The East Fox priest and Elder Bingha circled the boxes, their eyes full of surprise. Of course they were surprised. The things Lu Xingchen had in his hands might not even be possessed by the NPCs. The East Fox priest concealed his excitement. What do you want to exchange? Chapter 659. Lu Xingchen took the initiative. What do you have? The East Fox priest paused. We have animal bones, ice, insulation boards, and... She couldn't finish her words. Originally, their area was short of supplies and extremely poor. Otherwise, the caravans wouldn't have been so reluctant to come. The only thing they had was insulation boards. In normal weather, insulation boards were of little use and undemanded. Now that the temperature is low and the weather is cold, insulation boards finally come in handy. Lu Xingchen, okay, then we switch to insulation boards. She pointed to a box of vegetables on the ground. How many insulation boards can you give me for this box of vegetables? The East Fox priest glanced at it and paused. We have vegetables here. A kind of radish, very delicious, more than enough for us. I just found your vegetables novel and wanted to try them. Lu Xingchen's eyes flashed. So you don't like these vegetables? Forget it. She waved her hand and put the box of vegetables away. The East Fox priest was stunned for a moment. Lu Xingchen pointed to the fruit nearby. What about this? The East Fox priest pondered for a moment. Well, suddenly Gao Dafu said, I heard you have a delicious fruit here, a radish. So you probably don't like these fruits. Come on, put them away. On the way, they had discussed this with Bing Guru. The ice cave people's settlement was always covered in ice and snow. Due to the extreme cold, many plants could not survive. The only vegetable they could eat was a bitter red radish, which was also their only fruit. Their food was unchanging, animal meat or carrots. So, these vegetables and fruits were extremely precious to them. The smile on the East Fox priest's face almost faded at Gao Dafu's sarcastic remarks. Lu Xingchen smiled faintly, took out a small plate, took out some grapes and strawberries, and handed them to the East Fox priest. Would you like to try them first? After all, one couldn't be too forceful on someone else's territory. Their purpose wasn't to make a deal. After tasting the food, the East Fox priest's eyes lit up immediately, and she nodded repeatedly. Not bad, very delicious. Lu Xingchen, how do you exchange it? Seeing Lu Xingchen's good attitude, the East Fox priest gave up the argument. The two parties negotiated and decided to exchange the box of fruit for 300 pieces of insulation board, the vegetables for 100 pieces of insulation board, and 2 boxes in total. The exotic animal meat was cheaper, at 30 pieces per box. Lu Xingchen had a lot of exotic beast meat, so he waved his hand and released 10 boxes of it in exchange for 300 insulation boards. They didn't have much demand for ore. So, Lu Xingchen received 800 insulation boards, more than enough. East Fox priest. We still have insulation boards. Do you want to trade? Lu Xingchen shook his head. Enough. Do you have any other supplies? East Fox priest hesitated. Ice? Animal bones? Crossbows? Lu Xingchen shook his head. Forget it, we see. The box of fruit contained only 7 or 8 watermelons, 3 bunches of grapes, 2 baskets of strawberries, and a few apples and pears. The ice cave people had big appetites, so they'd probably finish all of it in half a day. After enjoying such delicious fruit, she was sure they would try to find other ways to trade for it. This was only the first exchange. The East Fox priest had no choice but to give up, asking Lu Xingchen and the others to wait while she looked for more supplies. After the exchange was complete, the East Fox priest asked Bing Guru to show them around, and then she left. Lu Xingchen and the others strolled around casually. The ice cave dwelling was simple, an ice fortress housing ice cave guards, the East Fox priest, and Elder Bingha. Adjacent ice houses housed ordinary ice cave dwellers. Perhaps because many ice cave dwellers were out hunting, there weren't many ice cave dwellers here. However, they were heavily guarded, patrolling day and night. The towering ice cave white bears occasionally passed by the roadside. The East Fox priest arranged for them to stay in the guest rooms on the first floor of the ice snow fortress. After an hour of wandering, they returned to the ice snow fortress just as Elder Bingha was emerging. Lu Xingchen had come looking for him and immediately greeted him. Elder Bingha, however, acted as if he hadn't noticed her and dashed over to Gao Dafu. Jiligulu, oh, I haven't seen you for a while, you've gained a lot of weight. When can you stuff them? Gao Dafu, confused, smiled. Oh, thank you. Master Babu gave them a cold look. Elder Bingha turned to Master Babu and Gu Yin. Jiligulu, these two are so handsome, Donghu can't wait to stuff them. Lu Xingchen turned abruptly. How terrifying. Why are the elders and priests so keen on stuffing people? Elder Bingha turned and nodded to Lu Xingchen. Jiligulu, how boring. When can you stuff them? The Donghu priest suddenly appeared. Elder Bingha, aren't you going to see the polar bear? Go. Elder Bingha nodded. Jiligulu, alas, we have to wait until evening. Evening? Lu Xingchen frowned slightly. Turning back, he saw the East Fox priest smiling and saying, Ice 26, you've worked hard. Go and rest. I greet the guests. 2 ice cave people arrived and left with Ice Gulu. The East Fox priest had prepared a special banquet to welcome the guests. The crowd finally got to see what the ice cave people's feast was like. The table was filled with stewed animal meat, stewed carrots, animal meat stewed with carrots, shredded carrots, pickled carrots, and a very pungent, low-quality white wine. Several people couldn't finish a single bite of the meal. The East Fox priest was very talkative, constantly testing her. Lu Xingchen and Gao Dafu played along, while Gu Yin, Master Babu, and Buba remained silent. The meal lasted about an hour. In the end, the East Fox priest had nothing to show for it, and had to send everyone back to rest. However, Bing Guru never returned after leaving, and neither did the East Fox priest nor the Ice Crane elder. Lu Xingchen tried to go upstairs, but guards were stationed at each floor entrance, clearly informing them that they could not go up without the priests or elders. She had Mimi listen for any noises from this side. Around 7 or 8 in the evening, Elder Ice Crane returned, storming upstairs. Around 10 in the evening, he left again. Lu Xingchen had Lon closely monitor Elder Ice Crane, while she quietly left the room. As she approached the floor entrance, she overheard 2 guards chatting. Why is Lord Ice Crane out? He doesn't seem happy? Strange, Lord Ice Crane rarely gets upset. Did he have another argument with the priest? The 2 lords have always been at odds. They argue every day. That's normal. 2 elders at odds? Lu Xingchen thought about it. It seemed like Bing Guru had mentioned this before. She quietly exited the ice fortress's main gate. Her position was a disadvantage. She was significantly taller than the ice cave dwellers, and her presence would draw attention. So, she crouched down and wrapped her cloak tightly around her to avoid being seen. Lon, come, Xiao Lu, Bing he is here. Lu Xingchen looked around to see if there was anyone around. She immediately used the speed card and rushed to the ice house Lon had mentioned. The ice house had a good view of the ice fortress's main gate. Hiding behind it, she could overhear the conversation inside. Bing he, Jili Gulu, they can't be spared. Kill them, including Bing 26. Another voice, Jili Gulu, you only know how to kill. What if they are someone important? Bing he, Jili Gulu, what kind of person? Could it be Babu? Chapter 660. Lu Xingchen was stunned. Elder Bingha also knew about Master Babu. Bingha, Jili Gulu, don't be afraid of Babu, we haven't broken the contract. Another voice, Jili Gulu, don't think I don't know why the ice season has come early. Haha, it's your fault. Bingha, Jili Gulu you. From inside, there was a thump sound, as if something heavy had fallen. Bingha was silent. With a swish, the door curtain flew open, and an ice cave dweller, his face obscured and his head tightly wrapped, emerged. He fled like the wind. He was so fast that Lu Xingchen couldn't catch up. Besides, a group of guards happened to pass by, so she didn't dare to chase. Lu Xingchen could only retreat to the back of the igloo. After the guards left, there was still no sound from inside. Lu Xingchen was about to stand when suddenly, there was a commotion, and the East Fox priest burst out of the ice fortress, shouting, Come on, go find Elder Bingha, quickly. Clatter. Several teams of ice cave people arrived immediately, fanning out and rushing into the various ice houses. What was going on? Lu Xingchen was startled. She couldn't stay here in this situation. She'd easily be spotted by the scurrying ice cave people. She had no choice but to sneak around, crouching down, wrapping her cloak tightly around her. Making sure no one was around, she rushed to the ice fortress. Entering the fortress wasn't easy. The East Fox priest was standing at the door. Gao Dafu privately chatted, "Xiao Lu, how are you? It seems something's happened. The gate is blocked. I'm afraid you can't get in." Lu Xingchen, "I know. She's hiding nearby." Gao Dafu, Bubu, Gu Yin, and the others also rushed out and surrounded the East Fox priest. Gao Dafu, "Priest, what happened?" The three of them, their towering figures, tightly encircled the East Fox priest. The guards had already gone off to look for someone, so Lu Xingchen took advantage of this opportunity to rush out and enter the ice and snow fortress, pretending to have just emerged. He asked the East Fox priest, "Priest, what's wrong?" The East Fox priest looked weary. "I'm sorry to disturb you all. Elder Binghe is missing." Lu Xingchen was secretly puzzled. Elder Binghe wasn't imprisoned. He could go wherever he wanted. He had just gone to an ice house, so why was the East Fox priest so agitated? He even looked worried. Suddenly, a member of the ice cave ran over and said, "Priest, this is terrible. Elder Binghe has been killed. He's in that ice house over there." "What?" Lu Xingchen's face changed. Wasn't Binghe just talking to someone? No, there was a sound of something heavy falling, and then someone ran out. So, Binghe was killed? The East Fox priest had already gone to the ice house with his men, and Lu Xingchen, Gao Dafu, and the others hurriedly followed. The ice house was packed, and the thick curtains were drawn high. Because the ice cave residents were short, Lu Xingchen could still see clearly what was going on inside. Inside the ice house was a table, a chair, and a bed. Now, Elder Binghe lay flat on the ground, a dagger lodged in his chest, blood spilling all over the floor. His eyes were closed, motionless. An ice cave member said, "Priest, the elder is dead." The East Fox priest's face paled. "Carry the elder out." The ice crane elder was carried out on a wooden plank. A group of ice cave people silently carried the elder to the ice and snow fortress, with the East Fox priest following closely behind. As the ice crane elder was carried to the ice and snow fortress, the East Fox priest stood at the door and shouted, "Everyone, close the camp quickly and secure the gate. Elder Ice Crane's killer won't be able to escape in such a short time. Hurry, find the murderer." The ice cave people were in a frenzy. The East Fox priest's face was icy. "Go invite the guests out." Lu Xingchen and the others were nearby, looking at each other in bewilderment. The East Fox priest looked at them coldly. Where were the guests just now? Gao Dafu, where else could they be? In their room? The East Fox priest's eyes were icy. Really? Then please return now. Do not leave unless it's important. Come! Several ice cave people arrived and herded the group back into the ice house. Originally, Lu Xingchen and Buba shared a room, Gao Dafu and Gu Yan shared a room, and Master Babu shared a room. Now, they were all herded into one room. 2 ice cave guards were stationed at the door. Gao Dafu came to his senses and asked, "Are we being locked up?" Gu Yan, under house arrest. Gao Dafu quietly approached Master Babu and asked, "Master, how can this be tolerated?" Master Babu glared at him. "Haha, don't think I don't know what you're up to. I told you, if anything goes wrong, you handle it yourselves. I won't intervene again." Bubu sat in a chair, stroking her blue wings silent. Master Lei Jin had said she was just there to make up the numbers, and didn't need to get involved. Gao Dafu asked Lu Xingchen, "What should we do?" Lu Xingchen, "Wait. What else could she do?" She was worried too. Currently, Elder Binghe was the only one who knew why the ice season had come early, and it seemed he was responsible. But now he was dead. The clues were gone. She didn't know who to turn to next. If all else failed, she could only target the East Fox priest. But who had killed Elder Binghe? From their conversation, it seemed that person was of high rank, at least on the same level as Elder Binghe. Could it be the East Fox priest? The man's voice was very low just now. If the East Fox priest had deliberately lowered his voice, it was possible. A few people were lost in thought when the East Fox priest walked in. The East Fox priest coldly asked, "Are you sure you were all in the igloo just now?" Gao Dafu, "Of course." Lu Xingchen nodded, "Yes." The East Fox priest stared at the men intently and said coldly, "But a guard saw you leave just now." Gao Dafu, "Who?" "Produce evidence." The East Fox priest pointed at Gu Yin and Master Babu, the two of them. A guard saw them leave just now. Lu Xingchen was stunned. She had thought she'd been exposed. Why was she referring to Gu Yan and Master Babu? These two people definitely hadn't left. The East Fox priest. Come with me, both of you. I need to ask you where you were, and what you did just now. Someone. She pointed at Gu Yan and Master Babu. Take them away. Lu Xingchen raised his hand. Wait. Gu Yan shook his head. Gao Dafu's eyes rolled, and he also quietly shook his head at Lu Xingchen. The two of them were thinking the same thing. The East Fox priest had taken Master Babu away. With Master Babu's temper, could he possibly withstand an interrogation? A fight would break out in no time. Lu Xingchen frowned. She was thinking about something else. Elder Binghe had muttered that the East Fox priest was interested in Gu Yan and Master Babu, two handsome men, and might very well stuff them, but only at night. It was night now. Could she be planning to take Gu Yan and Master Babu away and stuff them? Master Babu, don't worry, but Gu Yan might not be able to hold up. Lu Xingchen, wait, Master Priest, we're all here together. If you have any questions, let's ask them together. The East Fox priest turned around. Haha, don't worry, you won't get away. She and her group hurried off. Gao Dafu tugged at Lu Xingchen. Don't worry, at least we're all together. Separating them one by one would be even more difficult. After everyone left, Gao Dafu closed the door and angrily said, they did it on purpose. Gu Yan and Babu clearly never left the house. They're just lying. Lu Xingchen sneered. The East Fox priest is planning to turn against us. Gao Dafu chuckled. It doesn't matter. Master Babu will slap me in the face. Chapter 661. Lu Xingchen gestured to Gao Dafu and released Meme. Meme, use your super hearing. Meme had exceptional hearing, able to hear sounds from great distances. Previously, it had been the Ice Cave people talking, which Meme couldn't understand. But this time, it was the East Fox priest, who spoke fluently and usually spoke human language, which Meme could understand. Besides, the East Fox priest had gone upstairs, so the distance was no problem. Meme listened carefully. Meme, they went to the third floor, which should be the East Fox priest's room. Meme, they went in, and the rest of the Ice Cave people retreated, leaving only the East Fox priest, Gu Yan, and Master Babu. Then, Meme was at a loss for words. Gao Dafu was anxious. Tell me, what did they do? Mimi slowly recounted what had happened inside. East Fox priest, what were you two doing out there? Tell me. East Fox priest, neither of you said anything? Are you mute? TSK, 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 what a shame, handsome guys. East Fox priest, oh my, Gu Yan, right? That little face is so handsome. TSK, 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 those abs. Gu Yan, get lost. East Fox priest, hee, handsome boy, you can't resist. My rope is incredibly strong. Once I'm tied up, you can't break free. Come on, let me touch you. Gao Dafu perked up. Oh my, it started. Hey, Master Babu is even more handsome. Why did East Fox priest go for Gu Yan first? Lu Xingchen, strange, Master Babu was tied up too? He can hold it back? Me. Sure, Master Babu is talking. Master Babu, East Fox priest, let go of my brother. Come at me. Donghu priest, oh my, Gu Yuji, are you jealous? Master Babu, come and touch me if you dare. Gao Dafu, wait, little Meme, did Master Babu really say that? Meme, of course, exactly. Gao Dafu, hey, Master is so slutty. Lu Xingchen, sure Meme, keep going. Meme continued the broadcast. Donghu priest, okay, then I touch you first. Hey, your muscles aren't as firm as Gu Yan's. This is okay. Well, not here. Lu Xingchen was stunned. Master Babu is so good-tempered, letting people touch him? It seems he's touching him all over. Master Babu, have you touched enough? East Fox priest, hee, not enough. Master Babu snorted. I suggest you bring those downstairs over here. There. Even easier to touch. East Fox priest, what's so good about those? Two girls and a fat guy, neither of whom I like. No. Master Babu, how will you know if you don't try? Gao Dafu was stunned. What does Master Babu mean? Why let? The East Fox priest is going to capture us? Then we're all wiped out. Master Babu's voice suddenly softened. Go ahead, bring those guys up here, and give it a try. The East Fox priest reluctantly replied, okay, I try for Binghe first. Someone, tie up those guys downstairs and bring them up. Gao Dafu shuddered. It's over. They're going to tie us up. Buba realized something. Master Babu isn't going to be a thug anymore? Gao Dafu, oh my god, what if Master Babu suddenly got wise? Lu Xingchen, stop yelling. Someone come immediately. Get ready. She made a quick assessment. In this situation, they could run, but with Gu Yan and Babu here, they couldn't. Besides, they had finally made it here. How could they just walk away? They could only go with the flow. On someone else's territory, they shouldn't struggle for now. They should wait and see what the East Fox priest was going to do. She gathered Mimi and Lon Lon away. Just as they finished, the door was kicked open with a clang. A group of Ice Cave people came in, quickly tied up the 3 men, and took them to the 3rd floor. Once they reached the 3rd floor, the Ice Cave people immediately closed the door and left. The only people left in the room were the 5 bound men and the East Fox priest. Gu Yan's expression was impassive. Master Babu was a little disheveled, but he held his head high, looking unconcerned. Master Babu glanced at the people brought in. Humph, you little losers. Lu Xingchen, Okay, she got it. Master Babu has decided not to take action. Master Babu sacrificed too much to avoid taking action, but maybe he was enjoying it? Gao Dafu also understood. He screamed and shouted at Master Babu, Ah, Guyuji? Guyuji, what happened to you? Have you been abused? Who has abused such a handsome brother of ours? The East Fox priestess's eyes flickered, and she smiled faintly, a hint of charm. It's me. She glanced at Gao Dafu with disdain. Huh? So fat, I don't like him. She then looked at Bubu and frowned. Finally, she looked at Lu Xingchen, reluctantly pinched her arm, then expressed disdain. Too thin. I don't like any of these. She turned to Master Babu. Gu Yuji, you're still the best. She walked over, smiling, touched Master Babu's face, pinched, and then pinched Master Babu's chest muscles again, then cast a flirtatious glance at Master Babu's body. Gao Dafu immediately pursed his lips and whistled. Swoosh. Bubu, swoosh. Lu Xingchen, swoosh. Gao Dafu, a match made in heaven, perfect match, swoosh. Bubu, destined to meet, even if thousands of miles apart. Lu Xingchen, 1,000 miles of destiny bring us together. Gao Dafu, Guyuji, why do you look so happy? Can't wait, are you? Several people started to jeer, making sarcastic remarks, hoping to piss off Master Babu. Master Babu gave them a cold glance, then looked impatiently at the East Fox priest. Next step, hurry up. Gao Dafu, can't wait, huh? I misjudged your Guyuji. Bubu, with an innocent look, asked, what's the next step? Lu Xingchen, not suitable for children. The East Fox priest chuckled. You guys are so funny, haha. Okay, since Guyuji is so anxious, let's get to the next step. Chapter 662. Everyone immediately grew excited. They stared at Priest Donghu and Master Babu, their eyes sparkling. Gao Dafu chuckled, with so many people, you two wouldn't be a good match, would you? Lu Xingchen, would you like to change rooms? Priest Donghu smiled again, of course, let's change. She turned and pressed on the wall. With a boom, a door appeared in the wall. Everyone was stunned. Priest Donghu tugged at Master Babu's rope, freeing her other hand to grab Gu Yan's rope, and pull them toward the newly opened door. Gao Dafu craned his neck. Three together? The East Fox priest turned and chuckled. What, no way. Gao Dafu, this is okay? Lu Xingchen suddenly shouted, wait, we want to go too. Gao Dafu nodded repeatedly. Yes, take us with you. Let us see the world. Bubu was stunned and blushed a little. Why are you looking at everything? Gao Dafu, hey, I've never seen a real person before, so I'm just curious. Lu Xingchen sighed. I just want to open my eyes. The East Fox priest was amused. She rolled her eyes. Okay, let you see it. Anyway, you end up like them in the future, haha. She turned around, strung the ropes of the several people together, yanked roughly, and walked through the door. After walking only a meter or two, a staircase appeared. They continued down. Lu Xingchen didn't know how long they had been going down. He guessed they were underground by now. The ground was still icy. Walking forward, we arrived at a huge house. The room was several hundred square meters, and nearly 100 meters tall. Inside, large jars and pots were placed. Near the ice wall, there was a row of tables. On another wall, a blue curtain hung. The East Fox priest pressed a button on the wall, and the blue curtain slowly opened. Gao Dafu exclaimed, ah! The curtain opened, revealing a wall of ice. On that wall, hung people. They either lowered their heads or tilted their heads back, their limbs fixed, staring at the crowd. All of them were young men in their 20s or 30s, good-looking. But it was obvious they were dead. The East Fox priest chuckled. How about it? Pretty, right? This was her collection. Everyone was stunned. Only Master Babu snorted coldly. The East Fox priest glanced at Master Babu, then at Gu Yin. Two lovely and handsome guests. Which position would you like? She pointed to a gap in the ice wall, where the people were hanging, and said delicately, pick one. She pointed at Master Babu. Gu Yuji, you've always been proactive. How about we start with you? Master Babu turned his head, and glared coldly at Lu Xingchen and the others. You little losers, do you still want to watch the show? Master Babu told them to take action. Gao Dafu was a little disappointed. Is this the next step? It was so different from what he imagined. He was so excited. Lu Xingchen whispered, Lan Lan, come out and cut my rope. Swish. With a swish, Lan Lan appeared beside Lu Xingchen. With a fierce clawing motion, her sharp claws severed Lu Xingchen's rope. At the same time, Mime appeared at her side. Lu Xingchen shook herself, dropping the rope to the ground. She then tapped a sprint card, dagger in hand, and glided like the wind, first severing Gu Yan's rope, then Gao Dafu. Then, she raised her hand and unleashed a massive water ball cannon. She pressed the button, and with a whoosh, a water ball slammed into the East Fox priest. The water ball grew larger and larger, until it reached a diameter of about 10 meters, and at the same moment, it reached the East Fox priest's head. With a splash, the water poured down, pouring down onto the East Fox priest's head. Then it instantly froze, freezing the East Fox priest inside. She was incredibly fast, and these movements happened in a split second. The East Fox priest barely had time to react before he was frozen inside the ice ball. At the same time, Gao Dafu, Gu Yin, and the others also dropped their ropes and gathered around the ice ball. There was no air inside the ice ball. The East Fox priest's face turned pale. She gripped her staff tightly, and the ice ball was about to crack. Gao Dafu immediately took out a bucket and, with a splash, poured a large bucket of water into it, patching the cracks. Lu Xingchen shouted, take her staff away. Gao Dafu, all right. He took out his ice pick and began to chip away, reaching near the East Fox priestess. Then, he pulled out her staff with all his might. The East Fox priestess's face turned increasingly pale. Gao Dafu had already snatched the staff, shook it, and yanked hard. It wouldn't move. However, the staff had already been released from the East Fox priestess. The East Fox priestess's hand moved slightly, unable to exert any strength. Without her staff, the priestess's power was diminished. Furthermore, the East Fox priestess was practically suffocating. As Gao Dafu chipped away at the ice, he turned back to Master Babu and chuckled, Master, are you distressed? Master Babu's face darkened. Untie the ropes for me. Gao Dafu, no, 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 Master, take a break. Let us little bastards do the hard work. If the Master could break the ropes, why didn't he just use his own strength? It's fine if he decided not to fight, but why can't he even save himself? When the East Fox priest was about to suffocate, Gao Dafu chipped away a large piece of ice, skillfully exposing only her head. Looking at his masterpiece, Gao Dafu was extremely proud, and tapped the East Fox priest on the head. Come on, let's talk. When you meet such a handsome guy, do you just turn him into a specimen? Gao Dafu was disappointed. You made me so excited for so long. The East Fox priest took a deep breath, and finally calmed down. She stared at Lu Xingchen, her expression horrified. What did you just use? Lu Xingchen had already put away his giant water cannon, so the East Fox priestess had no idea what had attacked her. Lu Xingchen chuckled. That's unimportant, Master Priest. I have a few questions for you. Why did the ice season start early? What did you do? The East Fox priestess frowned. I don't know. Lan Lan flew up, excited. Do you need to torture me? Gao Dafu glanced at the East Fox priestess's head and tilted it. It's just one head, it's hard to use. Splash. Gao Dafu poured another bucket of water in. It landed right on the East Fox priestess's head. Only her head was visible, still in the ice pit, and this pouring suddenly buried her head again. This was water, the kind she feared most. Immediately, the East Fox priestess began rolling her eyes and spitting bubbles. She looked like she was about to die again. The water slowly froze. Gao Dafu was about to dig out the East Fox priestess's head, when Master Babu suddenly said coldly, she won't die so easily. How cruel. Was he telling Gao Dafu to dig again later, and let it freeze again? Gao Dafu was startled and turned back. Master, Love turning to hate? Master Babu snorted. It took several minutes before Gao Dafu finally broke the ice on the East Fox Priestess's head. It took a long time for the East Fox Priestess to recover. Lu Xingchen patiently asked, Donghu, can you please answer the question properly? Donghu Priest panicked. I really don't know, but Binghe should know something. He seems to have done something that affected the ice season. However, we've never had a good relationship, so I have no idea what he did. Donghu Priest tearfully replied, I really don't know about this. Ask me about other things. It seemed as if what she said was true. Lu Xingchen frowned. Who killed Elder Binghe? Donghu Priest became even more anxious. How should I know? I've been investigating. Investigating? Lu Xingchen sneered. Weren't you busy preparing specimens? Donghu Priest didn't seem at all worried about Elder Binghe's death. Just now, he was touching her. The East Fox Priest was silent for a moment. I had a bad relationship with him. I'm overjoyed that he's dead, so how could I possibly seriously investigate the murderer? Lu Xingchen, besides you and Elder Binghe, is there anyone else of the same rank as you? Or even slightly higher? She recalled the conversation between Elder Binghe and that person yesterday before his death. It was clear that the person's rank was not low, at least on par with Elder Binghe. The East Fox Priest was stunned. What do you mean? Suddenly, Mime pricked her ears and whispered to Lu Xingchen, Master, there's someone talking in the leftmost room on the 3rd floor. It sounds like Elder Binghe. Chapter 663. How is that possible? Lu Xingchen exclaimed. Isn't Binghe dead? Mime, isn't that his voice? After Binghe died, the East Fox Priest had him carried to the leftmost room on the 3rd floor, where Elder Binghe had lived. The sound just now came from that room. Lu Xingchen couldn't help but turn around and glance at the East Fox Priest. At this moment, the East Fox Priest was in a state of dismay, his face pale, and he seemed almost tormented to death by Gao Dafu. Lu Xingchen, Eastern Fox Priest, are you sure Elder Binghe is dead? Eastern Fox Priest was stunned, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. Wasn't he just killed? Master Babu suddenly snorted. Hey, you're lying. Gao Dafu hurriedly asked, Master, what else do you know? Master Babu, humph. Eastern Fox Priest looked over with suspicion. Master? Which master is he? Gao Dafu. His nickname is Master Gu. His real name is Gu Yuji. So do you have a master you know? Eastern Fox Priest was stunned for a moment, carefully examining Master Babu, then shook her head in disappointment. No matter how Lu Xingchen asked, Eastern Fox Priest steadfastly denied any knowledge. Even though she was nearly tortured to death, she still refused to know the reason for the early start of the ice season. The two sides were in a stalemate. Suddenly, there was a banging sound from above, as if someone was pounding on the door. Lu Xingchen frowned. Oh no! Someone's looking for Eastern Fox Priest. If they get in, it's all over. Now, the East Fox Priest was frozen in the ice, and they couldn't push him out. Suddenly, a voice came in. Jili Gulu, East Fox, come out quickly, are you done? Isn't that Elder Binghe's voice? That voice came from outside the rightmost room on the 3rd floor. I wonder how Elder Binghe managed to get it all the way here. However, by the time it reached here, the sound was already very faint. The East Fox Priest's expression changed. Gao Dafu, hey, isn't that Elder Binghe's voice? What did he say? Elder Binghe, Jili Gulu, Donghu, release my old fat man mascot. It's mine. Confirmed, it was him. Lu Xingchen's face turned cold. Priest Donghu, Elder Binghe is not dead. What do you have to say? Elder Donghu looked innocent. How do I know he's not dead? He was clearly wounded by the dagger, and should have died. Elder Binghe, Jili Gulu, Donghu, hurry up, if you don't say anything, I'm going to break in. We agreed that the two handsome guys are yours, and the fat man is mine. Why don't you keep your word? Lu Xingchen, what did Elder Binghe say? Priest Donghu's eyes rolled. He said he was only seriously injured and is fine now. He told me to leave. Priest Donghu hadn't expected Lu Xingchen to understand the ice caveman's words. Lu Xingchen remained silent, smiling faintly. Just say you're busy, and I find him when you're done. Gao Dafu produced a dagger and placed it against the East Fox Priest's neck. Don't you dare say a word, or I cut your throat. The East Fox Priest quickly shouted, Binghe, I'm busy. I find you later. The Ice Crane Elder replied, Jili Gulu, such annoyance. Send the fat guy out to me. The East Fox Priest shouted, No. Lu Xingchen's eyes glared. What's wrong? The East Fox Priest quickly explained, he told me to leave now, and I said no. Lie. Lu Xingchen narrowed his eyes, turned around, and cut the ropes from Master Babu. He said, "Look, Gu Yin, Gu Yuji, you stay here with the East Fox priest. Dafu, and I will go out and meet Elder Binghe." Didn't Elder Binghe want Fatty? Then she and Gao Dafu would go out. Just as he wished. The East Fox priest was anxious. "Aren't you going out to die?" Lu Xingchen turned around and chuckled. "What? You're not happy about us going to die?" Master Babu suddenly spoke. "We go out, and only Gu Yin will stay here." With that, he quickly walked out. Gao Dafu jumped off the ice hockey puck, and Gu Yin took his place. The others cleaned up and followed Master Babu up the stairs. Master Babu walked very quickly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The group quickly climbed the stairs, and soon returned to the East Fox priest's room. Entering the room, they were stunned. They saw an East Fox priest sitting in the room, fiddling with his staff. Why was there another East Fox priest? The group was stunned. East Fox priest glanced at them. "Are you fools? You little losers?" It was Master Babu's voice. Gao Dafu's eyes lit up. "Master, you're amazing." In the blink of an eye, a new identity. Outside, Elder Binghe was still mumbling. "East Fox, are you done? Where's my fat man? If you don't come out, I break down the door." Master Babu opened the door, and looked at Elder Binghe coldly. Elder Binghe slid into the room, touched the East Fox priest's face, and chuckled. "Jili Gulu, baby, you're finally out. Those two handsome guys. You didn't." Lu Xingchen's eyes widened. What had Elder Binghe done just now? He touched the East Fox priest and called him baby? Aren't they on bad terms? Lu Xingchen reacted quickly, immediately pulling Gao Dafu and Bubu with him. The three of them shoved Gao Dafu and Bubu into the inner door, then hurried down the stairs and hid. Gao Dafu was excited. Another good show to watch. Wow, Master Babu's life is truly colorful. Although he didn't understand what he was saying, he saw Elder Binghe's actions. They peeked in. By then, Master Babu's face in the room had turned pale with anger. Elder Binghe, oblivious to the danger, continued to grin and ask, "Jili Gulu, baby, you didn't touch those two handsome guys, did you?" Master Babu, "I did." Elder Binghe, "Made them into specimens?" "Let me see." Master Babu, "Why?" Elder Binghe was puzzled. "Baby, what's wrong with you? Are you angry? Didn't we agree? I pretend to be dead, so you have an excuse to capture them. Then, the two handsome guys will be your specimens, and the fat guy will be mine. I've been doing everything you said. Oh, you think I woke up too early?" Master Babu, "Humph." Elder Binghe, "Well, I can't help it. After all, those two handsome guys are so handsome, I was afraid you wouldn't be able to resist." Elder Binghe said softly, "I was wrong, baby. I shouldn't have doubted you. Come on, one of you." Master Babu shouted, "Get out of here." Lu Xingchen and Gao Dafu both shuddered. Just now, they saw Elder Binghe trying to force a kiss on Master Babu. Poor Master, why did he have to go through all this? Master Babu stepped back, glanced at Lu Xingchen's position, and said coldly, "Take those people with you. Do whatever you want. Go." Lu Xingchen understood that Master Babu was too lazy to put on a show, and had sent them out to deal with Elder Binghe. The men were about to leave with no choice. At this moment, Elder Binghe seemed to remember something and asked, "Donghu, why weren't you the one who tried to kill me?" Lu Xingchen pricked up his ears. Master Babu asked coldly, "Oh? Who was that?" Elder Binghe was startled. "My dear, what's wrong with you today? By the way, the man who tried to kill me suddenly mentioned the early start of the ice season. No one else should know about this except you and me. Who was that person?" Chapter 664. Lu Xingchen immediately pricked up his ears again. Finally, we're getting to the point. Hoping Elder Babu would be more effective, Elder Babu chuckled. "How would I know who it was?" He suddenly turned. "Lu Xingchen, Gao Dafu, come out." Lu Xingchen and Gao Dafu reluctantly came out. Elder Binghe was stunned. Did they hear it? He quickly patted his head. So what if they heard it? They couldn't understand it. Elder Binghe glanced at the group with a smile. "All right, come with me." Lu Xingchen feigned confusion, pretending he didn't understand anything. Elder Binghe, regardless of whether they understood or not, tugged at Gao Dafu's arm and left. Gao Dafu looked at Master Babu in horror. "Master, you're leaving us alone?" Master Babu, "Ha ha." Lu Xingchen followed Elder Binghe out the door, and Elder Binghe was delighted. "Jili Gulu, oh my mascot, Fatty, it's finally my turn to prepare a specimen." Several ice cave people came over. He pointed at Lu Xingchen and Bubu and said, "Jili Gulu, take them back downstairs and have a look." The ice cave people immediately shoved Lu Xingchen and Bubu downstairs. Gao Dafu was terrified. Xiao Lu, help. Lu Xingchen, look in your pocket. There's Lon Lon. Also, I've got a giant water balloon cannon for you. Try your best, Dafu. Lu Xingchen and Bubu were pushed back to their previous room and locked up. This time, they weren't tied up, perhaps because they always acted relatively weak and harmless. Lu Xingchen privately messaged Gao Dafu, hold Elder Binghe. You can do it. I believe you. Gao Dafu, Elder Binghe has a specimen room just like this. Gao Dafu, ah, he pinched me. I'm dirty. Lu Xingchen, hold on. Message me immediately if anything happens. Gao Dafu was quite clever. Elder Binghe, unlike the East Fox priest, was a bit clueless. Lu Xingchen believed Gao Dafu could hold him off. Only Bubu and Lu Xingchen remained in the room. Bubu was unhurried, blinking at Lu Xingchen. What should we do next? Lu Xingchen paused. Let's go find Bingulu. This translation had to be found. She could understand the Binku people's speech, but speaking it was a challenge. Their pronunciation was always a jumbled mess, and the syllables were similar, making it difficult to learn. Elder Binghe didn't understand human language, so if she wanted to properly question him, she had to find Bingulu. Besides, she trusted Bingulu more. However, they couldn't leave right now. There were 2 ice cave people guarding the door. We had to deal with them first. Lu Xingchen immediately took out the meat skewers and roast duck that Grandma had sent him, took out the brazier, and heated them up. The door to the ice house was usually covered with a thick curtain, but Lu Xingchen simply moved it slightly, creating a gap. The aroma immediately wafted out. The ice cave people guard turned around and said, Jili Gulu, don't come out. Hey, why does it smell so good? Another ice cave people lifted the curtain and took a look, his eyes widening. Jili Gulu, meat, 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 meat. Lu Xingchen and Bubu quickly protected the meat on the table. Ice cave people guard A, Jili Gulu, haha, meat, meat, meat. Grab it. Ice cave people guard B immediately came in and grabbed the meat skewers and roast duck. The 2 men considered going outside to eat, but then, fearing the aroma might get out and other ice cave people might come and grab it, they decided to stay inside. They pushed Lu Xingchen and Bubu aside and threatened, Jili Gulu, no shouting, stay still. Then the 2 of them devoured the meat in a flash. They had big appetites, and the small amount of meat they had just eaten wasn't enough to satisfy them. They immediately shouted fiercely at Lu Xingchen, Jili Gulu, meat, 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 any more meat? Bring it out. Lu Xingchen pretended not to understand. Ice cave guard aside, Jili Gulu, she doesn't understand. Oh, I wish Ice 26 was here. Ice cave guard B, Jili Gulu, I know where 26 is. Should we call him over? Ice cave guard A, Jili Gulu, that's not good, is it? Ice cave guard B, Jili Gulu, but it's so delicious, I want more, and they don't understand. Ice cave guard has suddenly nudged Lu Xingchen and pointed at his mouth. Ah! Since he couldn't understand, he had to use gestures. The 2 guards used a chaotic array of gestures, but Lu Xingchen just looked bewildered, sometimes producing a piece of wood, sometimes an iron block, refusing to respond. The 2 guards were furious. The meat they had just eaten was incredibly delicious. They had never tasted it before, and after just one taste, they were ravenous. They wished they could eat their fill all at once. Seeing the 2 guards frantically anxious, Lu Xingchen finally came to her senses, and pulled out a glass of wine. It was a fruit wine made from mutated white asbestos. She didn't have much, so she poured only a little. Guard A eagerly took it, and took a sip. Just as he was about to continue, Guard B snatched the glass away. Guard B emptied it in one gulp, becoming even more greedy. Jili Gulu, find 26, find him. Lu Xingchen stared at the 2 men. She had thought it over, and with deep remorse, she had given them some wine. This wine could have many forms, but whether they were reveling in a frenzy of singing and dancing or faking their own death, they could still sneak out. The worst-case scenario would probably be calling them dad. With nothing else to do, having 2 more sons wouldn't be bad. Soon, the 2 men reacted. Guard A's eyes widened for a moment, and he suddenly fell straight to the ground, unconscious. Guard B was stunned for a moment, then looked at Lu Xingchen, his expression suddenly changing. His eyes were filled with respect, and he shouted, Dad! Dad, not some gibberish. Lu Xingchen was a little disappointed. Only one had fallen, leaving 1 more. It seemed she had no choice but to take action. She had just drawn her dagger when Guard B called out, Dad, what do you want from me? Bubu tugged at Lu Xingchen. Why do I feel like there's something wrong with him? Indeed, Guard B was definitely off. Guard A's fall hadn't bothered him, but he looked at Lu Xingchen intently, as if he were a respected elder. His expression was remarkably submissive. Lu Xingchen was stunned for a moment. Calling him dad was fine, but why was he so respectful? Is he too engrossed in the role? Guard B asked again, Dad, what do you want from me? Lu Xingchen suddenly had an idea. Jaligulu, Ice 26. Guard B, Jaligulu, Ice 26? You're looking for him, right? I take you there. Is there such a good thing? Lu Xingchen nodded immediately. Guard B immediately led the two out the door. This guard seemed to have some status, like a squad leader of the Ice Cave people. He only taken 2 steps outside when he encountered other Ice Cave people. The other Ice Cave people looked at the 3 men strangely. Guard B didn't care at all, holding his head high and looking very proud. While walking, Lu Xingchen sent a private message to Gao Dafu. How's it going? Can you hold on? Gao Dafu, hey, who said we can't? I brought Elder Binghe to find his little darling. Lu Xingchen paused. Little darling? Gao Dafu, of course it's Master Donghu, Babu. Lu Xingchen, Chapter 665. Lu Xingchen followed Guard B to an ice hut. 2 Ice Cave people stood in front of the hut. Guard B, after all, was the squad leader, and he immediately said, call out Bing 26. I want to take him away. The 2 Ice Cave people obeyed and released Bing Gulu. Seeing Lu Xingchen, Bing Gulu was extremely excited. The others immediately led Bing Gulu to the ice and snow fortress. At this time, Gao Dafu had sent a message saying that he and Elder Binghe had gone to the East Fox Priest's house and reunited with Master Gu Yanbabu. As the others were about to reach the fortress gate, they suddenly noticed a commotion at the entrance. Bing 17 and Bing 18 are back, bringing back the old priest. The old priest is unconscious. Not far away, Bing 17 was furious. What, Bing 26 is back too? He's a traitor, a traitor. Catch him. He even brought Lu Xingchen with him. They're the ones who harmed the high priest. Quick, find them and arrest them. Several people paused and quickly hid behind an ice hut. Bing 17 is back, troublesome. Bing 17 and Bing 18 know Lu Xingchen and the others. With their return, their attempts to pretend to be caravan members will be impossible. However, regardless of being exposed, they are now imprisoned. So the problem isn't too serious, it's just that time is more urgent now. Bing 17 and 18, along with a group of Ice Cave people, are guarding the door, preventing them from getting in. Bing Gulu rolled his eyes. Sir, we can go in through the back door. Guard B, feeling useless, quickly said, Dad, I know where the back door is. Lu Xingchen, okay, lead the way. The group, sheltered by the surrounding igloos, quickly reached the back entrance of the ice fortress. The back entrance looked unused for a long time. The small door was still locked. Time was pressing, so Lu Xingchen ignored everything else and rushed forward, drawing his dagger and smashing the lock. The group then entered the ice fortress through the back door. Bing Shiqi's irritated voice rang out from the front door. Hurry, find those guys. Find them. Bing Shiba, what a loser. They let them get away. Hey, where's my uncle? Because they were desperate to find someone, the guards on the upper floors had all gone out. Lu Xingchen and Bubu led Bing Gulu all the way to the 3rd floor unimpeded, then knocked on the East Fox priest's door. Who? It was Gao Dafu. Open the door. Lu Xingchen whispered. Gao Dafu opened the door, and they all rushed inside, locking it behind them. Gao Dafu. Shuh, I've also frozen Elder Binghe. He's down there. The group hurried through the door, and down the steps to the East Fox priest's specimen room. In the room were 2 large ice balls, one containing the East Fox priest, and the other frozen Elder Binghe. Now, Gu Yin had dug out both heads. The two stared at each other from a distance, their faces filled with frustration. Master Babu, still in his East Fox priest form, sat steadily in his chair. What's going on? Lu Xingchen asked hurriedly. She had already told Gao Dafu about the situation outside. Everyone knew it was dangerous right now, and Ice 7 and Ice 8 would arrive soon. You're just being stubborn. You can't get any information out of me. Gao Dafu gritted his teeth. Lu Xingchen jumped onto the ice ball. Elder Binghe, why did the ice season come early? What did you do? Elder Binghe looked innocent. What can I do? It has nothing to do with me. Lu Xingchen snorted coldly. You and the East Fox priest are clearly close, but you're pretending not to be. What's the reason? The East Fox priest suddenly interrupted. It's just a little flirtation between us. What's wrong with that? Elder Binghe nodded repeatedly. Yes, I listened to her. Lu Xingchen looked from Elder Binghe to the East Fox priest and sneered. Oh, so you really are a couple? The East Fox priest. Yes, what's the matter? Elder Bingha beamed. East Fox, you finally admitted it? I'm so happy. Lu Xingchen, shut up. She turned to look at Gu Yin, who was standing on the East Fox priest's ice hockey puck, and said, come on, make the East Fox priest shut up. Gu Yin poured a bucket of water over the East Fox priest's head. The East Fox priest began to choke again, his face instantly turning blue. Lu Xingchen pointed a finger and said, Elder Bingha, your lover is dying. Elder Bingha struggled. Stop, stop. Lu Xingchen, answer my question. Why did the ice season start early? What did you do? Elder Bingha, I don't know. It has nothing to do with me. If Lu Xingchen hadn't heard Elder Bingha's last words before his death, she would have almost assumed they knew nothing about this matter. Several people were busy when suddenly a roar came from above. Priest Donghu, let my uncle out. Ice 17 and Ice 18 were arriving. Ice 17, if you don't let my uncle out, we be in. Master Babu turned and went upstairs, coldly demanding, get out. He now had the appearance and voice of the East Fox priest. Bing Shichi was stunned for a moment, then unconvinced. East Fox priest, Lu Xingchen, Gao Dafu, and the others aren't a caravan, they're our enemies. They've killed many of our people. Master Babu, I know. Bing Shichi, then why are you? Master Babu, get out. No one was allowed into the East Fox priest's house. Even Bing Shichi and Bing Shiba didn't dare barge in, no matter how suspicious or anxious they were. They had just returned, and all they knew was that the East Fox priest had tied up 2 people and taken them inside. Elder Bingha had originally taken a fat man away, but later returned with him to the East Fox priest's place. Lu Xingchen, who was supposed to be locked up inside, had escaped. He had his men search the entire compound, but couldn't find Lu Xingchen, so he came to the East Fox priest. He had a feeling something was amiss. The East Fox priest and the Ice Crane Elder had always been at odds, each working on their own specimens. Why were they working together now? Are they exchanging experiences? In any case, he'd been calling out for Uncle for ages, and his uncle hadn't responded, which was suspicious. Master Babu, go away. Your uncle will be out in a minute. Bing Shichi didn't dare go in, so he compromised. Okay, we wait a little longer. He said a little longer, but in reality, he was waiting at the door, while ordering the others to search the entire compound. He wasn't leaving. Lu Xingchen and Master Babu returned to the underground specimen room. Gao Dafu and Gu Yin were at their wits' end. They thought they could capture and trap Elder Ice Crane and interrogate him, but despite all their efforts, they couldn't get any information out of him. Everyone was stumped. Lu Xingchen pondered for a moment, and took out the character identification card. Gao Dafu's eyes lit up. Give it to Bingha. Lu Xingchen shook his head. No, give it to Donghu first. Donghu has always been dominant, and even more cunning. Character identification card. Detailed information about the player or NPC's name, strengths, weaknesses, and more. Do you want to use it, Lu Xingchen? Yes. Chapter 666. East Fox Priestess. One of the Ice Cave priests, a beautiful woman among them, intelligent and cunning. Strengths. Highly skilled in combat, possessing a variety of bizarre skills. Weaknesses. Favors handsome human men who are much taller than her. If a handsome man doesn't please her, she will make him into a specimen. If he does, she will obtain everything she desires. Minor quirk. Loves it when handsome men speak humbly and softly to her. Lu Xingchen looked at Gu Yin. There's a handsome man. She beckoned Gu Yin down, and as they gathered, Lu Xingchen explained the contents of the character identification card. Gao Dafu's eyes lit up. We can only use the beauty trick. Master Babu, come on. The most handsome one is Master Babu, who can pinch faces. Master Babu sneered. Dream on. He sat there in a cold manner. Lu Xingchen took a look. Master Babu was now the East Fox priest. Nothing could work. He could only rely on Gu Yin. Amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, Gu Yin remained silent for a moment before uttering with difficulty, No. How could this work? One wouldn't do it, and the other couldn't. Although it was a beauty trap, it only required pleasant words and a gentle attitude, and nothing else. Why couldn't one or the other do it? Lu Xingchen almost wanted to do it himself. Gao Dafu grew anxious. Master, how about you give me a disguise card so I can disguise myself as a handsome man? I can do it. Master Babu snorted coldly, sitting still. Outside, Bing Shichi's voice rang out again. Master East Fox, please let my uncle speak to me. We haven't found the cunning Lu Xingchen, and I suspect she has captured my uncle. Bing Shichi, Master East Fox, If you don't let my uncle speak to me, I'm going to break in. Neither the East Fox priest nor the Ice Crane elder dared to speak. Gu Yan and Lu Xingchen, the moment Bing Qiqi's voice rang out, leaped onto the ice ball and pressed their daggers to their throats. If they dared to say a word, their heads would be gone. Master Babu roared, "Wait 10 more minutes. I'm preparing a specimen." Gu Yan pressed the dagger to the East Fox priest's neck. The East Fox priest gritted his teeth and said, "Can't you be a little gentler? If I had known, I would have prepared you." Lu Xingchen was disappointed. It was over. Gu Yan had no gentleness, only killing. His murderous look just now had chilled the East Fox priest's heart. How could he be comforted? Lu Xingchen looked at Master Babu. "Master, we can't do without you." Master Babu rolled his eyes at Lu Xingchen. He waved his sleeves, stood up, and said coldly, "All of you, get out." Swish. In a flash, he transformed into a form resembling Gu Yan's. Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. "Master, thank you." Master Babu was clearly about to go up himself. He might be embarrassed with everyone here, so she quickly pulled Gao Dafu and Gu Yan out of the way. Bing Hai had been watching them whispering and was puzzled. When he saw Master Babu's expression change, he immediately understood. "Gu Yuji, you're Gu Yuji." His eyes widened. "What are you doing?" Gao Dafu and Lu Xingchen had already climbed the stairs and turned back with a chuckle. "What? He's just trying to coax your little lover. If he's right, she won't belong to you soon." Bing Hai became even more anxious. "No!" Several people had already climbed the stairs and walked a little further away. They didn't dare show their faces, so they could only listen intently. Master Babu couldn't hear what he was saying, but Elder Bing Hai's shrill screams were heard instead. "Elder Bing Hai, no! Why are you trying to coax my precious child? I won't allow it. Elder Bing Hai, you're shameless. What are you talking about?" Elder Bing Hai, Donghu, don't listen to him. He's lying. He's lying. There aren't any good-looking men out there. You've made so many specimens. Don't you understand? Elder Bing Hai, Donghu. Gao Dafu was puzzled. It's only been 2 minutes. Why is Elder Bing Hai acting like he's mad? What's he so anxious about? Lu Xingchen, why are you so anxious? Your lover is changing his mind. Elder Bing Hai was far less attractive than Gu Yuji. Outside, Elder Bing Hai shouted, Lu Xingchen, come back here. I tell you everything. Come back. Elder Bing Hai said, don't bother looking for Donghu. She's so cunning, she won't tell you the truth. Ask me, and I tell you everything. Elder Bing Hai said, I was the one who caused the ice season to start early. Lu Xingchen, come back. Seeing Elder Bing Hai's voice growing louder, Lu Xingchen hurried back. If he didn't come back, Bing Qiqi outside would have heard Elder Bing Hai's shouts. Elder Babu slowly jumped off the ice ball, while Elder Donghu looked sheepish. Elder Bing Hai was nearly going crazy with anxiety. Elder Bing Hai, Lu Xingchen, come here. I tell you everything. Lu Xingchen jumped onto the ice ball. Okay, you tell me. She tossed the dagger. You better speak quickly. If you're slow, your darling Donghu will change his mind. Donghu looked dazed, as if still lost in a sweet dream, unable to wake up. Elder Bing Hai gritted his teeth. I'm telling you. Actually, I didn't create the ice season. I don't have that ability. I've been bragging to get the East Fox to admire me. He glanced at Gu Yan and Master Babu with a mixture of resentment and envy. After all, I'm just handsome, but not tall. I can't compare to human beauties. Lu Xingchen, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. Elder Bing Hai, okay, it all started a while ago. Back then, our area suddenly became much colder. Everyone was surprised, but no one thought much of it. One time, while I was out hunting, chasing a snow rabbit, I stumbled onto a mountain, then into a valley, and saw a snow cave. I entered the cave, walked quite deep, and saw a broken entrance. It wasn't large, but a tremendous amount of cold air seeped out. It was this cold air that was causing our area to get increasingly cold. I was so surprised that I chiseled a hole with my weapon a few times. The hole widened, and cold air suddenly poured out, almost killing me, freezing me to death. I couldn't hold on any longer and hurried out. After I got out, I realized it had gotten even colder outside. Within a few days, I heard news that the outside world was completely covered in ice and snow, signaling the arrival of the ice season. It was then that I realized it had something to do with the cave and trance I encountered earlier. The Ice Crane Elder said pitifully, I was just bragging. The reason for the early arrival of the ice season is just my guess. As for the rest, I really don't know. Lu Xingchen, where is that cave? The Ice Crane Elder, to get out of the valley, Head south for about 70 or 80 miles. Master Babu suddenly stood up. Lu Xingchen, let's go! Lu Xingchen was stunned. Master, is he right? Master Babu snorted. That's pretty close. Which cave are we going to? Let's go! Outside, Bing Shichi's voice rang again. Uncle, are you in there? Talk. Lu Xingchen snarled at the ice crane elder. Tell him to wait. Don't come in or else. She pointed at the East Fox priest. Elder Binghe immediately shouted, Don't come in. I have things to do. Wait for me. Bing Shichi finally heard his uncle's voice, and breathed a sigh of relief, stopping his shouting. Master Babu packed up his things, then glanced up and said coldly, Lu Xingchen, there are so many people outside. How are you going to escape? Master Babu, I told you I won't help. You figure it out on your own. Chapter 667. How to escape. Lu Xingchen was stunned. If there really were so many ice cave people outside, and Master Babu was determined not to take action, they wouldn't be able to escape. Because this was a valley, their ice cart was outside the valley. They would need to go up and down the mountain to find their own cart. They were trapped here, unable to escape. Since Master Babu had raised the issue, he didn't intend to intervene. Lu Xingchen was worried. At this moment, Bing Guru suddenly said, Sir, I know how to get out. Lu Xingchen was stunned. Do you have a plan? Bing Guru, dig less than a few dozen meters from this side, and there's a secret passage that leads directly out of the valley. Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. Really? Bing Guru nodded. Absolutely true. I've been through it from outside. Lu Xingchen understood. He had heard that Bing Guru was always bullied, and perhaps because of that, he knew some of these strange caves and secret passages. Following the direction indicated by the ice golem, Lu Xingchen smashed through the ice wall where the specimens were hanging and began digging. He dug eastward for about a few meters, then sideways for another dozen meters. The stone before him was clear, revealing a secret passage. Great, found it. Lu Xingchen immediately went back to call Master Babu and Bubu. She glanced at the ice crane elder and the East Fox priest trapped in the ice ball and hesitated. How about releasing them from the ice ball, tying them up, and taking them away? That way, they could still be used as hostages. Master Babu immediately dismissed her idea. Once they're out of the ice ball, ropes won't hold them. Don't assume the ice cave people's priests and elders are incompetent. They were simply caught off guard and trapped by you. Don't worry about them. Move on. Master Babu knew a lot. Lu Xingchen had no doubt. However, if they left, what if the two men started shouting and called for help? Without waiting for Lu Xingchen to say anything, Guyen pulled a bucket from his backpack and filled it for Priest Donghu and Elder Binghe. Their heads were soaked again, and soon they would be frozen again. Gao Dafu was a little worried. Will they die if this goes on for too long? Master Babu, do you think that's all they can do? Then they wouldn't die. No wonder they wouldn't tell the truth when I used this method to force them before. Lu Xingchen waved his hand. Hurry, we don't have much time. Several people entered the dugout hole, filling it up as they went, until the tunnel was completely filled, almost the same as before. Then they entered the secret passage and moved forward at a rapid speed. After walking for an unknown amount of time, they finally emerged from the light outside. Outside lay a world of ice and snow. Not far away, one could see the mountain where the ice cave people lived. Following the mountain, one reached the valley. They had already left the valley and the mountain. Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. Let's go find our ice cart. The ice cart was fast, and it would help them find the cave more quickly. I wondered when Bing Shikishiba would discover Elder Binghe and the East Fox priest, but it probably wouldn't be long. They were running out of time. We had to hurry. Lu Xingchen remembered the coordinates of the ice cart, and soon, several of them were near it. Not far from the ice cart, 7 or 8 ice cave people were watching. The priest had sent guards there, unwilling to return the cart to them. Gao Dafu rubbed his hands together, nudging Master Babu with his elbow. Come on, Master, are you going to steal our ice cart? Master Babu dodged and snorted. I won't fight. Lu Xingchen thought for a moment, then turned and said a few words to Bing Gulu. He then handed him a basket covered with a cloth. Bing Gulu walked over with the basket, saying, Come on, dinner's ready. Some of the ice cave residents were puzzled. It's not even noon yet. Why are you here to deliver food? And why are you here? Bing Gulu remained calm. The caravan cooked delicious food, and they sent me here to serve it to everyone. He lifted a corner of the cotton cloth, revealing the aroma of barbecue. The people guarding the ice cart were still unaware of what had happened at the camp, nor that Bing Shichi and Bing Shiba had returned. The aroma overwhelmed them, and they swarmed over. 7 or 8 people huddled together and began to scramble for the meat. Bing Gula put the basket down and quietly retreated. At this moment, Lu Xingchen waved his hand and released a giant water ball cannon, pressing a button. With a whoosh, a water ball slammed into the group. By the time it reached their heads, it had grown into a giant ball. With a splash, it poured back down, splashing all over them, instantly freezing them into ice balls. They were already huddled together, so a single ice ball was enough to take care of them. Lu Xingchen put away the giant water ball cannon, feeling incredibly satisfied. This thing has been a huge help. Actually, I have Xianyuan phone to thank for this. No, I should thank Xianyuan Batian. After so many days, I wonder how far Xianyuan Batian has progressed with his mission. She pondered this as she boarded the ice cart with Master Babu, Gu Yin, Gao Dafu, and the others. As usual, Bing Gulu drove the cart, and the group headed for the mountain Elder Bingha had mentioned. The mountain wasn't far from here, and the cart was fast enough to quickly reach its foot. The mountain was very high, with 3 peaks standing not far away. It was time to climb the mountain. The cart couldn't go up, so it had to be parked here. The group descended and headed towards the iceberg. Master Babu paused. Master Babu looked at the towering mountain before him and frowned slightly. I wait for you in the cart. Go on your own. Gao Dafu was surprised. No, Master, are you afraid of something? Master Babu's face darkened. Lu Xingchen quickly pulled Gao Dafu along. Master, listen to me. Let's go! Master Babu was a little puzzled, but since he had been helpful throughout the mission and had never caused any trouble, Lu Xingchen felt he must have his reasons. Time was running out, and she didn't have time to delve into the master's secrets. Lu Xingchen, Gao Dafu, Gu Yin, Bubu, and Lan Lan and Mimi were climbing up the mountain. Just as they reached the foot of the mountain and were about to ascend, Lu Xingchen suddenly felt the scenery change, and they were in another place. It was a closed room, about 70 or 80 square meters. A mess of things was piled in the corners, and in the middle was a large table, piled with several thick stacks of papers. A notification sounded. Welcome to the endless game world. Your current minigame is Calculator. What? Lu Xingchen was surprised. There were minigames to play? Candy Crush? No, it's Calculator. What kind of game is Calculator? She looked carefully and found a piece of paper on the table, with rows of calculation problems on it. It wasn't complicated, just addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. But each number was tricky, or the value was very large, with only one equation per line, and there were about 20 equations on a single page. Game rules. 1. Complete all the calculations on all the papers in the room and ensure they are all correct within 1 hour before you can exit the game world. 2. If you can't complete the calculation within 1 hour, the test paper will be refreshed and the calculation will be restarted. The rules are pretty simple. But Lu Xingchen looked around the room. The table was large, with 100 neatly arranged stacks of calculation paper, each stack containing approximately 1,000 sheets. So, there were about 100,000 sheets of paper. Who could complete the calculations in an hour? Even with a calculator, she couldn't do it, right? And there wasn't even a calculator. Lu Xingchen had a heart attack. What should he do? How could he complete this impossible calculation? Chapter 668. Suddenly, Gao Dafu spoke up in the group of 3 people, including her, Gao Dafu, and Gu Yin. Oh my god, what a lousy game. I can't figure it out. I just can't figure it out. Lu Xingchen asked curiously, Calculator? Gao Dafu, what? Picking fruit? Gao Dafu, there's a vast orchard here, filled with fruits of all sizes. My mission is to pick all the fruit from all the trees that's larger than 1 centimeter in diameter. And I have 1 hour to do it, or the game will reset. Lu Xingchen. Chun, how many trees? Gao Dafu, how many? Countless, absolutely countless. It's a vast expanse, covered in fruit. Even a god couldn't pick all of them. Just let it rot. Oh, by the way, Gu Yin, what's your mission? Gu Yin, count sheep. Gao Dafu, how many? Gu Yin, I don't know. 1 by 1. I've killed 78. I guess I'd be able to count them once I'm done. Gao Dafu was delighted. Is the mutton delicious? Gu Yin, I don't know. Once I kill them, they're gone. Lu Xingchen didn't ask any more questions. It was obvious that Gu Yan's sheep were also everywhere, countless. Lu Xingchen, we must have entered a formation. These 3 tasks can't be accomplished by brute force. We need to figure out how to break the formation. The room is sealed, and the key to breaking the formation must be inside. Although the room is sealed, the white walls shimmer with a bright light, so the interior is well lit. Lu Xingchen surveyed the room carefully. In the middle of the room stood a large table, upon which lay piles of math papers and a pen holder filled with pens. She examined the items on the table one by one, feeling them carefully again. Then she shifted her gaze elsewhere. Besides the table, there were piles of miscellaneous items in the southeast and northeast corners. Lu Xingchen went over and searched through them one by one. Among the items were trash cans, white metal boxes, some square and some rectangular, a few pieces of wood, and a broken chair. The items in both corners were similar. She searched the southeast corner first, then the northeast. She carefully examined everything. Suddenly, a warning sounded. Someone is spying on you. This is a gaze from a distant space. Lu Xingchen, What the hell? What did she just touch? How could someone spy on her just by touching her? Oh, she just touched a square metal box. The box, which was oriented in the right direction, was 4.50 centimeters long, wide, and high. It was white and lightweight, with slightly raised lines on all four sides. Lu Xingchen felt around again and again. Someone is watching you. A gaze from a distant time and space. What's going on? What's going on? Is there a little person in the iron box? She groped around inch by inch, and suddenly, her fingertips touched a small bump. With a flick of her fingernail, she seemed to peel back a layer of soft skin. She was about to turn it over to see when she heard another notification. Someone is watching you. A gaze from a distant time and space. NPC Bubu wants to have a private chat with you. Do you agree, Bubu? She actually had a way to contact me? Lu Xingchen was delighted. The four of them went up the mountain together. She, Gao Dafu, and Gu Yin were all caught up in the minigame, and she was worried about Bubu. Unexpectedly, Bubu actually got in touch. As expected, Master Lei Jin has all the best. When it matters, Bubu will make a move. Lu Xingchen quickly said, agreed. Connect the chat, and you and Bubu will begin a 3-minute private chat, the contents of which are hidden from everyone else. Bubu, Xiao Lu, how are you? Lu Xingchen, my task is the calculator. How about you? Bubu, oh, my task is to count beans. Lots and lots, I can't even count them all. But Xiao Lu, I'm contacting you to tell you something else. Someone's watching you. Lu Xingchen was stunned, immediately remembering the previous hints. She thought the hints came because she touched the box, so someone was watching her. That was strange. How could she be spied on in the game? Bubu, someone's watching you play. Probably trying to get some inspiration from you. Lu Xingchen immediately realized that someone was also playing the game. Could it be Xianyuan Batian? How impressive. Even if they weren't in the same zone, they could still come and watch. He's incredibly capable. He's incredibly capable. Bubu, okay, time is precious, Xingchen. We're in the same group now. I can see what's going on over there, and I have a way. Since he's looking at you, I can let you see him too. Bubu, I can only help you so far. The rest is up to you. Lu Xingchen heard a prompt. Bubu used the counter card. You can see the scene where Xianyuan Batian is located in Area 26. Do you agree? Lu Xingchen immediately said, agree. Swish. A screen appeared before her. On it, Xianyuan Batian and she were in the same room. At this moment, Xianyuan Batian was staring nervously and anxiously ahead. Lu Xingchen carefully examined the screen and realized that the viewing angle should be right in the middle of the ceiling. So, Xianyuan Batian should also be viewing from this angle. Thinking for a moment, Lu Xingchen twisted her body, just enough to block Xianyuan Batian's view. Xianyuan Batian frantically stood on his tiptoes, shifting left and right, scratching his head in anxiety. Lu Xingchen continued her previous movements. She remembered prying something open. She peeked over and saw that a bulge on the back of the white metal box had been peeled back, revealing a gap. That gap looked familiar. Lu Xingchen froze for a moment. Afraid Xianyuan Batian would become suspicious, she quickly returned to her original position, pretending to hold the box, while her mind raced with memories. Where on earth had she seen a gap like this before? Her eyes were blank, and she stared at the screen before her as she recalled the past. On the screen, Xianyuan Batian saw Lu Xingchen standing still, and he grew anxious. He was currently chatting with Xianyuan Lingyun. Xianyuan Lingyun, brother, it's almost an hour. Do you have any ideas? If not, this place will refresh, and we have to stay for another hour. Xianyuan Batian, don't worry. I'm watching Lu Xingchen. Maybe he has a solution. Xianyuan Lingyun, brother, we're not the best in the family. This time, the family is fully supporting us on this mission because District 26 has the most people. The family has given us so many resources and treasures. We absolutely cannot fail. Xianyuan Batian, I know. I'm trying to figure it out. Don't worry. Lu Xingchen blinked. Xianyuan Batian has a lot of good stuff. He was able to complete the mission up to this point, and even entered the minigame earlier than her. It's still quite impressive. He's looking, isn't he? Let him look carefully. That tiny crack that appeared on the metal box earlier must have a significant impact, but she couldn't recall where she's seen it before. Yes, she remembered. Lu Xingchen's eyes suddenly lit up. She remembered. All right. Isn't Xianyuan Batian waiting to copy the homework? Let him copy it carefully. Chapter 669. Lu Xingchen suddenly stood up, slapped the metal box hard, then pounded it harder, shouting, "What the hell is this? Move it, you little piece of junk." She slammed the box down on the table, turning it so the slit faced her, and slapped it repeatedly in frustration. Paw, paw, paw. She then quietly took out a power chip and inserted it into the slit, slapping it again. Move. Why don't you move? I kick you if you don't. Bang. She slammed it again. Xianyuan Batian was stunned. Is Lu Xingchen crazy? What's the point of slapping a broken box? Lu Xingchen could already hear a subtle click. That was the sound of the chip being inserted. Then, the tin box's frame suddenly lit up. Beep, beep, a few times, and a slightly childish voice rang out. The assistant's activated. The assistant's here. Beep. A large, smiling face appeared on the top of the tin box. Click, click. Two more sounds followed, and two wheels extended from the bottom of the tin box. With a rumble, the box took a few steps, and even spun a 360-degree turn with incredible agility. Xianyuan Batian was even more stunned. What had just happened? How could an ordinary white tin box speak and glow? It was like a robot had been activated. He was about to take a closer look when the screen suddenly went dark and a notification sounded. 10 minutes have passed, and the advanced peak card has expired. It's over. I can't see. What had Lu Xingchen done just now? What had she done? Lu Xingchen inserted the power chip while avoiding Xianyuan Batian. So, Xianyuan Batian only saw Lu Xingchen slapping, hitting, cursing, and smashing the metal box. So, the metal box deserved a beating? Xianyuan Batian thought about it carefully. That's right. When using a computer or watching TV, if the TV or computer suddenly stops working, slapping or smashing it might help. The metal box that just called itself a little assistant is like a computer or a robot. It was previously stored in the junkyard, and should have been nearly scrapped. Now, after slapping and smashing it, it's usable again. So, he did the same thing? Xianyuan Batian recalled that Lu Xingchen seemed to have taken the metal box from the northeast corner. There were 3 or 4 similar metal boxes in the northeast corner. He just had to test them one by one. Xianyuan Batian immediately went to the northeast corner, picked up a white metal box, and slapped and smashed it vigorously, kicking it with his foot. The metal box didn't react at all. No. Next, Xianyuan Batian grunted as he picked up another metal box and repeated the same operation several times. Still no response. He picked up the last one and banged it, but still no effect. What went wrong? A sudden inspiration struck him. Oh, that's right. Lu Xingchen seemed to have cursed at him. How rude. All right, I just try again. Luckily, he had a good memory. Xianyuan Batian picked up the metal box from earlier and slammed and pounded it, cursing. Move, move, you little piece of shit. Move quickly, or I kick you. Xianyuan Batian, if you don't move, I kill you. Xianyuan Batian, move, move, move quickly, you little piece of shit. Bang. Papa. Bang. Furious, Xianyuan Batian struck out ruthlessly. Why couldn't it work? Was it because he wasn't strong enough? Or because his words weren't rude enough? He just couldn't believe it. Lu Xingchen could activate the little robot, but he couldn't. Lu Xingchen had already activated the little assistant and might have already passed the level. No, he couldn't delay any longer. Bang! Xianyuan Batian slammed the box to the ground. Ziz! Finally, a sound was heard. Xianyuan Batian was overjoyed. A weak, childish voice rang out. Ziz! The little assistant has taken a heavy blow. Self-destruct sequence activated. Ziz, destruction. Bang! The iron box exploded. Xianyuan Batian only saw the box explode, then felt a wave of heat. With a boom, his vision went black, and he lost consciousness. Lu Xingchen stared at the screen, unable to help but laugh at Xianyuan Batian's miserable state. Damn it! The gap behind the metal box was similar to the one behind the automatic temperature control system on her raft. Both were used to plug in chips. She felt familiar just now because she'd seen it before. At that moment, she had a sudden thought. Should she try plugging in a power chip? But Xianyuan Batian was watching her constantly. Any movement she made would surely catch his attention. So Lu Xingchen deliberately slapped it, cursing a few times to attract Xianyuan Batian's attention, and then quietly inserted the chip. In fact, Xianyuan Batian had definitely used power chips before. If he'd seen the gap, he surely guessed what to do. The slot on the metal box wasn't easy to find, but with enough time and careful exploration, there was a good chance of finding it. Unfortunately, Xianyuan Batian was so focused on copying the homework that he didn't even observe it himself. As a result, he copied the wrong answer. Lu Xingchen was just bluffing, not really hitting it hard. Xianyuan Batian had no idea that he was using all his strength, and the little robot couldn't withstand it, so it self-destructed. Lu Xingchen could only watch Xianyuan Batian for 10 minutes before the light screen in front of her disappeared. By then, the assistant had already started working. The wheels beneath its feet churned as it arrived at a pile of math papers. Ding ding, I've found my target. Shall we get to work, master? Lu Xingchen, work now. That's what she said. Math is definitely not her thing. The little assistant. Just say, little assistant who can do anything, start. And I start working. Lu Xingchen, little assistant who can do anything, start. The little robot, got it, master. Click. One side of it unfolded, and with a clatter, it swallowed the stack of math papers. Squeak. There was a sound, and the side opened, and with a clatter, it spitted the stack of math papers out. Then it continued to eat the rest of the math papers. It was incredibly fast and steady. The papers came out exactly as they had gone in, except that every single one was filled with the answers. So that's it, Lu Xingchen understood. Look, this is the key to passing the level. The assistant worked very efficiently. He quickly devoured and spit out piles of math papers. In less than 10 minutes, all the work was done. Lu Xingchen received a notification. Congratulations, you completed the task. Calculator. Note, you can only exit the game after everyone's mission is complete. Do you choose to help your teammates? Of course I do. Please choose the scene to enter. Picking fruit, counting sheep, or counting beans? Lu Xingchen, pick fruit. She was going to help poor Gao Dafu. In her opinion, Gao Dafu's mission was the most difficult. Swish. With a swish, she carried the little assistant to Gao Dafu. Gao Dafu was lying on the ground, eating fruit, truly letting himself go. The little assistant, ding ding, we found the mission target. Are we going to work, master? Lu Xingchen, my omnipotent little assistant, get started. Gao Dafu scrambled to his feet. Where did you get this little monster? The little assistant had already rolled around, whirring around to a tree. With a click, the lid opened, and with a clatter, the fruit fell from the tree. It was incredibly fast, its wheels flying, scurrying around, completing Gao Dafu's mission in a flash. Next, Lu Xingchen took it to Gu Yin and Bubu's space. The sheep counting task was even simpler. The assistant completed it with a few spins. Bubu's task was the simplest. It was just a pile of beans, which the assistant counted in one lap. What would have seemed like an impossible task was incredibly easy for the robot. Lu Xingchen received a notification. Congratulations, all tasks completed. Chapter 670. Swish, swish, swish. Their eyes flashed, and they were back in the world of ice and snow. Gao Dafu, as if in a dream, thought, is that it? Too easy, isn't it? Originally, this mission wasn't that difficult. As long as they found the key points and activated the assistant, completing these tasks would be a piece of cake. Gao Dafu, Gu Yin, and Bubu also had a pile of miscellaneous items, among which were several identical square metal boxes. No matter which of the four activated the assistant, they could complete the mission. Xianyuan Batian was too lazy, always thinking of copying homework. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. At this time, Xianyuan Batian was still unconscious. It took him a long time to wake up. When he awoke, he saw a mess. The metal boxes had exploded, and much of the math paper was destroyed. An hour later, a notification sounded, mission not completed, reset. The math paper appeared in full before him, but the metal boxes were still in their exploded state. The ground was covered with iron filings. Xianyuan Batian stamped his feet and beat his chest. Everything else had refreshed, so why hadn't that iron box refreshed? What should he do now? Would he dare treat the other two intact iron boxes roughly? Damn it! Lu Xingchen must have lied to him. It was definitely not possible to activate the assistant by simply tapping or hitting it. Perhaps Lu Xingchen had already left by now. Indeed, Lu Xingchen had already taken a few people up the mountain. It was a high mountain made of ice and snow, with no path, and extremely slippery, making it impossible to climb. The few people tried for a long time, but couldn't find the way up, let alone the cave Elder Binghe had mentioned. Lu Xingchen even had Lan Lan fly her to the top of the mountain. After searching everywhere, they couldn't find any ice cave. All around them was a vast expanse of white, a blinding sight. After searching for a long time, several people, nearly blinded by their sight, found nothing and returned to the foot of the mountain. Lu Xingchen was anxious. He wondered if Xianyuan Batian and the others had made it through. Elder Binghe and Priest Donghu had surely been rescued and were probably nearing their destination. If he couldn't find the cave, the future would be even more difficult. Lu Xingchen had an idea. The Priest Binghe said he was led there by a snow rabbit. How about we look for one? Snow rabbits are white and small, making them difficult to find in the vast expanse of white icebergs. Gao Dafu's eyes lit up. Snow rabbit? Don't we have one? He pulled a little snow rabbit from his arms. Come, call Daddy. The little snow rabbit, Daddy. Gao Dafu, come, take Daddy to find a cave. Any cave will do, okay? The little snow rabbit's ears perked up. Daddy. Then it jumped off Gao Dafu's back and, with a whoosh, ran off in one direction. Lu Xingchen and the others quickly followed. The little snow rabbit was quite capable. It had found a path that was reasonably walkable. They followed it, and their pace wasn't too slow. After walking in a winding path for a while, they suddenly felt the temperature drop considerably. Then, they saw a large patch of snow. The little snow rabbit turned around and called out, then charged towards the snowdrift. With a boom, the snow fell away, revealing a cave ahead. The little snow rabbit had already crashed into it. Gao Dafu was overjoyed. So the cave entrance is blocked. No wonder we couldn't find it. Lu Xingchen nodded. Thanks to the little snow rabbit. The iceberg is so huge, they're searching bit by bit, and there's no telling when they find it. Fortunately, the little snow rabbit knew how to find a cave. Also, fortunately, Gao Dafu had insisted on taking it with him. The little snow rabbit had been sleeping on the ice sled, and had only recently woken up. Unexpectedly, with one move, it had solved a major problem. No one knew if this cave entrance was the one Binghe had described, but with the intention of giving it a try, everyone followed him inside. The entrance was small, but after walking hunched over for a while, it widened considerably further ahead. Everyone straightened up, holding their night-shining pearls, and walked along the ice cave. Smooth white ice walls surrounded them, and the temperature was much lower. Even with their warm clothes, they shivered. Gao Dafu hugged the pet egg in his hands, and coquettishly said, "Baby, you're so cold." Instantly, a warmth emanated from Gao Dafu. The heat from the little pet egg warmed Gao Dafu like a furnace, and everyone gathered around him, instantly feeling the warmth of spring. After walking for a while, the air ahead grew increasingly cold. Fortunately, they had Gao Dafu's energy eggs, otherwise, they would have given up long ago. Finally, they reached a wider space. Ahead, they saw a cloud of white mist. Within this mist, gusts of cold air rushed towards them relentlessly. Even with Gao Dafu's energy eggs providing a constant supply of warmth, the air was unbearable for several people. Lan Lan and Mimi had already been stowed away in Lu Xingchen's pet bag. The few of them huddled together, shivering. Gao Dafu, no. We can't go on. I really can't. My eggs say they can't hold on any longer. Gu Yin, it's cold. Lu Xingchen, I can't see clearly ahead. The mist was swirling, making it impossible to see what was there. Lu Xingchen felt the truth lay just ahead. She gritted her teeth, pulled out a large night-shining pearl, and tossed it forward. It sank into the white mist, illuminating the surrounding area. In a flash, Lu Xingchen saw what lay inside. It looked like a door, with a watermelon-sized hole in it, and the white mist was emerging from that hole. I need to go check it out. She gritted her teeth. Time was running out. There was no time to lose. Xianyuan Batian possessed countless treasures. Even if he was seriously injured, there was still Xianyuan Lingyun. Xianyuan Lingyun was clever. If only Xianyuan Batian could tell her what he had seen, she would quickly find the key and activate the assistant. So, she was only a little ahead of Xianyuan Batian. Had he been a little slower, Xianyuan Batian might have completed the task. She couldn't let hesitation ruin this hard-earned opportunity. Gao Dafu worried, "Don't go. You freeze to death." Lu Xingchen gritted her teeth and said, "It's okay. You can just come and save me later." If they really wasted time and gave Xianyuan Batian the opportunity, all the efforts of her, Gao Dafu, Gu Yin, Bubu, and Master Babu would be in vain. Gao Dafu thought for a moment, hardened his resolve, and shoved the warm pet egg into Lu Xingchen's arms. Here, hold it. Go quickly and come back. This was no time for politeness. Lu Xingchen hugged the warm pet egg, wrapped it in her arms, tapped a speed card, and rushed towards the white mist. In a flash, she touched the white mist and reached the door. Beep, polar gate discovered. Beep, polar gate damaged, cold air leaking, ice season advanced, please leave immediately. Beep, mission completed. Find the cause of the early ice season. Beep, your body temperature is extremely low, you are about to lose consciousness. Please leave immediately. Beep, you are in a coma. A series of notifications echoed. Lu Xingchen felt her body go cold and lost consciousness. However, she also heard the news of mission completion, and her heart immediately relaxed. Holding on to the last bit of warmth in her arms, she struggled to return. 1 step, 2 steps. Her vision went dark, and she fell to the ground. Faintly, she heard another notification. The Great Hunt will begin in 3 days. Everyone, please be prepared. Chapter 671. When Lu Xingchen woke up, they had already left the cave. Gao Dafu, Gu Yin, and Bubu were anxiously watching her. Seeing that she was alright, everyone felt relieved. At this moment, Lu Xingchen finally had time to read the latest announcement. The Great Hunt will begin in 3 days. Please be prepared. Starting today, the chance of receiving an island landing token from treasure chests has increased. Please go out and search for treasure chests. Starting today, the chance of receiving ice skates and weapon blueprints of various levels has increased. Please go to the island and slay the monsters. Happy gaming. This is big news. The chat channel was buzzing with activity. The hunt is about to begin again, and I don't even have my skates. What should I do? Skates are essential. Unless something unexpected happens, this hunt will definitely be on ice. Without them, I walk slowly and easily slip. How can I fight? Yes, a good pair of skates is essential. The game is pretty good. Starting today, the chance of getting an island landing permit has increased. With a landing permit, you can go to the island and kill monsters, and you also get a blueprint for the skates. That's very thoughtful. PSST. Wouldn't it be better if there were no hunts? Lu Xingchen looked at the chat channel for a long time before closing it. Suddenly she froze. She remembered hearing a notification earlier. She completed the mission. Where's the reward? Where's the announcement? For such a large scale, all people mission, why wasn't there an announcement? Even if there wasn't an announcement, at least the reward had been distributed. Why was there no movement? She walked, pondering, and now she had reached the foot of the mountain. Suddenly, an excited voice rang out. Found it, found it. Isn't that Lu Xingchen? Kill her. It was Bing 17. Clatter. Suddenly, a number of short, plump ice cave people emerged. Leading them were Elder Binghe and the East Fox priest, both of them looking unhappy. Elder Binghe gritted his teeth and said, You've finally come. How brave. The East Fox priest swung his staff, his face dark. Bing 17, Bing 18, take them down. Just now, she and Elder Binghe had endured countless tortures. She remembered it all. Lu Xingchen's face changed. There must have been 30 or 40 ice cave people, plus Elder Binghe and the East Fox priest. They were definitely no match for them. But Elder Babu was still on the ice cart. Lu Xingchen immediately released Lan Lan and whispered, Quick, get some help. Lan Lan's tiny body immediately soared into the sky and flew away. The East Fox priest saw this and frowned. Do it. Lu Xingchen hurriedly said, Wait, Master Priest, I have something to say. East Fox priest, what do you have to say? You won't listen. Lu Xingchen suddenly had an idea and nudged Gu Yin, whispering, Come here, hold them back. Gu Yin was stunned for a moment. Wait, Master Priest, I have something to say. East Fox priest paused, then softened his tone slightly. What do you have to say? Gu Yin was stuck. Lu Xingchen immediately sent a private message to Gu Yin. Gu Yin glanced at Lu Xingchen's private message and said with difficulty, I want to ask, Master Priest, are you feeling better? I apologize for offending you before. East Fox priest said angrily, You're still talking? Now he knows how to speak nicely. Before, when he poured the water, he did so without hesitation and ruthlessly. However, the icy handsome man finally said a few more words, and she wanted to listen a little longer. Gao Dafu witnessed the interaction between Lu Xingchen and Gu Yin, and realized that Lu Xingchen had taught him what Gu Yin had just said. He immediately excitedly sent a private message to Gu Yin. Gu Yin glanced down and hesitated for a moment. Gao Dafu winked at him repeatedly. Hurry up. Don't stop. They couldn't defeat so many people. Especially with the East Fox Priest and the Ice Crane Elder on guard, Lu Xingchen didn't dare to unleash his giant water ball cannon. He could only stall for time. Gu Yin was silent for a moment. Then, a few beautiful pink roses appeared in his hand. He held them out. Priest, I'm sorry for what happened earlier. How about these flowers as an apology? Donghu Priest's eyes lit up. So beautiful. Elder Binghe was furious. Donghu, act like a better person. Have you forgotten what he did to you just now? Donghu Priest was dissatisfied. Isn't he apologizing? Elder Binghe was furious. He tortured us so much, and just a few words, and a few flowers, and you're confused? Donghu Priest stepped forward and took the flowers, adoring them. Who said I was confused? I like flowers. Can I look at them? Accepting the gift was fine, and listening to the compliments was fine, but she wasn't about to let Lu Xingchen and the others off. Donghu Priest took the flowers and said with a smile, Handsome boy, anything else? Any other gifts? This? Gu Yin glanced at the private chat. This time, Gao Dafu's words were even more cheesy, and he didn't want to say them. A gentleman can be killed, but not humiliated. The East Fox Priest chuckled. If that's the case, I won't be polite. Lu Xingchen suddenly unleashed a giant water ball cannon, triggered the trigger, and whoosh. A water ball pelted towards the East Fox Priest. This time, the East Fox Priest and the Ice Crane Elder were keeping a close eye. How could they possibly fall in the same place? They immediately dodged to the side. Bang! The water ball crashed down, enveloping a dozen people in the ice cave, freezing them inside. There were still over 20 people outside. The East Fox Priest swung his staff. Swish! An invisible rope bound Lu Xingchen, Gu Yin, Gao Dafu, and Bubu. Instantly, they were unable to move. Thankfully, Lu Xingchen was quick and retracted the giant water ball cannon before he was bound. The East Fox Priest stepped forward and poked Lu Xingchen with his staff. Bring out what you just saw. Lu Xingchen blinked. Master Priest, I don't understand you. The East Fox Priest sneered. Sly. If you bring it out, I leave you with an intact corpse. Otherwise, our ice cave polar bear will starve for days. It won't eat whole, it just bite off a hand, a leg. Lu Xingchen was shocked. As expected, the East Fox Priest and Elder Binghe were no ordinary men. No wonder Master Babu had called for their attention. Why hasn't Master Babu come yet? Gao Dafu was already anxious, shouting, Master Babu, come quickly. Your good friends, your good family, your good disciples are about to be eaten by the polar bear. What? The East Fox Priest's face changed. Master Babu? Where is he? Elder Binghe was frightened and took several steps back, looking around. I'm here. Master Babu came rushing over. Now, he still looked like Gu Yuji, a towering 1.9 meters tall and incredibly handsome. In a flash, he arrived in front of the group, glanced at Lu Xingchen and the others, and with a wave of his hand, they immediately resumed their movements. They hurried behind Master Babu. Reinforcements had finally arrived. Next, it was time for the showdown between the big guys. These little bastards could leave now. The Ice Crane Elder and the East Fox Priest stared at Master Babu in shock. The Ice Crane Elder stammered, No, you're not Master Babu. The East Fox Priest was also suspicious. Master Babu doesn't look like this? Master Babu snorted coldly, stamped his foot, and whoosh. In a flash, he returned to his original appearance. The Ice Crane Elder and the East Fox Priest were even more shocked. The Ice Crane Elder, You Babu, how can you be so shameless? Chapter 672. The East Fox Priest's face turned grim. That's right, Babu, don't you know what you look like? Pretending to be a handsome guy? How dare you? Perhaps remembering his own fawning behavior earlier, the East Fox Priest became even more angry. Fine, you're teasing me. Master Babu puffed out his belly and laughed heartily. What's wrong with teasing you? The East Fox Priest was furious. Master Babu said to Lu Xingchen, Let's go back. He had received word that the mission was complete and could go home. Lu Xingchen nodded. Okay, Master, let's go. Master Donghu was furious and shouted, Capture those people. Go! The other ice cave people didn't recognize Master Babu, so they rushed over to grab Lu Xingchen and the others without hesitation. Master Babu waved his sleeve, sending 3 or 4 of the ice cave people away. The ice cave people were thrown back, screaming and wailing on the ground. The East Fox Priest was truly enraged. Bab, how dare you break the contract? Master Bab sneered. How dare you talk about a contract? Where's the contract? Show it to me if you dare. The East Fox priest choked, feeling a little guilty, but quickly regained his composure. It's not with me. How can I take it? No matter what, you can't attack us. That's the contract. Lu Xingchen was stunned. I see. No wonder Master Bab said he wouldn't intervene, and just now, he only let them come. It seemed like there was some agreement between Master Bab and the Ice Cave people. At least he couldn't attack the Ice Cave people, but if they attacked him, he could fight back. But why was Master Bab attacking again now? Elder Babu sneered, suddenly grabbed a nearby Ice Cave person and threw him fiercely. Alright, so where's the contract? I broke it, so why wasn't there any punishment? The East Fox priest was stunned for a moment. Master Babu sneered again. Haha, why don't you think about what you did? Why did the ice season start early? How dare you say it had nothing to do with you? You were the ones who broke the contract first, or that contract is long gone. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so brazen, right? Elder Binghe and the East Fox priest were both cowering. They looked at each other, a little bewildered, a little guilty, and a little lost. Master Babu waved his hand. Lu Xingchen, let's go! Several people followed Master Babu in a swaggering departure. Elder Binghe and the East Fox priest were like quails, not daring to stop them. Soon, they arrived near the ice cart. They boarded the cart, with Bing Gula driving, and the group left the Ice Cave person's camp. At this moment, Xianyuan Batian was stunned. He was defeated, but Xianyuan Lingyun was still trying. Xianyuan Batian described Lu Xingchen's actions and words in detail. Xianyuan Lingyun thought for a moment and began looking for similar metal boxes. She studied them for a long time before finally finding the card slot. She had seen devices using chips before, and after some thought, she had a rough idea. She used the power chip, activated the assistant, and completed her mission. Then, she completed Xianyuan Badeo's mission, and finally went to Xianyuan Batian to complete his mission. Poor Batian wasn't well yet, so he took healing pills and used gold medicine to recover before moving on to the next step. After all their hard work, they hadn't found the cave entrance when they received a notification. Mission failed, someone already completed, all three were stunned. Soon, Xianyuan Batian gritted his teeth and said, It's Lu Xingchen. It has to be her. Xianyuan Lingyun sighed, Lu Xingchen is indeed smart and lucky. Brother, what should we do? The Xianyuan family is spread across various districts. Xianyuan Batian isn't the most outstanding child in the family. The reason they poured all their resources into helping him complete this mission is because District 26 has the most Xuanyuans. Now they've failed. How will they explain this? Xianyuan Batian was also very annoyed. After a long pause he sighed, forget it. Let's not tell the family yet. Let's wait. I have a feeling there must be another mission. He was furious. This time, he had also brought Bai Sanchison with him. With help from others, and the family's resources, he had vowed to come out on top. But who knew it would be Lu Xingchen again? Lu Xingchen was definitely his nemesis. At this moment, his nemesis, Lu Xingchen, was drowsy on the ice cart. It's been incredibly busy lately. She hasn't slept well, and is exhausted. Gu Yangao and Dafu were similarly exhausted. They all had a good night's sleep, and the ice cart had covered a short distance. Lu Xingchen finally woke up, and had time to see what everyone was doing. A whole day had passed, and the big hunt was about to begin. The players were excited and expectant, but also a little anxious and worried. They all been out fighting all day. It was lively. In the chat group, the Qin and Wei families were chatting animatedly. Xia Xiaoyu, oh my god, there are 3 groups on one island. It's so lively. Yin Xiaolin, it's more than just lively. We didn't fight, but the others weren't pushovers. Right now, there are fights on many islands. Wei Lin, no wonder I've noticed so few people lately. Xia Xiaoyu, they're grabbing resources. We haven't started hunting yet, so we're just starting small-scale hunting on the island. Wei Ying, if it were me, I'd grab them too. Someone got a pair of high-level ice skates, quick. It turns out there are plenty of island landing orders, but there don't seem to be many islands, so several ways of people are landing on the same island. No one fights alone anymore these days, everyone's in groups. When they meet, no one's afraid of anyone else, so naturally, they start fighting. So, it's quite lively right now. Gao Dafu, rested, was eager to try. Shall the 3 of us use the island landing orders too and go to the island to kill the monsters? They all wanted high-level ice skates. Lu Xingchen looked down and calculated, his expression changing. I can't do it today. Today is the day Xiaobai hatches. Xiaobai had promised Lu Xingchen to find it on the 13th day, and today was exactly that day. She slept too soundly. It was already 11 o'clock in the morning. If she didn't leave, the arrogant Xiaobai would be angry again. Lu Xingchen packed up, and was about to get up. Gao Dafu and Gu Yin immediately stood up, together. They were afraid something might happen. Just as the three of them were about to leave, Gao Dafu's face suddenly changed. Oh no! My precious egg, it's moving! Lu Xingchen was surprised. What's going on? Gao Dafu plucked his pet egg from his arms, and said anxiously, It needs to come out now, but it's too hot. Gao Dafu's pet egg could fly and spit fire, acting as a warming bomb all the way. In such cold weather, it's actually too hot? Lu Xingchen, how about you put it outside? It was freezing outside. Gao Dafu, overwhelmed by the heat, quickly got off the ice sled and placed the pet egg on the ice. With a sizzle, a large area of ice immediately melted. The tiny pet egg looked like it was on fire. The pet egg rolled and rolled, leaving puddles wherever it went. Gao Dafu followed behind, hunched over like an old father, coaxing as he ran, Don't worry, baby. We get out slowly. Crack! The eggshell cracked. Chapter 673. Gao Dafu was just chasing when, with a crack, the eggshell cracked slightly. He excitedly said, Hey baby, baby's out. A ball of flame shot out of the eggshell, then swirled and morphed into a fireball. Gao Dafu stared at the fireball, his eyes fixed on it. Lu Xingchen and Gu Yin also stared intently. They were all curious about what Gao Dafu's pet was. Even Mimi and Lon Lon stared wide-eyed from a distance. Amidst the flames, a crack sounded, and the crack in the eggshell widened, revealing a dark object. Puff! The flames died out, and the tiny black object struggled to gnaw at the eggshell. Gao Dafu's eyes widened with rage. Baby, you're black. He was a little disappointed, but soon cheered up again. Black is nice too. It's elegant. Baby, you're so pretty. Lu Xingchen squinted. What is this? It was so small, she couldn't make it out clearly. Lon Lon chuckled. Oh, could it be a crow? Like Lu Haoyue's? Mimi, no. Lon Lon, why not? I can even see feathers. Sure enough, there seemed to be wet feathers among the black mass. Lu Xingchen nodded. I remember Dafu's pet egg could fly. It must be a bird. Gu Yin nodded. A bird that can breathe fire. Lon Lon, it must be a crow. Quack, quack, quack. Gao Dafu's eyes were filled with his little pet. He said softly, It's okay. I like crows too. Honey, you're the most beautiful crow. Lon Lon flew overhead. Come on, little crow, call out. Quack, quack, quack. Hey Hu finished chewing the eggshell and raised his head. Woof. What? Everyone was stunned. Where's the feather? They clearly saw the feather. Why does this sound like a dog's? Hey Hu turned around and barked at Gao Dafu. Woof, woof, woof. Then it took off. Only then did everyone realize it was a little black dog with two tiny wings. Its eyes were golden yellow, round and beautiful. Because it was so small, and its body was so round and plump, it looked adorable. Gao Dafu was stunned for a moment, then his brows lit up with joy. Hey baby, come here. Buba looked over shocked. Flying. Flying puppy? The wings are so small, I wonder how it manages to fly. Hey Hu rushed into Gao Dafu's arms, calling out sweetly, Woof woof woof. Gao Dafu patted its head. So cute. The little snow rabbit, which had been in his pocket, popped its head out and called out, Daddy. Hey Hu was startled, then raised his paw and, with a snap, pushed the little snow rabbit back down. The little snow rabbit struggled to push upward, tearfully calling to Gao Dafu, Daddy. Hey Hu, woof woof. Little snow rabbit, Daddy, Daddy. Hey Hu, woof woof, woof woof. The two little ones' cries grew louder and louder, and Gao Dafu was almost losing his temper. He quickly separated them, soothing them. Okay, stop fighting. You're both my babies. The little snow rabbit seized the opportunity to leap out of his pocket and hop into Lu Xingchen's arms, calling out crisply, Daddy. Gao Dafu was at a loss for words. This guy, he changes dads whenever he's unhappy. Lu Xingchen held the little snow rabbit, feeling hesitant to throw it away or not. She had to go get the hatched Little White later, and Little White was so petty that she definitely wouldn't have room for the little snow rabbit. What a shame, such a sweet, adorable little bunny. Forget it, just hold it for now. Meanwhile, Gao Dafu couldn't let go of his little pet. He prepared many names, but he was a bit caught off guard by the thought of it being a little black dog. He was racking his brains trying to think of a name. Gao Dafu was a little puzzled. How can a puppy hatch from an egg? Right, aren't dogs mammals? Lu Xingchen, Her little white, that little cat and tiger, would have to hatch from an egg soon too. At least the flying puppy had wings, making it semi-oviparous. Her little white might not even have wings. Forget it, it's just a game. Don't get too hung up on it. The others returned to the ice sled. This time, Lu Xingchen decided to drive the ice cart directly to find Xiaobai. She had discussed this with Master Babu, and he agreed. The group continued on their way. Gao Dafu petted his newly minted pet, adoring it immensely. The puppy was chubby, round, and adorable, and Lu Xingchen loved it too, teasing it from time to time. When he got too impatient, the puppy would bark. Lon Lon felt jealous and glanced at Mimi. Look at you, you've grown so big now. You're not cute at all. Mimi gave her a sidelong glance and ignored her. Lon Lon, see? Xiao Lu's been seeing your pale face for so long that he's tired of it. Now he likes black things. Mimi sighed, that's right. Xiao Lu likes solid colors. Those gaudy, colorful things are really unappealing. Meow meow, if those colorful creatures were chatty and rude, they'd be even more annoying. Lon Lon was furious. Who are you talking about? It spread its wings. I'm Xingwan, I'm pretty. Meow Meow glanced at it slowly. A cheap Xingwan. Lon Lon was furious. You're the bastard. They started arguing, attracting Lu Xingchen's attention. Hey, what are you doing? Lon Lon flew over and squeezed into Lu Xingchen's arms. She kicked the little snow rabbit and then the little black dog, crying and complaining. The little lamb cursed, it cursed me. Lu Xingchen, It's not like she didn't hear it. Meow Meow never curses. Wasn't it Lon Lon who provoked this? But now Lon Lon is much smarter. Not only does she complain, she also acts like a spoiled child. Mimi slumped in the chair, speechless, rolling his eyes, too lazy to explain. Woof woof. The little black dog barked. Lon Lon jumped up with a start. Who bit my foot? He turned around. Oh, it's you, little Haydn. Why did you bite me? Huh? It's my foot, not my bottle. The puppy, woof woof. Lon Lon, hey Haydn. Gao Dafu was displeased. Lon Lon, don't give my baby a nickname. I haven't decided on a name yet. Lon Lon, Haydn, what a nice name. A humble name is easier to raise. Oh, by the way, let's call her Gooden. Gooden is more appropriate. He took a closer look. Huh, it's a girl? Let's call her Tsuehua. Lu Xingchen, What a mess. What TV show has Lon Lon been watching lately? The little black dog stared with watery eyes, a little confused. Gao Dafu panicked. Lon Lon, shut up. Lon Lon, why shut my mouth? Don't I even have the freedom to speak? You're bullying me. Buba felt distressed. Lon Lon, come here. Lu Xingchen quickly brought Lon Lon to Bubu. Don't say anything more. It's so annoying. Gao Dafu pondered for a long time before finally deciding on a name for the little black dog. Yanbao, or Yanbaobo. After all, the little guy can breathe fire. And he's his favorite little baby. Gao Dafu beamed. Yanbao my Yanbaobo. The little black dog, woof woof. Lon Lon shouted, Tsuehua. The little black dog gave him a confused look. Woof woof. Chapter 674. Gao Dafu chased Lon Lon and beat her up. There was nothing he could do. Gao Dafu called out Yanbao, and the little black dog agreed. Lon Lon called out Tsuehua, and the little black dog also agreed. Gao Dafu was nearly pissed off. The little friendship between Gao Dafu and Lon Lon had completely worn away. Amidst laughter and banter, the ice cart continued on its way. Waiting for the little black dog to hatch delayed them for a while, and Lu Xingchen kept urging Bing Gulu to hurry up. Otherwise, Xiaobai would get impatient and lose his temper. Occasionally, they run into one or two players along the way. Soon, someone in the chat channel started talking about this. Guess what I saw? I saw a car, a big, beautiful car with bright windows. It was pulled by a white bear, and in front of it was an ice cave people. Could it be the ice cave people's leader going out? I don't know. It was going too fast, and I couldn't see the people inside clearly. But I heard a dog barking. Woof woof. Do ice cave people have dogs? I don't know. I also heard a voice shouting. Tsuehua, bring the sauerkraut. Lu Xingchen quickly drew the curtains, shielding Bubu and Master Babu from view. Gao Dafu gritted his teeth. Lon Lon, shut up. If he yelled again, someone might know his pet's name was Tsuehua. Indignantly, It was Yanbao, the majestic Yanbao. Seeing everyone discussing Suihua, Gao Dafu quickly changed the subject. Did anyone get the ice skate blueprints? Any intermediate? Advanced? Top tier? Immediately, everyone started discussing. Don't mention it, the ice skate drop rate is pretty good this time. Our gang has already gotten several ice skate blueprints, but unfortunately, they're all just mediocre. Haha, our gang leader got a blueprint for intermediate ice skates, which increases speed by 5. I saw a blueprint for advanced ice skates, which increases speed by 8. I also know that ordinary ice skates increase speed by 2. Wow, the blueprint for advanced ice skates is pretty good, with such a huge speed increase? What's the use? I can't even find the materials to make them. If I can't find any more, I just have to auction them off. Lu Xingchen looked carefully for a long time, and found that most people had obtained ordinary ice skate blueprints. Intermediate ones were rare, and only one advanced blueprint had been found so far. A whole day had already passed. She looked down at her own ice skates. Right now, she was wearing ordinary ice skates, which increased speed by 2. If only she could get a pair of advanced ice skate blueprints. Suddenly, Gao Dafu called out, "Xiao Lu, look, isn't that Qin Wuchuan?" Lu Xingchen opened the curtains, and saw that they had just passed an ice sled. Next to the ice sled, there was a large group of people. The ice sled was moving so fast that it flashed by before Lu Xingchen could even see who was there. Gao Dafu, turn around, Xiao Lu. I privately chatted and confirmed it's Qin Wuchuan. They're surrounded. Let's go help. Since we've encountered them, of course we have to help. Immediately, Lu Xingchen had the ice cooler turn the car around and rush back. Sure enough, Qin Wuchuan was among the group. At this moment, he, Xia Xiaoyu, Zhu Xiaoyu, and Yin Xiaolin were gathered together, surrounded by a group of people. Not far away, Qin Shiro was being escorted. Lu Xingchen, Gu Yin, and Gao Dafu jumped off the ice car. The sight of the ice car immediately drew everyone's attention. As soon as Lu Xingchen got off, someone exclaimed, "Oh no! Lu Xingchen! It's Lu Xingchen! Run!" All three of them have ice skates. They're tough to deal with. Run! In the chat group, Qin Wuchuan said, "Xingchen, Dafu, Gu Yin, they've captured Shiro. We dare not act rashly." Gao Dafu, what are you afraid of, Yin Bao? Lu Xingchen immediately ordered Lan Lan and Meme. Instantly, the little black dog scurried out, charging towards Qin Shiro. At the same time, Lan Lan and Meme also rushed over. The little black dog was incredibly fast and small, making it difficult to spot. No one noticed it until it was close to Qin Shiro. It was too late. Flames erupted from the little black dog as it leaped upwards. The man holding Qin Shiro retreated in panic, involuntarily letting go. Lan Lan swooped down from the sky, lifted Qin Shiro up with a single paw, and scooped her up. Meme charged wildly, sending the nearby people scattering. As soon as Lu Xingchen and his team appeared, the tide of battle turned. Lan Lan threw Qin Shiro between Qin Wuchuan and Xia Xiaoyu, spread its wings, and flew back to the fray. Without waiting for Lu Xingchen's orders, it attacked. There was nothing it could do. The newborn black puppy looked so brave, it refused to give in. Lan Lan, showing off, grabbed the player, then did a mid-air roll and tossed him down, shouting, "Suihua, you're burning!" The black puppy leaped up and burned the player mid-air. "Ouch, that hurts!" The player screamed in pain. Lan Lan was delighted. Good teamwork. "Come again! Suihua, let's go!" Gao Dafu said distressfully, "Yin Bao, come back. You're still a baby. Don't push yourself too hard. Leave the hard work to Lan Lan." Lan Lan was upset. "What? I'm not a baby anymore?" Gao Dafu gritted his teeth. "You're just an annoying baby bird. How did it grow a bird's beak?" Now, everyone in the chat channel is talking about Suihua, the fire-breathing dog. Damn it, his adorable, invincible little dog, his brave and domineering little dog, was ruined by a name. Gao Dafu, holding the little black dog, withdrew from the battle. Lu Xingchen and Gu Yin, one with a bow and arrow, the other wielding a long sword, worked in perfect harmony, slaughtering Qin Wuchuan's opponents in pieces. She recognized several of them as the players who had previously besieged her. Qin Wuchuan, Qin Shiro, Xia Xiaoyu, Yin Xiaolin, and the others, no longer holding back, joined the battle. Lu Xingchen and Gu Yin had a fierce reputation, and with Lan Lan and Mimi around, the group only held out for a moment before escaping. Qin Wuchuan didn't chase them, but came over to thank Lu Xingchen and the others. He had originally planned to give them the blueprint for the ice skates, but after seeing Lu Xingchen, Gu Yin, and Gao Dafu each received one, he gave up. He decided to give him something useful later. Xia Xiaoyu looked at the ice cart with envy. Boss, you all have carts. Yin Xiaolin's eyes lit up. Boss, you even tamed the ice caveman? How come he's so obedient, even driving for you? Lu Xingchen was about to say something when Master Babu roared from inside the cart. What are you doing, Lu Xingchen? Are you going to leave or not? If you don't, I leave. The master was getting impatient. Lu Xingchen understood that Master Babu didn't want to see anyone else, so he quickly said goodbye to Qin Wuchuan and the others and returned to the cart. The cart continued on its way. Xia Xiaoyu looked with growing envy. This ice cart is really fast. Faster than ice skates and less tiring. Boss, should we get one too? Qin Wuchuan, do you think I can get one? Zhu Xiaoyu frowned. Why did that person's voice sound familiar? Unfortunately, they weren't familiar with Master Babu, and no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't figure out who had shouted. Lu Xingchen continued on her way. It wasn't until around 2 p.m. that she reached Xiaobai's location. It was a bit far, but she had to hurry. The hatching of the black puppy and her encounter with Qin Wuchuan delayed her further. She had already done her best to hurry. Arriving nearby, Lu Xingchen immediately dug through the ice and plunged into the water, searching for the giant ice crystal. She had memorized the coordinates before leaving, so she quickly reached her previous location. The giant ice crystal was still there, but there was no sign of Xiaobai's pet egg on top of it. Lu Xingchen was startled. Where's the egg? How could it be gone? Could it have already hatched? After hatching, Xiaobai had run away. Impossible. Gao Dafu and Gu Yan followed, separating from Lu Xingchen and searching in all directions. But after searching for a long time, they couldn't find the pet egg, so they had to dig through the ice and climb out. Gao Dafu felt a little cold and quickly hugged the puppy to keep warm. Lu Xingchen stood on the ice, looking around. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise came from the distance. Let's go check it out. Without having time to get on the ice sled, Lu Xingchen slipped and rushed out. Chapter 675. Lu Xingchen sped along until he arrived near an ice island. The island wasn't very large, but it had a dozen low peaks covered in ice and snow. A giant white egg suddenly leaped up and slammed down from above. With a loud bang, it crashed down onto one of the peaks. Ice chips flew everywhere, and a piece of the peak was instantly lost. Swish! The egg soared again, spun around, and crashed into another peak. With a loud bang, it destroyed the top of yet another peak. This happened several times. Lu Xingchen was stunned. Gao Dafu and Gu Yan followed. Gao Dafu stared at the egg, rubbing his eyes. The pattern on this egg looks familiar? Lu Xingchen nodded slightly. Of course it looked familiar. That was the pattern on Little White's egg. It had been so long, and it hadn't been born yet. Everyone had seen it so many times that they memorized the pattern. Gao Dafu, so, this is really Little White. Lu Xingchen nodded. Gao Dafu, what is Little White doing? He suddenly realized, oh, it must be unable to get out, so it's anxious and trying to crack the eggshell. Lu Xingchen sighed. It looks like it's angry. Look at that strength. Lu Xingchen waved her hand, releasing Lan Lan, hopping onto Lan Lan's back and flying towards the giant egg. Before taking off, she didn't forget to pull the little snow rabbit out of her pocket and casually placed it in Gu Yan's arms. She couldn't let Little White see the little snow rabbit. She stood on Lan Lan's back, soaring high into the air, and when she reached the giant egg, she shouted, Little White, I'm here. I'm here to take you home. Get smaller. There was no way she could lift the egg. It was too big. The giant egg ignored her and flew up, crashing into another mountain. Lu Xingchen had no choice but to continue coaxing it. Xiaobai, I've been looking for you for a long time. It's my fault. I got lost and finally found you. The giant egg remained silent, smashing into the mountains until it had flattened more than a dozen. Then, it suddenly spun up to the size of an American football and flew over to Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen hugged it and flew down. Finally finding the egg, they returned to the ice sled and began their journey home. Gao Dafu looked puzzled and whispered to Lu Xingchen, Didn't it say it would hatch today? Why isn't it? Is it angry again? Not planning to come out? Lu Xingchen touched the egg and said, No, Xiaobai is a man of his word. It will definitely come out today. She had a hunch that Xiaobai would hatch today. Unlike the little black dog, Xiaobai's egg was ice cold. Holding it in her arms, Lu Xingchen felt as if she were holding an ice cube, indescribably cold. Unable to bear it any longer, she brought the little black dog, Yanbao, in as well. The cold and the heat balanced the discomfort, and it finally felt less uncomfortable. The little black dog seemed to love Xiaobai's pet egg and wouldn't let go. After all, he wasn't afraid of the cold. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lu Xingchen and the others finally arrived back at the raft. Knowing they were coming back, Grandma and Hong Shursen prepared a sumptuous dinner. Master Babu and Buba packed some food and eagerly returned to Misty Rain Village. Gu Yan and Gao Dafu went back to wash up. Lu Xingchen placed the pet egg, Little White, on the swing chair and returned to wash up. After washing up, she came out to eat. At this time, Gu Yan and Gao Dafu also returned and sat at the table. On the swing, Lu Xingchen found another egg, slightly larger than Xiaobai's. "What kind of egg is this?" she asked curiously. Gao Dafu, "Hey, it's Gu Yan's rotten egg. It won't move, won't hatch, and must have been dead for who knows how long. I brought it here, so we can make egg custard tomorrow." "Lu Xingchen, you're still eating a rotten egg?" Gu Yan's pet egg was incredibly patient. Yanbao and Xiaobai at least moved, but it remained motionless. Right now, Yanbao was playing with the egg. It puffed out a ball of flame, enveloping the egg. A moment later, the flames died, and it spit out another. They were having a blast. Everyone sat down to eat. After a few bites, Lu Xingchen went to see Xiaobai. "It's almost 10 o'clock. Why hasn't Xiaobai come out yet? In 2 hours, the day will be over." "Does Xiaobai really want to stay in the egg?" Chatterbox and Little Mute squatted beside the swing, staring at Xiaobai. Chatterbox was more anxious than anyone else. "Why hasn't Boss come out yet?" "Little Mute, it's so cold, if you don't want to come out, then don't come out. You can be lazy." Chatterbox, "What's wrong with coming out? What else can we do? We've been here all this time, haven't we? Eating, drinking, taking a walk, how relaxing." Little Mute, "Tisk, look at Lon Lon and Mame, aren't they free?" Chatterbox, "Oh." Yanbao popped out a ball of fire. Chatterbox, "You idiot, you've been playing with fire for 2 hours. Suddenly, Xiaobai's pet egg spun and rolled, rolling to the more open area in the middle of the raft. The Chatterbox and the Mute quickly followed. Yanbao looked over, pawed at Gu Yan's pet egg, and followed suit. It wanted to stay next to Xiaobai and play with fire. Xiaobai rolled over and changed its location, and several other small animals followed. This happened several times, and Lu Xingchen couldn't stand it anymore. "Lu Xingchen, Yanbao, come find your daddy." The little black dog looked back and said, "Woof." It refused to come back. Lu Xingchen threatened it, "That egg's going to explode soon, bang." The little black dog said, "Woof." It didn't believe it. Suddenly, the little white pet egg moved, and a white light emanated from the shell, illuminating the raft like a luminous object. Gao Dafu was excited. "Is it going to hatch? Is Xiaobai coming out? What a powerful effect." The little white egg moved again, rolled off the raft, and rolled towards the ice. "Want to run?" Lu Xingchen quickly stood up and followed. The little black dog was even faster than it. It barked and chased after Gu Yan's egg, not forgetting to spit a ball of fire to roast it. Little White was like a bright lamp, illuminating the ice surface with an incomparable brightness. After rolling for about 100 meters, it finally stopped. Because of its brightness, it attracted the Blue Bay, and they followed. Just as they were a short distance away, the little white pet egg emitted a dazzling flash of light. There was a loud bang, as if something had exploded. The blinding light blinded everyone. "Woof, woof, woof!" The little black dog screamed. Before the bright light faded, Gao Dafu was terrified. "Yanbao, Yanbao, my dear child, where are you?" Just then, the little black dog and Gu Yan's pet egg were closest to the little white pet egg. The little black dog screamed "woof" repeatedly and leaped into Gao Dafu's arms. Luckily, it was only a bit disheveled, probably frightened. When the bright light faded, Gao Dafu rubbed his eyes and looked at the scattered eggshells not far away. He was shocked. It really exploded. He looked at Lu Xingchen. "Xiao Lu, how do you know Xiaobai so well?" Lu Xingchen, She was just talking nonsense. But maybe Xiaobai got inspiration from that remark. The eggshell was shattered. Where was Xiaobai? Lu Xingchen walked over and searched carefully for a long time, but she found nothing except eggshell fragments. Strange, didn't Xiaobai eat eggshells when he was born? Where did he go? Chapter 676. Lu Xingchen looked around. All around her was a vast expanse of white, nothing but ice and snow. "Where's Xiaobai?" "Meow." Suddenly, a soft voice rang out. "It's Xiaobai." Lu Xingchen immediately looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a small white cat standing high on the raft, among the vines. If it weren't for Lu Xingchen's astonishing eyesight, she wouldn't have seen it at all. "Xiaobai?" Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. Finally, she made it out. Suddenly, a white shadow flashed, and Xiaobai slid off the rooftop. Like a shooting star, he landed in an ice cart not far from the raft. Lu Xingchen had left the cart there, and she hadn't had time to collect it yet. Getting in, Lu Xingchen immediately chased after him. When she reached him, Xiaobai was sitting upright in the first row. It was tiny, about the size of a 1 or 2 month old kitten. Its fur was snow white, save for a pair of emerald blue eyes, which stared at Lu Xingchen unblinkingly. It was still emitting cold air. Lu Xingchen, The two stared at each other for a long moment. The little white cat, humph. Lu Xingchen blinked, then went over and scooped up the kitten, rubbing it several times. Xiaobai, you're so cute. Paw. Xiaobai pawed Lu Xingchen as it came up, then broke free and sat in another seat. Boss, boss. The chatterbox and the mute hurried over, staring at the tiny Xiaobai in stunned silence. Boss, why are you so small? The little white cat said in a baby voice. Get out of here, you piece of shit. The chatterbox, oh boss, it's you. You finally showed up. Hearing the scolding, the chatterbox burst into tears. Awoo, we finally have a boss again. We won't be bullied anymore. Little white cat, get lost. Boom. The little black dog rushed forward, pushing Gu Yan's pet egg. It popped out a ball of fire, surrounding the pet egg. Then it leaped over to Little White and sat down next to him. Woof. The voice was filled with surprise. Little White, you get lost too. The little black dog, woof, woof, woof. Gao Dafu and Gu Yan also came forward. Gao Dafu was worried his pet would be bullied. When she came up, she saw the little black dog fawning over Xiaobai, rubbing against him and barking ingratiatingly, woof woof. Xiaobai, go away. Gao Dafu's eyes widened. Yinbao like Xiaobai? Hee, you have good taste. Xiaobai, meow meow meow, go away, go away. Take your dog away. Gao Dafu was displeased. It's not a dog, it's Yinbao, a fire-breathing treasure. Xiaobai, no matter how cute you are, you can't say anything nonsense. Xiaobai turned around. Lu Xingchen, call the driver. Let's go back. Lu Xingchen was stunned. Where to? Xiaobai, back to the mountain we were in. The mountain? The mountain Xiaobai had been running around in? Lu Xingchen, what are you going there for? Xiaobai, to pick up treasures. Gao Dafu was excited. What treasures? Xiaobai ignored him. The ice cart raced forward. It was already dawn, the second day, the final day before the great hunt. Tomorrow, the great hunt would begin. Lu Xingchen hadn't prepared yet. When dealing with the Ice Cave people and the Ice Cave White Bears, and when visiting the Ice Cave people tribe, she had used up a lot of speed cards and other defensive cards, and she still hadn't used them up. She had to start preparing. Gao Dafu and Gu Yan did the same. The three of them discussed it, and decided to walk and watch. Whenever they encountered an ice island, they would go and kill the strange beast. If they still didn't see an ice island by tomorrow morning, they would use the island landing order. The ice car was warm, even warmer than usual, because the little black dog was constantly roasting eggs. Every moment, it would spit out a ball of flame, burning Gu Yan's pet egg. After more than half an hour, the flame would die out, and it would spit out another ball of flame, enjoying this endlessly. Lu Xingchen was puzzled. Gao Dafu, is your Yinbao hungry and planning to bake an egg for himself? The little black dog, woof woof woof. Gao Dafu, not full. The little black dog, woof woof woof. Lu Xingchen suddenly noticed something and raised his hand. Wait, Gu Yan, take a closer look at your egg. Just then, the fire went out. The three of them walked over and took a closer look. They discovered a tiny crack in the pet egg. The crack was so fine that it was almost invisible without close inspection. Gao Dafu leaned over and examined it for a long time. He confirmed, it's cracked. He sniffed hard. Almost done? Gu Yan and Lu Xingchen also touched it. They even tried to see through the tiny crack. The three of them fiddled with it for a long time. Xiaobai suddenly said quietly, don't look at it anymore. It be dead. He nudged the little black dog next to him and said, dog, go ahead and roast it a little longer. It won't come out until it's warm enough. Gao Dafu, dog? Gao Dafu, no, its name is Yinbao. Xiaobai, dog. Gao Dafu, The little black dog had already obediently jumped down and continued roasting the eggs. Lu Xingchen looked at Xiaobai in surprise. Can this pet egg still hatch? Xiaobai scoffed. I blew it up, so it's going to come out anyway. It snorted. You're all so stupid. You insisted on following me. Now it's premature. Lu Xingchen, you said Gu Yan's egg was premature? His pet egg had been incubating for ages, and it was still premature? Xiaobai, you have to thank that dog who only wanted to eat roasted eggs. If it hadn't insisted on roasting them, the egg might have rotted. Haha, if the temperature wasn't right, it wouldn't hatch. Xiaobai, it needs high temperatures. After that, it closed its eyes and slumped down on the seat. I'm a newborn baby. I need to rest. I need to sleep for a while. Don't disturb me. Xiaobai fell asleep. Gao Dafu understood. So Gu Yan's pet egg hatched thanks to Yin Bao? Haha, Yin Bao is amazing. Lu Xingchen glanced at him, speechless. Your Yin Bao wants roasted eggs. A newly born exotic beast would certainly crave something nutritious, and Gu Yan's pet eggs certainly were, so the little black dog took a fancy to them. Unfortunately, it was too picky and insisted on eating them cooked. If it had ate a raw or shaggy egg, it might have burped and succumbed to the next level by now. The little black dog was obsessed with roasting eggs again. The three of them were exhausted. They told Bingula to wake them when he found the island, and then they fell asleep. They slept for a long time. When Lu Xingchen opened his eyes again, it was already past 11 o'clock in the afternoon. Why did you sleep so long? Lu Xingchen twitched. She sat up suddenly. She had been planning to use the landing order to find an island to kill the monster. Gao Dafu and Gu Yan had just woken up, and the three of them looked at each other, feeling something was wrong. How could all three of them have slept for so long? Unusual. Lu Xingchen had put Lon Lon and Meme in the pet bag, so they were resting too. Only the little black dog and little white lay sprawled on the seat, their eyes wide open and alert. There was also a pet egg propped up on the ground by the flames. Lu Xingchen quickly took out the landing order and prepared to go to the island. Suddenly, Little White spoke up, "You can't leave. The egg is about to hatch. If you leave, it might be in danger." Lu Xingchen was startled. Almost hatching? This was a big deal. Gu Yan couldn't go. She and Gao Dafu would go. Little White, the dog might not be feeling well. Little black dog, woof. Gao Dafu hurried to check. However, the little black dog seemed full of life, and aside from his impatience, he couldn't find any other problems. Gao Dafu then remembered that he hadn't fed Yin Bao in a while, and quickly got out the barbecue. By the time he was done, an hour had passed. Just as Lu Xingchen was about to set off, Xiaobai suddenly said, "Look, we're here." Ahead was the ice island we encountered yesterday, the one whose peak Xiaobai had flattened. Lu Xingchen suddenly realized, "Xiaobai, you're deliberately preventing me from going to other islands, aren't you?" Xiaobai jumped off the ice sled and said, "Let's go treasure hunting." Chapter 677. Several people followed the sled. The chatterbox and the mute had been following the boss. Seeing the little white cat get off, they quickly followed. Little White turned around. "You go back." The chatterbox, "No, boss, we're following you." The mute, follow, woo." Little White, "Okay, don't regret it." It scurried off and headed for the small island of ice and snow. Lu Xingchen and the others followed, of course. The little black dog, a little worried about its roasted egg, hesitated for a moment, blew fire on it again, and then jumped into Gao Dafu's arms. Soon, the group arrived at the island. Yesterday, the island had been largely destroyed by Little White. Large chunks of ice were everywhere, a mess. Little White leaped over a peak and arrived at a valley. Ah! Suddenly, a wolf howled. Little White stopped. Everyone stopped quickly. They saw a small flat patch of land in the valley. Near it was an ice cave with a large entrance, from which several wolves emerged. The wolves were tall, their fur glossy gray, their emerald eyes gleaming faintly. They howled one after another. Gao Dafu peeked in. "Where's the baby?" "In the ice cave?" Xiaobai, "No, kill the wolves." Gao Dafu was delighted. "Xiaobai, are you going to kill the wolves?" "Great. After being cooped up in the egg for so long, you're finally going to show off your prowess." Xiaobai, "Hey, I was born less than 24 hours ago. How can I possibly kill a wolf?" "Of course you should do it." Gao Dafu, "Oh." He poked Lu Xingchen subtly. "How are you going to get along with Lon Lon, Xiaobai, if you're so arrogant?" Disaster? He was already having a headache just thinking about it, let alone Lu Xingchen. At this moment, a wolf suddenly looked around, sniffing again and again. "Xiaobai, hurry, they're about to discover." Without waiting for anyone to reply, Xiaobai continued, "These are ice and snow silver wolves, relatively high level. You can handle one or two, but if they all come at you, you won't be able to defeat them." Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. So powerful? The higher the level of the exotic beast, the more treasures it can produce. Could the treasure Xiaobai was talking about be these high-level ice and snow-silver wolves? Lu Xingchen frowned. But wolves are social animals. They move in groups and never go it alone. Xiaobai, there are only 7 wolves here. As long as we have enough people to attract them and disperse them, you have a chance. Lu Xingchen pondered. Is that so? At this moment, several more wolves emerged from the ice cave. Lu Xingchen counted them, 7 in total. Wolves travel in packs. If she goes out to lure them away, she only lure them all away. Xiaobai is right, they must be separated. But how? Xiaobai, they're very hungry. I scared away all the other small animals in the mountains yesterday, leaving them with nothing to eat. They're trying to find something. Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. Is that so? Xiaobai glanced at the little snow rabbit in Gu Yan's pocket, then at the little black dog in Gao Dafu's arms. If we have a cute rabbit and a chubby little dog now, I think the wolves won't let us go. Is this going to let the little snow rabbit and the little black dog attract the wolves? Lu Xingchen looked at the adorable little snow rabbit. What if there's danger? Xiaobai, don't worry, they can all run. They won't die. Lu Xingchen thought, and it made sense. The little snow rabbits were incredibly fast. However, wolves love to eat rabbits, so she was a little reluctant to let them go. Before she could say anything, Gu Yan mercilessly pulled the little snow rabbit out of his pocket. Okay, let's try. The little snow rabbit was confused. Daddy? Gao Dafu couldn't bear to let the little black dog go. Why put a little animal at risk? No, my baby can't. Xiaobai, don't spoil him. Gao Dafu, no, I'm going to spoil him. Xiaobai was speechless. Then send a few more to attract the wolves and share the risk. Little Mute, little Chatterbox, you two can come too. And Xiaolu, where's your lamb? Let it out too. Even Meme was included. The Chatterbox was stunned. What? Boss, do we have to work too? It chirped, I haven't worked in ages, Little White snorted, that's why you haven't made any progress. 2 tigers, sitting on the raft all day, eating and drinking. Do you think you're useless? Little White declared, as long as I'm here, you won't get a single day off. The Chatterbox and the Mute were aggrieved, afraid to speak. Little White pushed them out with 1 paw each. On this side, Lu Xingchen released Mimi, and gave her a few words of advice. The little snow rabbit and the little black dog were also rushed out. As doting as Gao Dafu might be, he knew Yanbao needed to fight and grow. While the little black dog went wherever he went, he would follow, always by his side, protecting him. Surely he wouldn't be in any danger? The moment the little snow rabbit and Mimi appeared, they attracted the wolves' attention. The silver ice wolf was overjoyed, howling wildly as it charged forward. Little snow rabbit and Mimi immediately ran off in opposite directions, one to the east and one to the west. The 7 wolves howled a few times and split into 2 groups, one chasing little snow rabbit and the other chasing Mimi. The little black dog, Yin Bao, said, woof, woof, woof. The newborn dog, fearless of wolves, snapped and bit the last wolf's hind leg. The Chatterbox and the Mute also split off, chasing the silver ice wolf, one to the east and one to the west, each attracting a silver wolf. In this way, the 7 wolves were scattered. Gu Yan and Gao Dafu rushed over and began to surround and kill the wolf that little black dog had bitten. Lu Xingchen followed Mimi in pursuit. The silver ice wolf was very fast, and the 2 of them, howling, pursued Mimi. Lu Xingchen released Lon Lon, telling it to focus on the little snow rabbit, while she took out her spirit snake whip and, with a crack, lashed out at a silver ice wolf. The silver ice wolf immediately fought back. They had a clear division of labor. One dealt with Lu Xingchen, while the other continued to chase Mimi. Intending to end the battle quickly, Lu Xingchen soon drew out the Longhong sword and used the move Longhong piercing the sun, severely injuring the silver wolf. Then, taking advantage of its weakness, she stabbed it with a single thrust of her long sword, killing it. Killed 1 silver ice wolf. Do you want to disassemble it, Lu Xingchen? Yes. Disassembly successful, yielding 8 wolf bones, 10 wolf meat, 2 wolf fangs, 1 wolf hide, and 1 intermediate ice skate blueprint. She unexpectedly got the blueprint all at once, and it was for intermediate ice skates. Lu Xingchen was delighted. After gathering her things, she called Mimi back. A short while later, Mimi returned with another silver ice wolf. Mimi was fast, so walking 1 wolf was no problem. Lu Xingchen continued to kill wolves. Without the critical strike of the Changhong sword, her wolves were much slower. It took nearly an hour of fierce fighting before she finally killed this ice and Snow Silver Wolf. Killed 1 ice and Snow Silver Wolf. Do you want to disassemble it, Lu Xingchen? Yes. Disassembly successful, yielding 8 wolf bones, 10 wolf meat, 2 wolf fangs, 1 wolf pelt, and 1 high-level ice skate boots blueprint. Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. She had also read the chat channel, and learned that the drop rate for high-level ice skates was extremely low. Now, after only killing her second wolf, she had already obtained the high-level ice skate boots blueprint. How lucky! Unfortunately today, she had gone to the Peach Blossom Holy Land to bless her luck, and it was a blessing of great fortune. She felt that it must be more than just the blessing of great fortune. Xiaobai was very powerful. The place it had found must be a treasure trove. After packing up, Lu Xingchen and Mian immediately headed back to fight. Meanwhile, Gu Yan and Gao Dafu had also teamed up to kill 2 wolves, obtaining wolf meat, wolf bones, wolf fangs, and wolf skin, respectively. They also obtained a blueprint for intermediate-level ice skates. They had a slightly worse luck. However, this drop rate was incredible for other players. Other players painstakingly killed countless beasts over 2 days, but still might not even get a blueprint for intermediate-level ice skates. Now, only 3 wolves remained. One of them was relentlessly pursuing the little snow rabbit, and had already run away. The other was chasing the chatterbox. The chatterbox was clever, leading the silver wolf, and circling everyone in Xiaobai. Chatterbox, awu, boss, help, help. Xiaobai, waste. Lu Xingchen couldn't stand it anymore. Chatterbox, you're a tiger. Gao Dafu, hey, has Chatterbox gained a lot of weight recently? He even has a double chin. Chapter 678. Lu Xingchen, a double chin? Is it that scary? She looked at the chatterbox carefully and noticed that it had gained a lot of weight. The chatterbox had been living a good life lately, eating and sleeping, with plenty of food and being well fed. Seeing everyone watching the show, the chatterbox broke down. Little mute, why don't you help me? The mute lay on his stomach, panting, will you? You wait, I need a break. Just now, it was also being chased by the silver wolf, and Gu Yan and Gao Dafu had just finished it off. It was tired too. Xiaobai watched coldly. Leave it alone, go kill the other 2. The boss had spoken, so of course, the others wouldn't interfere and immediately swarmed away, leaving behind only the chatterbox's pitiful cries. The 3 of them quickly found a little snow rabbit. The little snow rabbit was incredibly fast, like a meteor, outmaneuvering the renowned ice silver wolf. The 3 of them immediately intercepted one, and with the help of Lan and Ming, they quickly killed it. They repeated the same trick on the other one, also quickly dispatching it. Thanks to Lu Xingchen's decomposition, they obtained a rare level longsword blueprint and a rare level hidden arrow blueprint. The rare level hidden arrow blueprint was given to Gao Dafu, while Lu Xingchen and Gu Yan's best weapons were both legendary level, more than adequate. Finally, the 3 of them returned. Upon their return, they found little chatterbox and little mute sprawled on the ground, wounded and weeping. Their fur was tattered, and they looked utterly miserable. Little White sat not far from them, looking as white as snow. Little chatterbox, boss, I almost died, and why didn't you care? Xiaobai, serves you right. You're so fat. Are you a tiger or a pig? Chatterbox, sob. Sob. Xiaobai, shut up. Who did you learn that from? Chatterbox, I learned it from Lan watching TV. Xiaobai, Lan, that stupid bird? Lan had just returned and was immediately upset. Who are you talking about, little one? Huh? I saw you were just born and didn't want to bother with you, and you actually attacked me? Xiaobai, humph. Lu Xingchen was afraid they would quarrel, and was about to intervene, but Xiaobai jumped into her arms and fell asleep. Lan, strangely, remained silent. Frightened, Lu Xingchen carried Xiaobai towards the ice sled. Halfway through, Xiaobai suddenly opened his eyes. There's green grass under my feet. I plucked it, and put it in a box. What? Lu Xingchen leaned down, and saw a tiny speck of green. She scraped the snow, revealing a green herb. It looked ordinary, except for the oddly shaped leaves, which had grown from the ice. She took out the box, carefully dug out the herb, melted the ice, and placed it back in the box. Obtained one mysterious herb. A mysterious herb? It doesn't even have a name. Lu Xingchen placed the box suspiciously into his storage backpack and asked Xiaobai, what kind of herb is this? What does it do? Xiaobai, I don't know. I'm not an herbalist. Lu Xingchen, then you're letting me dig it? Xiaobai, this isn't my territory. I only have a faint intuition, both about plants and animals. Is that so? Lu Xingchen stopped worrying. He know it one day anyway. Xiaobai was already quite impressive. They obtained so many blueprints this time. It was a huge gain. Back on the ice cart, Bing Gula turned it around and headed back to the raft. The little black dog continued roasting eggs. Gao Dafu, deeply concerned about his pet, naturally took a second look at Gu Yan's pet egg. He was surprised. Gu Yan, look, your pet egg has cracked a little more. Indeed, the crack had widened considerably, now half a centimeter wide at its widest point. Gao Dafu leaned in closer, peering again and again, a little disappointed. There's a thin membrane. I can't see clearly. Gu Yan, what animal do you think is inside? Gu Yan, I don't know. Gao Dafu, TSK, why aren't you curious at all? Gu Yan, it's okay, anything. Lu Xingchen was also curious, so she leaned in to take a look. Unfortunately, the membrane was still a bit thick, and after a while, she couldn't make out anything. The three of them gathered around and stared for a while, and Lu Xingchen felt something was wrong. No, there's such a big crack. Why isn't the animal inside pecking at the eggshell or struggling to break free? Indeed, it didn't move at all. There was no sound either. Logically, with such a large gap, if they stretched their bodies and squeezed in, the baby would be born quickly. But there was absolutely no movement inside. The little black dog, Yin Bao, saw so many people gathered around his food and became anxious, barking several times. After squeezing past Gao Dafu, he popped out another ball of flame, igniting the pet egg. Gao Dafu was horrified. No, it's almost out. Why are you still burning it? If you keep burning it, it'd be cooked. Lu Xingchen sniffed hard. It was okay. There was no smell of barbecue. She looked at Xiaobai. Xiaobai was sleeping with his eyes closed, completely ignoring them. Only the chatterbox and the mute whimpered in pain. Yin Bao roasted and roasted, finally unable to resist, and with a crack, he bit into the crack in the eggshell. Crack. With a soft sound, the eggshell cracked a little more. Yin Bao licked it with his tongue and began to gnaw again. Gao Dafu, no, Yin Bao, stop it. If you gnaw again, you really eat the inside. Gao Dafu forcibly carried the barking Yin Bao away, having Nini hold him down before returning to examine the pet egg. By then, the eggshell had cracked by more than a centimeter, and the membrane had been licked through by Yin Bao, revealing the contents. Gao Dafu leaned forward, hoping to see something more clearly. As he did so, he suddenly felt dizzy and fell to the ground with a thump. What's wrong with you? Lu Xingchen asked hurriedly. Gao Dafu stood up and rubbed his face, bewildered. Nothing. I don't know what happened, I just felt a little sleepy. Then rest. Lu Xingchen glanced at the pet egg. Maybe it'd be 2 days before it hatches. Such a lazy pet is rare. Someone else helped crack the shell. The men were already exhausted from the battle, so they sat down in their seats and fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, they suddenly heard a soft cry. Woof! Lu Xingchen wanted to wake up to check, but his head sank and he fell back asleep. It was already past 6 in the evening when they returned to the raft. Everyone woke up and heard snoring. Who? Lu Xingchen looked over and saw it was Yin Bao, the little black dog. Its small body was lying next to Gu Yan's pet egg, sound asleep and snoring. Lu Xingchen took a look and jokingly commented, Dafu, this pet is just like you. It eats and sleeps. It's already snoring just 1 day after it was born. Amazing. Gao Dafu's expression changed. Why does Gu Yan's pet egg look empty? Did Yin Bao eat it? Chapter 679. Gu Yan strode over and picked up the pet egg. Crack! The eggshell shattered, and a white mass fell out, hitting the little black dog on the head. Woof! The little black dog barked unconsciously, stirred, and continued to sleep. Lu Xingchen and Gao Dafu gathered around, and finally saw what the white mass was. It was a small, curled-up snake. Its body was pure white, like white jade, with a faint shimmer. Its eyes were closed, and it lay motionless, as if it were asleep. It was so small, coiled up, only about the size of a palm. It was almost invisible inside the pet egg. No wonder Gao Dafu thought it had been eaten. Gao Dafu exclaimed, Gu Yan, is this your pet? So small. Come on, touch it, and see if it's hot or cold. Gu Yan had already picked up the little snake, but it didn't move at all. Lu Xingchen and Gao Dafu both carefully touched it, then quickly withdrew their hands. The little snake felt cold and hard, as if it were frozen. In Gu Yan's hand, the little snake was just the size of a palm. Gao Dafu couldn't help but touch its head, then its tail, and said curiously, Huh? It's not moving at all. Is it dead? Cold, Hard and motionless, it looked dead no matter how you looked at it. Gu Yan, not dead. How could it not be moving if it wasn't dead? Lu Xingchen suddenly realized. Is it hibernating? Snakes are very sensitive to the cold. It's so cold outside, could it have hibernated before it was born? Little Bai woke up, took a look, and confirmed Lu Xingchen's statement. It's too cold here, it's not suitable for it. It's hibernating. However, the eggshell is very nutritious for it. It's best to let it eat it quickly. Premature babies don't survive. Hearing this, Gao Dafu was the first to panic. He reached out and pinched the little snake. Hurry, little one, wake up. Xiaobai, let its owner hold it. Gu Yan was stunned, then immediately understood. Without hesitation, he ripped open his clothes and placed the little snake in his warm arms. Everyone stared at Gu Yan's chest. Gu Yan wasn't in a hurry at all. He returned to his seat, laid back, and closed his eyes to rest. After about 10 minutes, his expression changed. He ripped open his clothes and pulled out the little snake. The little snake's body was limp, swung in his hands, and its eyes had already opened. Its eyes were red and looked a little dim. It rolled its eyes, spotted the eggshell on the ground, and immediately struggled. Gu Yan placed it on the ground, and it immediately slid towards the eggshell, then crunch, crunch. Devoured it. Everyone watched it eat. After about 5 minutes of devouring the eggshell, it completely devoured it. Passing by the little black dog, it opened its mouth, extended its red tongue, and licked the little black dog's nose. It even opened its mouth wide and tried to swallow it. But then, finding it impossible to swallow, it turned its head with regret and wandered back to Gu Yan. Then, it climbed up Gu Yan's calf and onto his arm, wrapped its arm around his wrist, closed its eyes, and fell still. Everyone had been staring at it. Gao Dafu breathed a sigh of relief and asked uncertainly, did the little snake want to eat Yan Bao just now? Lu Xingchen nodded, it's very likely. After all, it was born prematurely and needs nutrition. Gao Dafu, Gu Yan smiled a rare smile and touched the little snake on his wrist. Lu Xingchen also touched it with envy, only to find that the little snake had become cold and hard again. Gu Yan's wrist was thick, and the snake only coiled around it a little more than twice. From this perspective, Gu Yan looked like he was wearing a white jade bracelet. Quite beautiful. A few people gathered together. Gao Dafu, what skills does Gu Yan's little snake have? Why hasn't it been shown yet? Lu Xingchen, well, it was born prematurely and is already weak. How can it use its skills? Xiaobai, his little snake was born prematurely, so it's best to stay in a warm place for a while. Otherwise, it's not good for it to hibernate all the time. After a pause, Xiaobai added, besides, it can't control itself. Sometimes it uses its skills unconsciously, wasting energy, which is even more troublesome. Gao Dafu was delighted. It has skills. It really does have skills. What skills? Xiaobai closed his eyes and fell silent again. The others were disappointed. They could only wait to see the little snake's skills again. Now, with their pets either sleeping or hibernating, the three of them, bored, began to discuss the supplies needed for the big hunt. By the time they reached the raft, they had almost finished their discussion. Lu Xingchen first made the advanced ice skates, then gave the intermediate skates blueprint to Gao Dafu. He lacked strength and needed more speed. Then, she prepared a batch of various cards, though the only regret was that there were a few sprint cards. In the evening, everyone enjoyed a delicious meal. Before retiring, Lu Xingchen once again checked the supplies. Weapons, Changhong sword, spirit snake whip, ox horn bow dagger. Food, various cuts of beef, mutton, roast duck, fish, shrimp, bread, biscuits, and so on. Cards, speed card, defense card, wind control card, summon card, doom card, etc. Herbs, healing elixir, rejuvenation elixir, gold healing herb, horse intoxicant, etc., as well as mysterious herbs. Gear, various flippers, breathing masks, wetsuits, ice skates, ice and underwater gear, etc. And various other miscellaneous items. Her backpack was now spacious enough, so she packed quite a bit. After another thorough inspection, Lu Xingchen washed up and rested. The next morning, she woke up and went to Taoyuan Holy Land. Taoyuan Holy Land's luck is blessing us today. Double happiness. Today is a good day for opening chests. Taoyuan Holy Land will also be fixing bugs, and this double happiness can only be triggered when opening chests. Unfortunately, she had opened all the chests. Gu Yan and Gao Dafu both woke up early, and had already prepared breakfast for Grandma. After breakfast, the few of them finished eating, and until 9 o'clock, there was still no movement. Gao Dafu was puzzled. Am I remembering correctly? Isn't today the big hunt? Why hasn't the announcement been made yet? Not only was he puzzled, but so were the other players, and the chat channel was filled with anxiety. Lu Xingchen put Lon Lon and Mame into the pet bag. She was worried she wouldn't be able to take any living creatures with her during the teleportation. She planned to send Xiaobai in as well. Xiaobai, wait a minute, pick up those two losers. Losers? It was referring to the little chatterbox and the little mute. Two tigers, happily enjoying a delicious roast lamb, immediately fell down in tears upon hearing this. Boss, why? Xiaobai looked at them disdainfully. Because you're almost ruined. At 10 o'clock in the morning, an announcement popped up in the game. Dear adventurers, the Icefield hunt is about to begin. You will be teleported in 10 minutes. Before you begin, please understand the following rules. First, 12 districts will participate in the Icefield hunt in the central area of Yen country's first zone. Except for zones 8, 26, and 33, the remaining zones will be randomly matched. Second, players from each of the 12 zones will be randomly placed in 4 hunting grounds. Each hunting ground will have different populations, climate, temperature, exotic beast types, exotic beast levels, and survival conditions. Hunting ground number 1. Late spring. 5% of players will be randomly placed here. This hunting ground has a suitable temperature. It has a wide variety of plants and abundant medicinal herbs. The exotic beasts are low level, mostly docile, and will not easily attack players. Players in this hunting ground are relatively safe. Chapter 680. Second hunting ground. Severe winter. 60% of players will be randomly placed here. This hunting ground is slightly warmer than the ice season and covered in ice and snow. The plant life is sparse and monotonous. The exotic beasts are of average level, and most will actively attack players. Occasionally, you encounter ice cave men and ice cave white bears. Players in this hunting ground are at a relatively dangerous situation. Third hunting ground. Extreme cold. 30% of players will be randomly placed here. This hunting ground is even colder than the ice season and covered in ice and snow. Nights are especially cold, forcing players to spend the night in shelters. The plant life is extremely rare. The exotic beasts are relatively high level, and almost all will actively attack players. There are some bloodthirsty ice cave men and ice cave white bears. Players in this hunting ground are extremely dangerous, and survival is difficult. Fourth hunting ground. Deathland. 5% of players will be randomly placed here. The temperature in this hunting ground is extremely low, much lower than during the Ice Age, making it difficult for humans to survive, and providing few shelters. There's only one plant species. White asbestos. The exotic beasts are high level, bloodthirsty and ferocious. There are many bloodthirsty ice cave people, and ice cave white bears. The survival rate for players in this hunting ground is less than 1%. Note: barriers separate the 4 hunting grounds, and players are generally not allowed to move between them. The remaining rules will be announced after entering the hunting ground. Happy gaming. The rules are quite long this time, and the players are overwhelmed. Soon, the chat room was in chaos. Oh my god, isn't this just a matter of luck? Of course, in survival games, luck is always a matter of luck, but this time, it's on a much bigger scale. I'm so envious. If only I could get into the late spring hunting grounds. There are fewer people, the beasts are docile, there are herbs, and the temperature is just right. It's like a vacation destination. Wake up! Only 5% of people get into that hunting ground. Are you that lucky? Haha, there's also the Deathland hunting ground. Once you enter that hunting ground, you're doomed. I have a feeling this time is even more brutal. What should I do? Of course. Once you enter the Deathland hunting ground, you can't expect to survive. The extreme cold hunting ground is a near-death experience. The severe winter hunting ground is a struggle. Only once you enter the late spring hunting ground can you rest easy. Not only in the chat channel, but also in Lu Xingchen's chat group, there's a lot of activity. Wei Lin, Qin Wuchuan, and the others are all in gangs. Many of them had originally planned to gather immediately after entering a hunting ground using summon cards. But now there are 4 hunting grounds, and they can't travel between them. They've been scattered. Who knows which hunting ground they end up in? Everyone is worried. Yin Xiaolin, how terrifying. If you're unlucky and end up in the death zone hunting ground, there's really no way out. Xia Xiaoyu, there's a 5% chance that 1 in every 20 people will end up in the death zone hunting ground. Terrifying. Zhu Xiaoyu, so let's use the lucky cards and pray for good luck. They weren't the only ones thinking this. Many other players shared the same sentiment. In a flash, the only 2 lucky cards in the trading hall were snapped up. 10 minutes passed so quickly that everyone only had time to complain a few times, most of them barely getting a chance to use their lucky cards before the game notification rang out. Ice Hunt begins now. Teleporting is about to begin. 10, 9, 8. Lu Xingchen hurriedly tucked Xiaobai into his clothes and scooped up the chatterbox and the mute. The 2 tigers were so large that she could only place her hands on their backs. 3, 2, 1. You have entered the extreme cold hunting grounds. Lu Xingchen felt dizzy, her feet went empty, and she fell to the ground with a thud. The ground was soft and wobbled several times. The chatterbox and the mute came out of her arms, screaming, "Ouch, it's so cold." The chatterbox, "Ah hey, hey, oh hey, I'm falling, help." He wobbled again. Lu Xingchen finally found her footing and looked around. All around her was a blanket of white. The distant mountains were covered in snow, a hue so dazzling. She wobbled again, realizing she seemed to be standing on the top of a large tree. The tree was covered in thick snow, and the branches shook, sending the snow cascading down. The tree was huge, but it was a bit too heavy to bear the weight of 1 person and 2 tigers. Moreover, Chatterbox and Little Mute had gained weight and were overweight, which was why the tree was trembling. Chatterbox stumbled forward a bit, but when it reached the edge, the branch bent, and it slipped and fell. Chatterbox, ouch, plop! After falling, it was immediately buried in the snow, disappearing from sight. Chatterbox struggled beneath the snow, while Lu Xingchen could only see the snow rolling in and out from above. Oh no! The snow was too thick. Lu Xingchen, fearing he'd be buried, quickly called out to Lon Lon. Lon Lon instantly grew larger, flapping its enormous wings. It flew down and fluttered several times, the snow blown away by the wind from its wings. Only after a large crater had been created did Chatterbox's form emerge. Chatterbox was covered in snow and looked utterly miserable. Chatterbox, ouch, boss. Xiaobai, you useless idiot, can't you grow a little bigger? Chatterbox, ouch, I forgot. Lu Xingchen didn't dare go down. Chatterbox was quite large. He could have been buried in the snow, let alone her. When Lon Lon had fanned the tree, a lot of snow had fallen from it. Only then did Lu Xingchen realize she was standing on a branch. There was no wind for the moment, but the chill was oppressive. Fortunately, she was wearing the high-end thermal clothing she wore to the ice cave base, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Looking around, she couldn't see a single person. Lu Xingchen decided to stay in the tree for now, to see where everyone else was, and if they could get together. She opened the chat channel. In the chat group, everyone reported their locations. Gao Dafu, I'm in the extreme cold hunting ground. It's so cold, I'm running. Gu Yin, the severe winter hunting ground. Gao Dafu, hey old Gu, you're lucky today. You went to the severe winter? Gu Yin, 60% chance. Gao Dafu, are you calling me unlucky? Xiao Lu, where are you? Lu Xingchen, extreme cold. Gao Dafu cheered, great, we're in the same hunting ground, hee hee. We can get together now. Come on, call the shots. Lu Xingchen glanced at the deep snow on the ground, then at the slender branches beneath his feet. He estimated Gao Dafu's weight and said, you better not come over yet. This place isn't for you. Gao Dafu, what's wrong? He sent a picture, look, I'm here. A vast ice field. There's a tall mountain not far away. It's just too windy. I'm going to take shelter there. Under his feet was a thick layer of ice and very little snow. The environment was clearly better than Lu Xingchen's. Lu Xingchen was delighted. Come on, call me. The snow is too deep here. Gao Dafu, okay. After half a minute, Gao Dafu exclaimed, oh my god, this is so sad. The call card doesn't work. It's broken. Am I in the middle of nowhere again, where no one can contact me? The call card doesn't work. Lu Xingchen, not caring about anything else, took out a call card and tentatively called Gao Dafu. Chapter 681. Lu Xingchen summoned Gao Dafu, then heard the game prompt. Attention, recruitment is not allowed. Why not? Is she also on the special map? Lu Xingchen was stunned for a moment, then quickly told Gao Dafu, I can't do that either. Gao Dafu, check the chat channel. Because he was in the Great Hunt, Lu Xingchen could currently view 3 chat channels: the regional channel, the nearby channel, the Arctic channel, and the hunting channel. The regional channel was where players in Area 33 chatted. The nearby channel only displayed public chats with people nearby. The Arctic channel only displayed public chats with players in the Arctic hunting grounds. The hunting channel displayed chats with players from the entire hunting map. No one was talking on the nearby channels. On the regional channels, everyone was reporting on their own locations. Why am I so unlucky? I got buried in the snow, and it took me ages to get out. I almost suffocated. Oh my god, it's freezing. This is just the Arctic hunting grounds. How can it be so cold? Hey, I'm in the severe winter hunting grounds. There's a huge iceberg next to me. I haven't seen anyone yet. I dubbed myself an ice cellar, kept myself warm, and sealed it up, camouflaging myself. No one can see me, so I can survive the hunt safely. Haha, paradise on earth. Upstairs, how do you breathe? It's sealed shut. Aren't you afraid of suffocating? I brought a breathing mask and oxygen tablets. That's more than enough. Haha, I thought about it before I came here. This is how I survived the hunt. Perfect. Talent. Someone was surprised. Where are the Deadland hunting grounds and the late spring hunting grounds? No one's there. Jinshiro, I'm in the late spring hunting grounds. Jiangwenla, I'm in the Deadland hunting grounds. Qin Wuchuan, haha. Lu Xingchen couldn't help but glance over. Jiangwenla? That pretty good for nothing? In the Deathland hunting ground? He's done for. Everyone was talking. Most people were in the severe winter and extreme cold hunting grounds, after all, because the odds of winning were the highest. The Deathland hunting ground was almost silent, while the people in the late spring hunting ground were more cheerful. She opened the hunting channel again. This channel was where everyone from the 4 hunting grounds was, with the largest number of people and the most activity. Many people were searching for their relatives again. Xian Yuan family, gather quickly. Yang Feishue, are you there? Come quickly. We're forming a team for the severe winter hunting grounds. Who's coming? Soon, someone realized something. Hey, can you use the summon card? I can't use it. I'm in the severe winter hunting grounds. Someone immediately replied, can't summon. The Arctic hunting grounds. I can't use it either. The late spring hunting grounds. Death grounds. Can't use it. Now everyone understood. No one could use the summon card. The players were suddenly in a state of panic. What's going on? We're not allowed to form a team. We're scattered across 4 hunting grounds, and we can't summon them. Who would team up with strangers? That's right. There are 18 of us in our clan. 1 is in late spring, 10 are in the depths of winter, and 7 are in the extreme cold. We're all very scattered far apart. If we were to walk, it would probably take 5 or 6 days to reunite. We can't use summon cards, so we can't form a team. We have to fight alone. Who doesn't fight alone? This is good. It prevents the hunt from turning into a gang fight. Lu Xingchen understood. It turns out it wasn't just them who couldn't use summon cards. No one could. Fortunately, at least she and Gao Dafu weren't stranded in a special area. She sat in the tree, only then realizing she was freezing. The temperature here was even colder than during the Ice Age. She was wearing a lot of clothes, and if she didn't move, she'd be getting even colder. It was time to get moving. Lu Xingchen and Gao Dafu discussed the distance between them, and realized they weren't too far away. If they walked, they could probably meet in 7 or 8 hours. Lon Lon went out to explore the route and returned quickly. After flying for 10 minutes, there wasn't much snow left, only ice. After a while, Lu Xingchen felt even colder. She quickly jumped onto Lon Lan's back and let him carry her forward. After a while, they reached a flat surface. She jumped off and skated on the ice for a while on her skates. Finally, she felt a little warmer. Suddenly, she heard a voice. Jili Gulu, people are here, hurry up and feed them to the polar bears. It was the Ice Cave people. She looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a group of Ice Cave people happily walking forward, pulling several Ice Cave polar bears. Why so many Ice Cave people? She was only a dozen meters away from them. She was startled and wanted to hide. But then, the Ice Cave people turned around and saw her. One of the Ice Cave people shouted, "Look, there's someone over there." Another kicked him, "Are you stupid? We can't get through that side, don't worry." What was going on? Lu Xingchen wanted to follow them, and walked in their direction, but then she was stopped by an invisible barrier. The death hunting grounds are ahead, no way through. Death hunting grounds? Lu Xingchen reached out, and touched the barrier in front of her. The barrier seemed to ripple, blocking her again. Could this be the border between the Arctic hunting ground and the Deathland hunting ground? Walking along the barrier, she saw a boundary marker, Arctic hunting ground. There was another boundary marker on the other side of the barrier, Deathland hunting ground. Sure enough, this was the border between the 2 hunting grounds. Lu Xingchen understood. So, the two hunting grounds were separated by this invisible barrier. You could still see the sights and sounds from the other side, but you couldn't get through. This setup was quite unusual. I wonder if talking loudly wouldn't allow you to chat with the people in the Deathland hunting ground. She felt around again and decided to leave. Just as she was about to leave, she heard the two ice cave dwellers shouting, "Hurry, there's a big fish. Don't let it get away. Chase it." A dark figure flashed, squeezed into an ice mound, and hid behind it. Behind him was the barrier. Lu Xingchen took a closer look, his eyes lighting up. It was a familiar face. Xianyuan Batian. So Xianyuan Batian had been thrown into the killing ground. Serves him right. Lu Xingchen decided not to leave, deciding to just watch the fun. He stood there, arms folded, staring meaningfully at Xianyuan Batian. Xianyuan Batian was terrified, hiding behind an ice mound, only peeked over at the ice cave people. He didn't notice Lu Xingchen at all. Two ice cave people, accompanied by Ice Cave White Bear, peered around. "Hey, where's he?" One ice cave people cursed. "Damn it, that guy just broke my arm. If I could catch him, I'd slice him to pieces." The two ice cave people were a bit clueless. They looked here and there, but couldn't find Xianyuan Batian. Xianyuan Batian breathed a sigh of relief, retreated his head, sat on the ice, gasping for breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looked up to see a smiling Lu Xingchen. Xianyuan Batian was stunned. "Lu Xingchen, hi, see you again, Batian." Xianyuan Batian was startled. "You're here too? You're also in a deadly place." Overjoyed, he touched it, and then the smile that had just broken out on his face froze. He touched the barrier. Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. "Do you need help?" Xianyuan Batian gritted his teeth. "How can I help? Can you get through?" Lu Xingchen smiled again. "I can't get through, but I can shout. Hey, Ice Cave Man, the person you're looking for is here." Chapter 682. Lu Xingchen understood the Ice Cave dwellers' words, and naturally knew that the two Ice Cave dwellers were frantically searching for Xianyuan Batian. They had searched everywhere, but to no avail, and were about to move. Lu Xingchen waved his hand. "Hey, over here. There's someone here." Although the Ice Cave dwellers didn't understand Lu Xingchen's words, they were still drawn to the sound. They glanced over, and happened to see the edge of Xianyuan Batian's clothes. "Found it. Big fish." The Ice Cave dwellers cheered and rushed over. Xianyuan Batian's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with anger. "Lu Xingchen." Lu Xingchen replied crisply, "You're welcome." Xianyuan Batian glared at Lu Xingchen, hurriedly stood up, and tapped a speed card. The two Ice Cave dwellers had already rushed over. The two sides began to fight. With two Ice Cave people, and an approaching Ice Cave White Bear, Xianyuan Batian was naturally no match. After just a few rounds, his leather jacket was stripped off by the Ice Cave people. There was no way around it. His leather jacket was too gorgeous. It was purple, brand new, and covered from top to bottom, with white fox fur around the cuffs and neck. It looked both stylish and warm. The Ice Cave people were just coveting his leather jacket, so they chased him relentlessly. After stripping it, the Ice Cave people cheered. Batian's face, previously rosy, instantly turned blue with the leather jacket. "Achoo!" He sneezed, his nose running. He quickly pulled out a blue leather jacket and covered himself with it. The Ice Cave people turned back, their eyes brightening again, and shouted, "Oh, this one's nice too. Let's strip it." They rushed forward again. Xianyuan Batian had no choice but to reluctantly release several defense cards. He waved his hand again, and strands of white silk-like things wrapped around the two Ice Cave people. Only 2 or 3 seconds remained. Using this time, Xianyuan Batian struggled to tap another sprint card and stumbled away. Lu Xingchen had been watching from this side, her eyes sparkling. Xianyuan Batian had quite a few goodies in his possession. He must have used some card to bind the Ice Cave Man. If only she could get her hands on some of his goodies. Alas, they were both in separate hunting grounds, so she could only watch with envy. On seeing the group disappear after a chase, Lu Xingchen slowly walked forward. Suddenly, a game notification sounded. "Congratulations! The area-wide mission investigating the cause of the early ice season has been completed. The rewards are now being distributed. 1. Ice Raft Blueprint, which can be upgraded to the raft's second form, the Ice Raft. After upgrading, the raft can travel quickly on ice, just like on the sea. 2. Surprise Gift Box, which contains a random variety of supplies." Lu Xingchen was startled. Had the mission rewards finally been distributed? When I accepted the mission previously, the reward was only 1, the Ice Raft Blueprint. However, Master Babu and Master Lei Jin said there were more benefits than just that. So, there's another gift box as a reward? I just don't know what's inside. Just hope it's not just a bunch of steamed buns and mineral water. She immediately pulled out a large gift pack of cards from her storage backpack. The items in the surprise gift box are random. Do you want to open it, Lu Xingchen? Yes. Opening the surprise gift box, I received a double blessing of good fortune today. 2 good luck cards, 2 large ice and snow plows, for power chips, for thermal chips, for constant temperature chips, 6 compressed biscuits, 2 warming soup recipes, and 2 disguise cards. Lu Xingchen had never expected the gift box to be filled with surprises. And it actually brought double happiness. She got 2. The lucky card was naturally valuable, and the chips were incredibly rare. She had both, but who could have too much of good stuff? There was also a large snowplow. If my guess was right, it was for clearing roadblocks. She took out a large snowplow and placed it on the ground. The vehicle was tall, with a wide shovel on top. To get inside, one had to climb up a ladder nearby. Lu Xingchen climbed onto the snowplow, turned around, and drove back. When she reached the area where the snow had accumulated, she activated the snow melting function and drove forward. Everywhere she went, the road was smooth. The snow, as if exposed to intense heat, instantly melted into water, then back into ice. In a short while, Lu Xingchen had completely melted the entire expanse of snow. After a few tests, Lu Xingchen got out and stored the vehicle in her space. This car is very useful. She then pulled out the recipe for the warming soup. Warming soup. Drinking this warming soup can increase qi in blood, resist cold, and keep you warm, and maintain vitality in extreme cold weather. Required materials: qi and blood grass X2, medicinal ginger X8, Yunquan water X1. Lu Xingchen studied it for a while, and finally understood that drinking this warming soup would allow one to survive in extreme cold weather wearing ordinary clothing. For example, the extreme cold hunting grounds are extremely cold. It was freezing here. She only glanced at the supplies for a moment before the chill returned. Unfortunately, she had never seen any of the ingredients needed for the warming soup, so she had to put the recipe aside. Lu Xingchen had already wasted quite a while here and was freezing. She checked the direction and began to walk towards Gao Dafu. Because it was so cold here, she put Lon Lon and Meme in the pet bag and only held Xiao Bai. Little Chatterbox and Little Mute had been sent out by Xiao Bai for training. The poor 2 tigers were freezing cold, so they had to run non-stop to beat the cold. Now, no one knew where they had gone. Lu Xingchen slid on his skates. After an unknown amount of time, the game prompt sounded again. Congratulations on investigating the cause of the early start of the ice season. The polar gate is destroyed. To end the ice season, you must repair the polar gate. Please proceed to the next quest. Repair the polar gate. Note: you must complete the first quest before you are eligible to accept the second. Do you want to accept it? There's another quest? Lu Xingchen had already guessed it. When she accepted the first quest, there was a prompt saying that you could only proceed to the next step after investigating the cause. So, she needed to take the next step. Only after completing the investigation quest could she accept the repair quest. So, this could be considered a reward. After all, at least in Area 33, only she could do this quest. No one else was eligible. Accept, the prompt continued, accept the mission. Repair the polar gate. Mission details. The polar gate has been accidentally damaged and needs repairing as soon as possible. Required materials: 1 wind-retaining nail, 1 water-condensing stone, 1 ice-resistant lock, 10,000 high-grade marcasite, 10,000 high-grade red paulownia wood, 10,000 high-grade black jade. Lu Xingchen was dazzled by the sight. She felt like she had never even heard of anything other than the high-grade marcasite. Besides, where would she find so many supplies for just 10,000? Also, where's the mission reward? Game, the resources required to repair the polar gate are too numerous. To assist you in completing the mission, a mission prompt will be activated. Please wait. Lu Xingchen hurried along, keeping an eye out for the mission prompts. But after listening for a long time, she heard nothing. Suddenly, she saw a dark figure sprint by and then return. It was Xianyuan Batian. He was now wearing a black leather jacket, and his face was covered in bloodstains. He was in the death hunting ground, staring intently at Lu Xingchen, gritting his teeth. Lu Xingchen, why are you still here? Chapter 683. Lu Xingchen looked around and realized she had been walking along the border, now near the junction of the Arctic hunting ground and the deadly hunting ground. She swore she wasn't waiting to see Xianyuan Batian make a fool of himself. Looking at the bewildered Xianyuan Batian, Lu Xingchen kindly asked, "Where's your blue leather jacket?" Xianyuan Batian sneered, "Who cares?" "Haha, don't get so cocky. The Arctic hunting ground is packed with people, and it won't be easy." Lu Xingchen paused deliberately. "Huh? A lot of people? It's been all this time, and I haven't seen a single one? Ugh, so boring. What kind of hunt is this?" She smiled at Xianyuan Batian. "I envy you. You have such an exciting life." Xianyuan Batian's nose was almost crooked with anger. Lu Xingchen suddenly pointed behind him. "Hey, more ice cave people are coming." Xianyuan Batian turned around and saw, as expected, several ice cave people were looking around, some even mumbling, "Hey, where's the leather jacket monster? They've stolen several leather jackets. Hurry, find the leather jacket monster." Lu Xingchen suddenly realized and shouted, "Leather jacket monster?" The ice cave people heard the noise, and looked over to see Xianyuan Batian. Xianyuan Batian instantly understood what he meant. He glared at Lu Xingchen, tapped his speed card, and broke into a run. The ice cave people excitedly shouted, "Found it! We found the leather jacket monster!" Chase after them. Only when they had vanished did Lu Xingchen continue forward. The road here was terrible, uphill, downhill, with thick piles of snow and potholes everywhere. It was impossible to walk properly. Even with her high-end ice skates, she was exhausted. Despite her intense exercise, she felt increasingly cold. "How cold is this?" "It's freezing." Suddenly, the game prompted, "Ding, you've been outdoors for 4 hours. Please find shelter as soon as possible, keep warm and rest. Otherwise, you will fall into a coma within 2 hours." "Huh?" Lu Xingchen was stunned. There was such a rule? She didn't remember hearing about it in the announcement. It's so cold, falling into a coma means death. What kind of setting is this? It's completely unbearable. She immediately opened the chat channel, and specifically checked the Arctic hunting channel. Players were complaining, and sure enough, they were in the same situation as her. "Everyone, what's going on? Why are we looking for shelter? It's freezing. I'm freezing. Is there a shelter? What is a shelter?" The game prompts me. If I don't get into a shelter, I fall into a coma within 2 hours. Oh, I remember. The announcement said we had to stay in a shelter from midnight to 6 a.m. But do we have to stay in a shelter during the day, too? Everyone was talking, and everyone was feeling uneasy. Someone posted 2 pictures. "Look, the shelter." I teleported right next to it, and was already inside, hee. The first picture showed a 2-story building with a plaque above the entrance that read shelter. The building was made of wood, and looked a bit old and ordinary. The second picture showed the interior of the house. A spacious hall with tables and chairs, surrounded by fireplaces, flames dancing in the fireplaces, a warm atmosphere. So this was the shelter. The man boasted, "Hey, it's warm here, and you can even heat up your food. Besides, no fighting inside or within 10 meters of the shelter. This place is beautiful." Everyone exclaimed in amazement, asking for his coordinates. The man chuckled and said, "Sorry, I want to keep it to myself. No more talking, I need to drink." By everyone. With that, there was no further news from him. Lu Xingchen stared at the man's name, and sent a private message, "Where is your shelter?" She asked directly because the man happened to be an acquaintance. Yang Feishue. Yang Feishue quickly replied, "Boss, haha, you're also in the Arctic hunting grounds?" Yang Feishue, "Boss, what are your coordinates?" "My shelter's coordinates are XXX. Are you coming over?" Lu Xingchen glanced at the coordinates and frowned. It was too far. Even if she sent Lon Lon to fly, it would take her 3 or 4 hours to get there. Before she could even get there, she died. "Lu Xingchen, I'd look for a nearby shelter." "I won't be going there yet. The game can't be set up like that. There can't be only one shelter. How many people can a 2-story building hold?" Lu Xingchen immediately released Lon Lon. "Look around. See if there's any shelter nearby." Lon Lon immediately spread her wings and flew away. The players in the Arctic hunting grounds were in a frenzy, searching for shelter. Everyone cursed as they searched, feeling that the game wasn't clear enough. At this moment, an in-game announcement was posted in the Arctic hunting grounds chat channel. Announcement: abnormal temperatures within the Arctic hunting grounds. Please proceed to the nearest shelter as soon as possible. Due to the unusually cold weather, the hunting grounds rules have changed. 1. Outdoor activities are limited to a maximum of 6 hours. After 6 hours, you must return to a shelter to warm up for 1 hour. 2. Between midnight and 6 a.m., you must stay in the shelter. No outdoor activities are allowed. Even after the announcement, players were still complaining. Lu Xingchen was relatively safe here, and hadn't encountered anything yet. Elsewhere, it was bustling with activity, with many players being attacked by monsters and their own kind, leaving them in a state of extreme distress. She took a few more steps forward when Xiaobai and her arm suddenly moved. Left dig. Lu Xingchen, huh? Xiaobai, dig. Lu Xingchen, oh okay. Since Xiaobai told her to dig, there must be something good. She took out her pickaxe and began to dig. After just a few pickaxes, a treasure chest appeared, accompanied by a voice prompt. Found a treasure chest. Do you want to open it? What are you waiting for? Of course I open it, Lu Xingchen, yes. Opening the treasure chest, he was blessed with double happiness today, receiving 2 warming soups and 60 gold coins. He had already put all the supplies into his storage backpack. More gold coins? Warming soup? Lu Xingchen immediately produced a bowl of warming soup. Warming soup. Drink it to keep warm and extend your outdoor activity time by 5 hours in extremely cold weather. Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. Does this mean? Drinking this will allow her to stay outdoors for 5 more hours. She didn't have to rush to find shelter. Lu Xingchen quickly told Gao Dafu the good news. Gao Dafu, hey Xiao Lu, I don't need warming soup. I have the Yanbao, so I can stay outdoors as long as I want. This guy is so lucky. Lu Xingchen touched Xiaobai. She was lucky too. Xiaobai was a know-it-all. Whoosh. With a sound, a chill approached. Lu Xingchen sensed something was wrong and spun around. Swish. An icicle flew past her. Whoosh. 2 more icicles struck. It was then that Lu Xingchen spotted a half-meter-tall creature hidden beneath a nearby snowdrift. Small eyes, gray fur, small ears, it resembled a giant rat. A giant ice rat. A strange beast, and a ranged attack? Chapter 684. Lu Xingchen immediately took out her spirit snake whip and lashed it out. Xiaobai was conveniently placed in her pocket. Seeing its sneak attack failed, the giant rat slid into the snowdrift and disappeared. Lu Xingchen swung her spirit snake whip at the snowdrift, whipping up large swathes of snow. Not far away, a nimble figure emerged. In a flash, the ice rat had already run a long way. Swish. Lon Lon rushed back, instantly growing larger. With a flap of its massive wings, it lifted the snow, revealing the giant rat that had just burrowed into the snow. With a swift claw, it snatched up the ice rat. Squeak! The ice rat struggled. Crack! It bit Lon Lan's leg. Ouch! Lon Lon flung the ice rat off in pain. In midair, Lu Xingchen's spirit snake whip arrived, snapping and entangling the giant rat, binding it tightly. Lon Lon fell down, hopping on one leg and crying, "Ah, it hurts so much! Xiao Lu, keep it! I'm going to kill it! Ouch!" Lon Lon cried out twice, then suddenly twitched and fell to the ground. Lon Lon! Lu Xingchen exclaimed. She instantly understood. It's poisonous! The ice rat is poisonous! She tightened her spirit snake whip fiercely. The bound ice rat rolled its eyes, squeaked a few times, and its limbs flailed wildly, looking like it was dying. The ice rat was incredibly fast, and Lu Xingchen, fearing any danger, swung his Changhong sword, ending its life. Killed one ice rat. Do you want to disassemble it? Lu Xingchen, worried about Lon Lon, casually said yes. Disassembly successful. Obtain 2 giant rat teeth, 6 giant rat meat, 1 venom sac, 5 points, and 1 gold coin. Lu Xingchen didn't have time to care about what the decomposition yielded. She quickly picked Lon Lon up. Lon Lon was foaming at the mouth, her eyes blurry, but she could still speak. Lon Lon, you, keep it for me. I kill you. Lon Lon, you unlucky thing. Lu Xingchen, Lon Lon, how are you? How do you feel? Lon Lon, I can't move, my limbs are paralyzed. Poisoned. Lu Xingchen quickly took out an antidote pill and fed it to Lon Lon. Lon Lon collapsed on her arm, even weaker. Its claws twitched constantly, making Lu Xingchen's heart tremble. Why did it look like it was about to die? It couldn't be possible. Lon Lon had always been strong. How could she be poisoned by a rat? She frantically searched and fed Lon Lon a detoxification pill and a healing pill. Seeing that didn't work, she tried various pills, and even used a large amount of gold medicine on Lon Lan's small wound. Lon Lon just squinted and twitched. Lu Xingchen, anxious, asked in the Arctic Channel, has anyone encountered an ice rat? The channel was filled with chatter, a chaotic mess. Lu Xingchen's words immediately prompted several replies. No, but I saw someone mauled to death by an ice rat in the shelter. I did? I was bitten and nearly died. Luckily, I had an antidote pill. Lu Xingchen hurriedly asked, Does the antidote pill work? Can it detoxify the ice rat? The person replied, yes, I took the antidote pill, and it healed in a minute. It's important to take it promptly. It's fine if you take it within a minute. It's just that the wound is still numb, and I'm not feeling well. The others began to speak up. Some people were killed by giant ice rats because they didn't use antidote pills in time. If a giant rat bite is treated promptly, it's usually a good idea to recover. Why can't Lon Lon do this? Is it because she's a bird? Lu Xingchen looked down and saw Lon Lon quickly close her eyes and twitch again. Lon Lon groaned, ouch, it hurts. She was stunned, then began to understand. She's just pretending. She's really good at it. She was at a loss for words. Lon Lon, I've given you so many medicines, and they're not working. What do you think you should eat? Lon Lon opened her eyes. Hey, some fruit, the red kind. Or a peach would be fine. I'm not picky. So she was just greedy. White Asian fruit won't work, but peaches will. Lon Lon has done a great job this time. She deserves a reward. Besides, Xiaobai hasn't tasted peaches yet. Give her some. Lu Xingchen released Meme and took out a large peach, splitting it into 3 pieces and sharing it with them. The peach was incredibly sweet, with a faint, refreshing fragrance. Xiaobai finished the peach in 2 bites and said solemnly, hurry. This is bad? Lots of giant ice rats are coming. There's a rat hole nearby. Lu Xingchen was stunned. Xiaobai, they love the scent of peaches and will be here soon. So it was the peach? Lu Xingchen, not caring about anything else, tucked Meme into the pet bag, picked up Xiaobai, and prepared to leave. Dealing with a single giant ice rat was difficult, let alone a whole group. And most importantly, they were disgusting. She hated rats, even giant ones. Xiaobai, too late. Swish, swish. The snow churned up puffs of white mist. Not far away, a speck of black appeared, and in a flash, it was right in front of them. They were all giant ice rats, just like before, each one staring at Lon Lon with its bright black eyes. There were probably 70 or 80 of them. Lon Lon suddenly grew larger, boasting triumphantly, don't be afraid, Xiao Lu. Come on up, I take you away. Lu Xingchen jumped onto Lon Lan's back, and Lon Lon soared into the sky, its massive wings flickering twice. Then, she heard a notification. The additional mutation effect of the blue Luan wings has been activated. Fragrance spreads across 1,000 miles. Flapping its wings emits a powerful, regal stench that can cause dizziness and vomiting in creatures within a 1,000-meter radius. Ugh! Little Bai in Lu Xingchen's arms cried out, nearly rolling his eyes. It shuddered. What's going on? Ugh! Xiaobai was incredulous. What kind of poison is this? The fragrance spread 1,000 miles? Has Lon Lon triggered it again? Lu Xingchen looked down and saw the giant ice rats on the ground vomiting profusely, some turning over on their stomachs, others twitching, many foaming at the mouth. The sounds of vomiting echoed one after another. Lon Lon, huh? It flapped its wings vigorously again. Xiaobai, ugh! It struggled to free itself from Lu Xingchen's arms, jumped off Lon Lan's back, landed on the ground with a thump, and staggered away. Xiaobai was driven away by the stench. Lon Lan's fragrance spread 1,000 miles. Even Xiaobai couldn't stand it. The giant ice rats on the ground vomited continuously, and Lu Xingchen changed his mind. God-given opportunity. Kill. She jumped off Lon Lan's back, holding the long rainbow sword, and slaughtered her way through. The giant ice rats were vomiting profusely, some vomiting so much they were weak and lifeless, while others were twitching with convulsions, completely devoid of any fighting power. Wherever Lu Xingchen's law sword moved, prompts appeared. Kill 1 giant ice rat. Do you want to disassemble it? Kill 1 giant ice rat. Do you want to disassemble it? Lu Xingchen immediately responded, yes, yes, yes. Disassembly successful, yielding 2 giant rat teeth, 6 giant rat meat, 1 venom sac, 5 points, and 1 gold coin. Soon, she had harvested 70 or 80 giant ice rats. Only then did she notice the nearby channel was filled with wailing. Why does it stink so bad? What happened? Who blew up the manure pit? You're kidding. Manure pits don't stink that bad. It must be a biological weapon. It's poison gas. Run. I'm vomiting. Ugh. A familiar voice. Lon Lon, it must be you. Ugh. Why? Why do I always catch up? The voice gnashed its teeth. This is damn fate. Chapter 685. Lu Xingchen glanced and smiled. He run into someone he knew again. Qi Fangxin. Chatty, meeting Qi Fangxin was a good thing. Even though everyone from District 12 was in the same hunting ground, Private chats were still prohibited. Chatting on the hunting channel would be disruptive and inconvenient. Meeting Chief Fangxi was much easier. He could use him to chat with Lu Haoyue. Lu Xingchen, hey! Chief Fangxi saw this and yelled, mind your idiot, little star. Lu Xingchen was about to say something when Lan Lan leaned over. Where did this idiot come from? Pa! Chief Fangxi, ugh, I'm dying. Help. After all, it was a public channel, so the two of them tried to reveal as little information as possible. However, since Chief Fangxi was so deeply affected by the fragrance spreading across 1,000 miles effect, he must have been within a kilometer. Since Chief Fangxi was so terribly stinky, it meant they were very close, and could easily bump into each other. Lu Xingchen, you know what I mean? Come! Chief Fangxi, ugh, come, I can't come, I'm dizzy. Lan Lan came closer again and shouted, crawl. Suddenly, a game announcement rang out on the hunting channel. The hunting leaderboard and wealth leaderboard have opened. The rules are as follows. 1. Hunting exotic beasts, players, ice cave people, or ice cave polar bears will earn points. 2. Opening treasure chests, digging for treasure, hunting exotic beasts, ice cave people, etc. will earn gold coins, which represent wealth. 3. After 48 hours, the top 100 players on the Arctic Hunting Grounds leaderboard and wealth leaderboard will receive a transfer slot. For example, from the Arctic Hunting Grounds to the severe winter, late spring, or deadly land hunting grounds. Additionally, the top player on the leaderboard and wealth leaderboard will receive a transfer slot. They can designate any player to transfer to any hunting ground. After the rules were announced, a transparent screen suddenly appeared before everyone, displaying two lists, the points leaderboard and the wealth leaderboard. Now, Lu Xingchen was at the top of both the points leaderboard and the wealth leaderboard. Lu Xingchen, 380 points. Lu Xingchen, 136 gold. Below were the other 9 players, and you could flip through the pages to see the top 100 players on both the points leaderboard and the wealth leaderboard. The chat channel of the Arctic Hunting Grounds was abuzz with activity. Wow, the leaderboard's out. I knew there had to be a leaderboard, haha. The top scorer already has 380 points? What did she do? Killing a monster only gives 5 points, and everyone's still confused. How did she kill so many monsters? Lu Xingchen is also at the top of the wealth list? How come she has 136 gold coins? Only 1 gold coin for killing a monster. Ahem, it's Boss Lu again. Haha, this is the top spot in District 33. Lu Xingchen thought for a moment. She had just opened a treasure chest and gained 60 gold coins. Later, she had killed a number of giant ice rats. Each rat contributed 1 gold coin, which was not a small amount. Gold coins only counted those earned in the hunting grounds. Those earned before that didn't count. She hadn't expected that after several hours, it seemed like no one had done much, and neither points nor gold coins were high. To her surprise, she had taken first place on both the leaderboard and the wealth list. However, now that they know there's a ranking, and the benefits it offers, I'm sure many people will start working hard. Sure enough, the chat channel has already changed the topic. Can the top 100 of the points and wealth rankings be transferred? Then I have to work hard. I want to go to late spring. Yeah, late spring is a great place. A friend of mine is at the late spring hunting grounds, enjoying the flowers and scenery every day. He even got a beautiful little pet. It's amazing. I want to go to late spring too. I'm not expecting first place. Just 100th is fine. Hey, first place would be awesome. If I get first place, I use my transfer slot to kick my enemies to the death hunting grounds. Haha. Ahem, there are so many enemies there, and they're so powerful. You have to work hard. Just getting into the top 100 isn't enough. You might just transfer to late spring, and your top rank enemy will transfer you to the death hunting grounds. Haha. Gradually, the players found joy in their hardship and began to have some fun. After all, there was hope. Reaching the top 100 on the leaderboard or wealth list would earn you a spot in the late spring hunting grounds. The legendary beautiful and harmonious resort. Late spring hunting grounds. Everyone was motivated. Lu Xingchen packed up his things and slid on his skates. He had just skated a short distance when suddenly, whoosh! A sharp arrow shot from the hillside. Lu Xingchen slipped and turned, seeing 2 men on the hillside not far away, one tall, one short, both armed with bows and arrows. A continuous stream of arrows flew towards him. Lu Xingchen dodged and dodged them. The taller one shouted, "Brother, hurry! I just heard her talking. This must be Lu Xingchen. She's number 1 on the wealth list." Kill her and her gold coins will be ours. The shorter one shouted, hurry. There should be a lot of people nearby. Hurry. Ugh, it smells. The taller one said, put on your respirators. Kill. They had come from a distance. Although they knew there was a place with a bad odor, they didn't know it was here. Fortunately, this place is already on the edge of the fragrant land, so the stench is much less. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to hold out. Lu Xingchen's heart skipped a beat. She had just spoken on a nearby channel, revealing her location. The rankings and wealth list had just been released, putting her in the spotlight. It seemed many people wanted to kill her. This list is truly terrifying. It was released out of the blue, and she happened to be number 1 on both the wealth and rankings. Trouble. We need to get out of here quickly. Ugh, ugh. Suddenly, a figure stumbled over from the ice not far away. It was Qi Fangxin. Qi Fangxin vomited and yelled, Little Xingxing, run. There are so many people looking for you. Ugh, they're coming to kill you. Lu Xingchen immediately took out his spirit snake whip, released Lon Lon and Meme, and lashed out at the two. We had to fight quickly. After all, there were people from 12 districts here, so not many knew her. As long as she left this troubled place, no one would know she was Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen and Lon Lon rushed forward. Qi Fangxin also vomited as he drew his sword. The two men were far inferior to Lu Xingchen and Qi Fangxin in terms of fighting power, and in just a few minutes, Lu Xingchen had ended the battle. Kill XX. Do you want to collect his relics, Lu Xingchen? Yes. She gathered up both of their supplies, now holding more sprint cards, defense cards, and so on. There seemed to be faint noises not far away. Someone was coming, quite a few. There must be quite a few people nearby. Lu Xingchen immediately made Lon Lon grow larger. She pulled Qi Fangxin onto Lon Lan's back, and Lon Lon soared into the air, quickly flying away. Qi Fangxin sat on Lon Lan's back, retching non-stop. Ugh, ugh. I'm going to die. Even though they were already a kilometer away, and there was no smell, Qi Fangxin couldn't stop. Lon Lon was upset. What are you doing, you idiot? If you want to vomit, go ahead and do it, but don't make it dirty. Qi Fangxin burst into tears. Lon Lon, ugh, I smell your wings. Why are you still stinking? Lon Lon was furious. I don't stink. With a flap of its wings, it threw Qi Fangxin down. Chapter 686. Qi Fangxin fell into a snowdrift with a thud, buried. Lu Xingchen hurried down and pulled Qi Fangxin to his feet. Qi Fangxin sat on the snowdrift and began to retch again. Lu Xingchen couldn't bear to watch any more. We're several kilometers away from there. There's no way there's any smell. Qi Fangxin, what's wrong with you? Lon Lon, humiliated, couldn't help but lash out. You're pregnant? Qi Fangxin wiped away his tears and said pitifully, whenever I see Lon Lon, or hear Lon Lan's voice, I feel like vomiting. I'm scared. He was truly scared. After countless times of being exposed to the stench, his sense of smell was impaired. The sight of Lon Lon, or the sound of Lon Lan's voice, would instantly trigger a reaction, and he would retch uncontrollably. Lu Xingchen sighed, and put Lon Lon into the pet bag. It was too cold. Lon Lon couldn't stand being outside all the time. And she checked the time. They had to get to the shelter quickly, or they have to drink some warming soup. Meow. Qi Fangxin wiped his nose, looked up, and exclaimed, Xingxing, look, there's a little kitten over there. So cute. Haha, my pet's here. I declare it's mine from now on. Lu Xingchen looked up and saw Xiaobai sitting on a branch. Xiaobai sat upright on the thin branch, his blue eyes cold, giving him a regal air. No wonder Qi Fangxin had taken a liking to him. Xiaobai, hurry up. Just a dozen meters ahead, over the hill, there's a shelter. Shelter? That could save him 2 bottles of warming soup. Lu Xingchen was overjoyed and quickly pulled Qi Fangxin up. Hurry up! Qi Fangxin hadn't reacted yet. He turned to look at Xiaobai. Hey, is my pet really here? It's talking to me, haha, it can talk. Xingxing, stop pulling me, I want to hold my pet. Xiaobai fell into Lu Xingchen's arms, gave Qi Fangxin a cold glance, then nestled into his embrace and closed his eyes. Qi Fangxin, huh? This chatterbox never stops. Lu Xingchen, oh my, forget it. Let's go to the shelter. After walking a dozen meters and descending a hill, they came upon a 2-story building. A plaque read shelter, and below it, a line of smaller characters read, number 336. Shelter number 336. Sure enough, there should be quite a few shelters. It just depends on whether you can find them. This shelter was quite remote, and near the two-story building stood a large cedar tree, covered in snow, appearing completely white. Therefore, it was difficult for ordinary people to spot. Qi Fangxin's expression changed. There's probably a lot of people in there. What if someone wants to kill you? Right now, Lu Xingchen is number 1 on both the leaderboards, attracting considerable attention. Many people want to kill him and steal the treasure. Lu Xingchen frowned. Trouble. I didn't expect just opening a treasure chest and killing a bunch of giant ice rats would cause so much trouble. No, I have to hide. She pulled out a disguise card. Disguise card. After use, you can randomly change your appearance. Note, you cannot change your gender, voice, or body shape. Use limit, 3. Each use lasts 15 hours. Do you want to use it, Lu Xingchen? Yes. Disguise successful. Qi Fangxin tried to enter the shelter, but after taking 2 steps, he accidentally turned back and was startled. Who are you? Lu Xingchen disappeared from the back, and a stranger appeared. The man looked a little different. Not ugly, but with thick eyebrows, large eyes, a dark complexion, and a simple, honest look. This kind of appearance immediately drew people in. Honest, reliable, and yet easy to deceive. Lu Xingchen waved his hand. Shook, it's me, I've changed my appearance. Qi Fangxin was stunned, and it took him a long time to react. Why do you look like a man? If Lu Xingchen didn't speak, she would look just like a man. Lu Xingchen had already seen her own appearance. She was very satisfied with this look. As long as she didn't speak, pretended to be mute, or deliberately lowered her voice, she could pass for a man. This way, her identity would be more difficult to reveal. She was currently number 1 on both the rankings, and she didn't know how many people wanted to kill her and steal her treasure, so she had to hide her identity. This was fine for now. It was okay to have a better relationship with Qi Fangxin. Few people knew about their relationship. Lu Xingchen gave Qi Fangxin a push. Hurry, get to the shelter. They opened the door and walked in, a wave of warm air hitting them. Congratulations on entering shelter number 336. After an hour of warming up here, you can resume your outdoor activities. Note, no fighting in the shelter. Violators will be kicked out and banned from re-entry. The first floor was deserted and silent. Qi Fangxin stumbled to the table and collapsed in a chair. It took him a long time to recover. He was freezing and vomiting. He had just been vomiting for a long time and almost lost his life. Lu Xingchen packed her backpack. She had just killed 2 people, but unfortunately, their supplies were very ordinary, no surprises. As she was packing, a notification suddenly sounded, repair the polar gate. Mission instructions began. Mission 1. Found the ice lock in the dead hunting grounds. Go to the dead hunting grounds within 72 hours and search for the ice lock. Because the quest is difficult, you can find 2 players from other servers to assist you. After your assist helps you complete the quest, you receive corresponding rewards. Note, only a few players qualify as assists. Warm tip, don't reveal your identity. Lu Xingchen stared at the prompt silent. It's a bit complicated. Now, a crucial item for repairing the polar gate has appeared. The ice lock. That item is in the Deathland hunting ground. She must get to the Deathland hunting ground as soon as possible. Only the top 100 players in the points and wealth leaderboards within 48 hours qualify to transfer to the ground, which won't be difficult for her. After 48 hours, she can transfer to the Deathland hunting ground. However, the Deathland hunting ground is not easy to navigate. With so many ice cave people and ice cave polar bears, going there is bound to be a near-death experience. Also, what does an assist do? Why are only a few eligible? Who is eligible? How can she find them? The prompts say to keep her identity secret. The last mission was successful, but there was no announcement. So, aside from the few people she proactively informed, no one knew she completed the first mission. In other words, the rest of the group didn't know either. How could the assistant contact her? She was silent for a moment. Suddenly, several notifications rang out. Xianyuan Batian requests cross-region communication. Do you agree? Chu Hongyi requests cross-region communication. Do you agree? Xianyuan Linglong requests cross-region communication. Do you agree? 3 cross-region communication requests popped up simultaneously. Lu Xingchen glanced at them, thought for a moment, and decisively answered Xianyuan Batian's request first. Batian was the most well-informed, and every communication yielded something valuable. So, he talked to him first to get some information. By the way, wasting his interzone communication card, as soon as the call was connected, Xianyuan Batian's voice rang out, rather eagerly, Lu Xingchen, I want to assist you in completing quests. Lu Xingchen, oh? She deliberately said, I don't understand what you mean. Xianyuan Batian quickly said, Lu Xingchen, I received a notification asking me to assist you in completing quests. This is the game rule, and you must agree. Lu Xingchen, oh? Haha, Xianyuan Batian is a liar. Why wouldn't she believe it? Lu Xingchen, I also received a notification. The game rule is that I can only assist you in completing quests if I satisfy you. Xianyuan Batian, you have to satisfy me. Xianyuan Batian was delighted. How can I satisfy you? Lu Xingchen chuckled. Simple, just bring me the supplies you have. Chapter 687. Xianyuan Batian. Lu Xingchen, don't go too far. Lu Xingchen, haha, I'm hanging up. Several people are still looking for me. Bye. Xianyuan Batian said anxiously. Wait. He wasn't stupid. He certainly wouldn't give all his supplies to Lu Xingchen. So, he continued his persuasion. Lu Xingchen, let's work together. I be your quest assistant. If you need any supplies during your missions, just ask me. I do my best to get them to you. How's that? Lu Xingchen, not really. If you have what you need, others have it too. She was trying to be polite. After all, she didn't know much about quest assistants. Besides, so far, only Xianyuan Batian, Chu Hongyi, and one Xianyuan Linglong had contacted her. Xianyuan Batian was silent for a moment. Lu Xingchen, I know you're trying to trick me. To show my sincerity, I can tell you that I received a tip asking me to find someone who's accepted the mission to repair the polar gate, and then apply to be a mission assistant. I guessed it might be you, so I asked you. How many others could have guessed it was you? I see. Xianyuan Batian continued. There are probably only a few people qualified to assist with the mission. I guess there are only 1 or 2 per district. So, Lu Xingchen, how many people would ask you? He was absolutely certain. You have no choice but to cooperate with me. Lu Xingchen deliberately said, Who said that? I just shout in the hunting channel, and those qualified people will know me, won't they? Xianyuan Batian was speechless. He was clearly anxious. Lu Xingchen had guessed it. It seemed Xianyuan Batian didn't know she needed to keep it secret. Xianyuan Batian was silent for a moment, then said, Lu Xingchen, why expose yourself? If you shout, maybe even your enemies will come to cause trouble. Lu Xingchen chuckled, You're talking about you? Haha, bye. Xianyuan Batian had exhausted all his messages, so she decided to hang up. Xianyuan Batian, sensing her intention, grew anxious and shouted, Lu Xingchen, I urge you to cooperate with me. Otherwise, you won't complete your mission. Lu Xingchen, oh? Look, Xianyuan Batian can't pretend anymore. Originally, Xianyuan Batian happened to be in the deadly hunting grounds, so partnering with him would be ideal. However, this man often broke his promises and was overly ambitious. If she partnered with him, there was no telling what would happen. He might even stab her in the back one day. So Lu Xingchen had no desire to cooperate with him. Xianyuan Batian's voice was threatening. Lu Xingchen, if you don't cooperate with me, I make trouble for you. Haha, there are scoreboards and wealth rankings now, right? I know you're amazing. You'd definitely be in the top 100, but what good is that? Xianyuan Batian gritted his teeth and said, I'm number 1 on the Deathland Hunting Grounds wealth ranking, and I have a transfer slot. Lu Xingchen's heart skipped a beat. What do you want to do? Xianyuan Batian sneered. Haha, nothing much. I'm just going to use my transfer slot and transfer you to the hunting ground you least want to go to. Xianyuan Batian said proudly. Your mission target should be within the hunting ground, right? Lu Xingchen, okay, come if you're capable. She hung up the phone with a snap. Damn Xianyuan Batian. She connected with Chu Hongyi. Chu Hongyi was excited. Lu Xingchen, did you accept the mission to repair the polar gate? I be your mission assistant. I've got money. The rich woman is here. I've worked with Chu Hongyi many times, so she's no problem. Besides, the supplies needed to repair the polar gate are so vast that we really need someone to assist. The person assisting with the mission won't share her rewards. It's just an extra bonus from the game, just like how Bubu and Master Babu get their own rewards. Lu Xingchen, yes, great. Chu Hongyi was excited. So easy. Haha, great. Chu Hongyi quickly asked, what should we do next? Lu Xingchen's mind struck. The death hunting grounds are a dangerous place, and she probably can't go there alone. It's a good opportunity to ask Chu Hongyi to go. She immediately said, next time, go to the death hunting grounds. Chu Hongyi didn't even ask, no problem. She was currently in the severe winter hunting grounds, so getting into the top 100 on the leaderboard was no problem. Lu Xingchen suddenly remembered, "Oh, by the way, how did you know you needed to contact me? Did you also receive the notification?" Chu Hongyi, "Yes, the notification told me to find the person who accepted the task of repairing the polar gate. I thought it might be you, so I tried to contact you. To my surprise, it was you." Chu Hongyi, "Lu Xingchen, you're amazing." She was ecstatic, feeling like she had found a powerful partner. Lu Xingchen and Chu Hongyi finished their conversation and hung up. There was still one person who requested a call, Xianyuan Linglong. The name made it clear she was from the Xianyuan family. Just as she was about to answer the call, a voice came from the doorway. "Shelter? Finally here. I'm freezing. Go in." With a bang, the door was violently flung open, and two people burst in. A man and a woman. Both were quite tall, about 2 meters and 2 inches tall, and they had to stoop to enter. Moreover, they were both rather burly. Their arms were bulging, giving off a strong presence. Their faces were thick with flesh, their eyes small, and they looked almost like twins. Lu Xingchen couldn't help but take a second look. There was something truly unusual about their appearance. Clang! The man dragged a hammer from the floor and placed it on the table with a thud. The woman, empty-handed, sat down on a chair, took out her water cup, and gulped down the water. Lu Xingchen decided to talk to Xianyuan Linglong later. Now that someone had arrived, it was too late to talk. The two men entered, sat down, and briefly glanced at Lu Xingchen and Qi Fangxin before looking away. Then, they took out a roasted leg of lamb and heated it on the brazier in the hall. There was no fighting here. Everyone was being very well behaved. Qi Fangxin glanced at the screen, nudged Lu Xingchen, and whispered, "Hey, little star, your ranking has dropped." Lu Xingchen opened the screen and saw that she had indeed dropped to second place. The top spot on both the points and wealth rankings had been taken by someone else. The same person. It was also someone Lu Xingchen knew well. Xianyuan Lingyun. Lu Xingchen narrowed his eyes, instantly understanding. This must be Xianyuan Baishan's plan. Suddenly, the man who had just entered shouted, "Xianyuan Lingyun? Isn't that the girl we just met?" The woman snorted, "That's right. How did this little girl, with her average fighting skills, become the top of the leaderboard?" The man said, "Not only that, but she's also the top of the wealth list. Haha, she's cheated us out of our gold coins." The woman said, "Next time, I definitely kill her." Damn it! Lu Xingchen's heart skipped a beat. Had they seen Xianyuan Lingyun just now? Suddenly, another notification popped up. Xianyuan Batian wants to chat with you across different zones. Do you agree? Xianyuan Linglong wants to chat with you across different zones. Do you agree? What's going on with these two Xianyuan family members? Lu Xingchen stood up, intending to go upstairs. There were outsiders here, so it was inconvenient to talk. The second floor was empty. Lu Xingchen stood by the window, looking down, and answered Xianyuan Baishan's call. Xianyuan Lingyun had suddenly become the top scorer and wealth leaderboard, clearly the work of the Xianyuan family. She wanted to see what Xianyuan Batian had to say. As soon as the call was connected, Xianyuan Baishan's voice came over. Lu Xingchen, are you still not going to cooperate with me? Chapter 688. Lu Xingchen bluntly said, "Send your supplies first." Xianyuan Batian snorted. Lu Xingchen, our Xianyuan family has ample resources and supplies. I'm currently number 1 in the Deathland Hunting Grounds points and wealth rankings, and Lingyun is number 1 in the Extreme Cold Hunting Grounds points and wealth rankings. In 48 hours, I decide which hunting ground you transfer me to. Lu Xingchen, oh? So which hunting ground do you plan to transfer me to? The Deathland Hunting Ground? That's great. Xianyuan Batian gloated, of course, it's the hunting ground you dislike the most. He continued, how about this cooperation? Lu Xingchen, where's your sincerity? Where are your supplies? You're not giving me anything, and you expect me to cooperate with you? You're really trying to get away with it. Xianyuan Batian was speechless. He wasn't stupid. There was no way he'd give Lu Xingchen supplies for free. Lu Xingchen didn't want him to be a mission assistant. Xianyuan Batian sneered, Lu Xingchen, you must do this, don't you? I can tell you, our Xianyuan family is large, and we can give all the gold coins we earn to Lingyun. Lu Xingchen understood. She had guessed it earlier. Otherwise, Xianyuan Lingyun wouldn't have been able to rise to first place so quickly. Xianyuan Batian. Lingyun has people around her who can help her kill monsters, and all the points go to her. Lu Xingchen, do you think you can single-handedly fight against our entire family? Xianyuan Batian. You can only get into the top 100 at best. I used the transfer quota to keep you in the death hunting ground. Xianyuan Batian was furious at this. Since their family was so powerful, Lu Xingchen should have been fawning over them, begging for their cooperation. Now, he's the one repeatedly asking for cooperation. It's so infuriating. If Lu Xingchen hadn't been lucky enough to receive a crucial mission, he would have killed her in this hunting ground. Lu Xingchen chuckled. Xianyuan Lingyun. A voice rang out. You know Xianyuan Lingyun too? Are you her friend? Huh? Lu Xingchen hung up the call with Xianyuan Batian. The burly man and woman from the first floor came up. It was the tall woman who had interrupted. They both came up, looking at Lu Xingchen with unfriendly eyes. The tall woman, in particular, had a distorted expression. She shouted fiercely, I didn't expect to see the girl's friend here. Kill her! Lu Xingchen, unyielding, said, You dare to attack me? Try it! The tall woman snorted, If I don't do anything now, I kill you as soon as you get out. Humph, how can Xianyuan Lingyun's friends be good people? Chief Fangxin caught up and, upon hearing this, quickly said, Hey, what are you doing? We have nothing to do with Xianyuan Lingyun. The tall woman said, You're lying. I heard it all. Chief Fangxin said, Hey, we have a grudge against Xianyuan Lingyun too. The tall woman said, I don't believe it. Chief Fangxin said, Which district are you from? Did you participate in the last big hunt? Chief Fangxin's chatterbox nature struck again, and he began chatting with the tall man and woman. Lu Xingchen turned and went downstairs. The tall man and woman were not only impressively built, but also had resonant voices. They angrily declared, As soon as we entered the hunting grounds, we ran into Xianyuan Lingyun. She was very kind and teamed up with us to kill the giant ice rats together. Everything was going well at first, but soon her men arrived, and she immediately turned hostile and drove us both away. That Xianyuan Lingyun is so vicious. She almost killed us. Next time we meet her, we definitely kill her. Chief Fangxin was chatting animatedly with the two men upstairs, mostly cursing Xianyuan Lingyun. At this time, Xianyuan Lingyun's points and wealth had increased significantly, firmly securing first place on both the points and wealth rankings. Lu Xingchen pondered silently. She had to get first place on both the points and wealth rankings. That would save Xianyuan Lingyun from having to transfer, and give her 2 extra transfer slots, which she would need to use against Xianyuan Batian. The Xianyuan family was such a nuisance, especially Xianyuan Batian. Just kill him. She checked the hunting channel, which was buzzing with activity. Players were discussing non-stop. Can someone give me the coordinates for a shelter? I'm freezing to death. Haha, I'm so happy. Not only are there fewer people in the late spring hunting grounds, but there are also plenty of herbs. Look what I gathered. What the heck is this? I gathered some in the late spring hunting grounds too. What's the use? I'm freezing. Where's the shelter? I'm dying. Lu Xingchen stared intently at the video screen. She discovered something crucial. Someone had gathered medicinal ginger, an ingredient for a warming soup. Many people were desperately trying to find shelter. If only there were a cup of warming soup. Lu Xingchen's heart skipped a beat. She remembered Qin Shiro was in the late spring hunting grounds. She immediately sent a private message. Shiro? Qin Shiro quickly replied, Oh Xingchen, I'm here. I heard you were in the Arctic hunting grounds. How's it going? Lu Xingchen casually replied, then asked, Are there many herbs in the late spring hunting grounds? Qin Shiro, Lots, dragon's blood grass. Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. At least there were 2 medicinal herbs in the late spring hunting grounds, ginger and dragon's blood grass. She needed them. If she could make a warming soup, she could sell it for a lot of gold coins. Lu Xingchen immediately said, Help me collect the ginger and dragon's blood grass. I take the gold coins and try to lower the price. Qin Shiro said without hesitation, No problem. Lu Xingchen gave half of his gold coins to Qin Shiro, and suddenly, she had significantly fewer. She disappeared from the wealth list. In reality, Lu Xingchen could also collect herbs on the hunting channel herself, but, firstly, she wanted to sell the warming soup and didn't want others to associate it with those 2 herbs. Secondly, she wanted to keep a low profile. Being watched by too many people wouldn't be a good thing. Lu Xingchen knew her goals. First, earning gold coins. Second, earning points. In that case, the only option left is to kill the giant ice rats. Lu Xingchen was restless. After only an hour's rest, not only was she no longer on the wealth list, but she also dropped outside the top 10 on the points list. A man doesn't become rich without unexpected fortune, and a horse doesn't become fat without late-night meals. She knew that following the rules by killing exotic beasts might earn her a place in the top 100 of each list, but she would never reach first place. In the hunting channel, Xianyuan Batian said, Lu Xingchen, what are your thoughts? Either cooperate with me, or all your efforts will be wasted. Think it through. Xianyuan Batian said, Lu Xingchen, which hunting ground do you think I send you to in 48 hours? Xianyuan Batian, unwilling to use the cross-zone communication card, threatened directly in the public channel. Lu Xingchen, bad luck. Xianyuan Batian's words were so arrogant that they immediately attracted the attention of many people. Gao Dafu, who's that? Pretending to be so cool? Which hunting ground are you from? Qi Fangxin, he's in the Deathland hunting ground. Brothers from the Deathland, he's so rampant, why don't you kill him? Lu Dachio, go to hell. Xia Xiaoyu, TSK, that leather jacket is weird. Yin Xiaolin, Batian, do you still have any leather jackets? What color is it now? Is it enough? Chapter 689. Lu Xingchen couldn't help but laugh. Qin Wuchuan was truly well informed. He even knew Xianyuan Batian's nickname. It was obvious that Qin Wuchuan had someone in the deadly hunting grounds. Oh right, I might as well ask him about the herbs. Just as Lu Xingchen was about to speak, Qin Wuchuan's message arrived. Do you need medicinal ginger and dragon blood grass? Lu Xingchen, yes, and Yunquan water. I can make a warming soup. With the warming soup, he wouldn't have to go back to the shelter so often, and he could kill more exotic beasts and have more time for adventure. Lu Xingchen decided not to waste time in the shelter anymore. Qin Wuchuan immediately replied, I help you with this. At this point, someone in the chat channel was already asking about Xianyuan Batian and Lu Xingchen. Do Xianyuan Batian and Lu Xingchen have a grudge? Although I don't know who Xianyuan Batian is, the Xianyuan family is very famous. In our district, Xianyuan Linglong is very powerful. Xianyuan Batian is at the top of District 26, and Lu Xingchen is at the top of District 33. So it's a fight between the top names? That's fine, just watch the show. Let me ask you, who are the top names in your district? Ours is a pair of siblings, Lu Dachio and Lu Xiaoqiao. Dachio and Xiaoqiao? Aren't they pretty? Of course, stunning, haha. Are you serious, about the others? Watch out for Dachio and Xiaoqiao. Lu Xingchen and Qi Fangxin finally found a gathering point for the giant ice rats, and killed them in groups of 2 or 3. They found a rat hole. Lu Xingchen placed some fragrant roast duck at the entrance of the hole. After a while, several giant ice rats poked their heads out. Boom! Suddenly, a muffled sound came from a distance. 7 or 8 giant ice rats darted out from the other side, and someone behind them shouted, Xiao Qiao, chase them. Quick! 2 people instantly appeared before them. One of them was the tall man they had met in the shelter. He swung his chain hammer and brought it down with a powerful blow. Bang! An ice rat was shattered, sending up a cloud of snow. De Qiao. A tall woman followed behind. The 4 of them met. Qi Fangxin, knowing the crowd, immediately waved happily. Hi, see you again, De Qiao and Xiao Qiao? Qi Fangxin. Are you Lu De Qiao and Lu Xiaoqiao? He was also watching the chat channel, and after seeing the man's skills, he immediately guessed who he was. No ordinary person could kill an ice rat in one go. He couldn't. Lu De Qiao and Xiao Qiao nodded to Qi Fangxin, and the 2 turned back to continue killing rats. Lu Xingchen and Qi Fangxin also killed the rats on their side. Soon, both sides had slain all the giant ice rats. Lu Dachio and Lu Xiaoqiao, exhausted, rested under a cedar tree. Qi Fangxin smiled and gave them a thumbs up. Brothers, awesome. They're great at killing rats. Lu Xingchen packed up, and was about to take Qi Fangxin away. Suddenly, Lu Dachio called out, Xianyuan Lingyun? She's nearby. Lu Xiaoqiao, what? Someone on the nearby channel said, Lingyun, come over here quickly. There's a large rat hole over here. If she could talk on the nearby channel, she must be nearby. Lu Dachio chuckled, Xiaoqiao, do you want to kill her? Lu Xiaoqiao, let's go find her. The 2 packed up, whispered a few words, and left. Qi Fang was anxious. Xiao Lu, are we going too? We could be the ones waiting behind. Lu Xingchen chuckled, you go if you want, I'm not going. Killing and stealing treasures can certainly quickly earn points and wealth, but it also depends on how easy the person is to kill. These are the elites of the 12 districts. The Xianyuan family is so large, how could Xianyuan Lingyun be alone? Who knows how many people are following him? Lu Dachio and Xiaoqiao just now were clearly overestimating their abilities. And she didn't know them. To reach the top of the list, Someone can't just be incredibly powerful. One has to be a bit more cautious. Lu Xingchen turned and headed in another direction, just opposite Lu Dachio and Xiao Xiao. Xiaobai had already returned. She killed the giant rat, and Xiaobai squatted in a tree, watching. Lu Xingchen had killed several more giant ice rats when he suddenly heard shouts. Catch them, quick! Two people stumbled over, supporting each other, followed by several others. There was a hillside on the other side, and Lu Xingchen had no idea how many were following. In a flash, two people appeared before them, Lu Dachio and Lu Xiaoxiao. Lu Dachio rushed directly toward Qi Fangxin. Brother, help! Help! Lu Xingchen was right beside Qi Fangxin. In a flash, the two men were there. Qi Fangxin was about to support Lu Dachio. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in Lu Dachio's hand, and a silver chain swung around, threatening to encircle them. Lu Xingchen suddenly pulled Qi Fangxin and dodged, moving over 10 meters away. She had used the speed card. Lu Dachio was stunned. You. Qi Fangxin was also stunned. You guys. The pursuers also stopped, a bit stunned. Qi Fangxin's innocent, clear eyes widened. Lu Dachio. Brother. Lu Xingchen swung his spirit snake whip at Lu Dachio, snorting at Qi Fangxin. Are you stupid? How did this fool fall into his hands? He's so lucky. Lu Dachio and Lu Xiaoxiao reacted quickly, one swinging a hammer, the other drawing a spear, and rushed forward. The pursuers hesitated, then each rushed forward, weapons in hand. There were too many people. Lu Xingchen shouted, Xiaobai. Why is this guy still just watching the fun? Can't he see the crisis? Xiaobai meowed and ran away. Qi Fangxin finally reacted and quickly drew his weapon to fight, not forgetting to complain. Xiaolu, your little cat ran away. How can it be so heartless? Lu Xingchen waved his hand, releasing Lon Lon and Meme. Meow Meow charged savagely, its sharp blue claws lashing out, just blocking the incoming men. Out of the corner of his eye, Lu Xingchen spotted several people standing on the hillside not far away. Among them was a girl in a white fox fur coat. It was Xianyuan Lingyun. As expected, Lu Xingchen raged, Don't worry, Qi. Let's fight quickly and decisively. Even if he couldn't kill Xianyuan Lingyun this time, he couldn't let those two big fish, Lu Dachio and Lu Xiaoxiao, go. Lu Xingchen drew out the Longhong sword, Longhong piercing the sun. The Longhong sword emitted a dazzling ray of light, slamming fiercely towards Lu Dachio and Lu Xiaoxiao. Knowing something was amiss, the two men immediately drew their defense cards. Bang! The defense card's shield shattered. Lu Dachio, anxious, immediately pulled out another card and slapped it against himself. A cyan shield rose from his body. Bang! The Longhong sword slammed down. Crack! The shield shattered again. Lu Dachio was so frightened that his soul left his body, and he screamed, Mercy! Bang! The Changhong sword flashed, severing his left arm. Simultaneously, Lu Xiaoxiao spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. One unconscious, the other seriously injured. Lu Dachio, his face filled with fear, played another defense card, scooped up Lu Xiaoxiao, and tried to run. He was about to play the sprint card next. Qi Fangxin was no complete loser. He immediately stepped forward and kicked Lu Dachio in the chest. Lu Dachio fell backward, and the sprint card fell to the ground. Lu Xingchen swung his spirit snake whip, tying up both Xiaos securely. The battle was quickly over. Not far away, Xianyuan Lingyun, his face pale, shouted to his men, Retreat. Chapter 690. The people fighting Lon Lon and Mei Mei were also Xianyuan Lingyun's men. Seeing Lu Dachio and Lu Xiaoxiao beaten half to death, they were terrified. Upon hearing Xianyuan Lingyun's words, they immediately tapped their speed cards and ran back. How could Lon Lon let them go? Ah, you little bastards, spare your lives. Ouch! With a roar, the little mute and the little chatterbox rushed over, blocking the fleeing men. The chatterbox, ouch, 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 it's freezing. You little bastards are dying. Lon Lon, kill him, kill him. Lon Lon, Mei Mei, the little chatterbox, and the little mute surrounded the men. The chatterbox's eyes turned green. There was no other way. Starving and running around like crazy, it was on the verge of collapse. They were well fed on the raft for a while, eating a variety of delicious roasted meats and drinking sweet spring water every day. They lived a happy life, and no longer cared about eating raw meat. There were only giant ice rats here, and they tasted terrible, so they couldn't eat them at all. The weather was cold, so they had to fight everywhere, and they knew how hard it was. Thankfully, Xiaobai had just gone and called the two tigers back. They felt their time had come to make a name for themselves, so of course they fought tooth and nail. Those few were considered elites of the Xianyuan family, but they were also at the bottom of the elite, otherwise they wouldn't have been sent up as cannon fodder. They were weaker, no match for the two tigers, and the two divine beasts, and they were soon beaten half to death. Lu Xingchen had Qi Fangxin hold down Lu Daqio and Lu Xiaoqiao, and he moved forward, finishing them off one by one with his sword. Kill Xianyuan XX and receive 1 intermediate ice skates, 1 rare long sword, 1 advanced leather armor. Kill Xianyuan Xiaoba and receive 1 intermediate ice skates, 1 rare long sword, 1 advanced leather armor, 8 medicinal ginger, 18 dragon's blood grass, Purpurea cocos, 60 horse drunk grass, 10 5-step snake venom, 1 rejuvenation pill, 5 cooling pills, 1 cooling pill recipe, 2 looting cards, 3 empty cards, 5 speed cards, 2 positioning cards, 6 summoning cards, 1 human skin mask, and 120 gold coins. Lu Xingchen paused. These people were all from the Xianyuan family. The others had no gold or extra supplies. Only the Xianyuan Xiba. He had quite a lot of supplies. He had so much medicinal ginger and dragon blood grass, as well as looting cards and many other cards. He also had a human skin mask and gold. That's quite a lot of gold. This person was definitely no ordinary person. Elsewhere, Xianyuan Lingyun and his men ran away, her face pale, and still in shock. One of them couldn't stand it any longer. Lingyun, why were we just watching a show? Why did we run away? Couldn't we have just gone over and killed Lu Xingchen? Xianyuan Lingyun shook his head. No, Lu Xingchen is very strong. The other person protested. How strong can she be? There are so many of us, are we really afraid of her? Xianyuan Lingyun just shook his head, and her face turned cold. I told you this method wouldn't work. Why did you insist on doing it this way? The other person was stunned. It was Xianyuan Batian who ordered us to do this. Besides, Lu Daqio and Lu Xiaoqiao are indeed very strong. We can't compete with them. Cooperate and stay back, there won't be much danger. Xianyuan Lingyun sneered. Now? You get it right? I told you all along, Lu Xingchen is very strong, don't mess with her. The man frowned. If we hadn't run. Xianyuan Lingyun interrupted. If we hadn't run, Lu Xingchen would have killed me long ago. She was a little annoyed. She turned around and carefully counted her men, her expression changing. Where's Xianyuan Xiaba? Where's Xiaba? Didn't we agree that he's back there, so don't charge forward? The man felt a little guilty. Xiaba didn't listen and charged forward. Xianyuan Lingyun's face paled. It's over. The man's expression was also grim. Xiao Ba has some valuable supplies, given to him by his brothers. If he dies, Lu Xingchen will get them all. Xianyuan Lingyun was furious. Is that the point? If Xiao Ba dies, his brothers. Xianyuan Lingyun sighed. The consequences are disastrous. Elsewhere, Lu Xingchen put away his supplies, feeling elated. Killing a member of the Xianyuan family earns 10 points. Xianyuan Xiao Ba, seemingly lacking in martial prowess, only gave him 6 points. But Xiao Ba had plenty of goodies, including 2 loot cards and 3 empty cards. He even had a sprint card. I wonder if this idiot was so frightened he forgot to use it. All good for her. Not bad. After packing up, Lu Xingchen immediately turned around and looked at Lu Daqio and Lu Xiaoqiao. Qi Fangxin hurriedly said, Xiao Lu, I'm waiting for you to kill them. He was waiting for Lu Xingchen to pick up the kills and earn points and gold coins, so he didn't make a move. Lu Xiaoqiao was still unconscious. Lu Daqio's left arm was broken, and he was pale with pain. Holding back the pain, he said to Lu Xingchen, I'm sorry. Please let me go. I follow you from now on. Lu Xingchen sneered. Wouldn't it be better if I killed you? Lu Daqio pleaded. Lu Xingchen, I give you all my supplies and gold coins. Please, for the sake of our shared family, let me go. Lu Xingchen took out the Changhong sword. 2 big fish. How could she let them go? Lu Daqio was shocked and dropped to her knees with a thud. Lu Xingchen, I give you a card. I give you a plunder card. You can use it to steal all my sister and I's supplies. Can you please let us go? He also has a looting card? Lu Xingchen chuckled. I'm not stupid, why bother? I can just kill you. Won't all your supplies be mine? I even earn points. How great. Lu Daqio pleaded repeatedly. Lu Xingchen, I give you a looting card. You can get all our supplies. Kill me and my sister. I think you get 30 points. I earn them for you. I kill the monster half to death for you. I earn you 30 points quickly. No more than that. I give you all the points for the entire hunt. Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. Why should I trust you? After all, you just tricked us. It was obvious that Lu Daqio and Lu Xiaoqiao had been planning this from the moment they entered the shelter. As soon as they entered, they began cursing Xianyuan Lingyun, feigning a grudge against him. Later, they deliberately ran into Qi Fangxin and Lu Xingchen, pretending to seek revenge, hoping Lu Xingchen would cooperate. However, Lu Xingchen refused to respond. So, they pretended to be hunted by Xianyuan Lingyun, hoping Lu Xingchen would rescue them. But Lu Xingchen refused to accept the challenge. They had no choice but to get to Lu Xingchen and attack her when she was off guard. This must have been a plan by Lu Daqio, Lu Xiaoqiao, and Xianyuan Lingyun. As for how they knew Lu Xingchen's location? Simple. A location card. Lu Xingchen was the only girl in the shelter, and Qi Fangxin was with her. Even if Lu Xingchen had used a disguise card, they would have been able to figure it out. So Lu Daqio and Lu Xiaoqiao had been trying to trick Lu Xingchen into killing him from the beginning. How could Lu Xingchen possibly believe them? Lu Daqio was anxious. His arm was lying on the ground. If he acted quickly, he could reattach it. But if he was too late, he would be left with one arm. Lu Daqio shouted, Lu Xingchen, I listen to you from now on. If you really don't believe me then you. Lu Daqio was anxious, unsure how to convince Lu Xingchen to trust him. Lu Xingchen glanced at his storage backpack. Huh? There's a cooling pill? A cooling pill formula? I got this from Xianyuan Xiaoba. What is this? Chapter 691. The cooling pill is a large pill, slightly smaller than a ping-pong ball. Cooling pill instantly lowers the temperature around a person or animal, making them feel as cold as winter even in the summer. It can relieve heat and reduce body temperature, a must-have during the hot summer. Duration, 8 hours. Note: 1. Use the correct dosage. Roll the cooling pill into 12 small pills, and take one at a time. Overdosing may cause hypothermia and damage the body. 2. If overdosing, warming soup can be used as an antidote. Lu Xingchen, haha. The cooling pill and warming soup are used in summer and winter respectively. If I'm right, they can serve as antidotes for each other. What a pity! The cooling pill is useless in such cold weather. She casually glanced at the cooling pill recipe. It required yunquan water and iceling grass, another herb she had never seen before. She told Qin Shiro to gather some more iceling grass. She stood there, motionless, watching something. Lu Daqio stared at her nervously, not daring to make a sound. Qi Fangxin couldn't help but ask Xiao Lu, "You're not going to kill me?" Lu Xingchen came to her senses and asked, "Who said not to?" She swung her Changhong sword, and Lu Daqio screamed in fear, "Please don't kill me. I be your little brother." Looting card. This is a looting card. Take my stuff first. Qi Fangxin's eyes lit up. Xiao Lu, it's okay. I've asked around. Lu Daqio and Xiaoqiao are among the best in District 45. They're highly skilled. With their help in killing the ice rat, your points will increase even faster. Lu Xingchen paused. Indeed, with 2 people helping her, she could gain points faster. Xianyuan Lingyun had 7 or 8 people behind him, constantly helping him gain points. Lu Xingchen thought carefully. Xianyuan Batian wanted to move her to the death hunting ground, which suited her needs perfectly. It seemed as if she wouldn't have to worry about transfer slots. However, that would be like putting the initiative in someone else's hands. What if Xianyuan Batian suddenly changed his mind and transferred her to another hunting ground? Would she still be able to complete her mission? What if Xianyuan Batian and Xianyuan Lingyun both topped the points and wealth rankings, securing 4 transfer slots? That would put her in a very passive position. She couldn't control the death hunting ground. But she had to strive to top the points and wealth rankings in the extreme cold hunting ground, so she could also secure transfer slots. That way, she would have sufficient resources to counter Xianyuan Baishan's scheme. Xianyuan Lingyun's method of gaining points was simple. She gathered members from 7 or 8 clans to help her. Lu Xingchen couldn't win alone. She needed help too. Lu Daqio and Lu Xiaoqiao were just the helpers who came to her. However, they were ranked number 1 and number 2 on the leaderboard in District 45, making them difficult to control. With a Changhong sword dangling from his neck, Lu Daqio was sweating profusely, his soul already trembling with fear. His life and death depended on Lu Xingchen's single whim. He understood Lu Xingchen's concerns and, anxious beyond measure, struggled with his words before saying, "Lu Xingchen, if you release me, I will kill all the monsters for you during the entire hunting period. I swear to heaven." Lu Xingchen, "No, I don't believe you." She took the 2 looting cards Lu Daqio handed her and immediately used one. Looting card. While fully controlling a player, you can loot all supplies in their backpack, including those sent by others. Uses 2. Now that you have complete control of Lu Daqiao, do you want to loot? Lu Xingchen, yes. Using the looting card on Lu Daqiao, I received 1 rare law sword, 1 white bear cloak, 55 summoning cards, 10 defense cards, 5 small bombs, 2 large bombs, 1 small snowmobile blueprint, and 180 gold coins. Lu Xingchen had amassed a ton of goodies. After all, Lu Daqiao was second on the list in District 45, and she had so much supplies that Lu Xingchen's storage backpack was almost full. Due to the looting, Lu Daqiao had been stripped of her clothes and weapons, and was left trembling on the ground, her lips bruised. Despite this, a flicker of joy shone in his eyes. The fact that Lu Xingchen was willing to use his looting card meant she didn't want to kill him anymore. He breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no need to worry about firewood. As long as he's alive, that's all that matters. Lu Daqiao repeatedly exclaimed, "Thank you so much." Lu Xingchen chuckled, "Don't thank me so soon." She took out a cooling pill, casually broke off a piece, and stuffed it into Lu Daqiao's mouth. "Here, eat it." Lu Daqiao was terrified, and before he could react, he had already swallowed the pill. As the pill entered his stomach, he felt a bone-chilling chill spread from his abdomen to every part of his body. In an instant, he felt icy cold, as if he were naked in an icy cave. Cold, so cold, he felt his entire body frozen, and in a moment, his soul was gone. Lu Daqiao was horrified. "Lu Xingchen, I really will listen to you. Don't kill me." "Oh." He was so cold, he couldn't speak. Lu Daqiao, believing Lu Xingchen was going to kill him, huddled in fear, unable to even utter a word to beg for mercy. Just when he thought he was about to die, Lu Xingchen took out a bowl of warming soup and said, "I gave you poison. I'm the only one with the antidote. I'm giving you an antidote now. It will temporarily suppress the poison in your body." Lu Daqiao was bound and unable to move, so Lu Xingchen fed him 2 sips of the warming soup. Although she had the recipe, she hadn't yet prepared it. She only had 2 bowls of warming soup, and she had to be frugal. So, after giving Lu Daqiao 2 sips, she withdrew the soup. Lu Daqiao felt a surge of warmth, but that little warmth couldn't offset the chill. He said cautiously, "Lu Xingchen, is there not enough antidote?" Lu Xingchen frowned. "Not enough? Can you stand up?" Lu Daqiao struggled to stand, his face icy. Seeing that he could move, Lu Xingchen nodded. "It's okay. Don't be afraid of the cold. Kill some monsters, and get some exercise, and you be warm." She didn't want to waste the warming soup. Lu Xingchen took out some ordinary clothes, untied Lu Daqiao, and helped him put them on. Then she returned his weapon. Now, Lu Daqiao had nothing in his hands, and his limbs were frozen stiff. He wasn't afraid of him attacking or escaping. Besides, Lu Daqiao now believed he had taken poison and didn't dare run. Lu Xingchen used the plunder card on Lu Xiaoqiao again and fed her 2 small cooling pills. The unconscious Lu Xiaoqiao awoke from the cold. Lu Daqiao quickly told him what he had promised. What else could Lu Xiaoqiao do? She was only wearing a thin coat, and she felt as cold as if she had been trapped in an ice cave for 100 or 80 years. She had already been frozen to death. Just staying alive was enough. She knew the situation well and said sweetly, "Little sister Lu, I'm strong and can fight better than my brother. Can you give me the antidote?" She shivered for a long time before she could finish her words. Lu Xingchen also gave her a sip of warming soup. Lu Xiaoqiao recovered quickly. She was given clothes and weapons, and stood side by side with her shivering brother. There was nothing she could do. It was cold, cold from the inside out. Lu Xingchen glanced at them and waved, "Let's go warm up." Lon Lon, the supervisor, while Lu Daqiao and Lu Xiaoqiao went to kill the giant ice rat, leaving it with only a breath of life, and then waited for Lu Xingchen to come and finish them off. Even elsewhere, everyone had noticed the changes in the wealth rankings. Lu Xingchen number 1 again. Chapter 692. Lu Xingchen robbed Lu Daqiao and Lu Xiaoqiao, obtaining their gold coins, and instantly becoming the top of the wealth list. Arctic Hunting Ground Wealth List. First place, Lu Xingchen, 642 gold coins. Second place, Xian Yuanlingyun, 593 gold coins. Xian Yuanlingyun had been keeping an eye on the wealth list, and upon noticing the changes, her brow furrowed. How did Lu Xingchen finally get to first place again? She scrutinized the list carefully, and suddenly realized that Lu Xingchen had just tied up Lu Daqiao and Lu Xiaoqiao. She must have killed them, and obtained their gold coins. No, she didn't seem to have seen the game announcement. In every hunting ground, there would be an announcement when the top 100 on the wealth and points lists were killed. There hadn't been any announcement just now. What the hell was going on? Did Lu Xingchen have a looting card? But since she had trapped Lu Daqio and Lu Xiaoqiao, why didn't she kill them? Wasn't she wasting the looting card? Is Lu Xingchen a saint? She had never expected Lu Xingchen to be so bold. Not only did he not kill them, but he actually made them work for him. Work for nothing. Not even a single gold coin was paid. Lu Daqio and Xiaoqiao were full of energy, constantly slaying giant ice rats. There was no other way. It was too cold. If I didn't exercise, I freeze. Lu Daqio and Lu Xiaoqiao toiled furiously, and Lu Xingchen also fought hard to kill rats. Her points steadily climbed, and she soon reached second place. The gap between her and Xianyuan Lingyun narrowed. Lu Daqio and Lu Xiaoqiao were the top two in District 45. Their fighting power was high, far more formidable than the people following Xianyuan Lingyun. They worked really hard, so naturally, they were very efficient. A few hours later, Lu Xingchen's points were back in first place. Their combined points were significantly higher than the third-place finishers. The chat channel in the Arctic hunting grounds was buzzing with discussion. Are top-ranked Lu Xingchen and second-ranked Xianyuan Lingyun going on a killing spree? How did their points increase so quickly? TSK, you're so ignorant. Xianyuan Lingyun is a member of the Xianyuan family, and she's got a whole team of people helping her score. What about Lu Xingchen? Who's helping her? Hey, I'm nearby. You won't be able to guess who they are. It's two people you never guess. Everyone's curiosity piqued, and they all asked, who? It's Lu Daqio and Lu Xiaoqiao, the first and second-ranked players in District 45. They've taken down the Icefield Giant. They killed the rats half to death, and gave them to Lu Xingchen. They're working for him. No way. Lu Daqio and Lu Xiaoqiao were so arrogant and domineering in our District 45. How did they end up working for someone else? I don't know. Lu Daqio and Lu Xiaoqiao were so respectful to Lu Xingchen. They were so fawning and servile. Hee. Xianyuan Lingyun saw it too, and her face changed. No wonder Lu Xingchen's points were rising so fast. No, this isn't the solution. Xianyuan Batian said that only by forcing Lu Xingchen into a desperate situation could they become Lu Xingchen's auxiliary mission personnel. They had to achieve this goal. Xianyuan Batian had even signed a military order with the clan. Now, the clan's trust in them was growing weaker and weaker. They couldn't afford to fail again. What should they do? Xianyuan Lingyun gritted his teeth and said, get the clan members from other districts here as soon as possible. With more people, they could defeat Lu Xingchen. One of them hesitated. Those closer have already arrived. The others are too far away. Xianyuan Lingyun, no matter how far, head this way. This is the family's order. She breathed a sigh of relief. Xianyuan Batian had sent her a large amount of gold coins, pooled from the family. In a blink of an eye, Xianyuan Lingyun was once again at the top of the wealth list. Lu Xingchen had been watching. She frowned. The Xianyuan family was very wealthy. Being at the top of the wealth list wasn't easy. Lu Daqio paused, looked at Lu Xingchen, and was about to say something when Lan yelled, what are you doing? Why are you slacking off again? Hurry, get to work. Lu Daqio smiled wryly. Lan was like a demanding taskmaster, not allowing them a moment's respite. They were truly exhausted. Lu Daqio, boss, there really are no ice rats around. Besides, if we stay out too long, we might pass out. It was time to head to the shelter to warm up. Lu Xingchen calculated the time. Indeed, it was time to go back. She hesitated. Should she give them some warming soup? With a warming soup, they could continue working. Otherwise, going to the shelter to warm up would waste nearly 2 hours of time going back and forth. She only had half a serving of warming soup left. She had already gathered a good supply of ginger and dragon's blood grass, and all she needed was the spring water. If she couldn't make the warming soup, she wouldn't dare use it carelessly. Reluctantly, Lu Xingchen waved his hand. Let's go to the shelter. Lu Daqio cheered inwardly, picked up his pickaxe, and excitedly rushed down the hillside. Lu Xiaoqiao followed closely behind. Lan was unhappy. It takes 15 minutes to get to the shelter from here, and you can still work for 5 minutes. Why are you slacking off? Lu Daqio nearly burst into tears. Lord Lan, we're really cold. Besides, there are no giant rats here, so we can't get much done in 5 minutes. Lan, who says we can't do anything? You can dig a hole? Maybe there's a giant ice rat's hole down there. Lu Daqio, impossible. Lan, who says impossible? Dig. This was Lan Lan's first time having subordinates. She'd just been beating and scolding Lu Daqiao, and she felt incredibly good. Lan Lan, dig dig. Don't stop, don't be lazy. Right here, dig. It pointed casually at the ground below. Lu Xingchen turned a blind eye. She was talking to Qin Shiro. Seeing that Lu Xingchen ignored Lan Lan, Lu Daqiao and Lu Xiaoqiao walked over, picked up their pickaxes, and began digging a hole in the ice. They weakly struck twice with their pickaxes, just hoping to get through these 5 minutes. Bang. Bang. 2 pickaxes went down. Clang. There was a slight sound. They ignored it and swung their pickaxes again. Pang. A drop of water splashed onto his face, a warm sensation. Lu Daqiao scraped at it, sighing with relief. There's water here. It can't be a rat hole. Master Lan Lan, we can't dig anymore. Lan Lan glanced down. What a waste. How can this water be so dirty? It flew forward a few meters. Come, dig here. The Lu family's second Qiao walked over with a mournful look on her face. Lan Lan was a real devil. Lu Xingchen took this opportunity to talk to Qin Shiro. The late spring hunting grounds were full of medicinal herbs. In just a few hours, Qin Shiro had already collected 12 dragon blood grass and 70 or 80 pieces of medicinal ginger. And the prices were very low. Gold coins at the hunting grounds were very valuable. Qin Shiro had spent less than 100 gold coins on these items. Lu Xingchen put away his things and looked up. Suddenly, he saw a small pool of dirty water in front of him. Where did this come from? This is an ice field. How could there still be unfrozen water? Lu Xingchen took a few steps forward and felt the water. Warm. Ding! Found the spring water. This is the spring water? Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. She had found the final ingredient for the warming soup. She immediately took out her mineral water bottle and collected the water. It was only a small puddle, but every time she scooped up water, it filled up. The water was gray and looked a little dirty, but it felt warm to the touch. It took Lu Xingchen a full 10 liters to fill it. While she was filling the water, Lu Daqiao and Lu Xiaoqiao were exhausted. In just a short while, they had dug a large hole in the ice. Although the time was up, Lu Xingchen hadn't left, and Lan Lan wouldn't leave either, so they didn't dare leave either. This delayed them for several more minutes. After Lu Xingchen finished filling his water tank, he said with a smile, Lan Lan, we don't need to go to the shelter. Let's go somewhere else and continue our search for the ice rat. Lu Daqiao and Lu Xiaoqiao were about to cry. What? Lu Xingchen, let's go get to work. Lu Daqiao and Lu Xiaoqiao were both helping him rack up points. She was going to make money selling warming soup. With this lucrative business, she never see Xianyuan Lingyun surpass her. Chapter 693. Lan Lan flew quickly finding another spot with more giant ice rats, and driving the exhausted Lu Daqiao and Lu Xiaoqiao there. The others continued to kill monsters. Qi Fangqi naturally followed. He had received Lu Haoyue's orders, and was helping Lu Xingchen gain points, so his points were currently quite low. Arriving at the monster spawning site, Lu Xingchen dodged and hid far away. Beneath a large ice mound, he began brewing a warming soup. Warming soup. Drinking warming soup can increase qi and blood, resist cold and maintain warmth, and maintain vitality in extreme cold weather. Required: warming soup recipe X1, qi and blood grass X2, medicinal ginger X8, Yunquan water X1. Do you want to make it, Lu Xingchen? Yes. Successful, obtaining 10 warming soups. Note: 1 warming soup is enough for 10 people. Lu Xingchen received 10 bags of reddish-brown liquid. It looked similar to ordinary Chinese herbal soup, but warm. She put it in her storage backpack. She only had 12 dragon blood grasses, enough to make 6 warming soups, a total of 60 servings. After finishing, she took a quick look at the chat channel. In the hunting channel, especially the Arctic hunting channel, everyone was already complaining. This is such a big deal. I'm far from the shelter, and it takes 2 hours to get there and back, and another hour to warm up. Forget about killing monsters, and all that back and forth. Tisk, it's obvious those upstairs haven't experienced the dangers of the human world. As soon as they leave the shelter, everyone starts fighting. Entering and exiting the shelter is like a life or death experience. That's right, and some people are just targeting players leaving the shelter, killing them every time they emerge. Someone was killed before even entering the shelter. Haha, thank goodness we didn't run into Lu Daqiao and Lu Xiaoqiao from Area 45. Those two are ruthless. If we encountered something like that, they definitely have been ambushing players outside the shelter. Hey, why are Lu Daqiao and Lu Xiaoqiao so low-key today? Chief Fangxi was resting when he saw the chat, and couldn't help but read it to Dachio and Xiaoqiao, laughing. Dachio and Xiaoqiao, are you guys so reputable? Lu Xiaoqiao and Dachio were practically exhausted. Lon Lon was like a capitalist exploiting his laborers, not allowing them even a penny of rest. Not even a chance to breathe. They were so exhausted they couldn't even move, practically living a life worse than death. Both of them had arrogant personalities. After being oppressed for so long, they were already filled with resentment. Lu Xiaoqiao couldn't help but retort, you think you have a good reputation? Haha, the dumbest person in District 8. Chief Fangxi was displeased. What? Who said that? Who's ruining my reputation? Lu Xiaoqiao sneered. Haha. Chief Fangxi, what do you mean? Lu Xiaoqiao, think about it yourself, you idiot. They hated him. If they hadn't run into Chief Fangxi, and Chief Fangxi looked so foolish, perhaps they wouldn't have looked down on Lu Xingchen. In that case, perhaps they would have been more prepared, or acted more cautiously, or even given up. They wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Lon Lon shouted, what are you doing? Lazy? Lu Xiaoqiao, what are you doing? Lon Lon, wait, I lure a pack of giant ice rats over here and leave you alone. It kept its word, immediately attracting a large group of giant ice rats with its clamor. Lu Dachio and Lu Xiaoqiao were horrified. No, we can't win. Lu Xingchen had looted all their defense and speed cards. They'd been fighting tooth and nail, so how could they possibly defeat so many? The two were in a state of panic. Lon Lon didn't care, shouting loudly. At that moment, Lu Xingchen finished making warm-up soup and rushed over, only to find the place in chaos. With Lu Xingchen's help, Lu Dachio and Lu Xiaoqiao fought tooth and nail to kill all the ice rats. Lu Xiaoqiao was about to cry, Boss, how about this? Let's go kill those people on the leaderboard. They have a lot of points. Killing them will earn us even more. Lu Dachio, right. Kill players. They earn more points. Chief Fangxi had just reminded them, why bother killing ice rats? Go kill those people on the leaderboard, earn a huge amount of points. With a little luck, they slip up and kill those people, and they be in the top 100. When the time came to move, they would stay far away from Lu Xingchen, and see how he could command them. Lu Dachio and Lu Xiaoqiao exchanged glances, each seeing surprise in the other's eyes. Lu Dachio, go kill. Lu Xiaoqiao, yes. Stand guard near the shelter, and kill whoever you see. Otherwise, use the location card to see which people on the leaderboard are nearby and kill them. Killing people was good, at least they could rest on the way. Killing giant rats like this would tire them out. Chief Fangxi, hey Xiao Lu, 2 people's points have gone up. Xiao Lu, you only be third. Lu Dachio's eyes lit up, we have to go kill people. Lu Xingchen glanced at the leaderboard. The other two's points might have gone up for other reasons. Killing a beast is safer than killing a person. What if the Xiao and Xiao were killing someone in the top 10, and suddenly slipped up and killed them? There were too many uncertainties. Lu Xingchen, kill the ice rat. Lon Lon, look around and see if there are any other beasts. Lon Lon responded and flew away, leaving Mimi to oversee the operation. Lu Xingchen had warming soup and released Mimi, giving it some and letting it oversee the operation. She was considering how to sell the soup. She didn't want to do it herself. Gold coins are transferable, so she didn't need to hold onto them all. That way, she could let Xian Yuanlingyun down. She could wait until the last possible moment to retrieve the gold. Even if the Xian Yuan family was large, if Xian Yuanlingyun wanted all the gold, he would have to negotiate with others. It wouldn't be possible to obtain it quickly. By then, she would have firmly established herself at the top of the wealth list. Of course, there might be other capable individuals, so she could only do her best. Lu Xingchen thought for a moment, and discussed the matter with Qin Wuchuan. Qin Wuchuan, understanding her concerns, immediately said, give me the warming soup. I have a few people sell it, dividing the gold among them, and then give it to you. Lu Xingchen was pleased and added, I've also prepared warming soup for you all. Use it so you don't waste time going back and forth to the shelter. After the discussion, she gave 50 containers of warming soup to Qin Wuchuan. She gave the remaining 10 to Qi Linyu. Qi Linyu was her man, and even in District 33, few people knew of their relationship. Letting Qi Linyu sell, it would prevent anyone from thinking it was her. Qin Wuchuan instructed Qin Shiro to increase her efforts to collect dragon blood grass and medicinal ginger, while she had people selling the warming soup. Then, on the extreme cold channel, someone started selling warming soup. Xiaoxiaoyu, 1 serving of warming soup, each serving will keep you warm for 5 hours plus, no need to return to the shelter, auction now. Everyone was worried about the ambush near the shelter, and seeing this, they were immediately excited. 10 gold coins. Haha, so stingy. You're only giving me 10 gold coins for something that can save your life? Me 30 gold coins. Fool, you're driving up the price. Raise it if you want. I can't find a shelter right now, and I'm going to pass out in half an hour. Warming soup can save my life, and no one wants to compete with me for it. Me 35 gold coins. Give it to me. I'm going to pass out soon, and I trade all my gold for a serving of warming soup for 50 gold coins. Chapter 694. Lu Xingchen took a quick look. He immediately understood that at least 2 of them were shills. They were sent by Qin Wuchuan. In reality, some people were able to find shelter, while others were unlucky and stayed far from the shelter, or simply strayed too far and got lost. It was almost time to warm up, so they desperately needed the warming soup. It truly was a lifesaver. In the atmosphere of the auction, after Qin Wuchuan's various shills appeared, a single container of warming soup fetched 150 gold coins. Lu Xingchen felt that this person must be an important figure. Perhaps they had just dug up a treasure chest, or perhaps they were a gang leader nearly freezing to death, and the gang members were pooling their gold coins to buy him some warming soup. Half an hour after the auction for 1 container of warming soup was over, Qin Wuchuan sent someone to auction off the second. Moreover, he also began to have people increase their purchases of medicinal ginger and dragon's blood grass at the late spring hunting grounds, so Lu Xingchen would soon be able to brew a second batch of warming soup. With Qin Wuchuan around, Lu Xingchen knew his spot on the wealth list was almost secure. Qin Wuchuan was truly a talent. Lu Xingchen decided that if anything good happened in the future, he would definitely help Qin Wuchuan and his crew. As for Qi Lingyu, she took a different approach. She sold the warming soup on nearby channels at a price slightly lower than the auction price. That way, it would sell faster. With the warming soup issue taken care of, the wealth list would also be taken care of. Lu Xingchen began to monitor the leaderboard. Lu Daqio and Lu Xiaoqiao were tired, their efficiency declining. Now, she and Xian Yuanlingyun were 3rd and 4th on the leaderboard, respectively. Lu Xingchen felt that relying solely on Daqio and Xiaoqiao was no longer enough. While she was pondering, Lan Lan flew back and whispered to Lu Xingchen, "Xiao Lu, I saw Xian Yuanlingyun over there." They seemed to be arguing, talking about a reserve force. Lu Xingchen was stunned. What reserve force? Lan Lan, it's far away, I can't hear clearly. Lu Xingchen immediately said to Qi Fangxin, "You keep an eye on them. I go over there." She put Mimi into the pet bag, climbed on Lan Lan's back, and flew off in one direction. After a while, they arrived at a valley. As expected, they could see Xian Yuanlingyun in the distance. Several people were standing there, talking incoherently. Lu Xingchen asked Lan Lan to come down, and she let Mimi out to listen. Mimi pricked up her ears, using her super hearing. "Xian Yuanlingyun, why haven't they arrived yet?" Unknown voice, "They're about to gather. Many people are setting traps to kill players. It's too dangerous." "Xian Yuanlingyun, we've been waiting too long." Unknown voice, "Don't worry. Let's stay up all night and keep killing giant rats. With so many people, we can definitely defeat Lu Xingchen." Xian Yuanlingyun sighed, "That's good. I'm under too much pressure." Unknown voice, "Don't worry. 8 people from our clan have arrived, including Xian Yuanxiao, Xiuxi, and Xiaowu. With them here, your points will be no problem." Xian Yuanlingyun finally relaxed a little. "That's good." Lu Xingchen instantly understood. Xian Yuanlingyun was lagging behind in points, and anxiously, he mobilized 8 more people from the clan. 8 people, Lu Xingchen frowned. This would make it difficult for her to surpass Xian Yuanlingyun. But 8 people, what if? An idea struck her, and she used a location card to try to locate Xian Yuanxiao, whom Xian Yuanlingyun had mentioned. Location card. Xian Yuanxiao is 5.6 kilometers away, coordinates XXXXX. Very close. Lu Xingchen immediately said to Lan Lan, "Let's go back first." She quickly led Lan Lan back to their original location. Meanwhile, since Lan Lan was away, Lu Daqio and Lu Xiaoqiao took a break and had a few minutes rest, even arguing with Qi Fangxin. "Qi Fangxin, get back to work." "Lu Xiaoqiao, who do you think you are? The dumbest person in District 8. Lan Lan rushed over roaring, "Who told you to sit down?" "Huh? Lazy bastards. Lan Lan, you're so tall, and you're just slacking off instead of working. How dare you? Ugly, tall, fat, lazy, useless bastards." Lu Daqio and Lu Xiaoqiao were being scolded profusely. They had never been scolded like this in their lives. Their faces flushed and blue. Lan Lan's tongue is truly vicious. Lu Dachi was about to cry. Boss, we're truly exhausted. How about we go kill some people? Lu Xingchen, I find you some helpers. If you can take them down, I promote you to team leader. Lu Shichu's eyes lit up. Really? They also want to slack off and curse at others, like Lan Lan. Lu Xingchen, yeah, but they're better. Lu Dachi was excited. Don't worry, we're better. We're at the top of District 45, specializing in traps, murder, robbery, and theft. Lu Xingchen, we definitely take care of those guys. Lu Xingchen, okay, then it's up to you. She instructed Lan Lan to go to the coordinates she had just located, and then discuss countermeasures with Lu Daqiu and Xiao Qiao. The nearby channel suddenly became lively. Gao Dafu Ba. You dare to rob your grandfather? Go to hell. Xian Yuan Shower. What the hell you dare to insult us? Do you know who we are? Gao Dafu. Oh, who are you? The Mantis Squad? Xian Yuan Shower. Haha, we're from the Xian Yuan family. If you know what's good for you, give me that puppy. Xian Yuan Lingyun. Waiter, Xiasi Xiaowu, come here. Xian Yuan Shower. Wait a minute, I need help. Hey, Gao Dafu. Gao Dafu had a rough time chasing Lu Xingchen. He kept falling into snow caves and getting mugged. Every step was a challenge, and he couldn't catch up. Lu Xingchen privately messaged, What's wrong, Dafu? Gao Dafu replied, Don't mention it. A bunch of guys, long-legged and long-armed like mantises, took a fancy to my Yanbao. Luckily, I'm a fast runner. Lu Xingchen, I avenge you. Come on. Excellent. Xian Yuan Shower was so busy chasing Gao Dafu that he didn't even bother going to Xian Yuan Lingyun's place. This also indirectly shows that Xian Yuan Shower has some ability, even going so far as to disobey Xian Yuan Lingyun's orders. This guy is not bad. He must be a high-quality worker. Lu Xingchen told Gao Dafu the coordinates, then quickly set several traps on the snow. Thorn traps, quicksand traps, and so on. He then had Xiao Bai call over the chatterbox and the mute, and gave them instructions one by one. Lu Daqiu volunteered, Boss, give me that poison pill. I poison them later. Their goal isn't to kill, they're looking for workers. Looking for high-quality workers. Lu Xingchen gave Lu Daqiu a cooling pill. It wasn't an antidote anyway, so there was no need to worry about him causing trouble. Gao Dafu had already fled this way, and Xian Yuan Shower and his men gave chase. Halfway through, two goofy tigers suddenly jumped out. They were Chatterbox and Mute. Chatterbox yelled, I own this mountain, I planted this tree. If you pass by, leave your body behind. Awoo! Mute, awoo. Xian Yuan Shirsa's eyes lit up. Shower, my pets are here too. I want the talking one. Xian Yuan Xiaowu. I want the mute one who can croak. Xian Yuan Shower didn't care. Okay, you guys stay here with the others. I go after Fatty. Don't worry, I can do it alone. Xian Yuan Xiaoxi and Xiaowu led two people to catch the tigers, while the other three followed Xian Yuan Shower in pursuit of Gao Dafu. After a few more steps, suddenly, with a bleat, a snow-white lamb appeared nearby, staring at the group with its large, innocent eyes. Xian Yuan Shower, oh such tender lamb. It's been ages since I've had a whole roast lamb. He said decisively, leave one person to catch the lamb, the rest of you follow me. There were 8 of them, so they split into 4 groups. He led 2 others to continue chasing Gao Dafu. Lu Xingchen had already learned of their situation through Lan Lan. She looked at Lu Daqiu and Lu Xiaoqiao. Xian Yuan Shower has 2 men with him. Can you 2 handle them? Lu Daqiu said arrogantly. Of course, haha, we're at the top of District 45. No matter how powerful the Xian Yuan family was, they couldn't compare to them. Besides, Lu Xingchen had a trap. There was also Gao Dafu and Yin Bao, and Qi Fangxin. Although Qi Fangxin was a bit of a fool, he was quite capable. Lu Xingchen assessed them, and felt they were no match. She immediately took Lan Lan to find Mim Ye. 8 excellent workers. She couldn't let any of them go. Chapter 695. Lu Xingchen went to find Mim first. When she arrived, the man had been beaten to a pulp by Mim. Furious and anxious, he mustered all his strength, determined to catch the little lamb. He lunged forward, and Lu Xingchen swung his snake whip with a snap, striking him on the back. Ah! The man turned and glanced at Lu Xingchen, stunned. He looked at the little lamb, then back at Lu Xingchen. His mind raced, but he couldn't seem to grasp the answer. Huh? It's so ugly. Isn't it Lu Xingchen? Lu Xingchen's disguise was still there. Lu Xingchen chuckled and swung the snake whip again. Quickly, She subdued the man, and then threatened to feed him a cooling pill. Using the same method, she frightened him, making him think he'd been poisoned. He then reluctantly took out the contents of his backpack one by one. Lu Xingchen didn't use the looting card. She felt this person's strength was average and unworthy of use. Sure enough, this person only had a few gold coins, all of which were said to have been given to Xianyuan Lingyun. He only had a few basic cards in his hand, such as summon cards and defense cards. After subduing this person, Gao Dafu also reported, "Done." Lu Xingchen was surprised. So fast. Gao Dafu, these two hired workers you've hired are quite formidable. They're very powerful. Xianyuan Shower is no match for them. Lu Xingchen thought for a moment, and immediately turned back. Xianyuan Shower and his two men were already bound and gagged. This was to prevent them from contacting the others. Furthermore, these three men had been given cooling pills, and were shivering, practically freezing. Lu Xingchen threw his hand into the snow. "Let's go and capture the remaining ones." It must be said that most of the Xianyuan family members were elite. However, the 5 on Lu Xingchen's side were exceptionally powerful, among the best in their respective districts. With the attack coming from all sides, they simply couldn't hold out. Soon, they were all captured and given cooling pills. Furthermore, they were caught at the moment of greatest carelessness, without even having time to say a word on the nearby channel or contact Xianyuan Lingyun. Lu Xingchen threw the 8 of them together. Very satisfied now, all 8 believed they had been poisoned and would soon die, and they were terrified. When death approaches, few can hold out. Lu Daqiao, Lu Xiaoqiao, and Lan Lan worked together, using both deception and intimidation, and the 8 of them quickly became obedient. No one was a fool. How could they not behave in such a situation? Lu Xingchen was even more satisfied. Neither of them was foolish. Hearing that only Lu Xingchen had the antidote, they all behaved perfectly. Seeing Lan Lan, then thinking of the little lamb from before, and then seeing Gao Dafu, they realized it was Lu Xingchen who had captured them. They had no ill intentions. This had to do with Xianyuan Baishan's propaganda. Xianyuan Batian had used considerable family resources against Lu Xingchen, seeking resources and providing excuses for his own failures. He always exaggerated, portraying Lu Xingchen as cunning, powerful, and brutal, practically invincible. The Xianyuan family members weren't prepared to play tricks, fearing they might lose their lives if they weren't careful. Only Xianyuan Shower had a slight ulterior motive. Lu Xingchen pointed at Xianyuan Shower and said, "Do you have a plunder card? If you have one, you can live. If you don't, you die." Xianyuan Shower was stunned for a moment. "No." Lu Xingchen immediately drew her Changhong sword. In a flash, her blade reached Xianyuan Shia's neck. Xianyuan Shower, terrified, cried out, "Slow down. I can ask the family for it." Lu Xingchen's sword rested on Xianyuan Shia's neck. With a slight movement, a trace of blood oozed from Shia's neck. "Lu Xingchen, should you? That's too much trouble. I can't wait." She was betting that Xianyuan Shower and the other 8 had the plunder card. She had seen Xianyuan Baishan's supplies. He had quite a bit of good stuff. It was said that Xianyuan Shower was very powerful. Lu Daqiao and Lu Xiaoqiao had struggled for a long time to restrain him. Someone so powerful must have a lot of good stuff. Xianyuan Shower gritted his teeth. "Xiuxi and Xiaowu, bring out the plunder card." He understood. Lu Xingchen was indeed as cunning and brutal as the rumor said. "Don't mess with me. He won't dare play tricks again." Xianyuan Xiuxi and Xianyuan Xiaowu reluctantly took out a plunder card each. Lu Xingchen used the 2 plunder cards, plus her own, to ruthlessly plunder Xianyuan Shower, Xiuxi, and Xiaowu's supplies. Her storage backpack was full, so she had to give some to Gao Dafu. The 3 of them had quite a bit of supplies, especially Xianyuan Shower, who actually had Yunquan water. She hadn't examined the rest of the supplies closely, only noticing a few unusual cards, such as a truth card and a puppet card. Lu Xingchen, holding the final plunder card, said to the other 5, "Take out all the supplies you have. If you lie and keep anything you shouldn't, I kill you all." The other 5 had much less stuff in their possession, only a few gold coins, which they likely gave to Xianyuan Lingyun. After the looting was complete, Lu Xingchen said to Lu Daqiao and Lu Xiaoqiao, "Take them and work." Lu Daqiao exclaimed excitedly, "Great! Finally, I can pick up my whip and lash out at the little slaves. They're now liberated serfs, singing their praises. Finally, they have permanent servants." Poor Xianyuan Shower and the other 8, armed only with weapons and basic equipment, followed Lu Daqiao and Lu Xiaoqiao in search of the Icefield giant rat. It was already dark. They set up their night shining pearls and fought by candlelight, Xian Yuan Lingyun had already called countless times on the nearby channel. Xian Yuan Lingyun, Shower, are you there yet? Why aren't you replying? Xian Yuan Lingyun, Shower Xiasi Xiaowu, are you in trouble? Answer me now. Xian Yuan Lingyun, if you don't speak, I use the location card. Lu Xingchen frowned. Xian Yuan Lingyun still has 7 or 8 men under his command. If she discovers them, there might be a fierce battle. What if one of these 8 is foolish enough to rebel? After all, these 8 are members of the Xian Yuan family. Asking them to help kill monsters and earn points might work under threat of death, but asking them to kill each other is definitely not an option. Lu Xingchen said to Xian Yuan Shower, don't let Xian Yuan Lingyun come over. Xian Yuan Shower also saw Xian Yuan Lingyun's words, but since Lu Xingchen hadn't allowed it, he didn't dare interrupt. When Xian Yuan Lingyun said he was coming, he broke out in a cold sweat. Why would Xian Yuan Lingyun come over? What if Lu Xingchen asked them to kill each other? Would they kill them or not? If they did, how would they get along with the Xian Yuan family in the future? If they didn't, what if Lu Xingchen got angry and refused to give them the antidote? They're freezing right now, almost dying. He actually felt relieved that Lu Xingchen had asked him to handle this matter. Xian Yuan Shower said on a nearby channel, I have something to do. Don't come over. I find you when I'm done. Xian Yuan Lingyun, what's going on? Xian Yuan Shower, don't ask. Xian Yuan Lingyun was anxious. What about my points? Xian Yuan Shower, what do I care about you? Get lost. Chapter 696. Xian Yuan Shower was so fed up. He wasn't from District 26, he was at the top of District 76. Xiao Si and Xiao Wu were in the same district, both in the top 10. They were very capable, but unfortunately, District 76 had relatively few Xian Yuan clan members. During this time, they had surrendered a lot of supplies to help Xian Yuan Batian and Xian Yuan Lingyun from District 26. This time, they were also supposed to help Xian Yuan Lingyun gain points and get him all their gold coins. He wasn't happy about it to begin with. In his opinion, Xian Yuan Batian and Xian Yuan Lingyun were of average ability, far inferior to himself. Why did the clan always favor them with resources? Not only had they previously requested a dozen people to help Xian Yuan Lingyun, but they also had to transfer these 8 people over. If Xian Yuan Lingyun was such a loser, he shouldn't have fought for first place. It was a waste of money and manpower, a complete bummer. Now, the 8 of them had been poisoned and were on the verge of death, and yet Xian Yuan Lingyun was still obsessed with the points. Who the hell is Xian Yuan Lingyun? Xian Yuan Shower was furious. Don't locate me, don't look for me, get out. Xian Yuan Lingyun was shocked. Over here, Lu Xingchen was sorting through supplies. These 8 people had a lot of stuff, and many of it was rare. She also found something interesting. Ice Cave White Bear Taming Card. Ice Cave White Bear Taming Card. Use this card to tame an Ice Cave White Bear, and the White Bear will obey your orders, and there were 2 White Bear Taming Cards. Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. If only she had an Ice Cave White Bear. With an Ice Cave White Bear, she could drive an ice cart, but where is the Ice Cave White Bear? In the chat channel, everyone is busy killing Icefield giant rats, Icefield snow rabbits, and the like, but no one has mentioned the Ice Cave White Bear yet. By this time, Lu Dachio and Lu Xiaoqiao had found a giant ice rat cave and rushed in with their men. The 2 men finally turned over, naturally cursing. Hurry up, haven't you eaten yet? Slacking off again. Why are you so lazy, you losers? It's just 2 giant ice rats, and you've been dawdling here for ages. Can you fight them or not? If not, beat them to death. Paw, little loser and old loser. Xian Yuan Shower and the others were stunned by the scolding. They were all gifted children. When had they ever been scolded like that? Besides, they had heard of Lu Dachio and Lu Xiaoqiao, the top dogs in District 45. They heard that these 2 were highly skilled, brutal, no-nonsense, and decisive. I've never heard of these 2 people being so foul-mouthed. What a shame. Lon Lon rushed in. What are you doing? Get to work. Xiaoqiao, don't think you can slack off just because you're a captain. Get to work, you useless piece of shit. Xian Yuan Shower, He seemed to understand something. Lon Lon was about to start scolding, but Lu Xingchen called out, Come Lon Lon, do me a favor. She quietly instructed Lon Lon to look around and see if there were any other exotic beast gathering places, especially keeping an eye out for Ice Cave people and Ice Cave White Bears. There should be some Ice Cave White Bears in the Arctic hunting grounds. Lon Lon was reluctant. Little Lu, why do you always make me fly? I like being an overseer, not a patrolman. Lu Xingchen coaxed it, not a patrolman, but a vanguard. A truly powerful vanguard. Lon Lon was still unhappy. Let the little lamb go. It's idle. Gao Dafu interrupted. Mimi can't fly, and can't get as small as you. Lil Lon Lon, only you can do this. Lon Lon thought about it, and felt proud. Oh, that's right. The little lamb is pretty useless. I go. Who made me so capable? Lu Xingchen, right? Those who are capable deserve more work. Lu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief after sending Lon Lon out. What if Lon Lon, with her ability to scold, had turned a bunch of district leaders into psychopaths? Lu Daqiu and Lu Xiaoqiao were already a little out of control. A group of workers were desperately trying to kill giant rats. Lu Xingchen asked Gao Dafu and Min to keep an eye on them. They were both cunning, so that group couldn't fool them. Qi Fangxin was a chatterbox and easily deceived, so it was better to keep him around. Lu Xingchen made another batch of warming soup and gave it to Qin Wuchuan and Qi Lingyu. Now, she had time to chat with Lu Haoyue. Qi Fangxin was the middleman. Lu Haoyue was in the severe winter hunting grounds, feeling a bit frustrated. Xingxing, I've been calling out in every channel for ages, but how come no one knows your sister-in-law's name? Lu Haoyue, there are people from 12 districts here, how could she not know? Lu Xingchen sighed. There are indeed people from 12 districts here, but these are only a portion of Yan Nation's first district. With so many districts, who knows where Tang Huan is? She could only console him. Brother, don't worry, take your time. Since Lu Haoyue had been calling out in the chat channel for so long and no one had contacted him, it seemed likely that Tang Huan wasn't with him during this big hunt. Seeing Lu Haoyue's dismay, Lu Xingchen quickly said, Brother, I have a quest and need a quest helper. Did Qi Fangxin tell you? Lu Xingchen feigned worry. This quest is difficult. I'm afraid I can't complete it. What if I can't? Lu Haoyue immediately said, I know. I was halfway through the previous quest, so I'm qualified to be a quest helper. Set me as the other quest helper, and I help you. He immediately shifted his focus. Lu Xingchen said he was worried about the punishment if the mission wasn't completed, so he had to find a way to help her. Seeing Lu Haoyue perked up, Lu Xingchen felt relieved. He assigned Chu Hongyi and Lu Haoyue as his assistants, and asked Qi Fangxin to send the warming soup to Lu Haoyue, ending the chat. Elsewhere, Xianyuan Lingyun was frantic. Xianyuan Shower was incredibly powerful, even more capable than Xianyuan Batian, so she didn't dare order him around. But not only did Xianyuan Shower not come over, he wouldn't let her go find him. What would happen to her points? The night passed in the blink of an eye. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Lu Daqiao, Lu Xiaoqiao, and a few other workers were still working hard. Thanks to their efforts, Lu Xingchen's points had skyrocketed, firmly securing the top spot. On the leaderboard, Xianyuan Lingyun had long since fallen to 8th place. Relying on the gold coins from the rest of the family, Xianyuan Lingyun barely managed to maintain his top spot on the wealth list. At this time, the wealth rankings also underwent dramatic changes. First, Xianyuan Lingyun. Second, Qin Wuchuan. Third, Xia Xiaoyu. Fourth, Qi Lingyu. Fifth, Yin Xiaolin. Sixth, Zhu Xiaoyu. Seventh, Lu Xingchen. Soon, someone noticed something unusual. Hey, the Jihan wealth ranking is unusual. 2nd through 7th are all from District 33. Where are the bigwigs from other districts? What? 2nd through 7th are all from District 33? District 33 is dominating the list? They look familiar. Aren't these the bigwigs who sell warming soup? You know what? Selling warming soup is a lucrative business, and it's made several wealthy people. Huh? Big news. 2nd, 3rd, 5th, and 6th are all Qin Wuchuan's people. Strange. Why didn't he keep all the gold coins for himself? If he had kept all the gold coins, he would have surpassed Xianyuan Lingyun and become the number 1 on the wealth rankings. Everyone was buzzing. Xianyuan Lingyun took a closer look, a worried look welling up in her eyes. Yes, if Qin Wuchuan had all the gold coins, he'd definitely take first place. What should she do? No, she still needs gold coins. Damn it, what's going on with Xianyuan Shower? Thankfully, there's still a little over a day left. She had to quickly contact her clan and ask for support, at least call back Xianyuan Shower, and the others. Xianyuan Lingyun couldn't help herself and used a location card. The location showed that Xianyuan Shower was about 20 kilometers away. Not too far. She was lost in thought when someone next to her said, Huh? Wire Shower, and the others helping Lu Xingchen. Xianyuan Lingyun was shocked. What? Chapter 697. Xianyuan Lingyun's companion said, Look at the chat channel. Someone's discussing something. Xianyuan Lingyun quickly opened the Jihan chat channel, which was bustling with activity. Guess who I saw? De Qiao and Xiao Qiao, the top two in District 45, and Xianyuan Xiao Er, the top in District 76. They're actually together. Oh my god, so many toppers, are they trying to defy the odds? Haha, there's something even more shocking. Tell me. They all call someone their boss. Oh my god, they actually have a boss. If not, who could be their boss? Impossible, you heard wrong. They're all at the top or near the front of the list in each district. They're the elite of the elite, and no one is willing to give in to the other. Killing monsters together is a blessing. How could they have a boss? Even if Xianyuan Xiao Er is from the Xianyuan family, he can't have a boss. I know him. He's incredibly arrogant. Lu De Qiao and Lu Xiao Qiao are also arrogant. Not only arrogant, but also overbearing. Everyone was talking, saying the person had misheard. The man refused to accept the news. I'm telling the truth. Come on, I take a screenshot. He took a screenshot. Because he was quite far away, the figures in the picture were very small, but their features could be vaguely discerned. There were quite a few people in the picture. About a dozen or so. Most of them were gathered together, bustling about in droves of giant ice rats. Everyone was busy. Look closely, and you could see the weariness on their faces. Only one fat man was smiling, looking contented. Another one, looking rather silly, was also quite cheerful. Not far away, another girl stood. The girl lowered her head slightly, her long ponytail draping over her shoulders, as if she were looking at something. After seeing this picture, the players became even more excited. I know them. Lu Daqiao, Lu Xiaoqiao, Xianyuan Xiao Xiaoxi Xiaowu. Oh my god, so many amazing people. The bosses are having a meeting, right? But why do I feel like you all look a little tired? You've been working so hard. Take a break if you're tired. So many giant ice rats. The bosses are the bosses. I admire you. But, they killed so many giant ice rats, so why aren't they at the top of the leaderboard? Ah, I noticed too. Xianyuan Xiao and the others were clearly in the top 20 before, but after one night, how come they dropped so much? Yeah, they're almost off the leaderboard. How strange. The crowd chatted non-stop. Lu Xingchen's disguise card had expired, revealing her true appearance. In the screenshot, she was exactly as she was. Soon, someone in District 33 recognized her. Wow, isn't that big boss Lu Xingchen? Haha, that's our District 33 leader. So there's another leader? Amazing. What are the leaders in Districts 33, 45, and 76 doing? At this point, the player who posted the screenshot said, Huh? That girl is Lu Xingchen? Those people just kept calling her boss. She's their boss. I heard it again. It's true. They're all calling Lu Xingchen boss. Oh, those guys are crying and asking for a break. They say they've been working all night, and if they don't rest, they're going to die. The player said excitedly. The chat room erupted in excitement. How is that possible? Of course not. Didn't you see Lu Xingchen's ridiculously high points? Yeah, didn't you see how Lu Daqiao, Lu Xiaoqiao, and Xianyuan Xiao all dropped significantly in the leaderboard? Ah, it's true. Lu Xingchen hired a bunch of top-ranked players to work for her. That's why she's so incredibly number one. Haha, I knew it. Boss Lu is amazing. I say it again. She's the top-ranked player in District 33. Yes. I'm so impressed with Boss Lu. She's the eternal king of District 33. Everyone was in a state of confusion. As for how Lu Xingchen managed to get so many top-ranked players to work for her, there were many different theories. The players in District 33 immediately erupted in excitement. Is Boss Lu showing off again? I knew he'd dominate the leaderboard once the hunt started. No matter how many districts there are, Boss Lu will always be number one. No matter how many top-ranked players there are, Boss Lu is his boss. Haha. The chat room was buzzing with activity. Xianyuan Lingyun read it from beginning to end. Even after she finished, the discussion in the chat channel hadn't stopped. Xianyuan Lingyun's face was extremely grim. She was furious. No wonder Xianyuan Xiao couldn't come over. It turned out he was working for Lu Xingchen. How dare he? She knew Xianyuan Xiao had always been dissatisfied with him, and often refused to cooperate. She had never expected that at such a critical moment, he would actually turn against them, and help Lu Xingchen. It was too much. Xianyuan Lingyun had never considered that Lu Xingchen had forced them. After all, there were 8 of them, Xianyuan Xiao and his group. No matter how powerful Lu Xingchen was, could he defeat 8 of them? Could she possibly make the 8 of them obey? She believed Xianyuan Xiao had done it on purpose. Xianyuan Lingyun couldn't help herself and immediately told Xianyuan Batian about it. Xianyuan Batian gritted his teeth and said, Lu Xingchen must have been controlling them. Xianyuan Lingyun was surprised. How is that possible? Xianyuan Batian, with Lu Xingchen, nothing is impossible. After saying this, Xianyuan Batian felt powerless for the first time. However, he quickly suppressed the feeling and said to Xianyuan Lingyun, Lingyun, go investigate how Lu Xingchen is controlling them. Rescue them as soon as possible. We still have 1 day, you still have a chance. Xianyuan Lingyun was silent for a moment. Brother, I'm afraid I don't have the ability. Right now, if I don't go to Lu Xingchen, we can still live in peace. If I go maybe I just become a wage earner. Xianyuan Lingyun was cautious. After a while, she said, if something happens to me, all the gold coins will go to Lu Xingchen. That way, even the wealth list would be lost. Xianyuan Lingyun thought for a moment, how about sending others over? Even if the others were worse off than Xianyuan Shower, and the others, more people would be helpful. Xianyuan Batian smiled bitterly. Lingyun, it's no use. I applied, but the clan leader disagrees. After all, he's already given nearly 20 of us. Xianyuan Lingyun helplessly said, okay. Xianyuan Batian comforted her. It would be too costly for the rest of us to come, but the clan leader will have all the gold coins given to you. You'd definitely be at the top of the wealth list. That was the only way. The Arctic hunting grounds were huge, and those closest to Xianyuan Lingyun had already arrived. It would take too long for others to arrive, and the effort wouldn't be worth it. Xianyuan Batian was confident. I'd be number 1 on both the points and wealth rankings. Taking on Lu Xingchen is no problem. After the two finished their discussion, Xianyuan Lingyun continued to focus on killing monsters. She still had 7 or 8 other people, and even if they couldn't match Lu Xingchen's speed, they could still barely stay in the top 10. Elsewhere, Lu Xingchen let the workers rest. They had been working all night and were exhausted. They lay sprawled on the snow, their strength gone. Besides, they hadn't eaten. Now they were cold, hungry, exhausted, and sleepy. They were miserable. Chapter 698. Lu Xingchen, out of kindness, set up a barbecue grill and heated up the lamb skewers and lamb legs they had eaten. After dinner and a short rest, it was almost 9 o'clock. Suddenly, the number of people in the extreme cold chat channel dropped rapidly. Someone noticed this and was very curious. What's going on? Why are so many people suddenly gone? Dead. There were 7 or 8 massive avalanches in total. Many people were buried before they could react. It's terrible. It's abhorrent. Why did so many people die in the extreme cold hunting ground? In fact, in less than 24 hours, 1/3 of the people in the extreme cold hunting ground have died. Avalanche? Lu Xingchen frowned as she looked at the chat channel. She looked up and saw that they were currently at the base of a low snow mound. However, a little further ahead was a tall snow mountain. Lu Xingchen estimated that even if an avalanche occurred on that high snow mountain, it wouldn't endanger this side. Thankfully, it was safe. However, the number of players in the channel continued to decrease. At 9 a.m., the game suddenly announced, due to an unusual avalanche in the Arctic hunting grounds, resulting in heavy casualties among players, the first phase will be ended early, with the first transition beginning at 10 a.m. today. The transition rules have been slightly changed. The first 1,000 players to reach the Arctic hunting grounds will qualify for the transition. Please be prepared. The announcement was met with an outcry. The Arctic hunting grounds have turned out to be a blessing in disguise. The first 1,000 players have qualified. Haha, do you want this blessing? How many times has the Arctic hunting grounds experienced unusual events? People are almost dead. What's the point of leaving the top 1,000? There are still hundreds of thousands of people trapped in the extreme cold. Stop complaining, and strive to get into the top 1,000. Lu Xingchen was delighted. Fortunately, she started calculating her points and wealth immediately, so she could move to another location today. The sooner she could enter the Deathland hunting ground, the better. She took stock. She was secure first place in the standings, now a distant first. With Lu Daqiao, Xianyuan Shower, and others, her points would only accumulate faster and faster. The wealth ranking was still a bit uncertain. She wondered how much gold the Xianyuan family would be willing to give Xianyuan Lingyun. She just couldn't believe that with so many people in the Xianyuan family, they could pin all their hopes on Xianyuan Lingyun. Could it be that the Xianyuan family was completely wiped out? Suddenly, a message popped up. Xianyuan Linglong wants to communicate with you across regions. Do you agree, Xianyuan Linglong? Her again? Lu Xingchen, having nothing else to do, answered the call. A clear, gentle voice rang out. Hello, Lu Xingchen. I'm Xianyuan Linglong. Xianyuan Batian and I are not on the same side. That was quite straightforward. Lu Xingchen was unconvinced. Oh? Xianyuan Linglong. I've always opposed Xianyuan Batian's actions, and some in our family disagree. However, Xianyuan Batian is trying to sow discord and intentionally stir up hatred between you and our family, so for now, the family still supports him. Lu Xingchen bluntly. Really? Your family is pretty useless. Even a Xianyuan Batian can sow discord? Xianyuan Linglong, She was helpless. Lu Xingchen, after all, we're from different districts. Even if the Xianyuan family has a lot of cross-district chat cards, they can't just chat all day for fun. We're all isolated from the news, and sometimes it's hard to get the whole truth. Xianyuan Linglong. Thank goodness there's a big hunt going on right now, Lu Xingchen. I think you're a nice person and want to be your friend. Without waiting for Lu Xingchen to reply, she added, I know you're not too fond of the Xianyuan family right now. I do something to let you know my good intentions. Lu Xingchen was curious. What are you going to do? Xianyuan Linglong. You find out later. Xianyuan Linglong hung up the phone quickly. Lu Xingchen then looked at the various leaderboards. She had already secured a spot on the points list, so the next step was the wealth list. She had sold a lot of warming soup, and now, with the exception of number 1, Xianyuan Lingyun, the top 9 on the wealth list were all hers. Gao Dafu, Gu Yan, Lu Haoyue, and others all wanted to send her gold coins, but Lu Xingchen refused. She couldn't let her friends fall out of the top 100 just for the sake of first place. Everyone should keep some, at least to have a chance to move on. Xianyuan Lingyun stared at the list nervously. She could only compete for a spot on the wealth list now. The current wealth rankings are: first, Xianyuan Lingyun; second, Qi Linyu; third, Yi Cheng; fourth, Yi Ming; fifth, Qin Wuchuan; sixth, Xia Xiaoyu; seventh, Zhu Xiaoyu; eighth, Yin Xiaolin; ninth, Lu Xingchen. Because of Lu Xingchen, Xianyuan Lingyun has some knowledge of the high-profile figures in District 33. Qin Wuchuan, Xia Xiaoyu, Yin Xiaolin, they are all Qin Wuchuan's people. However, their rankings have all dropped. The second and third place holders are very powerful, and have a lot of gold coins. It seems that even if Qin Wuchuan took all the gold coins of Xia Xiaoyu, Yin Xiaolin, and others, he would only be able to move up one place. Qin Wuchuan and his gang were nothing to be feared. Lu Xingchen's ranking on the wealth list had dropped even lower, to 9th place. Qin Wuchuan and Lu Xingchen had a close relationship. However, no matter how close their relationship was, he couldn't just give money away. Even if he gave Lu Xingchen the money, Lu Xingchen would only get 3rd place at best. Xianyuan Lingyun analyzed the situation step by step, slowly feeling relieved. It seemed she had secured her spot on the wealth list. Elsewhere, Lu Xingchen was also calculating. Yi Cheng and Yi Ming were both Qin Wuchuan's men. Qin Wuchuan also knew that he, Yin Xiaolin, Xia Xiaoyu, and Zhu Xiaoyu were too high profile, and most people in District 33 knew they were in the same group. So, he divided the gold coins between Yi Cheng and Yi Ming. These two had just joined the gang, and many people were unaware of their connection to him. Furthermore, these two were relatively loyal and close to him, making it easy to transfer money back and forth. Time ticked by, and finally, it was 9:50 a.m. 10 minutes left before the two lists would be finalized. Lu Xingchen said to Qin Wuchuan, "Turn." Qin Wuchuan, "Okay." On the wealth list, Qin Wuchuan's gold coins began to increase, while Xia Xiaoyu, Yin Xiaolin, and others plummeted. Qin Wuchuan's ranking rose, quickly reaching 3rd place. This was a critical moment, and almost everyone was watching both lists. The shift in the wealth list was so obvious that it was immediately noticed. Look, Qin Wuchuan is starting to gain momentum. I told you, they don't need to be so scattered. Yes, Xia Xiaoyu, Yin Xiaolin, and Zhu Xiaoyu's rankings have all dropped. It's time to give the money to Qin Wuchuan. It's no use. Qin Wuchuan can't surpass Qi Linyu. Qi Linyu simply has too many gold coins. Indeed, we shouldn't bother. Xianyuan Lingyun breathed a sigh of relief as Qin Wuchuan surged forward and settled in 3rd place. That's good. Qin Wuchuan's gold was limited. Qi Linyu had a lot, so he couldn't surpass her. Suddenly, there was another shift in the wealth rankings. Yi Ming and Yi Cheng suddenly fell down, and Qin Wuchuan surpassed Qi Linyu and moved into 2nd place. The chat channel was in an uproar. No, Yi Ming and Yi Cheng are also Qin Wuchuan's people? Now it seems that they are definitely. Qin Wuchuan is hiding very well. Haha, Qin Wuchuan didn't calculate well. He's only in second place now. There's no difference between second and 10th place. What a shame. Qin Wuchuan was only 1,500 gold coins away from reaching the top. Xian Yuan Lingyun is safe. Xian Yuan Shower. She's not safe at all. Chapter 699. Xian Yuan Shower didn't know Qi Lingyu was Lu Xingchen's man. He simply hated Xian Yuan Lingyun. If Xian Yuan Lingyun hadn't insisted they come, they wouldn't have been captured by Lu Xingchen and had to work all night for nothing. Now, they were left fighting in the extremely cold hunting grounds with only their storage backpacks. The future was bleak, and that was just luck. What if Lu Xingchen didn't give them the antidote? Xian Yuan Shower hated Xian Yuan Lingyun fervently. Xian Yuan Shower. Xian Yuan Lingyun is a nobody. With all these people following her, she can't even make the leaderboard, and she's almost gone from the wealth list. What a loser. Xian Yuan Xiuxi. Exactly, a worthless thug. Xian Yuan Xiaowu. Pa. Xian Yuan Lingyun is no good. She's no good. The whole family is a bunch of losers. Several people cursed. They all learned this from Lon Lon. They had the same idea. If Xian Yuan Lingyun hadn't insisted they come all this way, they wouldn't have been captured by Lu Xingchen. Everyone was shocked. Was the Xian Yuan family engaging in open internal strife? Xian Yuan Lingyun's face changed. She had always been cautious and got along well with her family members. She had never heard anyone say anything bad about her. To her surprise, now, on the public channel, she was being verbally abused by Xian Yuan Shower and the others. She had never suffered such injustice. The people around her sighed and consoled her, saying, Lingyun, don't worry. You're the undisputed number one on this wealth list. Even with all the gold coins Qin Wuchuan had, he could only be second. He still needed 1,500 gold coins. That was no small amount. Lu Xingchen and Qin Wuchuan stared intently at the wealth list. At 9:58, Qin Wuchuan transferred most of the gold coins to Lu Xingchen. The wealth rankings changed again. First place, Lu Xingchen. Second place, Xian Yuan Lingyun. Everyone had been watching, so they naturally saw it. Immediately, the entire crowd erupted in an uproar. Lu Xingchen is first. Oh my god, Qin Wuchuan's gone down, now ranked around 200th. He gave all his gold coins to Lu Xingchen. I see. Qin Wuchuan also works for Lu Xingchen. Xian Yuan Shower is right. Xian Yuan Lingyun is a fool. Lu Xingchen already has 2,000 more gold coins than Xian Yuan Lingyun. Xian Yuan Lingyun was stunned. She immediately texted Xian Yuan Batian, Brother, Lu Xingchen is now number one on the wealth list. Qin Wuchuan gave her all his gold coins. What should I do, brother? Xian Yuan Batian. What? Xian Yuan Batian. How much difference? Xian Yuan Lingyun. She's 2,000 gold coins ahead of me. Xian Yuan Lingyun. It's over. Sorry, brother. Xian Yuan Baishan's mind fluttered. It's over. It's not over. Haha, Lu Xingchen can't even dream of getting first place. Lingyun, I'm giving you my gold coins. Take it now. Xian Yuan Batian gave Xian Yuan Lingyun 3,000 gold coins. The amount of gold in Xian Yuan Lingyun's hand changed. She's number one on the leaderboard again. Players, awesome. The Xian Yuan family is truly extraordinary. They've suddenly gained another 3,000 gold coins. A big family, rich and powerful. Lu Xingchen is finished. The Xian Yuan family has many members in the hunting grounds, so of course they want to help their own people. They all said, haha, you underestimate our Xian Yuan family. Lu Xingchen is nothing but a nobody. That's right. Our Xian Yuan family has never failed to obtain what we want. The number one spot on the wealth list can only belong to someone from our Xian Yuan family. Xian Yuan second. What a boast. Xian Yuan Batian has fallen below the top 100 in the deadly hunting grounds. Is he out of his mind? Xian Yuan fourth. That's right. Pa, you idiot. Xian Yuan fifth. Take money from Peter to pay Paul. Isn't that shameful? Everyone was surprised. It seemed the Xian Yuan family was truly in turmoil. Suddenly, someone shouted, Look, Lu Xingchen is number one again. And sure enough, in an instant, the wealth list rankings had shifted again. First, Lu Xingchen. Second, Xian Yuan Lingyun. Everyone was shocked, discussing, what the hell just happened? Lu Xingchen has thousands more gold coins than Xian Yuan Lingyun. Are you blind? Qi Lingyu is out. Huh? Qi Lingyu is also Lu Xingchen's employee. You're right, Qi Lingyu is also Lu Xingchen's employee. Oh my god, how can Lu Xingchen be so powerful? 8 of the top 10 on the leaderboard are hers. Haha, where's that Xianyuan family member who was just shouting? Come on, call another one. Xianyuan Lingyun glanced at the leaderboard and panicked. Brother, Lu Xingchen is number 1 again. What should we do? Xianyuan Batian, how is that possible? Xianyuan Lingyun, woo woo, she has thousands more gold coins than me. Xianyuan Baishan's competitive spirit took over. Keep going. I make Xianyuan Linglong give us all the gold coins. Xianyuan Lingyun, she won't agree. Xianyuan Batian, she has to agree. The two of them, anxious, took to the entire hunting channel. Xianyuan Linglong, I disagree. Xianyuan Batian, Linglong, hurry up. You're in the late spring hunting grounds. Asking for gold coins is useless. Give it to us now. Xianyuan Linglong, why? Xianyuan Batian, it's too late. Hurry, Linglong. Xianyuan Shower, how shameless. Using the entire family to support a piece of trash. I also disagree. Xianyuan Xiuxi, that's right, I disagree. Xianyuan Xiu, I disagree. If you keep this up, I make a scene. Xianyuan XX, Rebellion. I've long disliked the Xianyuan Batian family. Get out. Xianyuan XX, we disagree. None of us agree. Give us back our gold. A large number of members of the Xianyuan family appeared on the chat channel. It was extremely lively. Gao Dafu, well, can you please stop arguing? The results are in. An announcement sounded. The first day of the first stage of the Icefield Hunt has concluded. Those eligible to transfer, please do so as soon as possible. Thank you. In the Arctic hunting grounds, the points and wealth rankings were frozen, and it was all Lu Xingchen. In the Arctic Channel, everyone laughed and said, oh my god, as expected, she's not stable at all. Did Xianyuan Lingyun and Xianyuan Batian anger the public? I see many people are still cursing, haha. It was fun, I watched a fantastic family feud. Actually, it's not Xianyuan Lingyun's fault for being useless, it's Lu Xingchen who's too strong. 8 of the top 10 on the leaderboard are hers. Who can compare? You just realized it. I told you all along, Boss Lu is our District 33's god. In the future, he'd be your god too, haha. Xianyuan Lingyun's face paled. She still lost. What's the difference between second place and 1000th place? And she even ruined Xianyuan Baishan's first place. At this point, Xianyuan Batian was deeply regretful. He impulsively given all his gold coins to Xianyuan Lingyun. Now, he wasn't even in the top 100 of the wealth list. Luckily, he had 1 transfer qualification and 1 remaining transfer spot. Start transferring now. Please select the hunting ground you'd like to transfer to. Late spring? Extreme cold? Severe winter? Or choose to stay where you are. Xianyuan Batian, severe winter. He already considered this. The late spring hunting ground was too relaxed to earn points, and the extreme cold conditions were too harsh, so he had no choice but to go to the severe winter hunting ground. Starting now, transfer to the severe winter hunting ground. Xianyuan Batian swung and arrived at a snowy expanse. Less than a meter away, a young man with a menacing aura. The young man's sword was covered in blood. He looked up at Xianyuan Batian coldly and said, Xianyuan Batian? Chapter 700. Xianyuan Batian was startled, then quickly recognized the man. Gu Yin? He knew most of Lu Xingchen's friends. He had no choice but to keep an eye on Lu Xingchen day and night, non-stop. Gu Yin swung his sword and slashed at Xianyuan Batian. A cold wind blew, a murderous aura surged. Xianyuan Batian was nearly suffocated by the murderous aura. Gu Yan's martial prowess was truly astonishing. Xianyuan Batian quickly tapped a sprint card and slid back, shouting, Gu Yan, let's talk it over. What did Lu Xingchen give you? I give it all to you. How wonderful it would be to bring such a powerful person into the family. Gu Yan snorted, Lu Xingchen gave me your life. What? Can you give it to me? Xianyuan Batian, Gu Yan rushed forward regardless. Xianyuan Batian quickly drew his weapon and stepped forward to meet him. He soon realized he was no match for Gu Yan. Xianyuan Batian was horrified. His martial arts skills were not bad. He was definitely one of the best in District 26. Gu Yan was too strong. That's right, forget about that. Let's get Lu Xingchen to the death hunting ground first. No, Lu Xingchen also has 2 transfer slots. If he transfers her to the death hunting ground, what if she transfers back? Xianyuan Batian hesitated. But the game wouldn't let him hesitate. Please use your transfer slot within 10 minutes. It will be forfeited after the expiration date. Do you want to use it? Several minutes have already been wasted. During these few minutes, Lu Xingchen must have chosen a transfer location, right? Xianyuan Batian. Yes. Please select the actor. Xianyuan Batian. Lu Xingchen. Please choose which hunting ground you want to transfer Lu Xingchen to. Late spring. Extreme cold? Severe winter? Deathland? Xianyuan Batian, Deathland. Lu Xingchen has already been transferred to the Deathland hunting ground. Your transfer slot is no longer valid. What does this mean? Lu Xingchen took the initiative to go to the Deathland hunting ground. Why did she go? It's over, it's over. He wasted a transfer slot. Xianyuan Batian was going crazy. He couldn't understand why Lu Xingchen went to the Deathland hunting ground. Even in the chat group, Lu Xingchen asked, Gu Yan, are you okay? She knew Gu Yan was beating Xianyuan Batian. Otherwise, she would have transferred Xianyuan Batian long ago. Gu Yan, wait a minute. Lu Xingchen had already used her transfer slot and arrived at the Deathland hunting ground. This place was surprisingly similar to where she had met Xianyuan Batian before. She immediately hid behind an ice mound, saying nothing. Not far away, there were two ice cave people. Gu Yan, Gao Dafu, Chu Hongyi, Lu Haoyue, and Qi Fangxin were all coming over to help Lu Xingchen with the mission. Chu Hongyi and Lu Haoyue were the mission assistants. Now, only Gu Yan was left. Gu Yan couldn't kill Xianyuan Batian in such a short time, so he could only satisfy his desire. A few minutes later, Gu Yan vanished into thin air, and Xianyuan Batian breathed a sigh of relief. He said it before, Gu Yan definitely qualified for a transfer. There was no way he wouldn't. By the way, where was Lu Xingchen's transfer quota? Who did she give it to? Soon, Xianyuan Batian found out, because he heard a notification. Lu Xingchen, grateful for your hard work in the severe winter hunting grounds, has used a transfer quota and requested your transfer to the deadly hunting grounds. Xianyuan Batian. What? What? His survival isn't difficult. He doesn't want to go to the death hunting grounds. He doesn't want to go. He won't go. He won't go, he never go. Teleport now, 3, 2, 1. Swish. Xianyuan Batian arrived in a world of ice and snow. Not far away, a group of ice cave dwellers turned their heads. Then, one of them yelled, Leather monster, gurgle gurgle, gurgle gurgle leather monster. They were excited. The leather monster is here again. The leather monster has returned with his leather jacket. Great. Xianyuan Batian's face changed drastically. He couldn't understand the ice cave dwellers' words, but he did understand the words leather monster. God damn it. Who knows what wicked person taught the ice cave dwellers this? No, he's running. Suddenly, he received a private message. It was Xianyuan Lingyun. Brother, Lu Xingchen used my transfer quota to transfer me to the Deathland hunting ground. There's an ice cave polar bear. So terrifying. Xianyuan Batian. Damn it. Lu Xingchen had 2 transfer quotas, one for him and one for Xianyuan Lingyun. Damn it. Whether in the Arctic hunting ground or the severe winter hunting ground, their family's large membership could protect Xianyuan Lingyun. But the Deathland hunting ground already had few people committed, and the Xianyuan family was limited. Who would protect Xianyuan Lingyun? Lu Xingchen was so abominable. Meanwhile, Lu Xingchen had used up all his transfer quota and all his transfer qualifications, feeling incredibly comfortable. Yes, Xianyuan Batian's transfer quota had been wasted. There was one upside. Xianyuan Shower, Xianyuan Xiuxi, Xianyuan Xiaowu, Lu Daqiao, and Lu Xiaoqiao were all ranked in the top 1,000 in points, so she had forced them to transfer to the Deathland hunting ground. Once you become her laborer, as long as you're still alive, you have to follow her. After all, they're so strong. Even after working for her all night, they can still rank in the top 1,000 based on their previous points. As for the other Xianyuan family members, Lu Xingchen gave them an antidote, so they could stay in the extreme cold hunting ground. They were ranked below 1,000 and couldn't move. She couldn't bring them here. She couldn't kill them. If she did, Xianyuan Shower, Xiuxi, and Xiaowu would definitely turn on her and would rather die than work for her. Lu Xingchen was very satisfied. Even if the death hunting ground was a life or death struggle, she wasn't afraid. She had a group of elites with her. Unfortunately, because she wasn't in the same zone as the Xianyuan brothers, the Lu brothers, Lu Haoyue, and the others, she couldn't create a group chat or chat privately. She could only chat in the Death Hunting Grounds channel. However, the Death Hunting Ground was sparsely populated to begin with, and with so many deaths earlier, there weren't many left. Lu Xingchen decided to find a safe place to base herself and gather everyone over. At the Deathland Hunting Grounds, Lu Xingchen, is everyone here? Gao Dafu, yes, yes, coordinates triple X. Gu Yin, coordinates triple X. Xian Yuan Shower, here they are. In the middle of the fight, there's a blind ice cave man. Xian Yuan Xiuzi, escape, moving coordinates. Xian Yuan Xiu, hiding in the ice cave. There's a bunch of ice cavemen outside. So scary. Coordinates triple X. Lu Dachio, you guys responded so quickly. Who told you to rush in? Don't you know first come, first served? I'm your team leader. Lu Dachio, shut up. Let the team leader report in. Team leaders coordinates triple X. Lu Xiaoqiao, deputy squad leader reporting in, coordinates triple X. Chu Hongi, oh I'm here. I'm escaping. Temporary coordinates triple X. Lu Haoyue, haha, Qi Fangxin and I are together. We just escaped from an ice cave invader and are hiding. Coordinates triple X. Qi Fangxin, I'm here. I'm mad. Why am I the last one? I just stopped checking the chat channel for a minute, and how did I end up being the last one? Qi Fangxin, no, I'm going to monopolize the chat channel. Qi Fangxin, I want you to know that the chat channel is my territory. Lu Xingchen carefully examined everyone's coordinates. He was worried. Most people were quite far away, it was hard to gather them. Besides, they were either hiding or had just escaped, and life was not easy for them. Even if they were elite, they couldn't fight alone. There are too many ice cave people and ice cave white bears in the deadly hunting ground. She needs to gather them quickly, or else she lose several workers. She'd be heartbroken no matter which one she loses. Oh, and the ice cart. The ice cart is fast. When it's running, the ice cave people can't catch up. If she drives the ice cart, she can pick them all up. But now she needs an ice cave white bear to pull the car. Chapter 701. She pondered this silently, unaware that the entire hunting channel was in shock. The hunting channel was the channel for everyone in the hunting grounds. Anyone hunting in the ice fields could see it, whether in late spring, the dead zone, or the bitter winter, the extreme cold hunting grounds. Hey, I was hiding in a safe spot in the death hunting grounds and discovered something big. I saw it too. A bunch of toppers. They went to the death hunting grounds. Xian Yuan Shower, Xian Yuan Xiuxi, Xian Yuan Xiaowu, Lu Dachio, Lu Xiaoqiao, Chu Hongi, Lu Haoyue, Qi Fangxin, Gao Dafu, Gu Yin, and Lu Xingchen, they're all together. Lu Xingchen, top of District 33, Gu Yin second. Everyone, come claim the others. Lu Dachio and Lu Xiaoqiao, top 1 or 2 in District 45. Xian Yuan Shower, top of District 76, Xiuxi and Xiaowu are both in the top 10. Chu Hongi, top of District 88, and the head of the Chu family. Lu Haoyue, top of District 8. Toppers in District 5. The leaders are all gathered here. What happened? I don't know. I just know that Lu Xingchen is the leader. Lu Xingchen is their boss. I know. Is Boss Lu planning something big? Qi Fangxin, just tell me. Why do you keep missing people? I'm number 2 on the District 8 leaderboard. Qi Fangxin, no, it must be me being too low-key. From now on, I take over the hunting channel too. Qi Fangxin and Dafu, brother Dafu, come on, say a few words. Gao Dafu, what's wrong with being low-key? I just like being low-key. The hunting channel was in chaos, and someone asked the key question, why are they all going to the Deathland hunting ground? Is there some treasure? Really? If I known, I would have gone too. Do you have what it takes? Xian Yuan Batian is powerful, right? He has a lot of supplies, right? I heard he was robbed several times by the ice cave people in the death hunting grounds, becoming a famous leather-clad monster. You want to come? You be dead by then. Hey, I saw Xian Yuan Batian in the death hunting grounds. He was being hunted by the ice cave people again. Huh? Xian Yuan Batian is at the top of the leaderboard? Why didn't he leave the death hunting grounds? Is he stupid? Xian Yuan Waiter, the stupidest person in our Xian Yuan family. Xian Yuan Batian, he has some mental issues. Don't doubt it. The hunting channel was bustling with activity. Lu Xingchen had long stopped paying attention. She was trying to tame the ice cave white bear. There was one not far away, but it was being guarded by 2 ice cave people. 2 ice cave people and 1 ice cave white bear. She couldn't defeat them. What should I do? Lu Xingchen suddenly had an idea and screamed at the top of her lungs, Leather monster, leather monster. She tapped a sprint card and ran toward the back of the nearby snowy mountain. The two ice cave dwellers immediately turned around. One of them exclaimed excitedly, "Leather monster? Leather monster is coming again, Jaliguru?" The other was equally excited, "Hurry up and chase him. We want leather jackets too." The two of them chased after Lu Xingchen. In their haste, they hadn't taken the ice cave polar bear with them. Lu Xingchen had already circled and returned. The ice cave polar bear lay quietly in the snow, gnawing on the frozen carcass of the exotic beast. Lu Xingchen approached and pulled out the polar bear taming card. Ice cave polar bear taming card. Use this card to tame an ice cave polar bear. The polar bear will obey your every command. Do you want to use it, Lu Xingchen? Yes. It can't be used. This is an ice cave polar bear that has an owner. It's extremely loyal to its master. If you want to tame it, you need fresh blue krill, blue-white fish, blue-scaled beasts, blue-white snow rabbits. Lu Xingchen, This polar bear is truly precious. It takes so many goodies to even have a chance of taming it. Blue krill are so precious. So those exotic beasts she's never seen before are probably even more precious. Where would she get all this? Where would she find the time? Wouldn't a wild ice cave white bear be easier to find? Lu Xingchen asked in the Deathland hunting ground. Has anyone seen a wild ice cave white bear? Someone immediately replied. Xianyuan Shower, what's a wild white bear? You don't have any ice cave people around you, right? Yes, I have quite a few. Lu Daqiao, Shower, why are you always so quick to answer? Are you monitoring the chat channel? Lu Xiaoqiao, that's right, you're not the team leader, so why are you so active? Are you trying to usurp the throne? Xianyuan Shower, don't mention it, I've actually had that thought. Lu Daqiao, don't even think about it. Lu Xingchen, who else has an ice cave white bear around them? She remembered Xianyuan Shower's coordinates. They were too far away for her to reach. Xianyuan Xiaowu, I have a large ice field here, and there are ice cave white bears in groups of 3 or 2. Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. Xianyuan Xiaowu was much closer to her. Gao Dafu, Xiao Lu, there are ice cave people and ice cave polar bears everywhere. Be careful on the road. Lu Xingchen calculated the time it would take to get to Xianyuan Xiaowu's place, and found that it would take 3 or 4 hours just to slide across. If he encountered ice cave people along the way, he would waste even more time. No, too slow. Oh right, she seemed to have gotten the blueprint for a small snowmobile. I've never used it. She immediately took it out. Small snowmobile. A small vehicle that can travel quickly over snowy hills and icy surfaces. Small in size and fast, it's perfect for climbing up and down hills, making it a crucial tool for escaping snow and ice. Required supplies. 1 power chip, 1 thermal chip, 2 ordinary glass, 20 high-grade marcasite, 10 high-grade mahogany. Lu Xingchen took a look. Fortunately, she had everything. She hadn't expected this thing to require both a power chip and a thermal chip. Most people wouldn't have them. Luckily, she did. Lu Xingchen immediately built a small snowmobile. The small snowmobile was white and tiny, with only 2 seats, the driver and the passenger. Lu Xingchen opened the door and got in. The snowmobile was easy to drive, with 2 pedals, 1 for the brake and 1 for the accelerator. It was simple to operate. Lu Xingchen stepped on the accelerator, and the snowmobile shot off. It was incredibly fast. It was faster than the ice cave white bear and the ice cave people. No wonder it's called a life-saving device. Lu Xingchen sped along, and as she passed a group of ice cave people, she unexpectedly spotted Xianyuan Batian. Xianyuan Batian's leather jacket had been stripped off, and he was running shirtless. The people in the ice cave yelled, "Who's so wicked?" Not only did they strip him of his leather jacket, but they also stripped him of his underwear. If he freezes to death, how can you expect a leather jacket to spawn? He can't freeze to death. He can't freeze to death. If he does, no leather jacket will spawn. Yes, wait. The next time we run into him, a leather jacket will spawn. Xianyuan Batian was overjoyed when he saw Lu Xingchen's snowmobile. He chased after him, shouting, "Wait! Stop! Take me! I give you a leather jacket." Lu Xingchen slowed down, rolled down the window, stuck his head out, and said with a smile, "Batian, are you cold?" Xianyuan Batian stopped running when he saw it was Lu Xingchen. His face darkened. Chapter 702. Lon Lon flew out of the car, and saw Xianyuan Batian shirtless. She whistled, "Hey, little Batian, you've got a nice body." Xianyuan Batian lowered his head, and quickly pulled out a leather jacket, and wrapped himself up. Lon Lon yelled, "Hurry, the leather jacket has spawned." Lu Xingchen, worried the ice cave dwellers behind her wouldn't understand, said in broken ice cave dialect, The leather jacket monster has spawned another leather jacket. Come on! The ice cave dwellers, who were just behind her, also saw it and cheered. Oh, it's spawning! It's spawning! Grab it! So stripping yourself makes it spawn faster. I learned that next time. Grab it! Grab it! Strip yourself! Strip! Lu Xingchen laughed heartily, stepped on the accelerator, and sped away. Xianyuan Batian had countless sprint cards and rare cards. Playing with him was fine, but killing him was no easy feat. She didn't want to waste time here. Let's leave Tyrant to the ice cavers. Lu Xingchen quickly arrived at the location Xianyuan Xiaowu had mentioned. Xianyuan Xiaowu had dug a hole in the iceberg and was shivering inside. Lu Xingchen's snowmobile was fast, white, the same color as the ice and snow, and nearly silent. With a swish, she stopped at the entrance of Xianyuan Xiaowu's cave and stowed the snowmobile into her storage backpack. At that moment, Xianyuan Xiaowu was nestled in the cave, arguing with Chief Fangxin. Xianyuan Xiaowu, any gossip going on in your server? Tell us. Chief Fangxin, I told you, the chat channel is mine. So shut up. Xianyuan Xiaowu, Chief Fangxin, they say you're the dumbest person in District 8. Is that true? Chief Fangxin, nonsense, I'm the #1 bully in District 8. Xianyuan Xiaowu, so what's the gossip going on in District 8? Do you know? Lu Xingchen, Xiaowu, come out. Xianyuan Xiaowu emerged from the ice cave. Lu Xingchen pointed to the polar bears on the ice not far away. I'd be over there. Go lure one over here. He had to lure one slowly. With so many polar bears, it would be troublesome if he startled them. Xianyuan Xiaowu was shocked. Boss, I can't do this. Lu Xingchen glanced at him. Can't do it? Xianyuan Xiaowu was about to cry. Boss, can't you at least give me a speed card? Why were they hiding? Wasn't it because Lu Xingchen had looted all their supplies? His storage backpack was empty. He was lucky to be alive. Lu Xingchen gave Xianyuan Xiaowu a speed card and hid away. Xianyuan Xiaowu was quite good, with high martial arts and extensive combat experience. Soon, he arrived with an ice cave polar bear. He engaged the polar bear in a scuffle, and Lu Xingchen pulled out the polar bear taming card. Ding, unable to tame. This ice cave polar bear is too old and cunning, not so easy to coax. I suggest you try another one. Lu Xingchen, shock. No wonder this polar bear is a bit slow. So it's old, but aren't old polar bears hard to coax? Then switch to a younger one. Lu Xingchen gestured to Xianyuan Xiaowu, who bolted away, circled around, and returned alone. He had shaken off the polar bear. Lu Xingchen carefully examined the polar bears nearby, selected a lively one, and said to Xianyuan Xiaowu, go, lure it over here. Another speed card was given. Xianyuan Xiaowu had no choice but to continue on his journey. After tremendous effort, he finally lured the lively polar bear over. Lu Xingchen continued using the taming card. Ding, untamable. This ice cave polar bear has a bad temper, and is difficult to tame. Suggest trying a different one. Still picky about tempers? Helplessly, Lu Xingchen asked Xianyuan Xiaoba to find another one. Ding, untamable. This polar bear is lazy, and doesn't want to work for others. Suggest trying a different one. Ding, untamable. This polar bear is worried about his wife and children at home. Suggest trying a different one. After trying several, still no luck. Lu Xingchen was stunned. Owned ones didn't work, unowned ones didn't work either. Bad tempers didn't work, lazy ones didn't work, and those with families didn't work either. This one didn't work, that one didn't work. Which one would work? She looked down at the taming cards in her hand and felt something was wrong. Xianyuan Xiaowu panted heavily, exhausted. Boss, are you getting back at me because I gossiped about you in the chat just now? He had no idea what Lu Xingchen was doing. He thought Lu Xingchen was playing a trick on him. Lu Xingchen casually asked, what did you gossip about me? Xianyuan Xiaowu, it's just nothing much. I just wanted to hear about your history, your struggles, your family and friends, your personality, your hobbies, and your grudges with Tyrant. Lu Xingchen, haha. You know a lot, Lu Xingchen. Go, attract more polar bears to me. To this time. Xianyuan Xiaowu held out his hand hopefully. Boss, a speed card. Lu Xingchen, that's all. Go ahead. Xianyuan Xiaowu's eyes widened. Lu Xingchen, this is revenge. There was no way he was giving her a speed card. She already wasted several of them in just a short while. She had to be frugal. Xianyuan Xiaowu ran away helplessly, his face drooping. Lu Xingchen waited for him behind the iceberg. It was safer there. There were no ice cave people or polar bears. As long as there wasn't a major battle, he wouldn't be discovered. After a while, Xian Yuan Xiaowu finally came running frantically. 2 ice cave polar bears were chasing him. Xian Yuan Xiaowu. Boss, help! Lu Xingchen frowned. So small? What kind of miniature ice cave polar bear is this? It was several sizes smaller than a normal polar bear. And it stumbled and wobbled as if it couldn't walk. Lu Xingchen's face changed. Did you find 2 polar bear cubs? Xian Yuan Xiaowu. Yeah. White bear cubs. Yeah. Xian Yuan Xiaoba. No, they're not small. They run very fast. Indeed, the 2 polar bear cubs weren't big, but they were very fast, even faster than ordinary polar bears. They could easily catch up to Xian Yuan Xiaowu. However, after catching up, they didn't bite or gnaw. They just patted Xian Yuan Xiaowu's shoulders with their paws or hugged his waist. They looked curious. It was like they were chasing a toy. Lu Xingchen hesitated. These 2 polar bear cubs were too small. They couldn't even walk steadily. I'm afraid they couldn't pull the ice sled. She touched the taming card in her hand. It couldn't be wasted. Lu Xingchen, Xiaowu, take them back and swap them for 2. A baby white bear heard the sound and turned its head. It spun and spun, then joyfully rushed over, joyfully extending its front paw and shaking Lu Xingchen's hand. It wasn't that Lu Xingchen didn't dodge, it was just too fast. The paw smacked Lu Xingchen's hand, also touching the taming card in her hand. Ding! Tamed. This is a cheerful, sunny, confident, and silly white bear. It's happy to be your companion, as long as you keep it well fed. Ding! Tamed. This is the twin brother of the confident baby. They're inseparable, and don't want to be apart. It's happy to be your companion too. Chapter 703. Ah! The newly tamed polar bear cub nudged Lu Xingchen's hand affectionately. Ah! The other polar bear stopped chasing Xian Yuan Xiaowu and huddled over to Lu Xingchen. Tamed already? Lu Xingchen was in tears. She had to raise another baby? How could they possibly work when they were so young? Xian Yuan Xiaowu collapsed on the ground, panting for a long time, tears streaming down his face. His sobs were deafening. Boss! I was wrong. I won't gossip about you anymore. Please forgive me. Lu Xingchen gritted his teeth and asked, why did you bring such a small one here? Isn't this a sign of passive resistance? Isn't it? Xian Yuan Xiaowu. Boss, they came here on their own initiative. I didn't want them. They kept chasing me. Lu Xingchen, forget it. There was no time to argue. Luckily, there was still a taming card. Although these 2 polar bears were small, they were cheap. There was also a buy one get one free deal. Let's try it first. If it doesn't work, try another taming card. Lu Xingchen waved his hand and released the ice sled. A large ice sled appeared on the ice. Xian Yuan Xiaowu was startled. This, a bus? Lu Xingchen rolled his eyes at him, petted the 2 little polar bears, and said, so from now on, you be called Big Bear and Little Bear. Xian Yuan Xiaowu. Big Bear and Little Bear? Lu Xingchen. Well, from now on, you have to work together with Bald Chong and pull the ice sled well, okay? Xian Yuan Xiaowu. Bald Chong? Who's Bald Chong? Lu Xingchen turned to him. From now on, you be pulling the sled with Big Bear and Little Bear. Xian Yuan Xiaowu. Me? I'm Bald Chong? Lu Xingchen sneered. Yeah, if you don't play Bald Chong, who will? Xian Yuan Xiaowu was on the verge of tears. Boss, I was really wrong. I won't gossip about you again, I swear. Lu Xingchen ignored him and pulled a whole chicken, duck, fish, and shrimp from her storage backpack, placing them on the snow. Big Bear and Little Bear immediately and happily began to eat. After they finished eating, Lu Xingchen named them. She patted their heads and said softly, Big White, Little White, you 2 go pull the cart later, okay? Freshly out of the oven, Big White. Yeah. Dazed Little White. Yeah. Lu Xingchen understood. Little White was a follower, the kind who didn't think twice about anything. Just take care of Big White. Lu Xingchen led Big White and Little White to the ice cart and harnessed them. The previous ice cart had been pulled by the giant white bear, but now it was pulled by the 2 smaller ones. She had a feeling something was wrong. Fortunately, although the 2 pets couldn't speak, they understood her and stood there obediently while she harnessed the cart. After harnessing the cart, Lu Xingchen petted Dabai. Dabai, you just run in a bit. Remember to be steady. Dabai pawed his hooves excitedly. Ah! He couldn't wait. He loved this new toy. Lu Xingchen turned to Xian Yuan Xiaowu and said, Get in the cart. Xian Yuan Xiaowu couldn't wait any longer. He beamed, Okay, boss. Seeing Lu Xingchen sitting outside, He feigned embarrassment. Hey boss, it's all my fault that I have to let you drive the cart yourself. Don't worry, I definitely learn. Lu Xingchen, Dabai Xiaobai, let's go. Dabai and Xiaobai were incredibly excited. Boom! Whoosh! The ice sled flew off. Lu Xingchen felt a chill wind lash her face, and with a whoosh, she was nearly thrown off. Luckily, she was prepared. Xian Yuan Xiaowu, however, was not so lucky. He was perched on the sled, carefully surveying the interior. As the sled flew, he let out a cry and flew up, being flung directly to the back of the sled and crashing onto the floorboards. Bang! He screamed miserably, Boss, boss, slow down. I haven't even settled in yet. Dabai and Xiaobai rushed forward excitedly. They were truly fast, much faster than ordinary polar bears. And they ran unsteadily, zigzagging and twisting, even going up and down hills. As they raced, the sled went up and down, left and right, tossed and dropped, making a clanging sound. How could Lu Xingchen sit still in the car? Even a god wouldn't be able to sit still at this speed. Lu Xingchen, Dabai, Xiaobai, slow down. Dabai and Xiaobai, huh? They were running with such enthusiasm, as if they'd just gotten a new toy and couldn't let go. The clanging noise behind them, and the ice sled soaring and plunging, only added to their excitement. See an ice hill? Run over it. See a snowy mountain? Rush over it. See a ditch? Flip over it. Lu Xingchen couldn't take it anymore and yelled, Lon Lon. Lon Lon understood what she meant, and instantly grew larger. Lu Xingchen leaped up, onto Lan Lan's back, and flew away. Xian Yuan Xiaowu had already vomited from the bumpy ride. He couldn't keep his balance in the car, bumping into chairs, being thrown onto tables, and then rolling to the ground. Stars flashed before her eyes, her stomach churned. Xian Yuan Xiaowu yelled, Boss, I was wrong. Help! Help! Lu Xingchen ignored him. It was just motion sickness, not fatal. If he hadn't brought the two babies over, she wouldn't be in this state. Lu Xingchen shouted, Dabai, Xiaobai, stop the car. If you don't, there's no food tonight. It worked. Whoosh. Dabai and Xiaobai stopped. The sled lurched and finally stopped. Xian Yuan Xiaowu rolled out, his nose and tears streaming, and rolled to the side, vomiting profusely. Lu Xingchen quickly removed the sled from Dabai and Xiaobai. See, she knew these two babies were unreliable. They couldn't even walk steadily. Could they be newborns? That's not right. They weren't even nursing. Dabai and Xiaobai immediately rushed to Lu Xingchen's side, squeezing against her, cuddling close, and coquettishly calling, Ah! Their fur was snow-white, without a single tinge of color. Unlike ordinary polar bears, theirs was soft, thick, and long, feeling warm and comfortable to the touch. Now, with their dark eyes wide open, they looked at Lu Xingchen with innocent expressions. Looking at their innocent expressions, Lu Xingchen couldn't get angry at all. They were just baby polar bears, so it was normal for them to walk unsteadily and pull the cart poorly. Lu Xingchen sighed, patted Dabai and Xiaobai, and said, Forget it, I tame another one. Suddenly, a notification sounded. The polar bear babies are hungry. They want to eat. Lu Xingchen, shock. What a foodie. I just fed them so much, and they're hungry again after only pulling the cart for 10 minutes? Is she going to be unable to feed them? Dabai stood up, took 2 steps, and fell down with a thump. It rolled over to Lu Xingchen's side, rubbed Lu Xingchen's hand, and cried out in grievance, Ah! A notification sounded. The polar bear cubs are hungry. They're lacking nutrition and strength, and need to eat specific foods. You can ask them what they want to eat. Note, a well-fed polar bear cub will give you a surprise. They almost broke the car, and they still lack strength? Lu Xingchen was at a loss for words. But the notification said that well-fed polar bear cubs will have a surprise. Could it be that the polar bear cubs' unsteady walk is because they're hungry? Or perhaps they're malnourished? Then let them eat, and see. The 2 polar bear cubs stopped moving and lay on the ground. Lu Xingchen touched them. What do you want to eat? Fish? Shrimp? Lamb? Dabai stood up and tugged at Lu Xingchen with his paw. Ah! It took 2 steps forward, then turned back, and called Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen understood. He was taking her to find food. Let's go and see. Maybe we meet other polar bears. Xian Yuan Xiaowu finally finished vomiting. Seeing Lu Xingchen about to leave, he quickly followed and asked, Boss, where are you going? Lu Xingchen rolled his eyes at him. Follow me. Chapter 704. Dabai and Xiaobai walked with Lu Xingchen for about half an hour, until they arrived at a small cedar forest. Next to the cedar forest stood a snowy mountain. It wasn't very large, just like any other mountain, covered in white snow. Dabai and Xiaobai dropped to the ground, their paws thrust forward to cover their eyes. Their fur was the same color as the snow, and lying there, they resembled a snowy mound. They didn't move. Lu Xingchen also stood still, scanning for other polar bears. Xian Yuan Xiaowu, knowing he was in trouble, stayed still, not daring to say a word. Suddenly, the cedar trembled, and a giant rabbit emerged. It was about the size of a small piglet, its fur all white except for a dark blue patch on its back, and its eyes were also blue. It was plump and scurried a few steps before running toward the snowy mountain. Dabai suddenly lowered his paw, stood up, and pointed at the rabbit. Ah! Ah! Lu Xingchen, you want to eat this? Dabai and Xiaobai. Ah! Lu Xingchen immediately took out his feather bow, drew his bow, and unhooked his arrows. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 feather arrows spurted out. One of the arrows pierced the rabbit's back, and it shrieked, squeak. Then it dove into the snow. Lu Xingchen immediately took out his snake whip and, with a snap, lashed it out at the snowdrift. Bang! A large puff of snow and mist dispersed, carrying the stench of blood, but the rabbit was gone. Xian Yuan Xiaowu was excited. Boss, I know there's a rabbit's burrow here. There's more than one rabbit here. We're rich. Dabai and Xiaobai were also excited. They went to the spot where the rabbit had disappeared and, after digging with their front paws for a long time, dug out a hole. This is truly a rabbit hole. The injured rabbit has already entered the hole. But they can't get through this hole. Xian Yuan Xiaowu immediately offered a suggestion. Boss, I know how to catch rabbits. Just put some fresh vegetables and fruits there, and they come out. Lu Xingchen, they're too fast. Strange, I didn't see clearly what kind of rabbit they were just now. The rabbits just now had a streak of blue on their backs, and their eyes were also blue, making them very different from ordinary rabbits. Even Dabai and Xiaobai, who are so fast, couldn't catch them, which means these rabbits are difficult to catch. Lu Xingchen cleaned the hole, and set a few more traps. Then he took out a large pile of fresh bok choy, greens, carrots, cherries, and strawberries and placed them near the hole. Let's try it first. She had to think of another way. Seeing the pile of greens and fruits, Xian Yuan Xiaowu swallowed. The ice season had been underway for a while, and his family had already eaten most of their vegetables, radishes, and fruits. He hadn't eaten fruit in ages, especially the sour and sweet cherries and strawberries. His favorite, Xian Yuan Xiaowu, boss, I'm hungry. Lu Xingchen ignored him. Xian Yuan Xiaowu's voice grew louder. Boss, I'm hungry. I think I'm lacking vitamins. Can I? Lu Xingchen casually handed him a carrot. Xian Yuan Xiaowu, Okay, carrots are fine. In this weather, carrots are a rare commodity. Lu Xingchen had been watching the Deadly Hunting channel, wondering if there was any information on these rabbits. Chu Hongyi, Xiao Lu, when will you pick me up? I be waiting. Chu Hongyi, Xiao Lu, don't forget who I am. I can help. I have money. Chu Hongyi, I have money, I have cards, I have weapons, I have equipment, and I even have a leather jacket. Xian Yuan Batian, I'm buying a leather jacket. Chu Hongyi, hey, don't you have the most leather jackets? Xian Yuan Shower, Xian Yuan Batian, you've used up all the leather jackets the clan gave you? You're useless. Xian Yuan Xiosi, the clan is out of leather jackets. Xian Yuan Batian, you're not allowed to ask for any more. Qi Fangxin, don't say that, everyone. Batian attracted a lot of firepower. I was just being chased by the Ice Cave people, and when Batian passed by, they immediately. I chased him enthusiastically, and I escaped. Gao Dafu, yes, everyone, please help if you can. Anyone have a leather jacket to sell to Batian? Oh, Batian, I have a leather jacket. 1,000 gold coins each. Want one? Chu Hongyi, I'm not short of money. Batian, I'm charging 1,500 gold coins for a leather jacket. Xian Yuan Batian gritted his teeth. Get lost. 1,000 gold coins for a leather jacket? 1,500 gold coins for a leather jacket? Why don't they just rob him? A leather jacket without attributes is worthless, okay? He now realizes that the leather jacket is his lifeline. As long as he has the jacket, the Ice Cave people won't kill him. They just strip him and let him go. However, this has its drawbacks. The Ice Cave people love beautiful leather jackets, and they all know Xian Yuan Batian has them. So, whether they're murdering, arsonist, robbing, fishing, or walking their bears, if they see him, they chase him down and won't stop until they get the jacket. Now it's even worse, they've even started to take off his underwear. He asked for so many leather jackets from his family, and now they were no longer enough. Everyone in his family knew he was a leather jacket freak, mocking him openly and covertly. He lost all face. Every time this happened, he hated Lu Xingchen utterly. Lu Xingchen was so wicked. He already left the deadly hunting grounds, but then used a transfer slot to transfer him back. He actually been wanting to work with Lu Xingchen all this time? How blind. Lu Xingchen suddenly said, "Honey, do you have a card for identifying exotic animals? I came across a rabbit, but I don't know what species it is." Chu Honey, yes, wait a minute, I find a way to get it to you. Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. Chu Honey truly had it all. A rich little woman. She and Xianyuan Xiaowu were waiting here. Xianyuan Xiaowu couldn't help but ask, "Boss, what's your relationship with Chu Hongi?" Lu Xingchen, don't ask questions you shouldn't. Xianyuan Xiaowu felt wronged. I don't mean any harm. I just like gossip. Soon, Gao Dafu sent a card. Here, Chu Hongi is here. She gave it to me. I give it to you. Lu Xingchen took it and examined it. Exotic Beast Identification Card. Identifies the abilities, characteristics, strengths, weaknesses, preferences, and more of rare exotic beasts. Lu Xingchen took the card and frowned. Why hasn't the rabbit come out yet? Isn't this all filled with rabbit-friendly food? Xianyuan Xiaowu swallowed. I don't think it likes this. How about we take it back? Lu Xingchen glanced at him. Are you greedy? Xianyuan Xiaowu cheekily said, not too greedy. Suddenly Xiaobai yelled, "Ah!" Lu Xingchen looked back and saw the same blue-eyed rabbit as before scurrying from the side of the cedar tree. It was stunned for a moment. Dabai and Xiaobai suddenly leaped to the cave entrance, crouching down there and blocking it tightly. The rabbit was stunned again. The doorway was blocked, and there was no way back. Lu Xingchen took the opportunity to play the exotic beast identification card. Blue-white snow rabbit, a rare exotic beast that lives in icebergs. Its meat is delicious and nutritious, making it a favorite of baby exotic beasts. Advantages: quick movement. Preferences: dislikes overly fresh fruits and vegetables, prefers alcohol and meat. If you want to catch them, try tempting them with alcohol and roasted lamb. Disadvantages: drinking alcohol significantly reduces their speed. Lu Xingchen, They actually like alcohol and meat? Is this still a rabbit? But liking alcohol and meat is good. It just so happens that she's about to have lunch. At that moment, the rabbit turned and ran. Lu Xingchen quickly pulled out a bottle of fruit wine, opened the cap, and poured it onto the ice. A sweet aroma filled the air. The blue and white snow rabbit, about to run, paused, its little nose twitching as it glanced back greedily. The wine spilled onto the ice, leaving a red stain. Lu Xingchen asked Gao Dafu, "Do you have any lamb skewers? Freshly grilled, fragrant?" Gao Dafu was surprised. "You have clairvoyance. How did you know I just grilled skewers? This is my lunch." Lu Xingchen, "Borrow them, quick." Gao Dafu had already handed the skewers over, and Lu Xingchen waved them out. Gao Dafu's grilling skills were exceptional, and the aroma filled the air as soon as they were brought out. Xianyuan Xiaowu, envious, asked, "Boss, are we ready for dinner?" Lu Xingchen, Chapter 705. The blue and white snow rabbit greedily eyed the fruit wine spilled on the ground, its nose twitching. Lu Xingchen knew that with Dabai and Xiaobai here, any timid rabbit would be afraid to come. She glanced at Dabai and Xiaobai. The two froze for a moment, then fell forward, their front paws covering their eyes again, forming a snowy mound. Lu Xingchen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That was good. With them blocking the way, the little rabbit couldn't get into its den. Even if it wasn't tempted, she could kill it in a moment. The blue and white snow rabbit hesitated, rubbing its paws forward before retracting. It must be that the temptation wasn't enough. Lu Xingchen pulled a jar of her grandmother's cherry wine from her storage backpack. Her grip loosened, and with a pop, the jar fell to the ground. Crash! The red fruit wine spilled all over the ground, filling a small snow pit. Plop! Lu Xingchen dropped another jar. Then, she tossed the handful of grilled lamb skewers she was holding, turned around, and pulled Xianyuan Xiaowu away. Xianyuan Xiaowu, unaware of the contents of the identification card, was heartbroken. "Boss, wine, skewers. What a waste." His mouth was watering. Lu Xingchen tugged at him, dragging him behind a snowy mound. The scent had already spread. Even from behind the mound, Lu Xingchen and Xianyuan Xiaowu could smell the rich aroma of wine. Xianyuan Xiaowu was ravenous. The blue-white snow rabbit was also ravenous. Its dark blue eyes widened as it slowly moved forward a few steps. Then, with a sudden jerk, it darted to the spot where the fruit wine had shattered, extended its tongue, and began to lick it with relish. As it licked, it kept its eyes and ears alert. Halfway through, it licked, and with a crunch, it swallowed the two skewers into its mouth. Xianyuan Xiaowu swallowed and whispered, "Boss, the bait's working. Go ahead. If you don't, that guy finished the skewers." Lu Xingchen, shut up. Why is he so greedy? He's already thrown the skewers on the ground, and he's still trying to pick them up. Seeing no one showed up, the blue and white snow rabbit grew bolder, its three-lobed mouth moving rapidly as it devoured the food with relish. Dabai and Xiaobai also released their front paws, revealing their adorable eyes. Suddenly, Xiaobai screamed and jumped up, clutching his butt. "Ah! Dabai, ah!" The two screamed several times, rubbing their buttocks and rolling away from the cave. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several blue and white snow rabbits, the size of piglets, burst out of the cave and headed straight for the ice covered in fruit wine. Squeak! Squeak! They squealed rapidly as they rushed over to grab the skewers and fruit wine. Dabai and Xiaobai rubbed their buttocks, stunned. A cluster of snow rabbits huddled on the ice, greedily lapping up the fruit wine. Some, feeling unsatisfied, even nibbled on a large, wine-soaked chunk of ice with a crunch. Their eating was ferocious. In just a few minutes, the fruit wine and meat skewers on the ground had been devoured, leaving not a trace. The rabbits licked their paws and headed back. They were already drunk, their steps unsteady and wobbly. Lu Xingchen gestured to Xianyuan Xiaowu, slipped, and rushed out. She rushed directly in front of Dabai and Xiaobai and gestured, "Go eat." Dabai and Xiaobai's eyes lit up. "Yeah." They rushed out. Lu Xingchen waved her hand and released the ice sled, blocking the entrance to the snow rabbit cave. Then, with a flick of her spirit snake whip, she rushed forward as well. The snow rabbit stumbled, unable to even run. Lu Xingchen swung his snake whip and quickly killed one snow rabbit, killed one blue-white snow rabbit. "Do you want to disassemble it?" Lu Xingchen, "Yes." Receive 6 blue-white snow rabbit high-quality nutritious meat, 6 rabbit fur, 1 rabbit hide, 1 golden carrot seed, and 12 gold coins. They've been put into my storage backpack. Lu Xingchen was stunned. This blue-white snow rabbit is amazing. It actually gave so many things. What are golden carrot seeds? What are high-quality nutritious meat? We see later. Continue. Lu Xingchen rushed towards another snow rabbit. This snow rabbit was being dealt with by Xianyuan Xiaowu. He was very prudent and killed the snow rabbit half to death, leaving it for Lu Xingchen to finish off. Same as before. Killed 1 blue and white snow rabbit. Do you want to disassemble it, Lu Xingchen? Yes. Receive 6 blue and white snow rabbit premium nutritious meat, 6 rabbit fur, 1 rabbit hide, 5 golden carrot seeds, and 20 gold coins. Already added to the storage backpack. This one's a good catch. Lu Xingchen turned around and saw Dabai and Xiaobai both guarding 2 blue and white snow rabbits, devouring their meal. They were faster than Lu Xingchen. In less than 10 minutes, Dabai and Xiaobai had devoured all 4 blue and white snow rabbits, then burped with satisfaction. Finally full, while Lu Xingchen was there, he took a look at the 2 rare items he obtained from killing the snow rabbits. Blue and white snow rabbit premium nutritious meat, a high-quality, rare meat that randomly increases stats upon consumption. It's the white bear cub's favorite, so it's for increasing stats? Lu Xingchen looked closely at Dabai and Xiaobai. There was no noticeable change in either. Lu Xingchen, Dabai, Xiaobai, run and let me see. Dabai and Xiaobai, who? They rushed out with a whoosh, incredibly fast, disappearing in mere seconds. Xianyuan Xiaowu, wow! After a few seconds, swish. Dabai and Xiaobai rushed back again. Xianyuan Xiaowu came to his senses. Have they increased their speed again? No, they're running more steadily this time. Indeed, the two were now running very steadily, no longer swaying or stumbling. Is this the surprise hint? Great! Lu Xingchen was delighted. He pulled Dabai and Xiaobai over and harnessed them to the sled. Dabai and Xiaobai pulled the sled for a furious lap. Although they still had a tendency to go over ditches and bumps, the sled was much more stable. All right, Lu Xingchen waved his hand. Get on board. This time, they didn't have to ride the roller coaster. Under Lu Xingchen's guidance, Dabai and Xiaobai's sled became increasingly stable. After half an hour, the sled was perfectly stable. Lu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief and called out in the chat, I'm going to pick everyone up. Are you still here? Give me your coordinates. Everyone gave their coordinates. Lu Xingchen wrote them down one by one. She decided to pick them up in order from closest to farthest. The first stop was Gao Dafu in Chuhongyi. The ice cart sped away. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Xingchen picked up Gao Dafu in Chuhongyi. Half an hour later, she picked up Gu Yin, then Shi Fangxin. The rest of the people stayed a little further away. The ice cart continued to speed. The three of them gathered, sitting in the car with nothing to do. Gao Dafu was eager to try his hand at cooking. Cooking? Xian Yuan Xiaowu was already starving, and his eyes immediately lit up. Eat, eat, eat. Lu Xingchen had an idea. I have rabbit meat. She took out some blue and white snow rabbit meat, and Gao Dafu touched it. Not bad. Let's not have skewers today, let's have rabbit hot pot. Lu Xingchen, no problem. The ice car was large enough, and there was a large open space in the back. Gao Dafu set up the stove and added a pot, then stir-fried the ingredients and added water with unparalleled skill. Lu Xingchen's seasonings were plentiful, and Gao Dafu's cooking was excellent. Soon, a rich aroma emanated from the air. The rabbit hot pot was ready. Everyone began to eat. Lu Xingchen had only taken a bite of rabbit meat when he heard a notification. Consuming high-quality, nutritious blue and white snow rabbit meat, agility +5. It really does increase stats. Xian Yuan Xiaowu covered his mouth, practically jumping for joy. I gained 1 point of strength. Oh my goodness, I finally gained strength. Gu Yin, 2 points of strength. Gao Dafu, 3 points of agility. Chu Hongyi, 5 points of strength. Qi Fangxin, 1 point of agility. Everyone looked at Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen, 5 points of agility. Xian Yuan Xiaowu was stunned. Why are they still different? Random? Based on luck? Chapter 706. Gao Dafu, yeah, you have a dark complexion. Xian Yuan Xiaowu rubbed his face wistfully. He's actually quite handsome. Lu Xingchen laid out vegetables, fruit, snacks, and more, placing them on the table while everyone continued their hot pot. After their meals, they began to enjoy some fruit and snacks. The warmth of the ice car made it incredibly comfortable for everyone to eat and chat. Xian Yuan Xiaowu was the only worker, but like Qi Fangxin, he was talkative, innocent, and very friendly. He had no sense of inferiority. He ate and drank, merrier than anyone else. He, Xian Yuan Xiaowu, and Xiuxi were all from District 76. They were close friends, and had a shared group chat. He shared pictures with the group as he ate and drank. Xian Yuan Xiaowu, look, hot pot. Rabbit hot pot picture. Xian Yuan Xiaowu, oh my god, eating rabbit meat actually increases your attributes, randomly increasing them by 1 to 5. Oh my god, I'm making a killing. Xian Yuan Xiaowu, waiter, see look. Lamb slices, beef slices, roast duck, roast chicken, meatballs, fish balls, spinach, lettuce, water spinach. So fresh. Picture. Xian Yuan Xiaowu, look. Watermelon, strawberries, cherries, grapes. So sweet. Picture. Xian Yuan Xiaowu, what if I get too full? Ah, so delicious. Ah, this is the employee meal, right? The employee meal is so delicious. Xian Yuan Xiaowu, I love working. It's so fun. Xian Yuan Xiaowu, are you crazy? Xian Yuan Xiuxi, fool. Xian Yuan Xiaowu ignored him, and took another picture of himself in just a few layers. Oh, it's so hot. Seriously, are we going to die? Picture. Xian Yuan Xiaowu, so happy you're not thinking of leaving? Xian Yuan Xiuxi, traitor? Xian Yuan Xiaowu, I'm so jealous. Come on, take a selfie. Xian Yuan Xiaowu and Xian Yuan Xiaowu fell silent. They were both huddled in an ice cave, daring not to move, fearing the inhabitants outside would notice. How to take a picture? Angry, don't bother with that idiot. However, they looked back at the picture, their mouths watering. It's so delicious, so fresh, so satisfying. Xian Yuan Xiaowu suddenly remembered something. By the way, Xiaowu, what attribute did you gain from eating the blue and white rabbit meat? Xian Yuan Xiaowu, strength. Xian Yuan Xiaowu was delighted. Strength is what you're lacking. Very good, not bad. How much did it increase? After a long pause, Xian Yuan Xiaowu reluctantly said, 1 point. Xian Yuan Xiaowu, what? Isn't it a random 1 to 5? What about the others? How much did they increase? Xian Yuan Xiaowu was no longer willing to speak. The thought of showing off was gone. The ice cart sped along, and by 5 o'clock in the afternoon, they had finally picked up everyone. Everyone gathered on the ice cart. Just in time, it was full. With so many people together, and the ice cart moving at such a high speed, everyone was out of danger. The next step was to find the ice control lock. Lu Xingchen frowned. She had been following the chat for a long time, and no one had mentioned the ice control lock. In fact, no one knew what was wrong. Because most people were hiding. Lu Xingchen quickly made a decision to eavesdrop on the ice cave people's conversation. Unfortunately, She was the only one who could understand their language. Lu Xingchen jumped off the ice cart and deliberately slid to where the ice cave people gathered. Hiding in the shadows, she listened to their conversation. After listening for a while, she realized that most people were discussing the leather monster. The ice cave people were all looking forward to encountering the leather monster. The rest of the conversation was completely meaningless. Lu Xingchen had been listening from 5 or 6 in the afternoon until 8 in the evening, but nothing of use came out. She was getting anxious. This couldn't go on forever. Getting back on the ice cart, Lu Xingchen frowned. Let's go change places. Just as the cart started, she heard a familiar voice. Give me the leather jacket, or I tell my uncle. Lu Xingchen, stop! She poked her head out. Not far away were several ice huts, lights on outside. One ice cave person was ripping at another's purple leather jacket, looking very arrogant. Lu Xingchen had good eyesight and spotted someone she knew. Bing 17, the one who often bullied Bing Gulu. His uncle is the elder of the ice cave garb. Bing Shichi and Bing Shiba snatched the purple leather jacket, kicked the ice cave resident, and shouted, Don't you know who my uncle is? Huh? You're not smart at all. Get out. Bing Shichi wrapped himself in the leather jacket. Bing Shiba gave a thumbs up. It's beautiful. I want one too. Where's the leather jacket monster? Why can't I see it? Bing Shichi, I heard there were loud noises over there, and a treasure appeared. Maybe the leather jacket monster has gone there too. Lu Xingchen's eyes widened. Finally, some new information. She turned around and pointed at the crowd. Go down and capture those 2 ice cave residents. Because Bing Shichi and Bing Shiba were so overbearing, the rest of the ice cave residents fled, leaving only the 2 of them, stroking their leather jackets and laughing. Lu Xingchen silently slid behind them, and swung his spirit snake whip. Snap! It whipped past. Bing Shichi quickly dodged, turning back to recognize Lu Xingchen. Is that you? Lu Haoyue, Chu Hongyi, Lu Dachio, Lu Xiaoqiao, Xian Yuan Shower, Gu Yin, and the others all rushed down. There were over a dozen of them, elites from each district. Under the siege, Bing Shichi and Bing Shiba were quickly tied up. Lu Xingchen pressed his dagger to Bing Shichi's neck. Tell me, where did the loud noise come from? Bing Shichi, huh? Lu Xingchen's Bingku dialect was a bit clunky, sputtering out words one by one. It took Bing Shichi a while to understand. Bing Shichi, who had been beaten by Lu Xingchen more than once, cried out in frustration, I'm just kidding. Only the East Fox priest knows this kind of information. What do I know? Lu Xingchen, you don't understand? Xian Yuan Xiaowu, boss, get him. Lon Lon, yeah, torture? I do it. Lu Dachio, boss, I do it. I'm the team leader, so I should be doing the hard work. Lu Xingchen, oh okay. Although Bing Shichi couldn't understand what they were saying, the eyes of Xian Yuan Xiaowu, Qi Fangqin, Gao Dafu, and the others lit up, eager to try. It was obvious that something bad was going to happen. He knew the situation well and immediately shouted, I tell you, boss, spare me. Bing Shichi, the East Fox priest told me that there's always a loud noise from far away, and colorful lights appear at night. When this happens, it usually means there's a treasure. The high priest is going treasure hunting. Lu Xingchen grew impatient. Where exactly is it? Bing Shichi, really, only the high priest knows. I can take you to the high priest. Lu Xingchen, the East Fox priest? Chu Hongyi understood. Xingchen, if you go find the priest, be sure to be prepared. The East Fox priest is very powerful. Even if we had over a dozen of us working together, we couldn't defeat her. Lu Xingchen, huh? That's right. Master Babu was there last time. The East Fox priest is very powerful. But this is the only clue. After a minute of thought, Lu Xingchen said, let's go take a look. Everyone, get your speed cars ready. Bing Shichi was loaded onto the ice cart. He pointed the way, while Dubai and Xiaobai sped along at lightning speed. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, they finally arrived at a cedar forest. As soon as Lu Xingchen parked the car, he heard a voice. Help! Xian Yuan Batian, shirtless, ran out of the cedar forest. Seeing the beautiful ice cart, he was overjoyed and cried out, Help! Help! Lu Xingchen opened the door. Xian Yuan Batian paused. Lu Xingchen, TSK, Batian, we're so destined. Xian Yuan Batian, Pa damn fate. Chapter 707. Xian Yuan Batian stared at Lu Xingchen motionless. From behind, a group of ice cave dwellers rushed out, laughing and joking. Hurry, follow the leather jacket monster. Don't let him get away. That's right. We finally found him. We have to make him farm more leather jackets. Xianyuan Beishan's expression changed, and he quickly tapped the speed card and ran forward. He didn't believe Lu Xingchen could save him. Lu Xingchen's eyes flashed, and he swung his spirit snake whip. With a snap, it wrapped around Xianyuan Batian, saying, "Hey! Wait, Batian, I want to ask you something." The Ice Cave people chased after him, surrounding Batian. They turned back and enthusiastically said to Lu Xingchen, "Thank you, thank you." Xianyuan Beishan's face turned pale with anger, and he shouted, "Lu Xingchen, don't go too far." The Ice Cave people surrounded Xianyuan Batian and walked towards the snowy hill, shouting in unison, "Refresh, refresh, look, refresh." The sound was deafening. Xianyuan Xiaowu chuckled, "Haha, boss, you're so mean." Lu Xingchen, "Ah." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, "Huh? Xianyuan Batian? Handsome boy, we meet again." "Hey, the East Fox Priest. It's her." Lu Xingchen turned around. She saw the East Fox Priest slowly approaching. She remained short and stocky, but her eyes were filled with surprise as she gazed at Xianyuan Batian. She was particularly drawn to Beishan's exposed abs. When the Ice Cave people saw the priest approaching, they immediately stopped and obediently made way. The East Fox Priest sighed, "Xiaotian, why are you running? I really like you." Lu Xingchen, shock. "Something's happening." Xianyuan Xiaowu got out of the car, excited. "Gossip, big gossip." The East Fox Priest confessed his love to Xianyuan Batian. Gao Dafu said sourly, "Being handsome is good." Lu Xingchen's heart sank, and he quickly turned back. Luckily, Lu Haoyue, Gu Yin, and the other handsome guys hadn't gotten out yet. At this moment, the East Fox Priest, ignoring them, simply stared at Xianyuan Batian and continued, "Xiaotian, why are you so upset? If you become my 88th backup husband, these Ice Cave people won't dare to do anything to you anymore. It's better than hiding from you." Xianyuan Xiaowu, TSK, 88th backup? The East Fox Priest sighed, "Xiaotian, seeing you like this, it breaks my heart." Xianyuan Batian, as if deeply humiliated, said, "Shut up, you ugly bastard. Get out of here." The East Fox Priest's expression changed. "What are you talking about? I've given you so many chances. If you continue to be shameless, I won't hold you back. Little ones, tie him up." The Ice Cave people started yelling and fighting. Xianyuan Batian cursed and struggled desperately. Lu Xingchen gestured to Xianyuan Xiaowu, urging them to get in the car. With so many people, it would be hard to escape. The East Fox Priest suddenly turned, his gaze lingering on Gao Dafu, Qi Fangxin, and Xianyuan Xiaowu. Disdain flashed in his eyes, and then he looked at Lu Xingchen. "Lu Xingchen, where's Gu Yin?" Lu Xingchen's heart skipped a beat. "He's not here." East Fox Priest, "Oh, what a shame." Xianyuan Xiaowu was unhappy. "What's wrong? What's wrong? Am I not good enough? Am I not handsome enough? Lu Xingchen, are you stupid?" She winked at everyone and quickly got on the bus. "Ah!" Suddenly, one of the Ice Cave dwellers screamed and fell to the ground. Xianyuan Batian had already wrapped himself in a leather jacket, tapped his speed card, and fled like the wind. The East Fox Priest's face darkened. "Chase!" In the meantime, Lu Xingchen and the others had already boarded the bus. Dabai and Xiaobai darted out. They were gone like lightning. Gao Dafu, still in shock, asked, "Why didn't the East Fox Priest kill us?" They had previously forced the East Fox Priest into a pool of ice and tortured him for a long time. Lu Xingchen paused. Maybe she has another mission? In the Deathland Hunting Grounds chat room, Xianyuan Batian was nearly furious. "Lu Xingchen, just wait." Lu Xingchen was surprised. "Xiaotian, you escaped? Amazing." Xianyuan Xiaowu, "Xiaotian, you're not going to be the 88th backup anymore. He's the High Priest, incredibly powerful. He's lucky to have chosen you." Gao Dafu, "Xiaotian, do you still have a leather jacket?" Qi Fangxin, "Xiaotian, I feel so bad for you." Xianyuan Xiaowu imitated the East Fox Priest's voice. "Xiaotian." Xianyuan Batian was furious. Get lost. That damned East Fox Priest, short, fat, and old, dared to covet him. How outrageous. Lu Xingchen and the others had witnessed this, and he felt humiliated. How humiliating, everyone laughed. Lu Xingchen looked back, and sure enough, the East Fox Priest hadn't come. She raised her hand. "Dabai, Xiaobai, stop!" Dabai and Xiaobai quickly stopped. Lu Xingchen winked at Gao Dafu and Gu Yin, and the three of them dismounted from the sled. After reaching the back of a snowy hillock, Lu Xingchen produced an advanced disguise card. Advanced disguise card. After use, You can transform into a designated player, with appearance, voice, and figure identical to the designated player, effectively indistinguishable from the real one. Uses: 1. Duration: 15 hours. Use: Lu Xingchen, yes. Please enter or speak the player you wish to disguise yourself as. Lu Xingchen, Area 26, Xianyuan Batian. Disguise successful. Gu Yin and Gao Dafu watched as Lu Xingchen transformed into Xianyuan Batian. Both were shocked. Gao Dafu's thoughts raced, and he immediately asked, "Are you going to find the East Fox priest?" Lu Xingchen, yes. There were many people on the ice cart, including members of the Xianyuan family, so she had to be cautious, which was why she disguised herself in the dark. Lu Xingchen shifted. How is it? Looks just like Batian, right? Gao Dafu, exactly the same, even the voice is the same. That's it. Lu Xingchen sent Gao Dafu and Gu Yin back. Then, she slipped and slid towards the spot where she had just seen the East Fox priest. The East Fox priest only liked handsome men and ignored Lu Xingchen and the others. Only by changing into a handsome man could the East Fox priest take a second look. Behind the snowy hillock, the East Fox priest frowned. Xiao Tian ran away. Go chase him. Lu Xingchen thought for a moment, pulled a bucket of animal blood from his storage backpack, splashed it on his legs, and then deliberately fell with a thud. The East Fox priest immediately turned around. Who? The ice caveman ran over, overjoyed. The leather monster. The leather monster is coming. Lu Xingchen was indeed wearing a white leather coat. Blood was oozing from her legs. She limped a few steps, her face pale as she looked at the East Fox priest. The East Fox priestess was distressed. Broken leg? Damn it, who is it? She turned and scolded the ice cave people. I told you to strip him, not to hurt him. What good are these long legs if they're broken? Lu Xingchen's face was pale, and he was stabbing with his long knife, his teeth clenched, as if struggling with something. The East Fox priestess had never seen him like this before, and her heart ached even more. She sighed. Xiao Tian, why are you doing this? Just promise me. Lu Xingchen, okay, I promise. The East Fox priestess was stunned. Really? She was a little suspicious. Why did you suddenly change your mind? Lu Xingchen, promise me 3 things, and I agree to be your 88th backup. Chapter 708. East Fox priest, you said? Lu Xingchen, I was just being chased by Lu Xingchen, and my leg is injured. The first thing you have to do is help me kill her. Lu Xingchen stared at the East Fox priest. The East Fox priest was stunned for a moment, his eyes rolling. Well, yes, but you have to wait 2 days. I can't touch her now. As expected, the East Fox priest couldn't kill her now. Lu Xingchen proposed this condition, firstly to test the waters, and secondly to show that Xianyuan Batian had changed his mind for other reasons. Now that her goal had been achieved, she wouldn't insist. She continued, second, give me 5,000 gold coins. The East Fox priest was stunned for a moment. Money? No problem, but it has to wait until after we get married. Get married? Lu Xingchen's eyes rolled. Getting married, but her goal wasn't money either. Lu Xingchen said sternly, no, at least give me 2,000 gold coins first. The East Fox priest chuckled and pinched Lu Xingchen's face. Okay, no problem. Supporting someone requires money, I understand. Here, 2,000 gold coins, is that okay? Lu Xingchen regretted asking for less. The East Fox priest smiled. What about the third thing, Xiao Tian? Lu Xingchen touched the card in his hand. This was the truth card he had obtained earlier. Truth card. Use this card on a target to make them tell the truth, unconditionally. Note 1. Use this card at close range, and undetectable. Note 2. Using this card may have unpredictable side effects, so proceed with caution. Lu Xingchen flicked his finger. Do you want to use the truth card on the East Fox priest? Lu Xingchen, yes. Use successfully, last 3 minutes. Please interrogate as soon as possible. So short a time? Lu Xingchen immediately asked. There's a place where strange noises and colorful lights are heard. It said a treasure has appeared. Do you know where it is? The East Fox priest's eyes were filled with hesitation. Finally, she said, I know, but it might not be a treasure. It could be a trap. She sensed something was amiss, and was stalling for time. Lu Xingchen immediately asked, tell me where it is. The East Fox priest's eyes struggled. Go straight south. There's a dense red pine forest far, far away. It's nearby. I was going there too. Lu Xingchen, what's the danger? The East Fox priest, I don't know. Lu Xingchen, what could it be? The East Fox priest, I don't know. This won't do. What a waste of time. It seems that's all the East Fox priest knows. Lu Xingchen, why can't I kill Lu Xingchen? Donghu priest, my mission this time isn't to kill, especially not outsiders. I just need to find a few backups. However, capturing her and torturing her is fine. With a minute left, Lu Xingchen's eyes rolled. Where's the treasure? Donghu priest, there's a treasure map. It's not here, it's in Muchuan. Her eyes gradually cleared, and it seemed she was waking up. Lu Xingchen stopped questioning. Donghu priest, puzzled, looked around. Hey, where were we talking just now? Oh, third request, Xiaotian. What's your third request of me? Lu Xingchen, my third request is, you can't kill Lu Xingchen. Not only that, you have to protect her. The East Fox priest was stunned. Your first request was clearly, Lu Xingchen, I've changed my mind. East Fox priest, okay, I promise. Lu Xingchen felt relieved. The East Fox priest's eyes rolled. Xiaotian, I already promised you. You can be my 88th. Lu Xingchen, of course. It's not her, after all. The East Fox priest was overjoyed. She pulled out a shiny collar and said, since you've agreed, put this on first. Lu Xingchen stepped back cautiously. What is this? Why does it look like a dog's collar? The East Fox priest said, I've agreed to all three of your requests. You must keep your promise and marry me. This necklace is my gift to you. You must wear it before I trust you. Lu Xingchen accepted the collar calmly. Okay, no problem. She looked down and saw a clasp. After unzipping it and locking it around her neck, the clasp snapped shut, and the collar became inaccessible. The East Fox priest had the key. The East Fox priest smiled at Lu Xingchen. Xiaotian, put it on. Lu Xingchen looked up, quickly contacted Gao Dafu, and then feigned shyness. Turn away. Look at me. I'm embarrassed to wear it. The East Fox priest's eyes flashed. Okay. She turned around. Lu Xingchen hurried to the back of the snowy hillock, immediately tapped her speed card, and slipped away. On the way, she used the GPS to locate Xianyuan Batian. Xianyuan Batian had just escaped, so he must be nearby. She quickly scurried along, soon arriving at the foot of an iceberg. She located Xianyuan Batian again. Xianyuan Batian was inside the iceberg. Because she had already given Gao Dafu the coordinates, Gao Dafu and the others had arrived on an ice cart. Lu Xingchen followed the coordinates and walked to a sheltered ice cave. Xianyuan Batian sat on the ground, blood-soaked, pale, and with his eyes closed. He was wrapped in a leather jacket, his face exhausted. Wounded? No wonder, with so many people in the ice cave, he was lucky to escape. Lu Xingchen still looked like Xianyuan Batian, but she had changed her clothes and covered her head, leaving only her eyes exposed. Xianyuan Batian suddenly opened his eyes, and their eyes met. Huh? Xianyuan Batian froze. Why did those eyes look so familiar? Lu Xingchen, blocking the cave entrance, pulled Xianyuan Batian out with lightning speed, then took out a collar, slipped it over his head, and locked it with a click. Xianyuan Batian was completely bewildered. In fact, since entering the hunting grounds, he rarely rested, barely even closing his eyes, constantly on the run. That group of ice cave dwellers had nearly killed him. He'd been hiding here, barely closing his eyes to rest, when he was found. Without a location card, it would have been impossible to locate such a remote place so accurately. Who was this elusive person? Lu Xingchen winked at him, then slid away. The East Fox priest was full of ulterior motives. If he hadn't been so sure, he wouldn't have let him escape. This collar was also full of secrets. If my guess was right, Xianyuan Batian would be found soon. Well, I hope they live happily ever after. Lu Xingchen glided along, quickly reaching the ice sled. Once aboard, she communicated with Dabai and Xiaobai, urging them to sprint forward. Then, she removed her headscarf, revealing her face. Xianyuan Xiaowu, Batian? Hey, you can't be Xianyuan Batian. Xianyuan Shower? Lu Xingchen? Boss? Lu Xingchen turned around. Shuh, be careful with your words. Don't say anything you shouldn't say, and don't ask anything you shouldn't ask. You still have some poison on you. Xianyuan Xiaowu, boss, I'm wronged. I'm loyal to you. Lu Xingchen, hee. Xianyuan Xiaowu suddenly shouted, oh my god, Batian really has become the backup plan. The priests have caught him. Chapter 709. Lu Xingchen hurried to check the chat. Oh my god, guess what I saw? The leather monster was spotted by a priestess. They even exchanged engagement tokens. The leather monster was wearing a collar, and was captured by the priestess. I saw it too. TSK, The leather monster is so lucky. He came to hunt, and found himself a wife. What? Are you jealous upstairs? Ahem, I don't like short, thick things. Xianyuan Batian, Lu Xingchen, it's you, isn't it, you vicious and cunning woman? Gao Dafu, Xiao Tian, happy wedding. Qi Fangxin, Xiao Tian, I wish you a long and happy marriage. Xianyuan Xiaowu, Xiao Tian, should I give a gift? Xianyuan Batian, get lost, traitor. Xianyuan Batian was about to collapse. Originally, he had plenty of supplies and cards, so escaping wouldn't have been that difficult. But ever since he put on the collar, the East Fox priest could find him quickly no matter where he hid. Moreover, the slightest movement of the East Fox priest's hand would send him into a splitting headache, leaving him groggy and unable to even use his cards. The collar, once on, couldn't be removed. So, he was easily controlled by the East Fox priest. The East Fox priest was a little angry. Xiao Tian, you took my money and made so many demands, yet you're breaking your promise. That's too much. Xianyuan Batian, when did I ever take your money? When did I ever make demands? The East Fox priest's face darkened. Humans are cunning. She coldly touched the collar around Xianyuan Batian's neck. No matter what, accepting this is equivalent to accepting my betrothal gift. You can't get away. Xianyuan Batian was furious. Someone forced me to wear this. In reality, he had already sensed something was amiss. After chatting with the East Fox priest for a few minutes, he suddenly remembered those familiar eyes. It dawned on him. Someone had disguised themselves as him and struck a deal with the East Fox priest. Damn it! Xianyuan Batian immediately thought of someone. Lu Xingchen. She definitely did this. Xianyuan Batian patiently consulted the East Fox priest about the situation. He was furious, his face turning blue. Damn it! Lu Xingchen not only disguised herself as him, but also took 2,000 gold coins and made another condition for the East Fox priest to protect her. How could she be so shameless? Xianyuan Batian immediately said, I'm changing my mind. I want you to kill Lu Xingchen. The East Fox priest frowned. Why are you so fickle? Are you free? Xianyuan Batian angrily said, I told you it wasn't me last time. The East Fox priest. You say it wasn't, so it wasn't? Do you think I'm blind? The East Fox priest was furious. Xianyuan Batian was a proud man. Asking him to lower himself to appease others was a complete failure. Communication between the two was extremely strained. Even further away, Lu Xingchen's sled had been traveling for several hours. Finally, around 8 o'clock in the morning, they sighted a vast red pine forest. It was a long way off. Lu Xingchen looked at the red pine forest and breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone get out of the car and look around to see if there's anything unusual. The East Fox priest didn't have much information, so they could only search. The group got out of the car and split into 4 directions, exploring. Lu Xingchen entered the red pine forest. This was a vast red pine forest, dotted with low-lying red pines, with the occasional red-tailed squirrel darting out. Aside from that, nothing unusual happened. They searched for over an hour before finally reuniting with the ice sled. Everyone shook their heads, finding nothing. Lu Xingchen frowned. Did we find the wrong spot? That shouldn't be the case. The red pine forest is the only place with something interesting. The rest is just white snow dunes and icebergs, too monotonous. Gao Dafu, Qi Fangxin, and the others had already started cooking, while Lu Xingchen was still lost in thought. Suddenly, an announcement rang out. Hunting Channel. Announcement. At 10 p.m. tonight, the second relocation will take place. All players in all arenas will be forced to relocate, and the relocation will be randomized. Please prepare in advance. This was the announcement for the entire Hunting Channel. As the announcement went out, everyone started to discuss. 10 p.m.? Only 12 hours left. Yeah, I thought it had to be 10 tomorrow. It seems like it's early? I've noticed it seems to be related to the death toll. When the game sees the death toll is almost up, it forces a change. Why are there so many explanations? It's just metaphysics. This game. It's so arbitrary. Everyone will be forced to move to the next night, even those at the top of the leaderboard and wealth list. Opinions abounded. Many people were indifferent, except for those at the late spring hunting grounds. The late spring hunting grounds were truly a blissful place, carefree and relaxing like a vacation. Someone complained, I don't want to move. I'm so happy here at the late spring hunting grounds. What if I end up in a place of death? Haha, a place of death would be great. If you're handsome, you might catch the eye of the priests, haha. That's right, the leather monster Xianyuan Batian is about to marry the East Fox priest. Aren't you envious? Hee, the Xianyuan family are truly powerful. Watching all this discussion, Xianyuan Batian felt like vomiting. When had their Xianyuan family ever been discussed like this before? Because of his nickname, the Leather Monster, the family had already ignored him. And because of his affair with the East Fox priest, the family was even more disappointed in him. The long-dormant Xianyuan Linglong seized the opportunity to rise to power, and had already persuaded the family to withhold all resources from him. He was about to lose his position. Xianyuan Baishan's eyes glared. No, absolutely not. He glanced at the East Fox priest. This person is incredibly powerful. If nothing else, he have to compromise and use her. Elsewhere, after hearing the announcement, Lu Xingchen's heart sank. In about 12 hours, another relocation would be necessary. This time, it would be a forced relocation. There was a high probability that she would be transferred to a different hunting ground. So, she only had 12 hours to search for the Imperial Ice Lock. Hurry! Gao Dafu and the others prepared breakfast. Lu Xingchen had no appetite, so she ate only 2 bites before heading back to the Red Pine Forest. She circled the forest many times, but still found nothing. At noon, there was a sudden boom. The snowy mountain near the Red Pine Forest suddenly emitted a deafening sound. With the sound, the mountain trembled and split in two, and a beam of colorful gemstone light burst out from the cracked valley. The sky was filled with colorful light. Clang! Clang! A strange sound appeared. It sounded like the sound of metal colliding. It was loud and somewhat melodious. Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. Finally, she understood. These things only appeared at certain times. Unable to hold back, the group rushed towards the snowy mountain with Lu Xingchen. Just as Lu Xingchen reached the top of the mountain, she heard the clang sound again. Xianyuan Xiaowu was faster than anyone else, even using his speed card. When he reached the top, his face pale, he turned back and waved vigorously at everyone, silently shouting, "Hurry up!" The others refused to leave, and took their places on the summit. Looking down, they too were pale. Chapter 710. In the newly broken valley, a massive red pine tree appeared. Attached to it was a massive golden chain. The chain shone with a rainbow of colors, trailing long across the ground. Next to the chain, a massive white bear furiously tore at it. The clattering sounds were the chain's collisions as they were pulled. The red pine tree, the golden chain, and the white bear were all enormous. The interweaving of red, gold, and white was both beautiful and violent. The white bear, in a state of panic, frantically shook the chain, as if trying to tear it from the tree, but it was unsuccessful. Everyone was stunned. After a long pause, Gao Dafu said, We can't defeat this white bear, right? Indeed, they didn't even need to fight. This white bear was unlike ordinary white bears. They definitely couldn't defeat it. Lu Xingchen's face was heavy, as he waved to the people behind him, urging them to leave quickly. Indeed, this polar bear was too large and too powerful. If it discovered them, they would be in great danger. Everyone hurried back down the mountain. Lu Haoyue, Lu Daqiao, and Lu Xiaoqiao returned to the ice cart, which was further away, so they would be guarding it. Lu Xingchen was in a dilemma. If my guess was correct, the golden chain from earlier was the ice control lock, but now, with a giant polar bear guarding it, how could they get it? Lu Xingchen looked at Chu Hongyi. Do you have any exotic beast identification cards? Chu Hongyi shook her head. No, this is the only one I have. I give it to you. This meant they couldn't identify the polar bear's preferences. Lu Xingchen lowered his head and thought for a moment. Dafu, don't worry, Qi, you guys go over there. Since there's no way to identify it, I can only guess. Lu Xingchen remembered that when she used the taming card, one of the old polar bears liked to eat blue krill, blue-white snow rabbits, and the like. Dabai and Xiaobai evolved a little more after eating the blue-white snow rabbits. So, she guessed that the blue-white snow rabbits were a delicacy for polar bears. She had to give it a try. Because the wind was a bit strong up in the mountains, Lu Xingchen took Gao Dafu and Qi Fangxin to the upwind side, lit the stove, took out 2 pieces of blue-white snow rabbit meat, and began to roast them. After roasting, the group quickly left. Soon, the aroma of the roasted blue-white snow rabbit wafted over. The clattering in the valley stopped, and a minute later, a huge polar bear climbed up from the valley and rushed towards the barbecue. Success. Lu Xingchen asked Gao Dafu to stay nearby while she climbed onto Lan Lan's back and rushed into the valley, reaching the golden chain. Ice Lock, a Pokemon with special powers. Note: Ice Lock is locked to a strange red pine tree, unable to move. Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. Sure enough, it was Ice Lock. She examined it carefully. The ice log seemed to be growing on the giant red pine tree, firmly lodged. She pulled, but it wouldn't budge. Should I chop the tree down? Lu Xingchen immediately took out a high-level iron axe, swung it, and struck the tree. Bang! The iron axe flew with a spark, but the red pine tree didn't even leave a mark. No! Should I try another axe? Right, Babu's giant axe. Lu Xingchen took out Babu's giant axe and smashed it down hard. Crack! A small crack appeared on the red pine tree. This works. Lu Xingchen was overjoyed, and was about to continue chopping the tree when Gao Dafu's private message came. Little Lu, run. Big Bear has finished his barbecue, and is going back. Lu Xingchen immediately slipped, and rushed up the mountain. As soon as she reached the top, the giant white bear rushed to the ice chain. It carefully circled around it, continuing to pull at the chain. Lu Xingchen sighed. It seemed the white bear wanted this too. Unfortunately, she didn't dare negotiate with it. The white bear was too fast. If the distance wasn't so great, even if she used the speed card, she might not be able to escape. Luckily, there was still time. Lu Xingchen returned to Gao Dafu. The two looked at each other in bewilderment. What should they do? Roast the blue and white snow rabbit again. However, Lu Xingchen only had 4 pieces of blue and white snow rabbit meat. Even if she roasted all of it, the white bear would only eat for a few minutes, which was not enough time. For a moment, they were at a stalemate. Gao Dafu pondered for a moment. How about we go kill some more blue and white snow rabbits? Lu Xingchen shook her head. They're hard to find. She asked in the chat channel before, but no one had ever spotted a blue and white snow rabbit. The blue and white snow rabbit is a relatively rare animal. The two were struggling when a message suddenly popped up. Xianyuan Linglong wants to communicate with you across regions using the inter-region communication card. Do you agree? What does she want? Lu Xingchen was surprised, but since she had nothing else to do, she answered the call. Before Lu Xingchen could say anything, Xianyuan Linglong's words came pouring out. Xianyuan Linglong, Lu Xingchen, I've got word. Xianyuan Batian and the East Fox Priest are heading to your destination. They'd be there soon. You need to prepare. Xianyuan Linglong, the East Fox Priest is very powerful. Lu Xingchen, if you face her, you can only run. Xianyuan Linglong, they're also looking for treasure. Lu Xingchen, if that doesn't work out, give up the treasure hunt. Save your life first. Lu Xingchen, how did you know? Xianyuan Linglong, Xianyuan Batian doesn't trust Xianyuan Shower and the others, so he didn't tell the family about this. He only revealed it to someone he knows. I learned about it by accident. Anyway, run. Lu Xingchen, okay, thank you. As she spoke, she used the GPS to locate Xianyuan Batian. Xianyuan Batian wasn't far away. Indeed, they'd be there soon. Lu Xingchen's face changed, and she immediately notified Gu Yan, asking him to take the ice cart and drive it to a relatively remote location. Xianyuan Linglong concluded, Xianyuan Shower, Xiaozi, and Xiaowu are close friends of mine and trustworthy. I notify them if I have any questions, and they pass them on to you. This way, at least we can save on the inter-regional communication card. Lu Xingchen, okay. Xianyuan Linglong hastily hung up the phone. Lu Xingchen assured Gao Defuki, and the two of them quickly returned to the ice cart. Indeed, the East Fox Priest is powerful. They must save their lives first. Looking at the ice control lock and the white bear underground, Lu Xingchen hesitated. Should the East Fox Priest have a way to retrieve the ice control lock? While Lu Xingchen was hesitating, Gao Dafu suddenly called in private. Xiao Lu, this is the card the waiter gave me. Use it first. The invisibility card. Lu Xingchen accepted the invisibility card. Invisibility card conceals your form and aura, making it undetectable. Duration, 30 minutes. Do you want to use it? Invisibility card? Lu Xingchen suddenly remembered that she also had 2 invisibility cards. Okay, there's a solution. Lu Xingchen returned the invisibility card and said to Gao Dafu, hide well. Have Gu Yan wait near the valley, and give him the invisibility card. Then, Lu Xingchen looked around, stood above the valley, walked behind an ice hillock, dug a snow cave, and crawled inside. Gu Yan, I saw Xianyuan Batian. They're coming. Be careful. Lu Xingchen smacked her lips. Gu Yan was truly courageous. She quickly instructed him to hide, then used her invisible card. Less than a minute later, she heard voices. Xianyuan Batian, strange. Where's Lu Xingchen? The East Fox Priest chimed in. Xiao Tian, you're being naughty. You told me you were here to look for treasure, not for someone. Why do you keep mentioning Lu Xingchen? I'm jealous. Xian Yuan Batian sneered. Then find her and kill her. Chapter 711. The East Fox priest's eyes flickered, and he chuckled. That won't do. After all, I promised you to protect her. Xian Yuan Batian's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth. I told you, that's not me. Lu Xingchen couldn't help but touch her face. The disguise card wasn't valid yet, and she still had Xian Yuan Batian's face. Yes, this face might still be useful later. Elsewhere, the East Fox priest looked at the giant white bear in the valley, feeling a little embarrassed. We dare not kill this thing. Xian Yuan Batian was annoyed. Why? The East Fox priest smiled faintly and fell silent. Lu Xingchen's heart skipped a beat. The East Fox priest didn't dare to kill this white bear? Why? The East Fox priest was very powerful. How could he not dare to kill a bear? Could this giant white bear have some background? Then she had to be careful and not offend it. At this moment, the East Fox priest turned around and said to the Ice Cave people who had followed him, "Return immediately, the farther away the better." The Ice Cave people were confused, but they obediently left. Xian Yuan Batian was a little puzzled. If they're gone, how can we get the treasure? The East Fox priest's expression was serious. Xiao Tian, listen, we can't reveal our identities. I noticed a group a little further away. I had my people investigate, and they're with Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen's heart sank. To her surprise, the East Fox priest had already discovered them. Danger! She was about to inform Gao Dafu to keep them further away when she heard the East Fox priest continue. It's a good opportunity. They can take the blame for us. Lu Xingchen paused, listening carefully. The East Fox priest produced a golden axe and handed it to Xian Yuan Batian, saying solemnly, I lure the white bear away. Use this axe to chop down that red pine tree, remove the ice lock, and then quickly leave. Meet me 5 kilometers away. Xian Yuan Batian was overjoyed. Then hesitantly replied, but what if Lu Xingchen shows up? The East Fox priest rolled her eyes. Are you that afraid of her? Don't worry, I've checked. There are no other creatures nearby. Lu Xingchen can't get here that quickly. Lu Xingchen blinked. As expected, the East Fox priest was formidable. Luckily, she had an invisibility card, allowing her to conceal her presence. Luckily, she was brave enough to wait for them here. Xian Yuan Batian was relieved. He held the golden axe, a calculating look in his eyes. The East Fox priestess saw this and sneered, nodding at the collar around his neck. Since I've let you go, I naturally find a way to find you. Just wait patiently. Xian Yuan Batian held his breath and said, all right. As long as he could get the Imperial Ice Lock, everything would be fine. He felt relieved as long as this treasure didn't fall into Lu Xingchen's hands. Originally, with his abilities, he was no match for the East Fox priestess. Furthermore, the priestess could now both locate and control him. He didn't dare entertain any other thoughts. The East Fox priestess was satisfied. With a wave of her hand, she released a blue and white snow rabbit. The blue and white snow rabbit slid down the valley, then turned and bolted. The giant white bear, sensing something, glanced back, then dashed off in pursuit of the blue and white snow rabbit. The East Fox priestess dodged and followed. She left a distant message. I hold white bear back. I give you 10 minutes. Xiao Tian, hurry up. Xian Yuan Batian immediately rushed down the valley, wielding his golden axe, and began chopping down trees. Bang, bang, bang. Xian Yuan Batian chopped with exceptional effort. Lu Xingchen saw a small gash in the red pine tree, slowly widening. What a fine axe! Lu Xingchen stared at Xian Yuan Batian. That was good. Now that the East Fox priestess wasn't around, Xian Yuan Batian was alone, so she had no problem. Gu Yan's private message came in. The East Fox priestess is attracting the white bear. I see her running while feeding the blue and white snow rabbit meat. The white bear is being led further and further away. Xiao Lu, do you need my help? Lu Xingchen, no, hurry back to the ice cart. 5 minutes later, Xian Yuan Batian finally chopped down the red pine tree. The tree's massive bulk collapsed with a resounding crash, crushing the Imperial Ice Lock beneath it. Xian Yuan Batian quickly put away his golden axe and tried to move the tree, but found it impossible. The red pine tree was too heavy. Lu Xingchen, concealing himself, quietly approached Xian Yuan Batian and joined him in moving the red pine. They discovered that even with 2 people, it was impossible. If they couldn't move the red pine tree, they couldn't get the Imperial Ice Lock. What should they do? Xian Yuan Batian and Lu Xingchen were both anxious. Lu Xingchen immediately said to Gao Dafu, please ask Chu Hongyi if she has a pill that instantly increases strength. Gao Dafu, no, But Xian Yuan Shower will ask Ling Long for you why Batian needs the strength pill. Lu Xingchen was stunned, then overjoyed. Batian wants the strength pill? Gao Dafu. Yes. Xian Yuan Ling Long said that Batian is swearing an oath in the family and wants one last thing. The strength pill. The family hasn't agreed yet, and Ling Long said she'd get it if you need it. Lu Xingchen chuckled, no need. Just ask Batian for it. With Batian so helpful, she could save some effort. As expected, Xian Yuan Batian stood still for a moment, then swallowed a pill with a look of ecstasy on his face. He then continued to lift the red pine tree. The red pine tree was finally lifted. Xian Yuan Batian was overjoyed. While lifting the tree with one hand, he reached for the Imperial Ice Lock with the other. Lu Xingchen was faster than him. Ding! Imperial Ice Lock found. Pick it up, Lu Xingchen? Yes. Picked it up successfully, already in the storage backpack. Lu Xingchen almost burst out laughing when she slipped and slid over 10 meters. Xian Yuan Batian froze in the snow. It was strange. He had just chopped down the red pine tree, but he couldn't pick it up, so he could only move it. The red pine tree was too heavy for him to lift, so he had to ask his family for a powerful pill. The family was reluctant to provide the supplies this time. Finally, Xian Yuan Ling Long intervened and made him promise to give her all his gold coins before the family agreed. He painstakingly moved the red pine tree, but the Imperial Ice Lock beneath his feet disappeared. Had some mechanism been triggered? Would the Imperial Ice Lock disappear if he left the red pine tree? He stood there, puzzled. Lu Xingchen had already rushed up the mountain. Stupefied, Xian Yuan Batian suddenly realized something and shouted, Lu Xingchen, is that you? You're the one behind this, aren't you? He didn't know if it was Lu Xingchen. Whenever something bad happened around him, his first thought was that Lu Xingchen was behind it. Not far away, the figure of the East Fox Priest had appeared. The East Fox Priestess quickly arrived before Xian Yuan Batian. Seeing him carrying the red pine tree, she frowned and asked, Where's the Imperial Ice Lock? This treasure is very important to me. Take it out. Xian Yuan Batian's face paled. Gone! The East Fox Priestess said. How could it be gone? Did you hide it? Well, Xian Yuan Batian, you're still not telling the truth. Xian Yuan Batian said, It's really gone. I don't know what happened. Oh, it was Lu Xingchen. Regardless of whether it was Lu Xingchen or not, he pinned the blame on Lu Xingchen. The East Fox Priestess was furious. How dare you lie? She raised her hand, and Xian Yuan Batian's grip loosened, sending the red pine tree crashing to the ground. Xian Yuan Batian's face darkened. It's true. He clutched his neck. The collar had taken effect again, and now his entire body was icy cold, alternating between hot and cold. He felt dizzy and unable to concentrate. The East Fox Priestess said, Tell me, where's the Imperial Ice Lock? Chapter 712. Xian Yuan Batian, I'm telling the truth. At this point, Lu Xingchen had already run far away. The invisibility card expired in 5 minutes, so she had to run quickly. Once she was farther away, she called out Lan Lan, jumped on Lan Lan's back, and had Lan Lan quickly fly back to the ice cart. Once aboard the ice cart, Lu Xingchen immediately sent Dabai and Xiaobai running. Once she was firmly seated, she used another positioning card to locate Xian Yuan Batian. Sure enough, Xian Yuan Batian's position was getting closer and closer. In the chat channel, Xian Yuan Batian shouted angrily, Lu Xingchen, it's you, right? Haha, I've already located you. The East Fox Priest, and I will be there soon. Gao Dafu, oh Xiaotian, you're here with your wife? Chief Fengxin, Xiaotian, you're newlyweds. Why are you running around without even having your wedding night? Xian Yuan Batian, shut up. The East Fox Priest, and I have nothing to do with each other. Xian Yuan Xiaowu, hey, we've already received the engagement token. We're already going out together. So what? Who are you kidding? Xian Yuan Batian, Lu Xingchen, just wait. Xian Yuan Batian, haha, the East Fox Priest can't kill you, but I have a plunder card. Just wait, I squeeze everything out of you. Lu Xingchen located Xian Yuan Batian again, his expression changing. Oh no, they're moving too fast. This won't work. Lu Xingchen paused. Gu Yan, Gao Dafu, you and I get out of the car. The rest of you keep running. The three of them got out and ran in 3 different directions. Lu Xingchen didn't forget to say to Xian Yuan Batian, okay, come find us. Gao Dafu, come find me. Hee, I have the Imperial Ice Lock. Gu Yan, come. Lu Haoyue, oh Xingxing, that thing you just gave me was the Imperial Ice Lock. Seriously, that's no fun. Xian Yuan Xiaowu, Oh, the Imperial Ice Lock, right here in my hand. Xianyuan Shower kicked him. They're capable. What do you have? Why are you showing off? Xianyuan Batian paused. Lu Xingchen was so cunning. Who did she give the Imperial Ice Lock to? The East Fox priest said she couldn't kill Lu Xingchen and the others right now, so she could only capture and torture them. So, he thought of using the looting card. But with so many people who had the Imperial Ice Lock, he used the location card and found that Gao Dafu, Lu Xingchen, and Gu Yin were all in different locations. He knew they were deliberately separated. The transfer was only 7 or 8 hours away. How could he have so much time to capture them all one by one? He immediately informed the East Fox priest of the situation. The East Fox priestess narrowed her eyes. No matter what, just chase Lu Xingchen. The ice chain was indeed still in Lu Xingchen's hands. She rushed forward, thinking of a way. The East Fox priestess was so powerful, it would be difficult to outrun her. Now that her invisibility card had expired, she had to use another one. She was thinking when suddenly, a chill wind blew from the front, and a huge white bear appeared before her. It was the white bear that had been pulling at the ice chain in the valley. The white bear howled to the sky, "Aang!" Lu Xingchen turned and ran. The white bear swayed, blocking her way again, and howled, "Aang!" Lu Xingchen darted back and forth, darting east and west. She ran several times, but was stopped by the white bear. It howled non-stop, already growing impatient. Lu Xingchen's mind struck him. You want the ice lock? The white bear nodded, yes. As expected, this creature is quite intelligent. Lu Xingchen was in a dilemma. This white bear was too fast. Even with her speed card, she couldn't escape. Huh? Xiaotian, does this person look like you? Suddenly, a voice rang out. It was the East Fox priest. Xianyuan Batian, who was standing beside the East Fox priest, frowned. I told you, the person you agreed to meet with wasn't me. You were tricked by her. Lu Xingchen turned and smiled faintly. Priest, have I done you a great favor? If she hadn't put the collar on Xianyuan Batian, the East Fox priest would still be trying to capture him. The East Fox priest smiled back, oh indeed. Thank you, Lu Xingchen. Xianyuan Batian, growing impatient, said to the East Fox priest, aren't you trying to steal the treasure? Why haven't you taken action yet? Tie her up. The East Fox priest chuckled. What's the rush? Xianyuan Batian frowned and took several steps forward, getting much closer to Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen's focus was solely on the East Fox priest. Attacked from both sides, she was trembling with fear. On one side, the eager white bear, on the other, the enigmatic East Fox priest. She couldn't handle either of them. Suddenly, a notification sounded. Xianyuan Batian used the empty card on you. Iron Block X2. Empty card. Xianyuan Batian is stealing. Lu Xingchen's face changed. Xianyuan Batian used the empty card on you, stealing half a bottle of white cotton fruit wine. Xianyuan Batian is still stealing. Lu Xingchen's thoughts raced. No, keeping the Imperial Ice Lock in her backpack would be even more dangerous. Xianyuan Batian might steal it. She stepped back a few steps, took out the Imperial Ice Lock, and with a clattering sound, she said to the giant white bear, do you want to play with this? Then I'd let you play with it, but you have to take me with you. The East Fox priest shouted, Lu Xingchen, give it to me, give me the Imperial Ice Lock, and I take you with me. Lu Xingchen, haha. She was just giving it to the white bear to play with. Could she only give it to the East Fox priest? Just now, the white bear had politely asked for the Imperial Ice Lock. Would the East Fox priest be that polite? The white bear, It joyfully plucked the Imperial Ice Lock with its front paws, tossed it, and wrapped it around its neck, letting out a long roar. The roar was so loud it nearly deafened anyone. The sound echoed far and wide. In the distance, two voices seemed to respond, on. Seeing the Imperial Ice Lock, Xianyuan Batian's eyes lit up, and he was eager to charge. Eastern Fox Priest, Xiaotian, no. The giant white bear excitedly fiddled with the Imperial Ice Lock, making a series of rattling sounds. It yelled again. Two familiar voices rang out, on. Lu Xingchen's heart immediately leaped. It was Dabai and Xiaobai. Why are they here? In the chat, Xianyuan Xiaowu, boss, we're here. We're here to rescue you. Lu Xingchen, what are you doing here? Xianyuan Xiaowu, Batian just boasted in the chat that he captured you, and we rushed over in a hurry. What's going on? Did Xianyuan Batian lie? Gao Dafu, Xiao Lu, we're here too. We be there soon. Hang on. Dabai and Xiaobai's voices approached from afar. The giant white bear responded cheerfully. Soon, Dubai and Xiaobai, dragging their ice carts, approached. Seeing the giant white bear, they barked joyfully and rubbed affectionately against it. The giant white bear responded with delight. The East Fox priest's expression darkened. The giant white bear removed the imperial ice lock from its neck and passed it to Dubai and Xiaobai, letting them play. Dubai and Xiaobai each grabbed one end, tugging and playing with it, having a blast. The imperial ice lock jingled crisply. The giant white bear sat affectionately to the side. Lu Xingchen suddenly realized that the white bear wanted to give the imperial ice lock to Dubai and Xiaobai as a toy. So, the white bear must be Dubai and Xiaobai's elder. The East Fox priest watched silently, his expression serious. Xian Yuan Batian, holding 2 iron blocks in one hand and white asbestos fruit wine in the other, remained speechless and stunned. Lu Xingchen looked over. Damn it, Batian has actually learned to steal. That was Bai Shermian's fruit wine. She had thought of giving it to Xian Yuan Batian. Lu Xingchen, Xian Yuan Batian, I give you that wine. I wish you and the high priest a long and happy marriage. Gao Dafu suddenly called out. What, Xiao Lu, you actually gave him the wine. That's fine wine. If a man drinks it then. The East Fox priest snatched the wine away. What will happen? Gao Dafu smiled ambiguously. Guess? Chapter 713. The East Fox priestess's eyes lit up. She looked at Xian Yuan Batian. Xian Yuan Batian was startled, then his face changed drastically. He pointed at Lu Xingchen, blushing. You are so shameless. You actually carry this kind of wine with you. Lu Xingchen was surprised. What's wrong with this kind of wine? Xian Yuan Batian paused for a moment and said, It's not proper. Lu Xingchen chuckled. Xiaotian, why are you so filthy-headed? Xian Yuan Shower, that's right, it's full of crap. Xian Yuan Batian blushed slightly. The East Fox priestess's eyes lit up even more when she saw him like this. However, she glanced at Yubing Suo, then frowned at the giant white bear, her eyes filled with struggle. Lu Xingchen saw it clearly and sighed deliberately. It's getting dark. In 3 or 4 hours, we have to leave here. Gao Dafu understood and immediately said, That's right. We're forced to leave. We can't stay even if we want to. Xian Yuan Shower scratched his head. That's right. We be parting soon. He looked at Xian Yuan Batian and said angrily, Batian, we be leaving soon. Stop making trouble and get out. The East Fox priest was stunned. Xiao Tian is leaving too? Lu Xingchen nodded. Yes, we all have to leave. Although the East Fox priest didn't fully understand, she knew that they were indigenous people, and Lu Xingchen, Xian Yuan Batian, and the others were outsiders. They're different. Xian Yuan Batian left in a moment, then she gone through all that trouble, lost 2,000 gold coins, and wasted a collar. It seemed like she accomplished nothing. Even if she couldn't make a specimen, she had to find a way to get some advantage, right? The East Fox priest made a snap decision and pulled Xian Yuan Batian in. Xiaotian, let's go. Xian Yuan Batian had already reacted. He shook off the East Fox priest's hand, tapped a speed card, and took off running. The East Fox priest followed him like a shadow. Lon Lon suddenly shouted, A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Lon Lon, ha ha ha. Gao Dafu, TSK Lon Lon, you're not even 6 months old, how come you know everything? You're so precocious. Lon Lon, bullshit. Everyone laughed. Lu Xingchen's eyes flashed. She was so excited. She wondered what the outcome of Bai Shermian's fruit wine would be. Will she scream and yell for her daddy? Or enter a state of suspended animation, draped in white silk on her wedding day? Or be overjoyed, singing and dancing? Or some other unpredictable and wonderful outcome? She was so excited. With the East Fox priest and Xian Yuan Batian gone, the crisis was temporarily averted, and everyone felt relieved. Since White Bear, Dubai, and Xiaobai were reunited, Lu Xingchen untied their ice sleds and let them play freely. Dubai and Xiaobai were having a blast fiddling with the ice lock. Suddenly, Gao Dafu frowned and said, Xiao Lu, we're leaving soon. What should we do with Dubai and Xiaobai? Can you take them with you? Lu Xingchen tried, put Dubai into the pet bag, and then released him. He nodded, no problem. Gao Dafu was relieved. That's good. We take the ice lock with us later. Lu Xingchen glanced at the giant polar bear, feeling a little unsure. The polar bear might not agree. It would be great if it was obedient, like Dubai and Xiaobai. Oh, does she have a polar bear taming card? Lu Xingchen immediately pulled out the remaining polar bear taming card. Ice Cave Polar Bear Taming Card. Use this card to tame an Ice Cave Polar Bear, making it obey your every command. Do you want to use it? Lu Xingchen, yes. It can't be tamed. This polar bear already has an owner. It's utterly loyal and won't change its heart. Lu Xingchen was stunned. Dabai and Xiaobai's mother already has an owner? Who is it? Why hasn't she appeared yet? She immediately became nervous. The polar bear's owner must be an NPC. She definitely can't defeat him. Lu Xingchen walked over to the polar bear and asked, Dabai Mama, where is your owner? The polar bear turned its head and looked into the distance, barking, ah. In the distance? Then he must not come over, or we be in trouble. At this time, Dabai and Xiaobai had grown tired of playing with the Imperial Ice Lock and began to play in the snow. The polar bear then wrapped the Imperial Ice Lock around her neck. Gao Dafu was anxious. Xiao Lu quickly tricked the Imperial Ice Lock into coming here. When we leave later, we can just take it with us. The white bear won't be able to follow anyway. Lu Xingchen shook his head. That's not necessarily true. The white bear has an owner. If it can't leave, how can its owner leave? Maybe it's a big shot. If he takes Dabai and Xiaobai away without even saying hello, and then takes the Imperial Ice Lock with him, won't the white bear mother be furious? What if the angry white bear mother lets the owner take out his anger on her? Lu Xingchen thought it over and decided to tell the white bear mother the truth. Lu Xingchen, white bear mother, I'm leaving here soon and I'm going to take Dabai and Xiaobai with me. Is that okay? White bear, yeah. It turned around and said to Dabai and Xiaobai, yeah? Dabai and Xiaobai, yeah. The bears talked for a while, and then the white bear mother sighed, reluctantly removed the Imperial Ice Lock, and pushed it towards Lu Xingchen. Yeah. Lu Xingchen understood, and was overjoyed. Okay, I helped Dabai and Xiaobai keep it safe. Perhaps separated from her cubs, the white bear mother lost her energy and spirit, lying sullenly on the snow. Feeling distressed, Lu Xingchen quickly promised, I treat Dabai and Xiaobai well. She took out the remaining blue-white snow rabbit meat, and tossed it to Dabai and Xiaobai one by one. The two bears devoured it immediately. The white bear mother immediately stood up, her eyes brightening, and she turned and ran away like lightning. Within a few minutes, she came back, paw paw paw. She dropped 5 blue-white snow rabbits onto the snow, and called back to Dabai and Xiaobai, ah. Dabai and Xiaobai happily came over to eat the meat. Lu Xingchen's heart skipped a beat. These blue-white snow rabbits must have been what the white bear mother had saved. The East Fox priest had used the blue-white snow rabbits to lure it away earlier. It had snatched up a lot of meat, but it didn't eat it itself and saved it for Dabai and Xiaobai. This shows that the blue-white snow rabbits are very kind to Dabai and Xiaobai. We have some time now. Let's go find some blue-white snow rabbits. Lu Xingchen thought for a moment, dug a small ice pit, took out a jar of fruit wine, and smashed it with a pop. Most of the bright red wine poured into the ice pit, leaving red wine marks on the surrounding ice. The aroma of the wine filled the air. She decided to try and see if she could attract the blue-white snow rabbits nearby. Then, she distributed several jars of wine to Xianyuan Shower, Lu Daqiao, Lu Haoyue, and others, letting them experiment separately. A moment later, Gao Dafu shouted, Xiao Lu, I have 7 or 8 snow rabbits here. We're rich. Everyone rushed over immediately. Each of them killed 1 blue-white snow rabbit at a time, and without exception, they all received golden carrot seeds and gold coins. Of course, all of these fell into Lu Xingchen's hands. Everyone was busy when Gao Dafu suddenly called out, Hey! Xianyuan Shower, Dafu, are you crazy? Gao Dafu, you're the one who's crazy. Xianyuan Batian was calling Dad in the chat. He kept calling Dad and no one responded. I felt it was too awkward, so I responded to make him feel better. Xianyuan Shower's eyes lit up. Really? I'd be there right away. Did the white asbestos fruit wine work? Lu Xingchen immediately opened the chat channel. The entire hunting channel is buzzing with activity right now. Xianyuan Batian, Dad, where are you? Woohoo, Xiaotian wants to go home. Xianyuan Batian, Dad, I want to sing a song for you. Dad, I have a good dad, ah. Xianyuan Batian, Dad. Gao Dafu, hey, I'm here, my dear son. Qifangxin, hey, my dear Xiaotian, what's wrong? Daddy's here. Xianyuan Shower, stop it. Why are you trying to claim a relationship with someone like that? Is your last name Xianyuan? Xiaotian, my dear son, I'm coming. Chapter 714. The chat channel was in chaos. Someone was stunned. What happened? Xianyuan Batian is at the top of our District 26 rankings. Is he crazy? Xianyuan Shower, why are you talking about my son? He's courting death. The person, who didn't know who Xianyuan Baishan's father was, saw that they had the same last name as Xianyuan Xiao and immediately apologized. Batian Dad, please take your son back home immediately. He might be upset. Xianyuan Xiao, I know. I'm causing trouble for everyone. Xianyuan Batian, get lost, Dad. The chat channel became even more chaotic. Xianyuan Batian was singing, going crazy, crying and laughing. The chat channel had become his domain. Xianyuan Batian said fiercely, Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen. Dad. Just wait. Everyone was surprised. Lu Xingchen adopted a godson. Lu Xingchen, ahem, I'm causing trouble for everyone. Xianyuan Batian continued singing. As if he couldn't help himself, he even posted a short video of himself singing and dancing. In the video, Xianyuan Batian's face was grim. Everyone burst into laughter. Some even started making jokes about the Xianyuan family. Xianyuan Linglong, effective today, the leader of the Xianyuan family in District 26, will be Xianyuan Xiao-san. Xianyuan Xiaowu was stunned. Third brother has taken over? Xianyuan Xiao chuckled. Yes, Xianyuan Batian has been abandoned. After a long while, Xianyuan Batian finally fell silent, and the chat channel returned to normal. Lu Xingchen saved a few more snow rabbits. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Lu Xingchen. Xianyuan Batian, his face flushed, stood not far away, staring at Lu Xingchen fiercely. Your father again. The East Fox priest followed behind, her face etched with displeasure. Whose family is Xianyuan Batian? Take him away. I don't want him anymore. Lu Xingchen asked curiously. Why? The East Fox priest's face darkened. He has quirks, and I don't like them. Xianyuan Batian turned around. Dad. The East Fox priest raged. Shut up. Gao Dafu, what's wrong? Are the young couple having a fight? Hey, fight at the head of the bed, make up at the foot of the bed. It's okay, it's okay. The East Fox priest. Shut up. I don't like psychos. She looked at Gu Yin, her eyes sparkling. This one's still handsome. Gu Yin coldly waved a long sword in his hand. Lu Xingchen quickly said, That's too cruel. Have you forgotten how he tortured you? The East Fox priestess thought for a moment. That's true. She looked at Lu Haoyu again, her eyes filled with amazement. This one's not bad either. And he's smiling, so you can tell he's good-tempered. Lu Xingchen, this one? No, he's married, and his children are all grown up. Gao Dafu, yes, it's second-hand, worthless, and unworthy of his elegance. Lu Xingchen, Master Priest, you should take Xiao Yan away. He might be a little sick, but he's easy to control, right? Xianyuan Batian couldn't help himself again. Get away. The East Fox priestess's face was filled with disgust. No, he's sick. I don't like him anymore. With that, she turned around, removed the collar, and turned to Lu Xingchen. Where's the Imperial Ice Lock? Lu Xingchen blinked and pointed at the white bear mother. In fact, she had already put the Imperial Ice Lock in her storage backpack. The East Fox priest's face turned cold, and he uttered a curse before turning and leaving. Xianyuan Batian had already fled the moment his collar was removed. The crisis was over, and Lu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the game announced, Adventurers, the transition begins. This time, it's a forced random transition. 10, 9, 8. Xianyuan Xiaowu shouted, Boss, come find me when you get to the new venue. Xianyuan Xiao was speechless. Are you addicted to working for free? You're so addicted to working for free. Are you crazy? 3, 2, 1. Swish. In a flash, Lu Xingchen arrived at a new venue. Welcome to the Severe Winter Hunting Grounds. He actually entered the Severe Winter Hunting Grounds? Lu Xingchen was disappointed that she didn't have the qualifications to transition this time, and could only enter randomly. She wanted to go to the Late Spring Hunting Grounds. It said there's treasure. Before she could think about it, a series of announcements began to ring out. 1. Treasure maps available. Opening wooden boxes and killing exotic beasts can yield treasure maps. Treasures are found in all 4 hunting grounds, with the treasure in the Late Spring Hunting Grounds being the most valuable. 2. Card dealer appearance. Card dealers will randomly appear in each hunting ground. They have location cards and hunting summon cards for sale. 3. Teleportation arrays open. Each hunting ground has 1 to 10 teleportation arrays, allowing you to teleport to other hunting grounds. Using these arrays requires a certain amount of teleportation crystals, which can be obtained by opening wooden boxes and killing monsters. 4. Teleportation crystal leaderboard. In addition to the wealth and points leaderboards, a teleportation crystal leaderboard has been opened. Tip: killing those on the teleportation crystal leaderboard will earn you more crystals, The dangers are numerous, so we recommend teaming up for the treasure hunt. Dear adventurers, fight on! The hunting channel was abuzz with activity as soon as the announcement was made. There's so much content, it's overwhelming. All I see is that a card dealer has appeared. Go for it. Silly, the card merchant only has 2 types of cards. Location cards and summon cards. Come, let me explain. Location cards can help you locate the big guys on the crystal leaderboard, and hunting summon cards can gather friends together. Haha, haha, the game is about to get exciting again. Yeah, maybe he thought we weren't passionate enough, so he used teleportation arrays, treasure maps, and the crystal leaderboard to get us fired up. Clearly, the announcement means fight, fight hard. Haha, the people at the late spring hunting ground can no longer lie low. The treasure is even better. The crowd was buzzing with excitement. Most were excited, but some were a bit depressed. For example, the players at the late spring hunting ground. They had been quietly collecting herbs, admiring the flowers, and enjoying the scenery. But suddenly, the late spring hunting ground had become the target of many. With the teleportation array now open, who knows how many people will come? Some were talking, while others were already eager to kill exotic beasts and open chests. Lu Xingchen took a look around. She was currently on a snowy mountain. Because it was the severe winter hunting grounds, the temperature was much higher than in the Arctic and dead zones, and the snow wasn't very thick. She released Lanlan and Mime. Go and look for any chests or exotic beasts. Lanlan and Mime went their separate ways. Lu Xingchen slowly descended the mountain. Unfortunately, the little white cat and its 2 followers had disappeared somewhere. Lu Xingchen paused. It's over. Those 2 little white cats. I have to change Little White's name from now on. I just call him Meow Meow. As Lu Xingchen descended the mountain, she monitored the chat channel. In just a short while, someone had already obtained a treasure map, and several others had obtained teleportation crystals. One lucky individual even obtained 3 teleportation crystals in one go, found a teleportation array, and used it to teleport to the late spring hunting grounds. All along the way, Lu Xingchen hadn't seen a single exotic beast. This place is a bit out of the way. Lu Xingchen glanced at her backpack and had an idea. How about using a good luck card? Time is a treasure. There's no time to waste. Let's try. She immediately took out 2 good luck cards and slapped them on herself. She took 2 more steps forward, and suddenly, the snowy mountain beneath her feet sank. Lu Xingchen, quick as a swift step, used her toes to push herself up. Just as she was standing on the snow, her feet sank again. With a thump she fell. Chapter 715. Boom! It seemed as if snow was falling. Lu Xingchen fell onto the smooth ice. It was pitch black all around, pitch dark. Lu Xingchen immediately took out her night shining pearl, which shone with a radiant light, illuminating the surroundings. She was now in a place resembling an ice cellar. There was a path ahead, just wide enough for 1 or 2 people to pass through. The ground was covered with ice bricks, revealing that this was a man-made structure. Something's happening. Lu Xingchen immediately called Lanlan and Mime, asking them to return to their original position, and then put them into the pet bag. Only after retrieving Lanlan and Mime did Lu Xingchen breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed they were not far from the surface. She held the night shining pearl and walked along the passage. Just 2 steps in, a mission suddenly appeared. Congratulations on completing the Ice Lock quest. Rewards will be distributed soon. Repair the polar gate. Mission instructions 2. Obtain the golden treasure map, travel to the late spring hunting grounds, and seize the condensed water stone. Note: quest assistants are still available for this quest, so please make good use of them. Lu Xingchen took a closer look, her lips twitching. Actually, mission 2 involves 3 tasks. 1. Obtain the golden treasure map. 2. Travel to the late spring hunting grounds, which requires finding a teleportation array and obtaining enough teleportation crystals. 3. Follow the treasure map's location and seize the condensed water stone. This is a bit cumbersome. But, are treasure maps also color-coded? Puzzled, she opened the chat channel, searching specifically for information about treasure maps. More people is better. Many people have already obtained the treasure map. Haha, I just found a treasure map from a random chest. Lucky, huh? Haha, is a treasure map some good thing? I have one too, and I found treasure. Guess what I found? 10 iron blocks. Haha, lucky, huh? Hey, I dug up a jar of fine wine. It's quite delicious. PSSD, I dug up a piece of rag. It was poisonous, and I threw up. Wait, why do you all have treasure maps? Lu Xingchen carefully collected information about treasure maps, and discovered that they weren't difficult to obtain. Currently, an estimated 10% of the people in the hunting grounds have already obtained a treasure map. They also went treasure hunting. Unfortunately, the treasures they found were mostly hard to describe. Lu Xingchen's mind struck him. What color are your treasure maps? Gao Dafu, white. I just opened one. The rest of the people appeared one after another, each holding a white treasure map. Gao Dafu, strange, is it related to the color? Qin Shiro, I found a green treasure map and dug for it. I found a treasure chest containing 6 rejuvenation pills, 6 detoxification pills, 12 healing pills, and 36 packets of gold healing medicine. Everyone suddenly understood that treasure maps were also ranked. White-ranked treasure maps rarely yielded anything valuable. Green treasure maps, however, could yield a small profit. As for treasure maps of other colors? Sorry, no one has seen one yet. Lu Xingchen also understood that gold treasure maps were likely extremely rare and difficult to obtain. At this point, she had already walked a distance along the ice cave. Suddenly, a soft sobbing sound came from the front. It sounded like a girl, my brother. My brother is such a powerful figure, the leader of a gang, the top of the district, and yet he's fallen into this situation. I really feel sorry for him. A man's voice, don't worry, Lingyun, I will help you get revenge. Lu Xingchen paused. It was simply because she wanted to hear more. And she also knew the girl's name. Xianyuan Lingyun. I never thought it would happen. I wondered what had become of Xianyuan Batian, or where he gone this time. Lu Xingchen took a few quiet steps forward and heard the conversation again. Xianyuan Lingyun, I'm so angry. I didn't try hard enough before, and that's why I couldn't help my brother. A man's voice. Lingyun, take this and leave for the Muchuan hunting grounds to search for treasure. Believe me, the best treasures are in Muchuan. Take them and avenge your brother. Lu Xingchen peered inside and saw what was happening. It was a spacious hall. Xianyuan Lingyun, dressed in white, stood in the center. The man next to him was about 5 feet 4 inches tall, also dressed in white. Lu Xingchen's sharp eyes caught a glimpse of something strange. In the center of the hall, a circle was drawn on the ground, carved with strange patterns. In the center stood a pillar, about half a man's height, carved with a dragon's head. The dragon's mouth gaped, empty, with occasional flickers of light. Lu Xingchen recalled the man's words, his heart instantly lurching. Could this be a teleportation array? Xianyuan Lingyun was truly impressive. He not only found the array, but also the teleportation crystals. So, Xianyuan Lingyun was going to the late spring hunting grounds? That wouldn't do. At this moment, Xianyuan Lingyun, sobbing, had taken the 3 sparkling blue beads and walked to the dragon's head, about to place them inside. She was leaving. Lu Xingchen waved her hand, and Lan Lan and Mime rushed out. Lan Lan yelled, "Stop!" Lan Lan screamed, "Ah my, who is this? Why are you wearing such white clothes? Are you mourning?" Mimi had already blocked the faucet. Lan Lan's words became even harsher. "Hey, you two hang ghosts. What are you doing here?" Lu Xingchen sauntered out from behind, smiling. Xianyuan Lingyun? Nice to meet you. Xianyuan Lingyun's face changed. Lu Xingchen, how did you find this? How could you be so lucky? Lu Xingchen was puzzled. If you can find this, why can't I? Xianyuan Lingyun, how can you compare to me? She fell silent, her eyes flickering. The man next to him sneered and stepped in front of Xianyuan Lingyun. Are you Lu Xingchen? You're the incredibly vicious, treacherous, and selfish Lu Xingchen? That's a lot of adjectives. Lu Xingchen, you scolded me? Lan Lan got excited. Someone dared to scold you. Is he desperate? Lan Lan pouted. It's you? You're the legendary bootlicker who licks until you're left with nothing. Lan Lan, who do you think you are? Look at that slapstick face of yours. Do you deserve to be a bootlicker? The man in white was furious. You stinky little chicken, you're courting death. Lan Lan exploded. You're the chicken. Your whole family is chickens. Xianyuan Lingyun pulled the man in white. Chu Bai, don't argue with it. This bird is very evil. Chu Bai? Last name Chu? What's his relationship with Chu Hongyi? Is he the Chu family's rebellious son? At this moment, the dragon head nearby flickered and suddenly uttered. The Azure Dragon Teleportation Array is officially activated. Please insert the teleportation crystal. Click, click. Mimi stood in front of him, and Xianyuan Lingyun couldn't place the crystal. Chu Bai's eyes darkened, and with a swish, he drew out a long sword and slashed at Mimi. Lu Xingchen immediately slid to meet Chu Bai. Xianyuan Lingyun drew his sword and attacked Mimi. Lan Lan and Mimi joined in the fight. Several people engaged in a fight. Suddenly, the faucet chimed again. Teleportation crystal detected. Please insert. Click, click. Within half a minute, deaf? Dead? Let's put it in. After a dozen seconds, let's die together. Chapter 716. A golden light emanated from the dragon's head. Several people were terrified and had long since stopped fighting. They retreated to the side, even pulling out their defense cards. Lon Lon, bold and courageous, shouted angrily, "Who are you? You're so whining. Come out if you dare." Its tiny body flipped in the air, swooping down, its beak thrust into the dragon's mouth. The golden light paused. "Lon Lon, I want to see what kind of little loser you are." Chu Bai sneered, "What a foolish bird." Xian Yuanlingyun nodded, mocking, "Lu Xingchen, your bird is so bold. Sooner or later, it will suffer." "Huh?" Lon Lon burst out of the dragon's head, a small golden object dangling from its sharp beak. The object flickered with golden light, then finally died. At this moment, everyone could see clearly that it was actually a small mouse covered in golden fur. The little mouse squeaked at the top of its lungs, cursing, "Put me down. Put me down, you idiot." Lon Lon was furious. "Bah, you idiot rat." As soon as it spoke, the golden mouse fell. As it hit the ground, the golden mouse suddenly grew larger. About the size of a piglet, it looked up and yelled, "Stupid." Lon Lon was furious. "You idiot rat. You shameless little piece of shit." After cursing, it turned and continued to curse Xian Yuanlingyun and Chu Bai. "You two piece of shit. Didn't you just call me that? Idiots, cowards, defeated men. Bah! Lon Lon, how dare you live with such a cowardice? You idiots." The golden mouse slammed into the nearest Xian Yuanlingyun. "You idiot." It was incredibly fast, like a flash of golden lightning. Xian Yuanlingyun had no way of dodging it, and with a thud, she was knocked to the ground. Thankfully, Chu Bai was quick and quickly helped her up, hiding beside a pillar. The golden rat cursed as it scurried around. "It's just a few crystals. You're so slow, you're killing me. I won't let you go. I just kill you." The golden rat, "Die, die, all of you." It opened its maw and bit at Xian Yuanlingyun. Xian Yuanlingyun was startled, quickly tapped the speed card, and floated to the side. Crack! The golden rat's jaws bit into the pillar, chewing off a large chunk, leaving a gaping hole. It was just a fraction of a second away from breaking. The hall wasn't large, only about 200 square meters. The walls and floor were lined with ice bricks. Besides the teleportation platform in the center, there were several other pillars around the perimeter. The golden rat had gnawed away one of them. Golden mouse, hide? Crack, crack. It gnawed twice more, and the pillar collapsed with a crash. The golden mouse lunged forward, slamming into Xian Yuanlingyun again. Xian Yuanlingyun, still stuck in his sprint mode, immediately slid toward the wall, leaning against the forest wall. The golden mouse followed him like a shadow, charging headfirst. Xian Yuanlingyun dodged. With a bang, a large chunk of the ice brick was knocked off the wall. The golden mouse screamed a few times, crack, crack. It gnawed a large hole, then turned back, glaring fiercely at Xian Yuanlingyun. Xian Yuanlingyun's face paled with fear. Why does it keep chasing me? Chu Bai suddenly understood. You have the teleportation crystal. Lingyun, give it to me. Xian Yuanlingyun immediately tossed 3 teleportation crystals to Chu Bai. The golden rat immediately turned and rushed towards Chu Bai. Chu Bai was no match for the golden rat, so he quickly used his sprint card and darted around the hall. The golden rat was furious, cursing as he chased after it. Soon, the surrounding ice wall was shattered and riddled with holes. Chu Bai had considerable strength, having used several sprint cards. Lon Lon Meme and Lu Xingchen watched the excitement from the sidelines. After chasing for about 10 minutes, the irritable golden rat grew even more furious, yelling, Why don't you give me the crystals, you bunch of losers? Lon Lon, paw, damned rat. Golden rat, let's die together. Bang! It crashed into the teleportation platform. Lu Xingchen's face changed. It can chase people, but why is it destroying them? If the teleporter is broken, how can they use it? Just now, she checked the chat channel. Only one person from the Arctic hunting ground had found the teleporter array. The other hunting grounds hadn't even seen a trace of one, and were all worried. The announcement stated that each hunting ground has 1 to N teleporter arrays, which means it's very likely that each hunting ground has only one. What if the severe winter hunting ground only has this one? It can't be broken. Lu Xingchen drew out the Changhong sword and dodged, blocking the teleporter. The golden mouse's eyes rolled. Die! Lon Lon slashed with her claws, Who's going to die? You're going to die. You useless thing. The golden mouse screamed, "Ah, you're the useless thing." After cursing, it quickly turned and rushed towards Chubai and Xian Yuanlingyun again. It also knew to pick on the weak. Xian Yuanlingyun's face paled. Lu Xingchen, let's go together and kill this crazy rat. Otherwise, it destroy this place. Lu Xingchen, go. She didn't move. Xian Yuanlingyun dodged, shouting, Lu Xingchen, what if this is the only teleportation array? Lu Xingchen, yes, then your crystal would be wasted. Lu Xingchen, well, give me the crystal, and I help you kill the rat and save your life. Xian Yuanlingyun gritted her teeth and said, don't even think about it. Perhaps because Xian Yuanlingyun had once held a crystal, she and Chubai were both relentlessly pursued by the golden rat. The golden rat was fast and had a strong mouth, ready to take a bite of anything. After a while, the hall was almost unbearable to look at. And then, another pillar had been bitten through. Xian Yuanlingyun was sweating profusely, and the number of sprint cards in his hand was dwindling. Chubai, Lingyun, let's give the crystals to Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen, yeah, you've wasted a lot of speed cards, haven't you? If you keep going like this, you run out of speed cards, and how will you escape? In reality, Lu Xingchen was also anxious to act. If the golden rat kept wreaking havoc, she was afraid the place would collapse. Besides, the golden rat was powerful, and with Chubai and Xian Yuanlingyun's support, they could save her cards. Xian Yuanlingyun helplessly said, okay, give it to her. Lu Xingchen, 3 crystals, not 1 less. She had just seen Xian Yuanlingyun toss 3 crystals to Chubai. Chubai, okay. He tossed 3 crystals to Lu Xingchen. The teleportation crystals shone brightly blue, and felt cool in her hands. Lu Xingchen examined them, confirmed they were correct, and put them into her storage backpack. Then he said to Lan Mani, attack. The 3 men and 2 spirit beasts began to attack the golden rat. After all, with so many people, and Lu Xingchen and the 2 spirit beasts possessing superior strength, the golden rat gradually lost its strength, attacking from both sides, clamoring and cursing. However, its speed remained unabated, and thanks to its incredible speed, the 3 men were still powerless against it. Lu Xingchen frowned. No time was wasted. She waved her hand, releasing a quicksand trap, followed by a thorn trap. The golden rat, unaware, stepped into the quicksand trap. Ah, despicable. It screamed, kicked its hind legs hard, and rushed out. But the next second, it fell into the thorn trap. The venomous thorns pierced its paws. The golden rat squeaked miserably, desperately scrambling out, and then, with a swish, swooped into a corner. As it ran, its size shrank dramatically, becoming less than a finger's length. With a whoosh, it slid through the ice wall. Huh? Lu Xingchen was surprised. This rat was amazing. Not only had it escaped 2 traps, it had even managed to dig a hole. She walked to the wall and examined it carefully, discovering a tiny hole in the corner, barely the thickness of a finger. Just now, the golden rat had scurried into this hole. Lan stood at the entrance and cursed, you little piece of shit, you damned rat, come out. Chapter 717. Lu Xingchen glanced at the bloodstains along the wall and shook his head. It won't come out for a while. It had already injured its paw, significantly slowing it down. It certainly wouldn't dare come out now. Lu Xingchen produced a high-grade fine iron block and blocked the hole. In reality, with the golden rat's mouth strength, blocking it with this fine iron block wouldn't be very effective, but at least there would be a sound, and the golden rat's emergence would serve as a warning. After doing this, Lu Xingchen turned around. Xian Yuanlingyun was placing a teleportation crystal into the dragon's mouth. Then, the intricately carved dragon's mouth uttered, thank you, thank you. Another one, please. TSK, quite polite. Xian Yuanlingyun was delighted and placed another teleportation crystal. The dragon's head replied, thank you, thank you. Another one, please. Fearing Lu Xingchen would approach, Xian Yuanlingyun moved very quickly, inserting another crystal before the dragon's head could finish its words. Dragon head, thank you, thank you. Another one, please. Xian Yuanlingyun's expression changed. Why? Chubai, strange, aren't 3 crystals enough? How many crystals are needed for teleportation? Xian Yuanlingyun, the guy who went to the late spring hunting ground said he used 3 crystals. Chubai, maybe he lied? Xian Yuanlingyun worried. I don't know, but I'm out of crystals. Lu Xingchen's face darkened. Do you still have crystals? Don't they only have 3 crystals? Chubai stepped in front of Xian Yuanlingyun. These 3 crystals are borrowed from a friend of mine. Xianyuan Lingyun, can I buy a few more? Chubai, almost no one is selling crystals these days. Everyone has a lot of treasure maps. I heard someone found a good treasure, so everyone's holding on to their crystals. Lu Xingchen drew his longhong sword. Come, it's time to settle the score. Now that the golden rat had been dealt with, it was time to deal with these two men. Xianyuan Lingyun's face changed. Lu Xingchen, I've already placed 3 crystals. You think you're taking advantage? Lu Xingchen, haha. She swung her sword and stabbed Xianyuan Lingyun. Chu Bai and Xianyuan Lingyun engaged, and Lan Lan and Mime also joined the fray. Of course, they were no match for Lu Xingchen, and soon both were left gasping for breath. Xianyuan Lingyun stepped back, her back against the ice wall. Suddenly, her brow furrowed. Behind her, a loud bang sounded, and a large door slowly opened. Behind her was darkness. Xianyuan Lingyun stepped back, unable to stop herself. Her feet gave way, and with a cry of awe, she fell. Lingyun? Chu Bai, startled, reached out to pull at her arm, but only managed the tip of a finger. Chu Bai was decisive, leaping down. After a while, ah! 2 long, painful screams rang out from below. What's going on? Lan Lan approached. Lu Xingchen walked to the wall and looked down. It turned out there was a doorway behind it, but below lay a bottomless abyss. It was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. Lu Xingchen frowned. Just now, Xianyuan Lingyun and Chu Bai's voices had taken a long time to reach her, indicating that it was deep down there, and there was no telling what lay beneath. She still couldn't rush down. Besides, she should check the teleportation array. Lu Xingchen turned and walked to the dragon's head. At this moment, the dragon's head was silent and luminous. Lu Xingchen took out a teleportation crystal and placed it into the dragon's mouth. Dragon head, thank you. Another one, please. Something's wrong. How many pieces do I need? I can't just keep throwing them down there, right? It's like a bottomless pit. Lu Xingchen retrieved the teleportation crystal, touched the dragon head, and carefully examined the platform beneath it. Aside from the golden rat biting off a piece, there was nothing else unusual. What's going on? Lu Xingchen opened the chat channel. At this time, everyone was discussing teleportation arrays, treasure maps, and teleportation crystals. Has anyone found a teleportation array? Except for the Arctic hunting grounds, there's no news of teleportation arrays in the other hunting grounds yet. Treasure maps are mostly white. Occasionally, if you're lucky, you might find a green one. Green treasure maps are much more useful and generally yield good rewards. Teleportation crystals aren't easy to come by. Look at the crystal leaderboard. The top player only has 11 crystals. Hey, everyone's worried about getting on the list with too many crystals. If you're on the list, you'd just be a target, right? Lu Xingchen asked in the chat group. Do you know how many crystals are needed to reach the Arctic hunting grounds teleportation array? In the chat group, Qin Wuchuan and others, Wei Lin and others, Zhong Cheng, Gao Dafu, and Gu Yin were all there. Qin Wuchuan, I know 3. Lu Xingchen, all 3? Qin Wuchuan, so far yes, because the person who went to the late spring hunting grounds was named Shan Chuan from District 117. He's quite a talent. He discovered the teleportation array and made a fortune just selling its coordinates. Actually, quite a few people have already used the teleportation array in the Arctic hunting grounds. They should all have 3 crystals. Wei Lin, Xiao Lu, what happened? Lu Xingchen didn't hold back and shared his situation. Everyone sighed. Lu Xingchen's luck is incredible. Qin Wuchuan, Lil Lu, I have quite a few members in my gang. We've got over a dozen crystals. Try a few more times. Lu Xingchen had no choice but to throw another teleportation crystal into the faucet. Dragon head, thank you. Another one, please. Lu Xingchen, She even wondered if there was another golden rat inside. Alas, Lan Lan confirmed. No, there was nothing inside. Lu Xingchen was out of teleportation crystals and didn't want to try anymore. She continued to stare at the black hole. Lu Xingchen asked Lan Lan, can you fly down and take a look? Lan Lan, it's too dark. It could see at night, but this hole was so deep and so dark that it was practically pitch black. This is tough. Lu Xingchen, it's okay, I have a plan. She pulled out a gauze bag, placed the night shining pearl inside, and tied it around Lan Lan's neck. Here, isn't that enough? Lan Lan, Lu Xingchen instructed, just investigate. If there's any danger or unusual activity, come up immediately. Lan Lan nodded and flew into the deep cave. Lu Xingchen returned to the teleportation platform and observed the dragon head again. Suddenly Qin Wuchuan spoke up in the chat group. Xiao Lu, I heard something from a friend in District 117. Lu Xingchen, what? Qin Wuchuan, my friend is in the top 10 in District 117. She just received a quest from Elder Binghe. Qin Wuchuan, quest requirements, kill Lu Xingchen. The reward is generous. Gao Dafu, huh? Lu Xingchen, Binghe? Qin Wuchuan, yes, I think more than one person has received this quest. Gao Dafu, really check the chat. Lu Xingchen immediately checked the chat channel, where someone had just asked a question. Ning Shanchuan, who is Lu Xingchen? Why did Elder Binghe issue a mission for me to kill Lu Xingchen? The reward is generous. Someone immediately replied, well actually, I got the mission too. Ning Shanchuan, why did you say that? I wonder how many people would vie for it if you did. Ning Shanchuan, can you outsmart me? Ning Shanchuan, I want Lu Xingchen's coordinates. Big reward. Chapter 718. Immediately, 7 or 8 people appeared, saying they had also accepted the mission. Soon, everyone realized that most of these people were in the top 10 of their district, and the worst was in the top 13. Xian Yuan Shower, strange. I'm in the top 3 of our district, so why hasn't anyone given me a mission? Xian Yuan Xiaosan, I got one. Xian Yuan Xiaowu, ah, second brother, no. I still have to work for Lu Xingchen. Don't kill her. Xian Yuan Xiaosan, I'm a genius. Xian Yuan Shower, why didn't I get a mission? Do you look down on me? Xian Yuan Xiaowu, hey, second brother, fourth brother, and I didn't get a mission either. Lu Dachio, why didn't I get a mission? I'm clearly at the top of our district. Lu Xiaoqiao, I didn't get a mission either? What? Do you look down on our district? Lu Xingchen observed for a long time, forming a rough idea. Perhaps Xian Yuan Shower, Xiaoxi, and Xiaowu had some connection with him, or even some affection, which was why he hadn't received the kill mission. No wonder, who would kill a friend? No, Elder Binghe is still stupid. Friends are easier to kill. Lu Xingchen looked carefully. Of the people who showed up, about 20 or 30 said they had received a mission. Who knows how many others remained silent. Qin Wuchuan privately messaged, Xiao Lu, you're in danger. Many experts want to kill you. Be careful. Lu Xingchen looked around. It was not easy for these people to get here. Sure enough, someone in the chat channel was already complaining. Why can't I find Lu Xingchen's coordinates? Yes, it says Lu Xingchen is in a special area and can't be located. It's so annoying. How can I kill someone if I can't find him? Someone was already shouting, Lu Xingchen, if you're brave enough, come out. Lu Xingchen felt relieved. Here, there was no need to worry about being hunted. Let them go about their business outside. Lu Xingchen simply stood by the cliff, waiting for Lan Lan while gathering information. At that moment, Lan Lan flew up. No, it's too deep. Besides, it stinks down there. I'm afraid it's poisonous. I've tried several times but can't get down. It spread its wings and fluttered. Lu Xingchen looked at the pitch-black horizon and suddenly said, Lan Lan, fly forward. Lan Lan flew forward a bit, and Lu Xingchen saw that this place was actually a cliff, only 10 meters wide. Beyond it lay a small path. She hadn't been able to see it before because it was too dark. Only after Lan Lan flew over with the night pearl did she see the path on the other side. She was delighted. Come back, Lan Lan. Let's go check out the front together. She was worried that Lan Lan would be in danger if she went alone. The chat channel was buzzing with activity, mostly discussing Lu Xingchen being hunted down by a mission. Several people who had received missions were brimming with pride and were shouting in the chat. One of them caught Lu Xingchen's attention. Haha, haven't you all received missions from the East Fox Priest? Xian Yuan Shizhou, shut up. Do you want another competitor? Lu Xingchen, She received a notification. Xian Yuan Linglong wants to communicate with you across regions. Do you agree? Lu Xingchen answered the call. Xian Yuan Linglong, Lu Xingchen, Xian Yuan Shizhou has received a mission. Obtain the Golden Treasure Map, travel to the late spring hunting grounds, seize the condensed water stone, and turn it in. Lu Xingchen, Xian Yuan Linglong, Lu Xingchen, Binghe is issuing a mission to kill you, and Donghu is issuing a mission to seize the condensed water stone. Are they both targeting you? Without waiting for Lu Xingchen to reply, Xian Yuan Linglong added, It's okay. If you don't want to talk then don't. I'm just informing you. Besides, Xiaozhou won't do this mission. Xian Yuan Linglong, however, I think Xuzhou isn't the only one who's received this mission, so Lu Xingchen, you have to be careful. Lu Xingchen, okay, thank you. Without waiting for her to say anything else, Xianyuan Linglong abruptly ended the call. Lu Xingchen pondered. It seems Xianyuan Linglong genuinely wants to repair relations. There are some truly good people in the Xianyuan family. But why are the East Fox priest and the Binghe elder suddenly issuing missions? What do they know? That's right, they probably don't want the polar gate to be repaired. So, their obstruction is to be expected. Then, why wasn't the East Fox priest so anxious the last time she obtained the ice lock? Could it be that she didn't know the ice lock's purpose back then, and just thought it was an ordinary treasure? What happened after she teleported away? Lu Xingchen pondered silently. Lon Lon had been flying nearby for a long time, waiting anxiously. Are you going? Are you going? Honey! Lu Xingchen stood up. Let's go! Now that we're stuck here, why not explore the other side first? What if we can get the golden treasure map? She stood up and motioned for Lon Lon to grow larger. Lon Lan's body swayed, becoming slightly larger, and she urged, Hurry! Just as Lu Xingchen was about to go up, she suddenly heard another notification. Repair the polar gate. Quest Guide 2. Obtain the golden treasure map. Travel to the late spring hunting grounds, and seize the water condensation stone. Note 1. External circumstances have changed, mission difficulty has increased, and guidance will be significantly enhanced. Note 2. Mission assistance will still be available, so please make good use of them. Improved? How much better? Lu Xingchen was stunned. The prompt sounded again. Side quest. Damaged teleportation array found. Please repair it ASAP. Damaged teleportation array? Lu Xingchen couldn't help but look at the dragon head. Broken? No wonder. She suddenly realized that the teleportation array was broken. No wonder they kept saying thank you, give me another piece. She immediately rushed back and pried open the dragon head to examine it carefully. A damaged teleportation array has been discovered. Please repair it as soon as possible. Repair requires 99 teleportation crystals, 5,000 gold coins, and 99 gold swallowing rat teeth. Please gather them quickly. You can share the task so 2 assistants can work together. 99 teleportation crystals can repair it? That easy? No, not so easy. Who has 99 teleportation crystals? And the teeth of the gold swallowing rat. That golden rat from earlier was so fast, chewing any metal or ice cube like candy beans. Is that the gold swallowing rat? That must be it. Lu Xingchen stood up. She shared the task with Lu Haoyue and Chu Hongyi. Chu Hongyi was faster than anyone else. This is the second task. Xingchen, the gold coins are mine, I do it. And the teleportation crystals, I have the family collect them. Lu Xingchen smiled, thank you. It's good to have a rich woman to assist. Lu Haoyue also sent a message, got it. I collect the gold coins and crystals, but what are gold swallowing rats? Lu Xingchen, I figure that out. She was going to find the gold swallowing rats. Lon Lon, almost falling asleep from waiting, complained, are you ready yet, little inkling? Lu Xingchen, all right, little pretty bird. Lon Lon was immediately delighted. After coaxing the exceptionally pliable Lon Lon, Lu Xingchen jumped onto its back. Lon Lon spread its wings and flew, quickly carrying Lu Xingchen across the abyss. If my guess is correct, there should be more gold rats here. Another killing spree. Chapter 719. After crossing the abyss, Lu Xingchen jumped down, and Lon Lon also shrank. Lu Xingchen released Mimi, and took out a night-shining pearl, hanging it around her neck, and slowly walked forward. This was a wide passage, about 3 or 4 meters wide, and 5 or 6 meters high, surrounded by ice walls. Under the light of the night-shining pearl, the ice wall shone with a white glow, making it difficult to see clearly. Lu Xingchen became even more cautious. As she walked, she stuck torches into the ice walls. That way, if she encountered an unsolvable danger and needed to retreat, she could run faster. After all, she was facing rats. Rats have the best night vision. The path was smooth, and after walking about 30 or 40 meters, the front suddenly opened up, revealing a hall. Lon Lon, swift as a whirlwind, had already flown across, tumbling around the hall. Suddenly, it spotted a ball of golden light in the corner. Lon Lon exclaimed, "Oh, you idiot rat! You're here!" Lu Xingchen lit a torch at the entrance to the hall, and turned to see the golden rat he had stolen earlier. It was rubbing its feet in agony. Seeing Lon Lon, it cursed, "Stupid bird, why are you here again?" Lon Lon was furious. "You idiot rat! You little piece of shit! Don't run!" The golden rat said, "Bah! Kids, come out and kill that noisy little chicken." With that, it shrunk back to the size of a finger, and slid into a small hole in the ice wall. Running away again? Lon Lon was furious. At the same time, two sounds of squeak and squeak echoed, and two golden rats the size of wild boars burst out from the darkness. One of them leaped several meters high, slamming into Lon Lon. Lon Lon spun and dodged. Squeak! Squeak! Two rats charged at Lu Xingchen. They were also golden, though a lighter shade, not as radiantly golden as the golden rats from before. Lu Xingchen had already seen the description. Gold swallowing rat, level 15, a rat that feeds exclusively on high-grade ores and various crystals. They have incredibly sharp teeth, are swift, and are agile, making them extremely difficult to kill. Please proceed with caution. She immediately took out her spirit snake whip and lashed out. Although the gold-swallowing rat was large, it was very agile. With a flick of its body, it dodged the whip. Lu Xingchen tapped a sprint card and engaged the two gold-swallowing rats. Mimi and Lon Lon came to help. The two sides fought for over 10 minutes, and Lu Xingchen's heart sank. These two gold-eating rats were truly formidable. Their jaws were incredibly sharp, capable of ripping off chunks of anything they touched. Her spirit snake whip had nearly been bitten several times. Determined to test the rat's strength, Lu Xingchen drew out a rare-grade longsword and deliberately slashed at it. The rat, seeing it was made of metal, didn't dodge or evade. Crack! It bit down, cleaving the rare-grade longsword in one gulp, with two cracks. It chewed up a section of the longsword and swallowed it. Hiss! What a powerful force! Lu Xingchen quickly tossed the broken longsword back into her backpack and dodged the rat's attack with a slither. She dealt with one of the gold-eating rats while Mime and Lon Lon took on the other, and both sides fought to a draw. There was no way. In the confined space, Mimi couldn't grow larger, constrained, and unable to exert much combat power. Lu Xingchen drew out the Longhong sword again and retreated back into the passage he had just entered. The gold-swallowing rat followed him like a shadow. Lu Xingchen waved his hand, releasing two quicksand traps. The gold-swallowing rat lunged forward and fell into one. Squeak! It screamed, then paused for a few seconds. Lu Xingchen seized the opportunity and swung his long sword. With a puff, it pierced its fat belly. Squeak! Squeak! The gold-swallowing rat screamed, struggled briefly, and was about to crawl out. Lu Xingchen, the Longhong sword in one hand, and the spirit snake whip in the other, swung it with a snap, entangling the immobile gold-swallowing rat. Now, it was like being bound. The gold-swallowing rat screamed wildly, unable to exert any strength, and was dragged back into the quicksand trap. Lu Xingchen unsheathed his Longhong sword and slashed it fiercely, slicing open the golden rat's belly. Blood splattered everywhere. The stench of blood filled his face, and Lu Xingchen held his breath. Killed Golden Rat X1. Do you want to disassemble it, Lu Xingchen? Yes. Disassembly successful. Obtained Golden Rat Meat X6, Golden Rat Fang X1, Damaged Golden Rat Fang X1, Rat Hide X2, and a random Lucky Bag X1. Lu Xingchen didn't even have time to examine the supplies he had obtained, rushing out of the passage to help Lon Lon and Mime. With her joining him, another golden rat was soon dead. Killed Golden Rat X1. Do you want to disassemble it, Lu Xingchen? Yes. Disassembly successful. Obtained Golden Rat Meat X6, Damaged Golden Rat Fang X1, and Rat Hide X2. Killing these two golden rats took about an hour. Lu Xingchen, Lon Lon, and Mime were feeling a bit tired, so they sat down in the middle of the hall to rest. Lu Xingchen finally had a chance to look at the supplies they had obtained. Gold-swallowing rat meat. The meat of a gold-swallowing rat is sour and astringent, not very tasty, but it's extremely nutritious and can be fed to young animals. Lu Xingchen had a thought. It seems this rat meat could be fed to Dabai and Xiaobai. Great. Dabai and Xiaobai need nutrients. Besides, the little white bear's sense of taste isn't that developed, so it shouldn't be picky. As for Lon Lon and Mime, it was obvious they wouldn't eat it. She continued reading. Gold-swallowing rat teeth. The teeth of a gold-swallowing rat are extremely hard and are a high-grade mineral material. Damaged gold-swallowing rat teeth. This gold-swallowing rat definitely didn't brush or take care of its teeth properly. Damaged teeth are waste and can be thrown away. Lu Xingchen pondered for a moment. So after all this hard work, I just got a gold-swallowing rat tooth? Never mind, let's move on. Random lucky bag. Open it to receive a random lucky buff. Want to give it a try? Of course I should. Since it's a lucky buff, it can't hurt. Lu Xingchen, use it. Gain lucky buff. Wishes come true. Duration, depends on usage. Oh my god, you're really lucky. What are you waiting for? Think about it. But don't be greedy. Lu Xingchen, What if she's inexplicably nervous? Should she think about it now, What does she want? Meet her brother and sister-in-law, and be with her grandparents forever? No, no, that's too greedy. Then, end the hunt early and return to the raft? No, no, she still has a quest to complete. So, getting the golden treasure map? It seems like this can be achieved with hard work. Seeing Lu Xingqian's excited, solemn, and troubled expression, Lan Lan was puzzled. What's wrong with you, little Lu? Did you get something good? Come on, show me. Me, aw. Lan Lan, why are you sighing, little lamb? Me, I feel so useless right now. I can't even handle a mouse. Lan Lan, huh? Are you mocking me? Me, no, don't be so sensitive. Lan Lan was furious. You're mocking me. I just couldn't do anything. Are you disgusted with me? Mimi helplessly. I'm disgusted with myself. Lan Lan threw a tantrum. No, you're disgusted with me. Lu Xingqian, stop arguing. Lan Lan, if you want to argue, then argue. Okay, little Lu, you disgust me too. Mimi's head ached. Stop it. Let's go over there. Don't disturb the master. The two little ones argued all the way to the other side of the hall. Lu Xingqian had only lit a torch in the hall near the entrance, so a small portion of the hall was still shrouded in darkness. The two little ones went there to argue. Lu Xingqian's heart moved. Lan Lan and Mime haven't leveled up in a while. Now the monsters she encounters are getting higher and higher, making it a bit difficult for Lan Lan and Mime. It would be great to level them up. What other wishes do you have? Chapter 720. Lu Xingqian thought carefully. She certainly hoped that her, Lan Lan, and Mime's martial arts skills would rise and become even more powerful. She also hoped that the mission would go smoothly. In just a moment, Lu Xingqian had thought of countless wishes. She had thought of almost everything she could think of. Finally, she stood up. Okay, she thought of most of them. There's no point just thinking without practicing. Better to kill rats and find rat teeth. Gao Dafu privately messaged, Xiao Lu, what are you doing? So bored. Xianyuan Xiaowu has been calling you in the chat channel for ages. Lu Xingqian opened the chat channel. On the hunting channel, Xianyuan Xiaowu screamed at the top of his lungs, Boss, don't you want us anymore? Xianyuan Xiaowu, Boss, my long sword is thirsty and clamoring for work. Xianyuan Xiaowu, Boss, I have my own hunting call-up card and am applying for a job. Someone was puzzled. Xianyuan Xiaowu, what did your boss give you? Why are you so eager to work? Xianyuan Xiaowu, what do you care? Xianyuan Xiaowu looked helplessly at Xianyuan Xiaowu. Second brother, I've been shamelessly shouting for a long time, but the boss just ignores me. Are we too useless and unworthy of working for us? Xianyuan Xiaowu, keep going. Ling Long said that they will repair the relationship between the family and Lu Xingqian at all costs. These two hunting call-up cards were specially prepared by the family for us and cannot be wasted. Xianyuan Xiaowu, would it seem unreserved if I shouted that? Xianyuan Xiaowu, it doesn't matter. You've always been so cheap. Lu Xingqian glanced at him, a little hesitant. She needs a lot of golden swallowing rat fangs now. It's too slow to kill them by herself. If Xianyuan Xiaowu and the others come, they can indeed help. Judging from what she's seen so far, Xianyuan Xiaowu, Xiuxi, and Xiaowu were fine. However, she was always cautious. Before calling them over, she had to get Gu Yin and Gao Dafu here first. During the teleportation, Lu Haoyue teleported to the Arctic hunting grounds, and Chu Hongyi to the late spring hunting grounds. Lu Haoyue could go to late spring soon, where the two of them would keep an eye on the treasure hunters. The only people in the severe winter hunting grounds were Gu Yin, Gao Dafu, Xianyuan Xiaowu, and Xianyuan Xiaowu. To get them over, they needed a hunting summoning card. Lu Xingqian, Xiaowu, do you have a hunting summoning card? Xianyuan Xiaowu, not only do I have one, Xiaowu has one too. We can both go, boss. Lu Xingqian, okay, get ready. Lu Xingqian filled the hall with torches. By then, Lan Lan and Mime had finished arguing, and the two little ones were in a corner, guarding a large cave entrance. Mimi, Master, we found a hole here. It must be the hole of the gold-eating rats. Indeed, in the northwest corner of the hall, there was a pitch-black hole, just big enough for the two gold-eating rats to enter and exit. Lan Lan's eyes lit up. I've seen the video. Just drop a small bomb in this hole, and boom, it blow out a bunch of rats. Lu Xingqian, you've got quite a bit of knowledge. Has Lan Lan even started using a supercomputer to stream videos? Mimi disagreed. No way. What if 5 or 6 rats pop out? We won't be able to defeat them. Lan Lan, call for help. Xiao Wu, Xiao Xiao Si, Di Xiao, Xiao Xiao, all of them. Lu Xingchen thought about it and realized that, indeed, it was time to call for help. If we delay too long, the treasure might have been dug up by someone else. The gold-eating rats are too powerful, and even ordinary people coming here won't be of any use. We still have to find Gu Yin. Lu Xingchen said to the group of 3, Gu Yin, do you have a hunting summon card? Gu Yin, no. Gao Dafu, hunting summon cards are hard to come by. You have to buy them from a card merchant, and only a very few people can find one. Lu Xingchen frowned. Hunting summon cards aren't easy to come by, and yet both Xian Yuan Xiao and Xiao Wu have them. What a coincidence. She took out her ice pick, aimed it at the hole, and began digging. There were too few people, so we couldn't blow them up. Let's try digging first. After killing one gold-eating rat, she had experience. 2 or 3 could handle it. After digging about 10 meters down, they reached a fork in the road, with 3 passages in total. Rat holes are always complex. Lu Xingchen blocked the 2 openings with iron blocks and piled thorns on them, then dug the leftmost hole. The iron blocks and thorns couldn't stop the gold-devouring rats from coming out, but the noise they made from gnawing on the iron blocks was noticeable, and the thorns were poisonous, which could slightly paralyze them. Lu Xingchen dug twice, and surprisingly, another hole appeared. This one was much narrower, about the size of a small rabbit hole, and seemed much more casual. Strange, are there mouse holes like this? After some thought, Lu Xingchen decided to dig this strange hole first. After digging only 5 or 6 meters, with a boom, the ice before him collapsed, revealing a small space about 4 or 5 square meters. Then, Lu Xingchen heard an enthusiastic voice. Ah, my destined one, you're here? Huh? Lu Xingchen paused, and a smiling dwarf appeared before him. He had a round head and a round body, small, smiling eyes, and was about 1.12 meters tall. He wore a short-sleeved shirt and thin silk pants. He looked very cool. There was something strange about him appearing in this freezing ice cave dressed like this. Lu Xingchen, you are? The dwarf, dear, I'm a card dealer. Do you want a card? A card dealer? How did he end up in this place? Lu Xingchen pondered. The cave entrance was so small. How did the dwarf's chubby body get in? The dwarf shivered and sneezed loudly. Achoo. The dwarf, dear adventurer, will you buy it? Lu Xingchen, buy it. The dwarf wiped his nose tremblingly. Okay, I have hunting summon cards, 3,000 gold coins each, and location cards. 500 gold coins each. How many do you want? Lu Xingchen was surprised. 3,000 gold coins each? That's too expensive. How many people can afford such expensive hunting recruitment cards? The dwarf. Achoo, yes, it's fixed price, no bargaining, dear. Lu Xingchen didn't believe it. She asked on the hunting channel, did anyone meet a card dealer? How much gold do hunting recruitment cards cost? Xian Yuan Xiaowu, boss, you're asking me. Hunting recruitment cards are 3,000 gold coins each. That's too expensive. The others shared their own experiences, all of which were 3,000 gold coins each. Location cards are cheaper, but most people have them. Everyone just wants to buy hunting recruitment cards. Xian Yuan Xiaowu, boss, there's only one card merchant per hunting ground. They randomly change locations within their hunting ground, making them incredibly rare. Someone added, yes, and there's a purchase limit. One person can only purchase a maximum of 3 hunting recruitment cards, eliminating the possibility of reselling. So, Lu Xingchen glanced at the dwarf, sneezing non-stop and trembling, hugging his shoulders. Curious, he asked, what does the card merchant in our severe winter hunting ground look like? Xian Yuan Xiaowu quickly displayed a picture. See the picture. It was a dwarf wearing a thick leather coat, a fur hat, and leather gloves, fully armored, with only his eyes visible. Lu Xingchen couldn't help but take another look at the dwarf before him. The dwarf was anxious. Are you going to buy it or not? Lu Xingchen, where's your leather jacket? Dwarf, leather jacket? I don't have one. It's so warm, why would I need one? Lu Xingchen, warm? The dwarf stamped his feet. Auntie, can you please buy it quickly? I'd be leaving if you don't buy it, and I freeze to death. Lu Xingchen smiled slightly. Let me buy it, if you give me a discount.